Silence. Silence. A middle-aged woman shrieked hysterically. I do not wish to converse with you. I have no intention of speaking to you. I am merely expressing myself in my own home. What concern is it of yours? Came the elderly man's retort. In the room, a large boy helplessly cradled his head, skillfully retrieving earplugs from his pocket and inserting them into his ears. Here we go again. It's the same everyday shouting, incessantly. It's utterly maddening. The boy complained. Who knows when Dad will return? These two women are left to their own devices. Once more, the familiar saga of family disputes unfolded. A classic tale of discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The boy had endured this for several years, experiencing arguments once or twice a week, and he found himself perplexed by how the harmonious relationships depicted in television dramas came to be. What a disservice to the youth. How liberating it would be to be single, to revel in solitude. Both his grandmother and mother engaged in daily quarrels. There was no one to assist either party. If only he could traverse time and space, seeking a tranquil refuge far removed from the chaos of the world. Patiently awaiting his demise, won't that be delightful? Lost in these idle musings, Lin Yi contemplated a reflection of his languid state, a product of his environment. In the past, whenever his grandmother and mother bickered, Lin Yi often attempted to mediate. The more he intervened, the louder they became, escalating to a level of intensity surpassing that of their previous arguments. A trend that only seemed to grow. Over time, Lin Yi grew indifferent. As long as they did not resort to violence, he would remain oblivious to the world beyond his window. In a daze, Lin Yi felt a heaviness in his head, his vision blurring, and the cacophony of their quarrel gradually faded away, and he drifted into a deep slumber. In truth, the argument continued unabated. It was merely that Lin Yi was no longer privy to it. Unbeknownst to them, in their fervor, they had forgotten that the gas stove was still boiling noodles. The consequence was that the boiling broth extinguished the flame, leading to a gradual gas leak. Lin Yi could never have imagined that he would meet such an untimely and inexplicable end. "We're so cold," suddenly jolted awake by the chill. Lin Yi gasped in surprise. Did I forget to cover myself with a blanket again? Shivering uncontrollably, with tears streaming from his nose, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees, a dense forest, and faintly visible scattered stars above, with wisps of white light drifting amidst the thick foliage. The silence enveloping him was profound, and Lin Yi paused momentarily, then slapped his thigh with a resounding clap. But where am I? This isn't a dream. Upon further examination, he noticed a pile of extinguished embers from a campfire before him and a rudimentary grass nest behind him. Smack! Lin Yi slapped himself again. This truly isn't a dream. How did I end up in the wilderness? So cold. With no time for further contemplation, Lin Yi felt as though he might freeze, his blood and breath barely flowing, his body akin to that of a creature just pulled from a refrigerator. He rummaged through his belongings, discovering a small box resembling a lighter and a long dagger. He tried the small box as one would a lighter, and it ignited instantly, allowing him to quickly ignite the campfire with some dry grass. As the thin smoke curled upward, a vibrant yellow flame flickered to life in the not-so-dark forest, symbolizing hope. Lin Yi circled the campfire, warming himself, then examined the small box and the long dagger that had been discarded at his feet. The box was rectangular, about the size of 3 lighters, entirely black, with a button on top that, when pressed, emitted blue and red flames of extreme heat. Wood as thick as his arm ignited upon contact with the flame. The long dagger, with a blade measuring approximately 25 centimeters and an overall length of about 40.5 centimeters, was entirely black and non-reflective, its material a mystery. When he used it to chop a piece of wood the thickness of his forearm, it felt as if he were slicing through wax, offering almost no resistance. Astonished, Lin Yi marveled at the dagger, truly a dream weapon for any man, albeit a tad short. After inspecting his gear, Lin Yi turned his attention to himself. He felt his head, noting the short, uneven hair. His body was thin, limbs intact, yet emaciated, resembling one who had endured weeks of starvation, all sinew and bone. His attire consisted of a gray-black jumpsuit made of an unknown material, paired with shoes of the same hue. Further exploration revealed a delicate necklace of jade, white and inscribed with the character for E in traditional script. Aside from these few items, a dagger, a lighter, a necklace, and the frail body he inhabited, there was nothing else. Lin pondered over these scant possessions: the knife, the lighter, the necklace, and his own gaunt form. It dawned on him that this body was certainly not his own. Its previous owner must have failed in a wilderness survival endeavor or lost their way. Perhaps they had starved in this desolate wilderness for weeks, ultimately succumbing to hunger or the cold. Did this mean he had transmigrated? But when had he died? Was this truly a form of time travel? Yet, was this not precisely what he had longed for? A smile crept upon Lin's lips. There was no time to dwell on such thoughts. His immediate concern was to replenish the Bodis energy. He gazed at the two seemingly divine tools at his disposal: a dagger that sliced through iron like butter, and the extremely hot lighter, and felt utterly speechless. Any earth dweller with these two items should not perish of starvation in the wild. Grasping the dagger, he began to dig beneath the tree roots, soon uncovering two plump earthworms. Indeed, there was a grin spread across Lin's face. He seized the worms and tossed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously before continuing to dig. In the outer space monitoring station of Trial Star Number 3. Report. Speak. Subjects 32, 69, 358, and 6643 have been confirmed deceased, with subjects 32 and 69 being volunteers. I request the retrieval of their remains. Request granted, the general replied sternly. As the soldiers pressed the button, a mechanical voice echoed. Volunteer 32 confirmed deceased, commencing retrieval of remains. At the conclusion of the announcement, a beam of light shot from the monitoring station, swiftly penetrating the planet's surface. A battered corpse, riddled with bite marks, was gradually drawn forth, drifting towards the station amidst the continuous roars of beasts below. Retrieval successful, the mechanical voice intoned. Volunteer 69 confirmed deceased. Beep beep beep. Life signs for Volunteer 69 restored. Commencing retrieval? Commencing retrieval. Report. I understand. Cease retrieval, the general said coldly. But, the soldier stammered, anxious. Follow orders. Yes. Despite the soldier's reluctance, he input the command to halt. He had witnessed such moments of fleeting life too many times, yet he still felt a pang of sympathy. However, military orders were absolute. Perhaps retrieval could save them in time, but most would emerge disabled, their minds rendered vacant, unable to care for themselves in their later years. But this was the trial of the planet. Life and death were left to fate, and all participants had signed waivers acknowledging the risks and confidentiality agreements. No one could be blamed for their demise. The general observed the soldier's expression and smiled. Relax, you'll grow accustomed to it. Besides, they chose this path for themselves. Success brings glory, while failure leads to obscurity. This current cohort of trial participants includes only 1,000 volunteers. The rest are criminals seeking reduced sentences or escape from life sentences. This is a marked improvement from over a century ago, when the mortality rate soared to 90. Often, out of hundreds of thousands, fewer than 10,000 would awaken or survive to the end. They are fortunate. At least they have a safety net. Regardless of whether they succeed, awaken, or perish, their families or descendants will be provided for. The recently deceased volunteer's family has been upgraded to level 4 assistance. The soldier was taken aback. Yes, Commander. It should be noted that the Federation's assistance categories range from 5 levels, with level 1 being the highest and level 5 the lowest. Even the lowest level ensures basic needs are met, along with various benefits. Level 4 corresponds to a modestly prosperous life, with stable employment and regular vacations. Regardless of the cause of death, the Federation will investigate thoroughly. There are sufficient guarantees for personal safety. Levels 2 and 3 even offer certain privileges, while level 1 status equates to being a figurehead noble without actual power. However, those at level 3 and above are exceedingly rare, typically awarded for significant contributions to humanity. The entire human federation may comprise only a handful of such individuals. Meanwhile, Lin, busy digging for worms, remained oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly escaped retrieval. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. He was, by nature, one to go with the flow. He may be astonished by the advancements of contemporary technology, as well as by the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen him. To traverse time and space is one thing, but to inhabit the body of a recently deceased individual, devoid of any prior memories, is quite another. Were he to possess even a fragment of his former self's recollections, Lin would not be so composed at this moment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet, amidst a desolate expanse, a boy with a shock of white hair is dismembering a figure marked with the number 6643 on its shoulder. Muttering to himself, he remarks, "Thankfully, I am not a volunteer otherwise. Today would have been in vain. I am so hungry." In the southern region of the planet, a striking silhouette abruptly unleashes a swift blade, cleaving a large, pitch-black feline in two. Casting a glance at the bisected creature, the figure turns away and vanishes into the night in an instant. In the swamps, a furtive figure emerges slowly from the murky earth. Observing a silhouette not far away, being torn apart, he notes the number 358 inscribed on its shoulder. As he crawls, he mutters to himself, "My apologies, brother. It is the Taoist who remains unscathed. I shall light incense for you later." And with that, he makes his escape. In the frigid expanse of the far north, two little girls huddle together, trembling in the snow. One of them speaks, "Sister, shall we not leave? After all, we are both born with innate talents. Why must we endure this suffering?" The other girl replies bitterly, "We cannot. Having finally escaped, we must persevere for another 6 months. With our gifts, we can secure third-class assistance. Then our families will no longer be able to drag us back, and we can roam freely wherever we please." Both girls' eyes shimmer with hope. At the space monitoring station, a general examines the trial list in his hands. A smile graces his lips as he realizes that this time, an extraordinary individual has infiltrated their ranks. Let us hope they manage to survive. Chapter 2. The primeval forest. Dozens of earthworms had been unearthed, much to Lin Yi's astonishment. Was the soil here truly that fertile? In an area of less than 1 square meter, he had excavated numerous worms the thickness of a child's pinky finger. Gazing at the substantial pile of worms, which filled a large bowl, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. As he looked around, he noted the dense foliage and towering ancient trees. The air was imbued with faint glimmers reminiscent of fireflies. Could it be that he had traversed back to the age of dinosaurs? That seemed improbable. Otherwise, how would his clothes and knife have come to be? Speaking of which, shouldn't there be some benefits for a time traveler? Where was his cheat? His system? 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 Lin Yi silently chanted in his mind, but to no avail. Lost in thought, he inadvertently chuckled. He twisted the worms around a branch and held them over the flame to roast. Simultaneously, he seized one and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. As Lin Yi relaxed, he became acutely aware of the slimy, gritty texture in his mouth, forcing himself to swallow despite the rising nausea. Indeed, the online claims that earthworms tasted like chicken were utterly deceptive. This was clearly, ugh. He almost retched, knowing that doing so would leave him utterly depleted. In the wild, earthworms are a bountiful source of nutrition, rich in earthworm protein, and their protein content surpasses that of beef by 2 to 3 times, possessing considerable medicinal value. In traditional Chinese medicine, earthworms are known as dilong, a dried medicinal ingredient. However, the taste was undeniably unpalatable. Taking a bite of the crispy roasted worm, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It was surprisingly decent, with a natural saltiness and a satisfying crunch. After consuming several, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Realizing the gravity of his situation, suddenly, it struck him. Water. This body had not only gone without food for an extended period, but had also been deprived of water. It was well known that a human could survive weeks without food. But a few days without water could be fatal. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi grabbed the remaining earthworms, found a large leaf, and folded it into a cup shape. He crushed the worms, squeezing out their slimy juices until the leaf was filled. Staring at his sole water source, he swallowed hard. It was now or never. With eyes shut and head tilted back, he gulped down the concoction, suppressing the urge to vomit by reminding himself that earthworms could clear heat, dispel wind, promote circulation, ease breathing, eliminate bacteria, and reduce inflammation. Most importantly, it was a means to survive. After regaining his composure, he vowed never to consume that again and resolved to search for food the following day. With his hunger and thirst temporarily abated, Lin Yi felt a renewed vigor. He could last a few more days. He added some firewood to the campfire, ensuring it would burn until dawn. As for potential beasts, if any had approached while the fire was extinguished, he would have been long gone by now, and he could hardly resist them now. With a weary body, Lin Yi clutched his 2 prized possessions and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the space station orbiting Trial Star number 3. Report, life signs of Trialist number 69 are gradually stabilizing. Awakening is suspected, a soldier reported excitedly. The general's eyes, previously closed, shot open. Initiate psychic energy detection. Psychic energy detection in progress. Detection successful. Psychic energy value 6. Comparing with previous values, original psychic energy was 9. Now it stands at 6. The general was taken aback. Throughout the years, he had heard of increasing psychic energy values but had never encountered a decrease before awakening. A psychic energy value above 10 indicated awakening, while anything below was an 8.1 could only gradually absorb ambient psychic energy and rely on rare treasures or fortuitous encounters for enhancement. Otherwise, no changes could be made. Only through awakening could one cultivate psychic energy, allowing for fluctuations in value. The general pondered, calmly stating, "Proceed with tracking and monitoring. Conduct an individual information collection for record-keeping." Tick-tock, tick-tock, rain began to pour in the forest, with raindrops the size of soybeans falling steadily, pattering against the leaves. Water droplets splashed onto Lin Yi's face, rousing him from his slumber. Due to the tension and excessive fatigue, he had slept deeply. Upon waking, still groggy, he glanced up to find dawn had already broken. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating the beauty of the primeval forest in a dazzling display. The dense canopy shielded Lin Yi from the rain, and he was overjoyed to see the water cascading down. He hurriedly ran to collect rainwater under the sprawling leaves, quenching his thirst to his heart's content. He wrapped the gathered rainwater in large leaves and placed it in a dug pit. With the drinking water issue temporarily resolved, the next challenge was finding food. This was a primeval forest, the most resource-rich ecosystem, but that also meant danger. The complex ecological system of the primeval forest brought infinite possibilities and countless perils. However, before addressing that, he needed to clarify one matter. What were those white specks floating in the air? Lin Yi wondered. Since arriving in this world, he had noticed these scattered white dots in the air. There were also green dots on some trees. What could they possibly be? Cautiously, Lin Yi extended a finger to touch one of the white specks. As he drew near, it suddenly zipped into his finger and vanished. Taken aback, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a refreshing sensation washed over him. Driven by curiosity, he touched several more specks, and soon he felt a coolness enveloping his body, restoring his strength. Though he did not understand what these specks were, his body responded positively to them. These white dots were indeed psychic energy, but Lin Yi, being a novice, was unaware of this. By mere happenstance, his body instinctively absorbed the energy. Typically, psychic energy in the air unconsciously distances itself from living beings. Akin to a repulsive reaction, it is only during vigorous activity, life-threatening situations, or intense emotional states that the body unconsciously attracts and absorbs psychic energy. Generally, humans cannot see psychic energy, they can only vaguely sense it, making it impossible to capture without sufficient spiritual strength. However, due to his transmigration, Lin Yi's soul had merged, granting him extraordinary spiritual strength and a peculiar mutation. Thus, he could perceive and autonomously absorb psychic energy, which could be considered a form of awakened talent, although others remained oblivious to this and could not detect it. Lin Yi, unaware of his unique condition, equipped himself and continued his quest for food. Touching the white specks in the air along the way, the primeval forest was vast, and it was easy for an ordinary person to lose their way. Lin Yi, well aware of this, marked his path with his dagger every so often. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water and halted to listen intently. Discerning its direction, he discovered that the sound of the water was emanating from not far ahead. Lin Yi paused and surveyed the surroundings, noticing multiple animal tracks on the ground. Scratches on the tree bark indicated recent activity, and glancing upwards, he observed that the treetops were relatively sparse, allowing sunlight to penetrate and illuminate the previously shadowy forest. If he guessed correctly, there should be a water source ahead, frequented by numerous animals, including carnivorous ones. Lin Yi slowed his pace, gripping his dagger with one hand while gently parting the foliage with the other, moving forward with graceful stealth. Minutes later, the sound of water intensified, and Lin Yi peered through the trees to see mist rising. If he was not mistaken, a waterfall lay ahead, however, in the primeval forest. The dense thickets surrounding a waterfall were the most treacherous of places. The cacophony of the waterfall provided cover, and its allure served as the perfect hunting ground for carnivorous animals. Lin Yi's grip on the dagger trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. What excites a man more than the thrill of the hunt? This seemed an instinct ingrained in his very being, easily igniting his enthusiasm, a primal urge coursing through his veins, eager to be unleashed. Yet, in his past life, the only legal form of hunting he had known was fishing. According to incomplete statistics from the Chinese Fishing Association, there were 140 million fishing enthusiasts in China, 1 in every 10 people. This enigmatic organization boasted a skill dubbed never going home empty-handed, making it shrouded in mystery and allure. Now is not a time of past lives. Within this primordial forest, at least all hunting is legitimate at present. Lin Yi's blood surged with excitement, for this was his very first hunt in his lifetime. His grip on the hunting knife tightened once more as he endeavored to calm his racing heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi fixed his gaze ahead, when suddenly, a chill coursed through him. His eyes locked onto the scene before him. Coincidentally, atop a nearby rock, beside sparse grass, a pair of crimson eyes also scrutinized him. Their slit pupils flickering with curiosity, it was evident that the owner of those eyes had noticed Lin Yi, and he too had become aware of it. Both remained motionless, intently focused on one another. How unfortunate! Lin Yi cursed inwardly, realizing he had stumbled right into the line of fire. The creature, with its slit pupils, regarded him with a hint of confusion, perhaps taken aback by such an unfamiliar being. Neither party moved, locked in a stalemate. The creature's pupils bore uncertainty, seemingly deliberating whether to strike, having never encountered a being like Lin Yi before. Yet Lin Yi was paralyzed with fear. However, they were perilously close to one another. And after a moment of hesitation, the creature resolved to act. Its claws rose, and its body lunged forward, poised to attack. Lin Yi sensed that escape might be futile. His 2 legs could never outrun its 4, especially in this weakened state. Nevertheless, fortune favors the brave. Steeling himself, Lin Yi tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand, while his left hand, unbeknownst to him, had drawn a lighter. Both were ready for confrontation. As the tension mounted and a battle loomed imminent, Chapter 3. A desperate struggle for survival, the creature slowly rose, adopting an aggressive stance. It resembled a leopard, its form sleek and muscular, with exposed fangs and a coat of brownish yellow. Lin Yi's pupils dilated in shock. This was no ordinary leopard, its size nearly rivaling that of a tiger, and those crimson slit pupils were unmistakable. This was a dire predicament. The difficulty was insurmountable. Would he truly perish here? Lin Yi's legs trembled, and thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. As the mutated leopard leapt, a shadow as dark as ink surged from Lin Yi's left, pouncing upon it. The mutated leopard seemed caught off guard. And before it could react, the shadow had tackled it. The anticipated struggle did not occur. The shadow, though slightly smaller than the leopard, was ferocious. He lunged for the leopard's throat, aiming for a vital strike. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the throat was severed. Yet the mutated leopard did not succumb. Its crimson slit pupils glinted ominously, blood jetted from the gaping wound like a fountain. Staining the ground, the shadow, letting out a fierce cry, attacked again. The mutated leopard's gaze turned vicious, its pupils flashing with renewed vigor as more blood gushed forth, creating a torrential flow. The forest echoed with a chilling wail as the shadow fell. Revealing a sleek black cat adorned with blue stripes, its entire form shrouded in darkness, with mysterious blue markings and blood of a haunting hue. Silence enveloped the scene. The mutated leopard, now gaunt and gasping like a bull, struggled for breath as air rushed through its torn throat, blood continuing to spray with each heave. Lin Yi stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the swift violence that had unfolded in mere seconds. He gazed at the blood-soaked ground, leaves and rocks, the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. After a moment of shock, reality crashed over him. He stared at the panting leopard, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. He glanced back at the cat. Had it not intervened, he might very well have been the one lying lifeless on the forest floor. Observing the still-breathing leopard, he surveyed his surroundings. The dense thicket would likely conceal the scent of blood for some time. Contemplating the peculiar tactics of the leopard, he wisely decided to retreat. After backtracking nearly 30 meters, he crouched behind a tree and waited patiently. 3 minutes passed, and the leopard's breathing ceased, its body becoming still. Lin Yi descended from the tree and, after an additional 5 minutes, hurried to the battlefield. Avoiding the blood-soaked ground, he approached the leopard and kicked it. Receiving no response, he confirmed its demise. A smile of exhilaration spread across Lin Yi's face as he swiftly began to skin the massive creature. The mutated leopard was colossal, nearly the size of an adult water buffalo. Despite having lost some blood and shrunk slightly, it still resembled a calf in size. Lin Yi's experienced hands, honed from 2 months of summer work at a slaughterhouse, made quick work of the task. Skinning such a beast was a trivial endeavor for him. Acknowledging that he could not carry the entire hide, he opted to take only a few cuts of meat. He carefully sliced off 2 hind legs, a strip of tenderloin, and a substantial chunk of belly meat, wrapping them in the skin. Gazing at the nearly human-sized bundle of leopard hide, Lin Yi swallowed hard. He dragged the package along, then picked up the peculiar cat's carcass. Suddenly, Lin Yi blinked in surprise. He noticed the cat's head, its 3 upright blue stripes standing out strikingly, adorned with numerous densely packed azure light points. Curiosity piqued, he drew his dagger and sliced open the cat's head, revealing an irregular blue crystal, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. The azure light points clung densely to the surface of the crystal. Intrigued, Lin Yi extracted it, feeling a warm, pleasant texture, accompanied by an enticing fragrance, as blue light points danced around it, while white points were drawn into the crystal. Could this be the cat's inner core? Unfortunately, it was marred and uneven. Lin Yi lifted his gaze towards the direction of the leopard's corpse, realizing he had rushed through the skinning process earlier. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spotted red light points emanating from the abdomen. Without hesitation, he cut open the belly, and guided by the red lights, he located a diamond-shaped crystal near the heart. The crystal was red, about the size of a fist, with numerous red light points congregating upon it. Yet it remained inconspicuous amidst the blood. The mutated leopard had been drenched in blood, and after skinning it, the gory mess was even more pronounced. No wonder he had overlooked it earlier. Upon further examination, Lin Yi noticed that the leopard's eyes also contained red light points, interspersed with hints of gold. He carefully extracted the mutated leopard's eyes, wiping them on the leopard hide. The orbs appeared semi-transparent and pinkish. Strikingly beautiful, the blood-red slit pupils, flecked with golden hues, presented a peculiar and otherworldly allure, exuding an air of menace. Staring for too long made Lin Yi feel dizzy. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling a wave of lightheadedness. Lin Yi staggered, realizing he had grown even weaker. He hurriedly tucked the 2 crystals and the eyes into the pocket of his jumpsuit, dragging the leopard hide with his left hand while holding the drained cat's corpse in his right, hastening back along the path he had come. Shortly after Lin Yi departed, an enchanting figure stepped onto the blood-stained ground, clad in a black jumpsuit similar to Lin Yi's but adorned with a dark hood. Her form was lithe and alluring, unmistakably female. The girl inhaled deeply, savoring the rich scent of blood in the air, and glanced at the dismembered and skinned leopard. Her body trembled slightly as she murmured to herself, "It seems this forest has gained yet another formidable individual, one to be reckoned with, a being capable of slaying an 8th-tier mutant, and this beast may even possess a unique bloodline." After surveying the surroundings for traps, the girl smiled. Indeed, a true powerhouse. There's still so much meat left. She proceeded to detach the leopard's chest and front legs. With a flick of her fingers, the rings on her hand shimmered, and the meat vanished. Observing the path Lin Yi had dragged his spoils along, she hesitated for a moment before turning to walk in the opposite direction, muttering to herself, "A true powerhouse indeed. No attempts to conceal their tracks whatsoever." Returning to the great tree, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the misinterpretation of his earlier actions. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered much. However, he would undoubtedly feel regret, believing he had lost the chance to return to civilization. Exhausted, Lin Yi gazed at the extinguished campfire beneath the tree, then at the darkening sky. He produced the lighter and reignited the remnants of wood. Opening the leopard hide, he placed one of the hind legs directly over the flames to roast. Scars from bites and cuts marred the leg, remnants of his earlier hunger-driven consumption. Given the sheer size of the leopard's leg, Lin Yi had no choice but to roast and eat simultaneously. Once the outer layer was cooked, he skillfully sliced off the tender meat and continued to cook, alternating between roasting and eating, washing it down with the rainwater he had collected earlier. As he continued to feast, Lin Yi soon found himself unable to consume any more. A glance revealed that he had devoured nearly half of the hind leg. His stomach bulged. Patting his belly, he finally felt satisfied. The meat, surprisingly tender and flavorful, bore no resemblance to that of a ferocious beast. Lin Yi had the fortune of tasting tiger meat before his traversal, and the experience left him with a singular impression. It was tough and rather fibrous, to the extent that he suffered from gum bleeding afterward, which persisted for several days. In contrast, the meat of the leopard, once roasted, bore a texture reminiscent of beef, yet surprisingly tender and succulent, satisfying Lin Yi's ravenous appetite to the point of indulgence. After carefully shearing off the remaining portion of the hind leg, he wrapped it in large leaves and fashioned moist balls of clay to bury before the fire. He then retrieved the other hind leg, meticulously deboned it, and sliced the meat into strips to be smoked on a makeshift rack of tree branches. Subsequently, he wrapped the tenderloin in leaves, slathered it with a thick layer of clay, and ascended a towering tree to excavate a human head-sized cavity in the trunk, where he placed the clay-encased meat. After sealing the opening, he turned his attention to the feline carcass, severing the head of the mutated cat, eviscerating it and discarding the innards, while the tattered skin was likewise cast aside. The entrails were wrapped in the skin and buried a kilometer away, while the remaining cat meat, bones included, was dried. Once all was completed, Lin Yi sat quietly before the fire, lost in a myriad of thoughts. This forest was undeniably perilous, fraught with countless unknown entities and creatures yet unseen. On this day, having ventured scarcely 2 kilometers, he had already encountered 2 extraordinarily powerful beings, their unfathomable blood control abilities and astonishing speed sending shivers down his spine. Such threats loomed in the distance, fraught with unimaginable dangers. Reflecting on the day's events, Lin Yi felt a tremor of fear. For the time being, food was no longer a concern, and a water source lay within the territory of the leopards ahead. The paramount challenge remained: how to evade these looming threats. With this in mind, Lin Yi produced his unique acquisitions from the day: 2 bizarre eyeballs, 1 irregular crystal of a ghostly blue hue, and a red diamond-shaped crystal. Focusing intently, he observed that the eyeballs and diamond crystal radiated red specks of light, while the irregular crystal shimmered with blue points. Flecks of white light drifted through the air, some converging towards the crystals before being absorbed. When his body came into contact with the white light, it too was drawn in, evoking a sensation of comfort. As his mind relaxed, all the luminous points vanished. Upon concentrating once more, the colorful points re-emerged. Could this be my extraordinary ability? Perhaps a benefit of my traversal or a latent talent from my previous existence? Regrettably, I possess no memories of that former life. If only I could recall, my current confusion might dissipate. This ability may well be the key to my survival and return to civilization. Focusing again, he absorbed a white point from the air. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the ambient white light could be absorbed, could the other colored points within the crystal also be absorbed? Acting on impulse, he retrieved the smaller ghostly blue irregular crystal, placing it in the palm of his left hand, while concentrating on absorbing the blue light points within. To his astonishment, one of the blue points seemed to stir. Without needing to see, Lin Yi could sense its movement. Again, he focused, and the blue point moved once more, indeed responding to his will. With his attention fixated on this animated blue point, Lin Yi felt a surge of control over it. Gradually guiding the blue point towards the edge of the crystal, it soon approached the brink. However, despite his efforts, the point remained stubbornly inside the crystal. After exerting himself for a time, fatigue washed over him. Just as he was about to concede, he noticed a minute white point breach the crystal's edge and enter, only to be consumed by the blue point. This offered a solution. Lin Yi placed the blue crystal in an area rich with white light points. And after nearly an hour, one such point was finally drawn near. As it was about to be absorbed, Lin Yi swiftly maneuvered the closest blue point to the edge of the crystal. In the instant the white point entered, the blue point lunged forth, devouring it and successfully exiting the crystal. Grasping the liberated blue point, Lin Yi absorbed it, feeling a delightful tingling sensation, as though invigorated after a prolonged drought. The effect surpassed that of the white points. His mental state improved significantly, akin to having enjoyed a restful slumber. Lin Yi continued this methodical absorption, tirelessly drawing in the blue light points as stars twinkled and faded. Chapter 4. Breakthrough and Exploration. As the sun bathed the earth in its golden glow, Lin Yi, having absorbed the blue light points throughout the night, felt extraordinarily invigorated. Not only had his fatigue vanished completely, but his mental acuity had also enhanced. He could now perceive light points in the air from a greater distance, previously limited to a mere 10 meters, which had now expanded to 20. After a night of absorption, he had collected 35 blue light points, yet the points within the ghostly blue crystal remained as dense as ever. Contemplating this, Lin Yi set the crystal aside and rose to stretch his limbs. Producing a series of satisfying pops, gurgling sounds emanated from his stomach, prompting him to pluck several pieces of yesterday's dried meat from his makeshift rack and consume them eagerly. The flavor was reminiscent of chicken, delightfully crunchy. Finally, he was spared the taste of earthworms, and the memory of their flavor sent an involuntary shudder through him as he chewed vigorously. After devouring a few slices of meat, Lin Yi unearthed the remaining portion of the hind leg he had buried before the fire. Upon unwrapping it, an enticing aroma wafted forth. The meat bore a resemblance to braised pig's trotters, and with a gentle tug, the muscle fibers separated effortlessly, presenting an incredibly appetizing sight. Cradling the sizable chunk of meat, larger than a human head, he dove in, savoring its tender, juicy texture, which reminded him of his mother's braised pork trotters. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Would he ever return home? It seemed unlikely. This body was not his original form. Returning would pose its own challenges, and this place was certainly not Earth. Occasionally listening to their quarrels brought him a strange sense of happiness. Whether it was the steam rising from the food or the wind playing tricks on his eyes, Lin Yi felt a glimmer of moisture at the corners of his gaze. In a matter of moments, he polished off the remaining hind leg meat, yet an odd sensation of hunger lingered. Upon touching his flat abdomen, he discovered defined muscle contours. What was happening? Lin Yi was astonished. His once lean physique had transformed into something unexpectedly strong overnight. He shed his bodysuit and caressed his prominent muscles, admiring the fluid lines of his arms and the clear definition of his abs. Clenching his fists with newfound vigor, he felt an overwhelming strength, capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self. As he continued to explore his physique, the pangs of hunger returned with a vengeance. Without hesitation, Lin Yi hastily snatched the remaining dried hind leg meat from the rack. Gnawing at it with fervor, the not yet fully dried jerky was delightfully chewy. Absorbed in his meal, he soon found himself consuming the entire hind leg. Stifling a dry belch, he stared at the now empty rack, which had once held an entire leg of meat, weighing dozens of pounds, devoured in a single breakfast. Lin Yi was taken aback by his own capacity, patting his slightly protruding abdomen in disbelief. Realizing he might starve before ever leaving the forest, having expected the meat to last longer than it did. Surveying his newfound, powerful physique, he clenched his fist, twisted his hips, and pivoted to unleash a punch. Crack! The force of his punch created a sonic boom. This startled Lin Yi himself. Was he truly this formidable? He examined his unscathed fist and felt the firmness of his bulging forearm. A smile crept upon his face, his first since the traversal. This must be a result of the blue light points within the crystal, yet absorbing them demanded timely replenishment of bodily energy. The blue light points seemed to facilitate physical evolution, necessitating substantial energy expenditure, which meant he could not absorb them again in the short term, as he had nothing left to eat. Lin Yi took stock of his remaining provisions. One dried mutated cat, an entire strip of tenderloin hidden in a tree, and 2 substantial thigh bones. These were all that remained for sustenance. Should he attempt to absorb more blue light points, this meager supply would scarcely last a day. Moreover, he was in dire need of water. His throat was parched. After some contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to relocate. This spot was clearly unsuitable for long-term habitation, and he had no intention of staying. He needed to continue exploring and return to civilization. But first, he required a stronghold, one that could adequately provide for his basic needs of water and food. The leopard's territory appeared promising. It likely remained undisturbed by other predators, rendering it relatively safe. He had also heard the sound of a waterfall yesterday, indicating a water source. Where there was water, there would be fish, and where there were fish, other life forms would follow. After some planning, Lin Yi decided to head toward the waterfall he had heard. Extinguishing the fire, he wrapped the bones and meat in leopard skin, slung them over his shoulder, and securely stowed the 2 crystals and leopard eyeball. with a long dagger in his right hand and a highly heated lighter in his left. He proceeded along the path he had dragged the previous day. At the same time, he concentrated, unleashing the ability to perceive light points, cautiously advancing. Meanwhile, in an outer space monitoring station, beep, data backup in progress. Backup failed, beep, data transmission for trial subject number 69 disrupted by an unknown magnetic field. Beep, should active intervention be initiated? Should active intervention be initiated? At that moment, the monitoring room of the space station was eerily devoid of personnel. Beep, no response to the issue. Default protocol initiated. Default protocol activated. In the midst of a journey, Lin Yi was suddenly aware of the two crystals he had placed close to his body emanating a slight warmth. Yet he paid it no mind, attributing it to mere friction. He followed the path he had taken yesterday, arriving at the site of the leopard's fierce struggle. It was not far from the camp. Approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away. With Lin Yi's current physical condition, he reached the location in under 15 minutes. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi spotted the skinned leopard from the previous day. Its body was crawling with a myriad of ants. Its muscles nearly devoured, a chill ran through him, quickly followed by a surge of joy. Someone had been here. The front legs had been severed, and Lin Yi eagerly scanned his surroundings, focusing intently on the ground. There were no traces, no signs of human footprints, aside from his own from yesterday. This was the work of a master. Lin Yi marveled inwardly, pondering how someone could take such large front legs, possibly more meat, yet leave no trace behind. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi decided to continue towards the waterfall. He stepped over the carcass and pressed on, emerging from a thicket to behold a lush, verdant meadow and the distant, thunderous roar of the waterfall. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of the waterfall, Lin Yi heard a series of plaintive meows. Confused, he glanced around, and the meows echoed again. Following the sound, he retraced his steps and discovered a cave nestled in the jungle not far from the scene of the leopard's struggle. The entrance was half a man's height, and the meowing emanated from within, tinged with a sense of desolation. Lin Yi unsheathed his dagger and cautiously advanced, parting the underbrush at the cave's mouth and peering inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, exceeding a person's height and covering several square meters. The cave's shape was irregular, with a few stalactites hanging from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The atmosphere within was not dark at all. At the farthest end, there was a stone platform about half a meter high, upon which lay a nest made of various pelts and dried grass, roughly a meter squared in the center of the nest. A tiny kitten was wailing pitifully. After surveying the cavern, reassured that there was no immediate danger, Lin Yi bent down and stepped inside. Ignoring the kitten's cries, he scrutinized the cave, noting the absence of animal activity for at least 2 or 3 days. And upon observing the kitten, he realized it had not eaten for at least 2 days. Approaching the stone platform, the kitten suddenly stopped its wailing, as if sensing his presence. Lin Yi reached out and grasped the nape of its neck. Lifting it up, its fur was a deep black, with familiar blue stripes adorning its body and tail. Was this not the same breed as the leopard from yesterday? Could it be its offspring? Glancing at the plump little creature, Lin Yi recalled the agile figure that had been capable of killing a leopard. At first glance, it hardly resembled a direct descendant. Perhaps it was still quite young. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that its eyes were still shut. The kitten seemed to detect a familiar scent, its nose twitching, and it began to wail anew, startling Lin Yi almost to the point of dropping it. "Goodness, you gave me quite a fright," he exclaimed, irritated. The little creature appeared rather unique. Should he steam it or braise it? The kitten seemed to understand, promptly falling silent, its tiny pink nose twitching. Lin Yi was taken aback by its series of actions. He felt compelled to concoct an unfounded accusation to eliminate it. Such a clever little creature could not be allowed to live. With a cruel smirk, he declared, "No becoming a spirit after the founding of the nation. You shall meet your end, demon." The kitten let out a loud cry, but Lin Yi burst into laughter. Having been in this place for so long without a single conversation, he was on the verge of insanity. Now, finally liberated from his solitude, even the sight of the little kitten became somewhat endearing. Gently placing the kitten down, he patted its shoulder, saying, "Little one, I will protect you from now on. You shall never go hungry as long as I have food." As he playfully rolled the kitten around, it would surely wear a look of exasperation if cats could express emotion. The kitten had likely gone several days without food. Its mother was undoubtedly the dead leopard from yesterday, which confirmed that the kitten was female. It must be yearning for milk, but where could he find any in this desolate wilderness? He pondered that perhaps he could find some water and mix in minced meat to feed it. Just then, the thought of water triggered an acute thirst in Lin, making him uncomfortable. After scanning the cave, he discovered a small waterhole in a corner, with luminescent stalactites dripping water into it. The pool was filled to the brim, yet the water did not overflow. Lin found it peculiar, watching for a while as dozens of droplets fell without any decrease in the water level. Surely this water is drinkable? An idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind as he lifted the kitten and positioned its mouth near the pool's edge. The kitten instinctively began to lap up the water, drinking with fervor as if it were a parched traveler encountering a refreshing spring after a long journey. After observing it for a moment and confirming its safety, Lin Yi tossed the little creature back into the nest, disregarding its cries. "This is for your own good. You can't drink copiously after being so famished." With that, he paid no mind to cleanliness and buried his face in the waterhole, drinking deeply. After quenching his thirst, he noted that the water level had not decreased at all. It remained full. Chapter 5. The Spiritual Spring. A temporary abode. Lin Yi gazed at the waterhole, which showed no signs of depletion. This pool was indeed unusual. Not only was it continuously dripping, but it also refused to overflow. He had just consumed nearly a liter of water, yet the pool remained unchanged, and the water tasted quite sweet. Concentrating, he noticed a multitude of tiny white light particles floating in the air, which could be inhaled with every breath. In a wonder, he felt less fatigued since entering. It was also no surprise that the kitten, after several days without food, had not perished and still had the energy to see. It seemed that the area was rich with these white light particles. For the time being, he would refer to them as spiritual energy. Lin Yi looked towards the waterhole and was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. After a while, his eyes adjusted, revealing that the water was teeming with these spiritual particles, overflowing and dispersing into the atmosphere. Following the waterhole's edge, he noticed a curved white light trail connecting the pool to the deeper recesses of the cave's rocky walls, leading further into the mountain. The stalactites above radiated a light comparable to that of the waterhole, indicating a high concentration of spiritual energy, perhaps a spiritual mine. With the stalactites being spiritual stones, he decided to dig along the white light trail, using his dagger to carve away at the rocks surrounding the pool's edge. The blade was exceedingly sharp, and with Lin Yi's current strength, cutting through the rock felt akin to slicing through tofu. In just a few strokes, he cleared the area around the white light trail, then plunged his dagger into it. With a powerful burst, a torrent of water erupted, sending Lin Yi sprawling. The pressure then subsided, and the water began to flow gently. Before long, the low area where the waterhole had been transformed into a large pool. The white light trail was indeed a spring brimming with spiritual energy, and it appeared there was an underground waterway leading further away. That would have to wait for future exploration. For now, Lin Yi contemplated how to utilize this spiritual spring. A pool of this size would surely provide a delightful bathing experience. He suddenly had a thought. However, a separate reservoir would be necessary. He couldn't very well bathe in water meant for drinking. Determined, he got to work, carving out a notch in the rock. Given that both the cave walls and floor were composed of stone, his dagger made the task easy. After half an hour, he had successfully excavated a water reservoir approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters deep, neatly stacking the cut stones around its perimeter. Once the reservoir was complete, Lin Yi proceeded to create a small chamber for himself, not so much a room, but rather a rectangular stone platform next to the kitten's nest, carved to a height suitable for sleeping. He expanded the stone surface outward, fashioning the cut stones into brick-like shapes to encircle the newly formed pool. On the opposite side of the cave, he excavated an independent restroom, 2 meters high and 3 meters long and wide, using the stones he had removed to fashion various tables and benches. Lin Yi even took the time to craft a large round table, surrounded by 4 or 5 high stone stools. Thanks to the sharpness of his dagger, these tasks were not particularly arduous. Though Lin Yi's craftsmanship left much to be desired, the results were passable enough for a temporary stronghold. The little kitten in the nest had long since quieted, listening curiously to the sounds of Lin Yi digging and stacking stones, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi, drenched in sweat and clad in a jumpsuit that had endured many days, decided to remove it. This garment was remarkable. Not only was it breathable and waterproof, but it also allowed sweat to escape while repelling insects. In the past few days, it had effectively shielded him from countless pests of the primordial forest. A simple statement would be, if it weren't for this jumpsuit, the mosquitoes and insects in the forest alone could have caused Lin Yi to perish 100 times over. The sole drawback is its lack of warmth. In fact, it provides less insulation than an ordinary garment. It is quite possible that the original owner succumbed to the cold, as Lin Yi's first impression upon crossing over was an overwhelming chill. After removing her shoes, Lin Yi leaped into the large pool, startling the little kitten with the splashes. Meow. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed heartily, enjoying her bath while simultaneously washing her clothes, humming a tune and reveling in the moment. As she bathed, Lin Yi began to feel a strange swelling in her body, causing her to sense impending danger. She quickly concentrated, gathering spiritual energy within her eyes. Suddenly, a blinding white light engulfed her vision. Countless white orbs of light began to penetrate her body, increasing in number and speed. Her body swelled further, with veins protruding like serpents coiling around her muscles, bones cracking audibly, and her hair standing on end. Lin Yi hurriedly swam to the edge of the pool, when a sudden pain shot through her eyes, as if some lock within her body had been shattered. A tingling sensation spreading throughout her being, and dark substances began to exude from her pores. Ignoring the discomfort, as the pain in her eyes intensified to a near unbearable level, Lin Yi instinctively hunched over, letting out cries of anguish. Ugh! Ah! After an indeterminate amount of time, the pain finally subsided, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Upon opening her eyes, what a sight it was! Anyone witnessing them would surely be astounded. They were as deep as black holes, with profound pupils framed in gold, emanating an air of authority, as if transcending reality itself, completely unlike the eyes of an ordinary person. Seeking spirit, breaking illusions. These were the abilities her eyes had awakened. Perhaps due to the influx of spiritual energy or a breakthrough of some kind. Seeking spirit allows her to perceive all forms of energy within her line of sight, not merely spiritual energy, but any essence of energy in its most primal form, akin to the colorful orbs she had seen before. Typically, energy is invisible, so this ability is indeed extraordinary. Were scientists on Earth capable of perceiving energy? Who knows how advanced technology might become? Breaking illusions is an ability that defies comprehension, capable of unraveling any enigma. However, Lin Yi sensed that she could not yet utilize it, her body reacting strongly against it. The information conveyed by her eyes left her somewhat bewildered, yet she felt remarkably well, aside from the unpleasant odor lingering on her. Raising her gaze, she noticed that the white orbs in the air and water were no longer converging towards her. Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. After cleansing herself of the grime, she attempted to leap ashore with vigor. Thud. Crack. Overexerting herself, her head struck the top of the cave. Lin Yi strained to pull herself free, landing on the ground with a thud, leaving 2 shallow impressions. Looking up, she saw a hole the size of a human head beside the stalagmites as sturdy as spears, breaking out in a cold sweat. My goodness, that was terrifying. Thankfully, she had avoided the sharp stalagmites. Otherwise, her life would have been in jeopardy. Lin Yi felt a rush of fear. Her strength had increased, her physical prowess enhanced, along with the addition of 2 abilities. Her eyesight had improved significantly, and she now felt her vision rivaled that of an eagle. Peering into the reflection in the pool, she observed her eyes, pure and transparent like jade, with deep pupils encircled in gold. The whites as pristine as high-quality mutton fat jade. The blood vessels that once marred the whites had vanished, making her eyes appear exceptionally bright. Some may not understand the significance of this. The reduction of blood vessels in the retina allows the eyes to be less affected by external factors, thereby fortifying vision. This is akin to a flawless piece of jade being more valuable than one riddled with flaws. The purer ocular structure greatly enhances visual acuity. Exiting the cave, she looked up at the sky, her gaze piercing through the sea of clouds to see an eagle soaring majestically, its feathers distinct and sharp. Wow! Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished at her newfound sight compared to her former self, which now seemed nearly blind. Moreover, she discerned a massive energy cluster within the eagle, indicating it was likely another extraordinary beast. Suddenly, as Lin observed, the eagle locked eyes with her, its fierce gaze sending her scrambling back into the cave. Unbeknownst to her, the eagle was equally startled and swiftly soared away, as if encountering a formidable foe. Lin was astonished. Her eyesight was undoubtedly on par with the eagle's, considering that eagles can see up to an astonishing distance of 36 kilometers, accurately targeting prey while in swift flight. Regrettably, she could not fly. Otherwise, she would surely test her abilities in the sky. The innate talents of such species were enviable, born with strengths beyond others. Reflecting on the two abilities she had just awakened, combined with her enhanced vision and physical prowess, Lin felt confident that in this primeval forest, she could easily ensure her own safety. Yet, she needed to find a way to control this surging power. Otherwise, she would inevitably cause destruction. Observing the newly formed depressions in the ground, Lin pondered silently. The best way to manage this explosive strength was to feel it, to gauge its intensity and potential. The optimal method was combat, but unfortunately, this wilderness offered little in that regard. While there were many wild beasts, battling them would be of little use, and there was no guarantee of victory in unfamiliar territory. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin felt a headache coming on. Why must I be so behind as a transmigrator? She had no choice but to consider an alternative method. Martial arts? Yes, martial arts. Lin had been an ardent fan of martial arts in her youth, practicing various forms and even attending classes. Unfortunately, she had not practiced much as she grew older, nor had she found a place to showcase her skills. After this spiritual cleansing, her body had breached a certain threshold, awakening her innate talents and significantly enhancing her mental acuity. The once vague memories of her martial arts training began to resurface, becoming clearer and more vivid. Lin recalled the martial arts she had learned and the details gradually came back to her. Perhaps I should start with Tai Chi, she mused. With that thought, she began to practice, albeit clumsily. Calm and composed, commence, diamond hammer, lazy clothes, sealed and closed, single whip, white crane spreads wings, diagonal step, embrace the knee. After completing a full set, Lin felt invigorated and, after repeating it several times, her spirits soared. Point 1 cannot be greedy. I won't practice another style for now, let's focus on perfecting this one. With that, she began to practice leisurely. Several hours later, hunger enveloped her. Lin halted, realizing her efficiency was still too low. She needed to devise a plan, for lacking control over her own body here was perilous. Remembering the peculiar leopard and cat she had encountered, along with the eagle soaring above, a sense of crisis washed over her. Any one of those creatures could easily end her life. Clenching her fists, she felt she now possessed a modicum of self-defense. It was time to venture out. Finishing the remaining meat, she crushed some raw flesh, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and fed it to the little kitten. Although it was the kitten's first time eating, it showed no resistance, its stomach becoming round and full before falling into a deep slumber. With a temporary base established, Lin planned to explore the area for several miles, seeking human presence while simultaneously gaining control over her explosive strength. Suddenly, she recalled the enormous waterfall she had seen earlier. It might serve as an excellent training ground, provided there were no fierce beasts lurking nearby. After a quick tidy-up, donning her clothes and gathering her equipment, she stepped out of the cave. The sun blazed brightly at noon, offering exceptional visibility. Activating her ability to seek spirits, Lin had become more cautious after her recent experiences. Her once restless heart had settled. With the capacity to utilize her abilities, no matter the cost, her life was far more valuable. Additionally, following her breakthrough, she could maintain her seeking spirit for extended periods. Upon looking around, Lin saw the flora and fauna transformed into three-dimensional shapes composed of green light points. While animals appeared in various colors, by the quantity and density of the light points, she could discern the levels of energy present in the plants and creatures, enabling her to assess their strength. Except for a few notable trees, the rest of the plants were composed of sparse energy points, easily penetrable by her perception. With the seeking spirit activated, the world became a vibrant tapestry of energy and color. This ability is quite extraordinary, Lin thought excitedly. I have yet to identify any drawbacks. Yet with the capabilities I currently possess, I can effectively anticipate danger and ensure my own safety. Utilizing her seeking spirit, she deftly avoided the animals, hastening toward the waterfall. The thunderous sound grew louder as she navigated past the last thicket of trees. When she finally beheld the scene before her, she was left astounded. It was not a cascade of water plummeting from the heavens, but rather an immense curtain of energy that obscured the sky. With her seeking spirit still active, the radiant energy was so intense that it caused her eyes to ache. She quickly turned off her ability, as the sight before her defied description. In that moment, a thought arose within Lin Yi. If only Li Bai were here, I wonder what breathtaking verses he might compose in response to such a spectacle. Before me unfolds a mesmerizing scene, where vapor ascends, curling gracefully like an ethereal presence, culminating in a majestic curtain of water that pierces the clouds. The mist shrouds the summit of the waterfall, giving the impression that it reaches into the heavens. Below, a vast, profound pool is agitated by the cascading water, creating ripples that dance across its surface. After a brief moment of acclimatization, Lin Yi quietly activates his spirit-seeking ability, deliberately avoiding direct gaze at the waterfall, instead directing his attention to the surroundings and the waters of the pool. Numerous creatures inhabit the vicinity of the waterfall, though none appear particularly formidable. A significant portion are herbivorous. Drawing from his previous observations, Lin Yi notes that energy clusters formed by carnivorous creatures exude a faintly crimson hue, in stark contrast to the pure energy orbs typically associated with herbivores. It is worth mentioning, however, that the fish within the pool exhibit a myriad of colors, albeit lacking substantial energy clusters. For the time being, this place seems relatively safe for him. The enormity of the waterfall presents a quandary regarding how to harness it for training. To wade directly into the torrent would undoubtedly be a fatal endeavor, likely resulting in his demise long before he reaches the base of the falls, obliterated by the relentless force of the water. After a moment of contemplation, he plunges into the water, and mere minutes later, with a splash, he hauls several sizable fish onto the shore. Remarkably, the abundance of resources here exceeds his expectations. Having previously perceived the energy levels as minimal, he had anticipated small fish, yet those near the shore measure at least half a meter in length. Lin Yi is astounded. If it weren't for the need to avoid spoilage, a single fish would suffice to sustain him for several days. Suddenly, a jolt of realization strikes him. There is someone else. His heart races as he notices movement in the grass at the water's edge, and a petite shadow emerges. The swirling mist and dense foliage obscure her presence. And being in her blind spot, Lin Yi fails to detect her until now. Had he not maintained his spirit-seeking ability, he might never have noticed her. After pondering briefly, Lin Yi reaches a decision. He grasps the fish he has just caught, holding it by the tail, and approaches the girl with deliberate slowness. The roar of the waterfall is so overwhelming that she remains oblivious until he is merely 3 meters behind her. "Hey!" Lin Yi calls out. Startled, the girl whirls around, swiftly drawing her sword, but alas, she is a fraction too late. In that instant, Lin Yi swings the large fish like a club, striking her squarely on the forehead. She collapses, her sword clattering to the ground. Lin Yi discards the fish and examines the girl. Her brows are sharp as a sword's edge, her nose elegantly arched, and her face is a harmonious blend of angles and softness. Her figure tall and athletic. What a strikingly elegant young woman. It is unfortunate, however, that a prominent bump on her forehead mars her beauty. Glancing at the discarded fish, he notes its decayed state, a result of the impact, and then turns his attention to the swelling on her head. Lin Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Had he struck her with his hands, he might have lost this rare encounter. He retrieves the silver-hued sword, approximately 4 feet in length, double-edged, with a hilt entwined by a serpent. To wield such a sword in the wilderness, one must either be an expert or a novice. You must be the former. Lin Yi muses. He uses the sword to skewer 2 fish effortlessly, indicating that its sharpness rivals that of his dagger. Gently, he lifts the girl and slings her over his shoulder, gripping the sword with the fish and making his way toward the cave. Upon returning to the cave, he finds a small kitten still sleeping soundly, blissfully unaware of the world as it purrs. He sets the girl down and uses a cord woven from leopard skin to bind her hands and feet. It is a necessary precaution. Given her athletic build and the scent of blood surrounding her, she is undoubtedly a skilled combatant, and her first instinct upon waking will likely be to resist. Thus, securing her is the prudent course of action. Observing that the girl remains unconscious for the time being, he resolves to make another trip to the waterfall to catch more fish for storage, perhaps to dry them into jerky. Hunger has become an ever-looming concern. After several trips back and forth, He has managed to capture over a dozen large fish, some measuring half a meter in length. While the largest exceeds 2 meters, he glances at the girl again. She is still asleep. It appears she will not awaken anytime soon, so he decides to attend to the fish first. He constructs a simple frame, ignites a fire beneath it, and proceeds to gut the fish, slicing them in half and suspending them on the frame to smoke. Indeed, smoking is the best preservation method in the primitive forest. Devoid of scorching sunlight, strong winds, or even the most basic seasonings. Utilizing the sword to clean the fish proves both convenient and swift. A single slice is all it takes to divide them. Even the larger fish, measuring over 2 meters, are dispatched with remarkable efficiency. The sword likely never anticipated it would be employed for such a purpose. Once he completes this task, Linny suddenly recalls a more pressing matter that remains unaddressed: the need to search the girl for any belongings. Of course, as a gentleman, he intends to do this discreetly while she remains unconscious. Linny carefully removes the pouch hanging from her waist, along with various items, including a necklace and rings adorning her fingers. Upon inspection, he discovers only a medical kit, which appears technologically advanced, containing an array of vials and syringes. The remainder consists of herbs and peculiar stones, with not a morsel of food to be found, utterly disappointing. After another thorough search, he finds no communication devices or any means of identification. Noting that she is dressed similarly to him, Linny feels a pang of unease. After some contemplation, he decides to cut a piece of leopard skin into the shape of a mask to cover her eyes. Indeed, Linny intends to interrogate her to extract any useful information. He splashes water on her face to rouse her. Coughing, she exclaims, "Who are you?" The girl struggles violently, a flicker of panic crossing her features as she feigns calmness. Saying, "Let me go. I know of a resource drop point. I can tell you." Linny remains silent, merely observing her. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, the girl grits her teeth and continues, "Please don't kill me. I can team up with you. You're the leader." Linny is taken aback. Murder? Forming a team? Leader? This place must be extraordinary. He presses his dagger against her throat, the cold steel causing her to shudder. "I ask the questions. You provide the answers without hesitation, or you shall meet your end." Linny intends to intimidate her. The girl trembles once more. Linny's voice is icy as he demands, "What is your name?" Jiangning. She hesitates, clearly not using her true name. Linny nudges the dagger slightly. "Jiang Qingning." She blurts out urgently. "What year and month is it?" "The year 248 of the exploration era, February." "Where is this place?" A look of confusion crosses her face. Yet she answers without delay, "Trial Planet number 3, in the primitive wilderness." Linny furrows his brow. She has no reason to deceive him regarding these fundamental questions. Exploration era? Trial planet? He senses trouble has arisen. This is certainly not Earth, nor even the solar system, and he cannot ascertain if it exists within the original universe. Moreover, he appears to have unwittingly participated in a trial. The trial takes place on planet No. 3, with the objectives remaining ambiguous, indicating a civilization of considerable advancement. Furthermore, this trial seemingly permits murder. This is quite alarming. Elucidate the details of this trial. Linny's voice cuts through the air once more. The girl assumes he is merely testing her resolve and, without hesitation, responds, "It is a level 1 trial, lasting 1 year, with the sole task of surviving until its conclusion a year." Linny refrains from inquiring how long the trial has already persisted, as that could easily reveal too much. After a moment's contemplation, he queries, "You wish to team up with me?" "Yes, without a team, the odds of survival are slim. The trial encourages teamwork. Rest assured, once we form a team, no member may attack another, or they will be immediately eliminated. Furthermore, you are the leader. Should you eliminate me, you too will be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Linny remains pensive, contemplating his next course of action. The girl grows anxious. "I know of a resource drop point. Teaming up with me is a wise choice. Killing me yields no benefit. This trial does not operate on a point system." Linny inquires, "How do we form a team?" The girl is taken aback. "You don't know. Are you from Tianqing Street?" Only those from Tianqing Street would be unaware of how to form a team. Linny remains silent. The girl's gaze flashes as she continues, "You simply need to mix your blood with mine by dripping it into the numbered markings on our shoulders." "Numbered markings?" Linny immediately pulls back the fabric on his left shoulder, revealing a dark number 69. He then checks the girl's shoulder, where a smooth, delicate skin bears the dark number 136. The girl flushes with indignation. Let go of me. I'll do it myself. Ignoring her, Lin Yi pricks his finger, allowing his blood to drop onto the number 136, and a miraculous event occurs. The blood is absorbed by the inky numeral. Following suit, he pricks the girl's finger and drips her blood onto his shoulder, where the number absorbs her blood as well. Suddenly, both feel a warmth in their shoulders, and a connection forms between them. Ha ha ha! Let me go! The girl exclaims triumphantly. We are now teammates, in an equal partnership. Release me. Lin Yi had no intention of holding her captive, so with a swift motion of his dagger, he severs the ropes binding her. She stands, removing the blindfold, her eyes glinting with mischief, her heroic visage breaking into a smile. You've been tricked. We are now in a symbiotic equal relationship. If I am eliminated, you shall be too. Lin Yi remains unfazed. Then explain the details. You are indeed from Tianqing Street, the girl observes with a gleam of satisfaction. When forming a team, only the team members need to merge their blood with the leader's number. The system will automatically recognize and establish a connection, though it takes time. If both parties merge their blood into their respective numbers, it forms a mutual equality contract. Should either party fail, the other will inevitably be eliminated. This contract can only be dissolved with the mutual consent of both parties. Lin Yi understood this well as he observed the girl displaying a triumphant expression, mistakenly believing she had gained an advantage, unaware that Lin Yi was utterly naive. He could only imagine how regretful she would feel if she were to discover his true circumstances. Since they had formed a team, it would be prudent to exchange some information and introduce themselves. Lin Yi spoke leisurely. My name is Lin Yi, and I possess the talent of spirit seeking. Currently, I have an abundance of supplies, enough to ensure I won't go hungry or thirsty. This cave is a treasure trove I discovered. Talent? You have talent? The girl exclaimed in astonishment, her genteel demeanor shattered. Impossible. That is exceedingly rare. Among this batch of trial participants, there are no more than 10 individuals with talent. Who with such a gift would even participate in trials? They would have already commenced their cultivation. Is it truly so rare to possess talent? Lin Yi responded casually, unfortunately for you. I do? Jiang Qingning, observing Lin Yi's nonchalant expression, felt a vain throb on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and restored her haughty demeanor. Coldly, she demanded, Where is my sword and my equipment? Lin Yi, taken aback by the girl's swift change in expression, shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the side. In truth, he was in excellent spirits. After being silent for so many days, he had finally found someone to converse with, even if she did possess an air reminiscent of a mute bride. The girl raised her eyes and glanced sideways, her smooth forehead instantly creasing with tension as she clenched her fists. The scattered belongings lay in disarray, with a white longsword thrust into the ground, its hilt still smeared with fish scales, and the blade dripping with fish blood. The girl glared, her brows furrowing. Lin Yi scratched his head. Slightly embarrassed, it seems you are quite well informed about the trials. I, however, am not. We are teammates now. Would you mind enlightening me? With a disdainful snort, the girl reluctantly began. It's evident you were merely brought along to fill numbers. Tianqing Street remains as chaotic as ever. The trial we are currently undergoing is known as the Planetary Trial, formerly called the Planetary Adaptation and Evolution Trial. The Planetary Trial is divided into 6 levels, and we are at the first level, known as the Enlightenment Trial. This is the most significant event in the entire Human Federation and serves as the foundation for its development. Its purpose is to cultivate the most powerful and capable explorers to venture into the unknown territories of space and expand humanity's dominion. At this moment, her voice took on a more solemn tone. As humanity continues to proliferate, the original star systems can no longer meet the demands of all humankind, necessitating the outward expansion of conflicts, thus giving rise to explorers. Lin Yi interjected, Wait, let me interrupt. How many humans are there currently? How can there possibly be a shortage of living space? I don't know, the girl replied. According to official statistics, within the 3 clusters of human star systems, fewer than 100,000 habitable planets have been discovered, and these 100,000 planets can only accommodate 1/3 of the total human population. Lin Yi was taken aback. How can this be? What about the remaining 2/3 of the population? And how many billions of people must live on those 100,000 planets? Jiang Qingning looked puzzled. Don't you keep up with the news? You can't possibly be one of those old-fashioned shut-ins, can you? The remaining two-thirds are mostly distributed across various space stations on the planets, while the other half resides in Tianqing Street and Jixing Street. As for the exact numbers, I don't know. Linny pondered. That shouldn't be the case. The girl continued, the root of the problem lies in the technological explosion that occurred 10,000 years ago when a prodigious genius developed an elixir of immortality, altering humanity's genetic structure and significantly extending lifespans. The average lifespan now exceeds 600 years, with some even living over 2,000 years. As the population increased, other technologies failed to keep pace, and humanity had not yet reached the capability to leave their planets. This led to terrifying wars over resources, and the conflict 10,000 years ago nearly shattered the Earth. Linny interrupted again. Earth? Where is it? How far is it from here? The girl frowned in annoyance. Don't interrupt me. I don't know. I've only read about it in books. All I know is that it is our ancestral planet, the most suitable place for our survival. It is home to the upper echelons of the entire human alliance, as well as those high-ranking explorers and nobles. The mention of Earth disrupted Lin's thoughts. The girl then spoke again, her voice now tinged with curiosity. Aren't you from Tianqing Street? You should know these basics. Could you possibly be from Jixing Street? Lin did not answer her and instead said, please introduce me to Tianqing Street and Jixing Street. Share your insights. Despite her lingering suspicions, the girl began. Tianqing Street is essentially a vast garbage dump spanning the three major star systems, named for its street-like appearance. Jixing Street, on the other hand, is a massive asteroid belt encircling the entire human star domain of the three major systems. These two locations house one-third of the entire human population. Lin's lips twitched. The garbage dump? An asteroid belt? You make it sound like a novel. And here I thought this girl believed she hails from a garbage dump. After contemplating the implications of an average lifespan of 600 years, he glanced at his youthful physique. Well, it seems I still have a few centuries to endure. Linny felt utterly speechless and asked, what are your plans for this trial? Jiang Qingning replied, just survive. What else is there to plan? If we can endure for another 9 months, that will suffice. You've awakened your talent. Haven to you. What is it? Spirit seeking, which allows me to perceive energy, Linny answered proudly. And then what? The girl questioned, puzzled. Is that all? What use is seeing energy? Linny's expression darkened as he activated spirit seeking. A flicker in his gaze allowed him to comprehend the girl's condition in an instant. Jiang Qingning felt a chill run down her spine, as if he could see right through her. She crossed her arms defensively and stepped back, her eyes fixed on his eye. In a voice that was both cold and tinged with shyness, she exclaimed, what are you using your talent to look at? You lecher! Lin deactivated spirit seeking, his expression still grim. You must be practicing some form of cultivation, right? I can see the energy flowing through your meridians, but it's not functioning properly. The energy flow in your palms, thighs, and lower back is obstructed, and one of your meridians is severed. The girl's expression darkened, shock evident in her eyes. Moreover, your right arm and left calf are injured, causing the energy to stagnate. Linny smirked as he continued, I can also see the weakest point of your energy. With just a gentle strike, you would be utterly defenseless. Though spirit seeking may seem like a seemingly useless ability, there is an adage that rings true. There are no useless abilities, only useless individuals. The ability to perceive energy may sound trivial, but everything in motion generates energy. Any object, animal, plant, or even natural phenomenon that is not in absolute stasis possesses energy and thus qualifies to be perceived. Of course, Lin's current ability does not extend to non-living energy or the energy of minute natural phenomena. Were it not for the peculiar transformation in his eyes, granting him extraordinary vision, this ability might indeed be quite lacking. You can see my weakest point? You can even perceive my energy flow? Jiang Qingning exclaimed in disbelief. Linny responded earnestly, isn't it marvelous? I find it quite fascinating. Once I activated my ability, it was as if I entered another realm, a world entirely composed of energy. You too possess energy within you. How could you lack talent? Jiang Qingning sighed. I am a celestial remnant. As you can see, the energy flowing through my meridians is not a result of any cultivation, but rather the natural path best suited for me. Unfortunately, it is flawed, leaving the energy unable to circulate, and I cannot practice any other forms of cultivation. Heaven has severed my path. The girl bit her lip, her fists tightly clenched. Lin was at a loss for words, unable to offer even a comforting remark. Indeed, what wrong had she committed? After a moment, he finally spoke. If it's broken, then mend it yourself. If heaven has obstructed your path, then carve out a new one. There is always a way. The girl looked up, biting her lips softly as she murmured, "There will definitely be a way." It was as though she was attempting to encourage herself. Moments later, she regained her fervor, stating, "Your talent is impressive, and my sword is not to be underestimated either. In a fair duel, you may not be my match." Lenny chuckled. All right, that we are teammates now. There's no need for conflict. We should focus on how to survive this trial first," he continued, "with 9 months remaining. We ought to devise a plan for our next steps." Chapter 8. Planning? The girl pondered. "Earlier, you mentioned that you found this place to be a treasure trove?" Lenny replied with a sense of pride. "Indeed, this is a natural treasure, a convergence point of spiritual energy." "Spiritual energy?" the girl questioned, her brow furrowing. "You must mean spiritual power." She turned to survey the surroundings, having been distracted since being captured by this lecherous individual. Above her, the stalactites emitted a soft glow, while neatly arranged stone chairs and benches adorned the area. There was also a stone bed and a stone platform, upon which a small black cat slept peacefully in a nest woven from various furs. Various dried fish hung at the entrance of the cave, accompanied by 2 pools of water, one large and one small, within. Jiang Qingning strolled towards the larger pool, bent down, and cupped a handful of water. Her delicate lips slightly parted as she sampled it. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a spiritual spring. Lin Yi observed the girl as she drank, his mouth opening in an attempt to speak, yet hesitating. "How should I explain that the water in the large pool is actually my bathing water?" The girl took another sip. "Why does this water have a peculiar taste?" "This is the spiritual spring. There is a spring head beneath it, but due to the water pressure, once the pool is filled, it ceases to flow. In a couple of days, I will find time to create a drainage system to expel this old spring." Lin Yi hurriedly shifted the topic. "This cave will serve as our temporary stronghold. Tomorrow, I will dig a room for you. No need. I can manage myself." Jiang Qingning regarded Lin Yi with a puzzled expression, her brow furrowing slightly. She then picked up a long sword, gracefully twirled it, and a melodious hum resonated as the cold light glimmered. The fish scales and blood were flung off, restoring the sword's icy sheen. Approaching the wall, she brandished the sword, and with swift, fluid motions, several arcs of cold light flashed, sending fragments of stone cascading to the ground, revealing a room that was even larger than the one Lin Yi had constructed. Lin Yi watched in astonishment as the girl executed her actions with fierce precision, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, feeling a pang of insecurity. "I cannot provoke her. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would surely lose. I must not let her discover that the water is bathing water." Silently, he drew out a dagger and began to dig a drainage channel. After a flurry of activity from both, the cave was transformed. Not only had 2 rooms been added, but a new pool was constructed as well. Once finished, Lin Yi inquired, "What did you mean earlier by the supply drop point?" The girl's cool voice replied, "The supply drop point is a random delivery of resources conducted by the Space Monitoring Station. It is merely labeled as random." She scoffed. "Most people are already aware. The location is even sold in the black market, and of course, this is within the rules, as it is genuinely challenging for ordinary people to survive a year on such planets. After all, this is a trial, not a death sentence." Lin Yi responded. "You mentioned that many know about it. Does that imply competition?" "This is an obvious setup. It is clearly designed to incite us to harm one another. But what is the point? The ultimate goal of the trial is to cultivate exceptional explorers, is it not? Surely, there must be no one exploring the unknown star domains?" "Uncertain. Prepare yourself for conflict," was the girl's cold retort. Indeed, Lin Yi thought to himself, this trial permits killing. The girl continued. "The death rate in the trial reaches as high as 90%, with a significant portion not falling to beasts, but rather to their own kind." Lin Yi fell silent. It is ironic that the greatest harm comes from one's own kind. Suddenly, he paused and looked at Jiang Qingning. "Did you just say prepare for conflict? Are you planning to seize resources?" "That seems unnecessary. With our current capabilities, we can undoubtedly thrive here, and surviving a year would be no challenge." Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and replied, "The first resource drop point is right here in this primal wilderness." Lin Yi countered, "This forest is so vast. Where will the resources be dropped? Uncertain. It's random. Then it's possible we might not even encounter it. When the time comes, we can just stay away and avoid competing for it. Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes again, her manner somewhat endearing. I end this round of trials. There are 100,000 people per planet, with random drops. Tell me, how many do you think will come to this primal wilderness? You might even bump into a few on your way out. When that happens, will you fight or flee? Linny was left speechless. Indeed, there ought to be at least 10 to 20,000 participants. Encountering a few would hardly be surprising. Jiang Qingning's eyes glinted with mischief as she patted the dazed Lin. Don't worry. When the time comes, just help me find people. I am quite adept at killing. Had you not ambushed me before, the outcome would have been quite different. Linny watched as the girl nonchalantly spoke of murder, swallowing hard. This one could indeed be a formidable character. Unarmed, I surely cannot contend with someone wielding a weapon. The thought of tens of thousands of ruthless individuals potentially converging upon them filled Lin Yi with dread over his severe fear of inadequate firepower. It appears I must devise a plan early on. Considering this girl's unreliable demeanor, capturing her may be a stretch. Linny asked, How long until the resource drop occurs? The girl replied, Every 2 months. That means there is less than a month remaining. Linny pondered. With less than a month left, some may even arrive sooner. Or perhaps they were already in this forest, making traps futile. The only solution is to find a hiding place and stockpile ample food. However, upon glancing at the exhilarated girl, he thought, this one will undoubtedly meddle. Thus, only one option remains. He touched the crystals in his possession, the blue ones enhancing both mental acuity and physical prowess. The red ones remaining unknown. And those eyeballs, what purpose do they serve? Observing the now tranquil girl, Lin Yi contemplated whether to inquire about her extensive knowledge. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to keep his cards close to his chest. Shifting his focus back to the spiritual spring, which also possesses the capacity to enhance physical abilities, he asked the girl, Can you absorb spiritual energy? This pool contains a wealth of it. And absorbing it could bolster your physical prowess, Jiang Qingning replied. I'm not sure. I've never tried. Absorbing spiritual energy requires a specific technique, a designated flow route. My body has its own route, but it is incomplete, so I am uncertain if I can absorb it. I will have to give it a try. With that, the girl stepped towards the spring, gradually submerging herself in the water until it reached her ankles, then her thighs. She seated herself cross-legged, and the water enveloped her chest. Linny observed the scene, rubbed his nose, and turned to ask, Do you feel anything? Does it feel as though something is being infused into your body? A sensation of swelling in your meridians and skin. Noticing that the girl remained unresponsive, he pressed on. When I absorbed from this spiritual spring, my eyes felt as if they would burst. And then I broke through. Still, the girl showed no signs of reaction. Chapter 9. The unexpected breakthrough. Seeing Jiang Qingning with her eyes tightly closed and unresponsive, Lin Yi called out again. Jiang Qingning? Jiang Qingning? The girl offered no reply. This is bad. Lin Yi's heart raced with anxiety. He activated his spiritual vision, the golden light flashing in his eyes. That moment, the spiritual energy of the world surged violently. Converging towards the girl, within her body, the incomplete meridians began to absorb the spiritual energy, akin to a long parched desert welcoming a torrential downpour, voraciously assimilating it. Lin Yi could visibly see the swelling of her meridians. Once they reached a certain threshold, the energy began to circulate, and the spiritual energy in the air formed swirling vortices around her body. As the absorption continued, the flow intensified. However, due to the inherent flaws in her meridians, energy began to accumulate at several blockages, and the ruptured areas of her meridians erupted with energy as if it were a solid force, crashing against her flesh and internal organs. Jiang Qingning trembled, a sweet taste filling her throat as blood gushed forth. From the moment she entered the pool to the instant she coughed up blood, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi barely had time to react before she was already spitting blood. Upon seeing Jiang Qingning's condition, he hurriedly leapt into the water, lifting her out. Yet, the absorption of spiritual energy persisted. The girl had lost consciousness, but her body continued to autonomously absorb the energy, albeit at a slower rate. To Lin Yi's eyes, the spiritual energy in the air rushed in like a tide, flowing into her. I must devise a plan. If this continues, she may explode, he thought, his mind racing. Why does contact with the water provoke such an energy surge? Why did splashing her earlier yield no reaction? The immediate priority is to halt the influx of spiritual energy. At the very least to slow it down. Otherwise, in less than a minute, she will be finished. There is an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy here. We need to leave the cave. With that thought, Lin Yi seized his long sword, hoisting the girl onto his shoulder, and dashed out of the cave. His leg muscles tensed, propelling him forward with explosive force, the ground cracking beneath him as he swiftly exited the cave and sprinted into the distance. Casting a glance at the girl, he noted that indeed, the intake of spiritual energy had diminished, and he continued to flee further from the cave. The farther they moved away, the less spiritual energy was absorbed. Gradually, the vortices of energy around the girl's body dissipated. Lin Yi ran nearly 2 kilometers, approaching the spot where he had dug for worms. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the girl's absorption of spiritual energy had ceased, with only a minimal amount still entering her body, but it was no longer significant, allowing Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He gently lowered the girl from his shoulder. The jostling had left her hair tousled. Obscuring her pained expression, he brushed aside the strands from her face, wiping the blood from her lips. Bathed in moonlight, her oval face, defined yet delicate, appeared before Lin Yi, her features exquisite, with elegantly arched brows. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "She is extraordinarily beautiful." Realizing the inappropriateness of his thoughts given the circumstances, he quickly turned his attention back to the girl's condition. In the realm of spiritual vision, the previously swollen meridians had returned to normal, with spiritual energy being absorbed through them. However, the energy accumulated at the blockages remained unchanged, and the damage caused by the ruptures had begun to heal. This makes no sense. She hasn't suffered any head injury, yet under such jostling, she should have awakened by now. He reached out to nudge the girl, but received no response. Checking for her breath, it was steady enough. We should find a place to set up camp. He lifted the girl again, contemplating whether to carry her on his back instead. Lin Yi felt the softness against his back, accompanied by the intermittent sound of breathing near his ear. Stirring a wave of enchantment within him, he shook his head, transforming the young girl once more into an embrace. He deftly avoided the nocturnal hunters and made his way towards the grand tree where he had previously captured earthworms. As he approached the towering tree, he was somewhat astonished to discover a flow of energy coursing within it. Moreover, its circulation speed was not significantly slower than the chaotic energy that had surged through Jiang Qingning's body earlier. A glance around revealed that the surrounding trees lacked such energy movement. It appeared this tree was extraordinary, and Lin Yi noted that the hole he had carved into its trunk to conceal meat had already healed, leaving scarcely a trace behind. This was truly remarkable, and he scrutinized the flowing energy within the tree once more, realizing it was not merely spiritual energy, but also comprised several other unknown energies. Mingling together, there were white spiritual energies, as well as hues of gold and crimson, silver, earthy brown, and green, with the green energy being predominant. Yet, he sensed no threat from this tree, having resided here for several days and even excavated a hole without any adverse consequences. He gently laid the girl down upon the hay spread beneath the tree, noticing that very little spiritual energy was entering her body now, only a sporadic few. For some reason, the spiritual energy beneath the tree was particularly scarce. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, producing a lighter and igniting the leftover wood, instantly warming the area beneath the tree. After all the exertion, Lin Yi felt thoroughly exhausted. His head grew heavy, and after adding sufficient firewood, he leaned against the tree and drifted into a light slumber. In the early morning, dew condensed on the girl's long eyelashes, dripping down like shooting stars across the expanse of her fair face. Leaving behind glistening trails, her long lashes quivered, and she shivered slightly as she slowly awakened, her autumn-like eyes gradually opening. "Hey, you're awake? How do you feel?" A boisterous voice chimed in, as Lin Yi voraciously gnawed on a pig's knuckle. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi's greasy face and the roasted pig knuckle in his hands, her throat swallowing hard. "Here, eat some skewered pig liver to replenish your blood." Lin Yi extended his hand, offering her a skewer of roasted liver. The girl's nose twitched, and her delicate hand reached out to accept the skewer. With slightly parted lips, she took small bites. "Hey, You still haven't answered me. What on earth happened yesterday? Spiritual energy surged into your body like madness. If I hadn't pulled you out in time, you would have lost your life, Lin Yi continued, munching as he spoke. We teammates, don't let me down. If you die, I'll be eliminated. The girl's voice was laced with a hint of remorse. I'm sorry, it was just an accident. It won't happen again. Lin Yi pressed on. Tell me everything in detail. Perhaps I can help you. After finishing the skewer of pig liver, the girl replied, Yesterday, I merely attempted to absorb spiritual energy into my body, but the concentration was too high, triggering a reaction from my incomplete meridian talent, and then it spiraled completely out of control. However, it wasn't entirely without benefit. She raised her hand and clenched her fist, producing a series of crackling sounds. Lin Yi stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a delicate fist could produce such a thunderous noise. I've broken through the limits of the human body. According to the realms of cultivation, I should be at the second stage. Breaking limits, she declared. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Yi inquired, breaking limits? How many stages are there in cultivation? What are they? You don't know. Clearly, you've also reached the breaking limits realm. She replied, cultivation is divided into 13 stages, also known as the 13 realms or domains. The first 5 stages are spirit absorption, breaking limits, wind mastery, eternal sky, and exploration. What about the latter stages? You won't come into contact with those in the short term. It's pointless to explain, she answered somewhat evasively. However, there is a particularly unique realm called the Awakening Realm, which is not included in the 13 realms. Anyone has the opportunity to enter this realm, even multiple times. You are not referring to the awakening of talents, are you? Lin Yi asked, biting into the roasted pig leg once more. Chapter 10. Encounter and Battle. Jiang Qingning tossed aside the skewer stick and wiped her mouth. Not entirely. The Awakening Realm encompasses the awakening of talents, as well as the awakening of other aspects, such as traits and domains. Talent awakenings are still considered rare, along with secondary and tertiary awakenings. You'll learn more about it later. The girl unceremoniously grabbed 2 skewers of roasted meat from the fire and began to eat. Lin Yi let out a satisfied burp, discarding the finished bone. What's next? Should we return to the cave? Of course we're going back. As long as I don't actively absorb spiritual energy, the cave poses no threat to me. It's merely an ordinary spiritual mind. As Jiang Qingning finished her second skewer, she added, moreover, if utilized properly, it can also enhance one's strength. She clenched her fist, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Noticing she had eaten her fill, Lin Yi began to pack up, tossing the long sword back to Jiang Qingning while hoisting half a pig's meat over his shoulder. This pork was obtained from an ordinary wild boar that had awakened him early in the morning. Not to mention, it tasted quite good. The two of them managed to finish off a significant portion of the meat. Although most of it was consumed by Lin Yi, observing Lin Yi's movements, Jiang Qingning understood, catching the thrown sword with a nod of gratitude. No need to mention it. After this trial, feel free to ask if you need anything. All right, I appreciate your assistance. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an understanding passing between them. They walked in a straight line, with Lin Yi leading and Jiang Qingning following. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a slight twist in his body. His organs contracted, and he couldn't help but cough up blood, his skin wrinkling and cracking. Jiang Qingning's eyes sharpened, and she drew her sword, swinging it towards the right front, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air towards the nearby treetop. From the treetop, a figure fell, coughing blood. An unfortunate encounter with a breaking limits sword cultivator. What bad luck? Water cannon. The figure raised his hand, and a massive water sphere formed in the air, hurtling towards Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning. Jiang Qingning swiftly moved in front of Lin Yi, slashing her sword to break the water sphere. Taking advantage of her attack, the figure had already vanished from sight. Seeing Lin Yi still coughing up blood, the girl remarked, that was likely another trial taker. His talent is water manipulation. He must have drained the moisture from your body just now. Such attacks are nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Yi halted his coughing. Taking deep breaths, having narrowly escaped death, he had never been so close to death before. The wielder of the water manipulation talent had to die. A fierce expression crossed Lin Yi's face as he activated his spirit sensing. His perspective shifted, and in an instant, his vision pierced through the forest, found him. Behind that large tree 500 meters to the right. I'm going to take him down. Help me, Linny spoke in a low voice. He had never been so close to death before. This experience truly frightened him and served as a wake-up call. This was no longer the world he once knew. Jiang Qingning glanced at Lin Yi, offering no rebuttal, and nodded, drawing her sword as she pursued him. Lin Yi hurried to keep pace while also keeping an eye on the movements of the water manipulator. The assailant, Lu Ming, was an inconspicuous junior from the Lu family of Water Star. His family did not place much importance on him, and initially, he merely wished to live a mundane life until old age. However, at the age of 60, he fortuitously came into possession of a guiding map. From that point on, he embarked on the path of cultivation. Due to limitations in talent and resources, Lu Ming did not achieve significant accomplishments. After practicing for over a decade, he had only just entered the spirit absorption stage. Finally, at 74, unable to endure the solitude of slow cultivation, he decided to embark on a trial in the Trial Star. AS is well known. The Trial Stars are carefully selected planets, brimming with resources and rich in spiritual energy. Indeed, as he had anticipated, after entering the Trial Star, relying on that guiding map, he reached the pinnacle of spirit absorption within just a month, awakening the talent, water manipulation. He believed he could soar freely from then on. But regrettably, he was defeated in his first battle. Lu Ming pressed both hands against the palm-sized wound on his chest, which was still oozing blood. Unable to comprehend why that seemingly feeble boy could withstand the draining effect of his water manipulation talent, he mused that even third-tier beasts couldn't endure it. Could it be that the boy's body was even stronger than a third-tier beast? Now, he had attracted the attention of a breaking limit sword cultivator. What a predicament. Just as Lu Ming was attempting to staunch the bleeding, he remained oblivious to the danger that was silently approaching in Lin Yi's eyes. Lu Ming appeared like a flickering flame in the darkness. Completely unable to hide, the two stealthily approached the large tree where Lu Ming was located. Lin Yi gestured to Jiang Qingning, signaling her to flank him on either side. Taking a deep breath, he crept within 2 meters behind Lu Ming. Gathering spiritual energy into his fist, he raised his hand to prepare for a strike, slightly squatting in position. Cannon fist, unleashed, with a resounding boom, the tree shattered alongside it. Just as his fist was about to connect with Lu Ming's body, a water curtain appeared out of nowhere. As expected, experience proved invaluable. At the critical moment, the water curtain intercepted Lin Yi's fist. Lu Ming, terrified, found the water curtain dissipating in an instant. Stepping back, he raised his hand, intending to unleash his water manipulation to extract the moisture from the assailant's body. Unfortunately, a piercing sound of a sword echoed as a glimmer of cold light streaked through the air. Lu Ming's world was turned upside down as a head, wearing an expression of shock, fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Blood splattered across Lin Yi's face, and as he gazed at the headless corpse and the rolling head, he felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. A living person had perished in an instant. Life was indeed fragile, and death was not far from us. Collecting himself, he looked at Jiang Qingning, who was nonchalantly examining the corpse. And Lin Yi's lips twitched. She truly was a cold-hearted killer. Wiping the blood from his face, he crouched down to assist in rummaging through the body. Jiang Qingning skillfully sliced open the clothing of the headless corpse. Beginning to search through its contents, before long, several items were unearthed. A few unidentified beast crystals, a short sword, and a gourd filled with liquid. Lin Yi extended his hand to touch the fabric of his clothes, which had been torn by Jiang Qingning, and suddenly felt an unusual presence. Upon inspection, he discovered a hidden layer. Ripping it open, he was met with a withered yellow piece of paper, the material of which was unknown, adorned with an interconnected illustration. Beside it were several unfamiliar characters that resembled ancient script. Lin Yi turned to Jiang Qingning and inquired, "Do you recognize what this is? And what about these characters?" Jiang Qingning replied, "This appears to be an ancient guide map, likely used for absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. As for these characters, I cannot decipher them." Lin Yi asked, "Do you want it?" "It holds no value for me." Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes, her expression indicating she was aware of the obvious. Lin Yi chuckled, acknowledging her point. After all, this woman was a celestial remnant, her meridians shattered, rendering the map useless to her. "I'll take this gourd then. The rest is yours." Jiang Qingning spoke coldly. "All right," Lin Yi said, swiftly collecting the items from the ground, particularly the beast crystals. His current strength was largely attributed to the previous blue crystal, and these crystals should possess similar properties. They were indeed a valuable asset for growth. The more, the better. Moreover, the guide map was likely of considerable worth, considering the water-controlling individual was no weakling. Had it not been for their ambush, they might have struggled against him for a time. After neatly stowing the items and burying the corpse, the two returned home together. Chapter 11. The guide map. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yi was greeted by the pitiful cries of a small kitten. Having been away for a day and a night, the cat must have been starving. Lin Yi hurriedly picked up the kitten, only to discover that its eyes had surprisingly opened. Its little eyes darted around, with tear streaks at the corners, mewing pitifully. There was an inexplicable charm about it. Jiang Qingning glanced at the kitten, recognizing it as a blue Huan spirit cat, a rare mystical creature that could reach the 6th tier in adulthood, with unknown abilities. Furthermore, it only had deep blue eyes, possibly due to some mutation, suggesting great potential. Lin Yi noted the deep blue of its eyes and pondered why it was called a blue Huan spirit cat. When it appeared black.as, he stroked the kitten's black fur. It immediately quieted down. Jiang Qingning, exasperated, remarked, "How would I know? Perhaps its blood is blue." Lin Yi considered this, recalling that during the battle between the leopard and the spirit cat, the latter had indeed sprayed blue blood. With that thought, he set about preparing food for the kitten, mashing raw meat and mixing it with spiritual spring water to form a paste, which he poured into a freshly carved stone bowl. Placing the kitten down, he watched as it climbed step by step to the bowl, devouring the food with satisfied mews. Observing the kitten's delight eased Lin Yi's worries. While he prepared the kitten's meal, Jiang Qingning returned to her room, placing her long sword across her legs as she sat cross-legged on the stone bed in quiet meditation. After ensuring the kitten was settled, Lin Yi silently retreated to his own room. Sitting on the stone bed, he quietly reflected on the events of the past few days. Since his inexplicable arrival in this world, he had encountered the fierce battle between the leopard and the cat, only to benefit from the aftermath. Uncertain of what the blue crystal was, he had absorbed its luminous points and inadvertently achieved a breakthrough. Soon after, he had met Jiang Qingning, becoming her ally, and had saved her during an unexpected ambush. Nearly losing his own life in the process, he felt utterly inadequate, a brute with power yet lacking skill. Ever since breaking through to the extreme realm, Lin Yi sensed a vast reservoir of energy and potential within himself. Alas, he felt as though he possessed a treasure mountain without a path to access it, only able to utilize the spiritual energy within his body in a rudimentary manner, akin to a child wielding a stick taller than himself, wasting a fortune without knowing how to use it. After calming his thoughts, Lin Yi realized that he was not lacking in strength, but rather in the techniques and experience to wield it effectively in the short term. He resolved to cease absorbing spiritual energy and blue crystals, focusing instead on honing his skills. However, based on his memories from his previous life, he could only improve his physical prowess to a limited extent, while the greatest treasure within him, the technique for utilizing spiritual energy, remained elusive. Initially, Lin Yi considered consulting Jiang Qingning, but she had only absorbed spiritual energy the day prior. Asking her would likely yield little. He could only seek her guidance on combat techniques, recalling her formidable swordsmanship with a shiver. Suddenly, an idea struck him, cultivating spiritual energy. A flash of insight prompted Lin Yi to rummage through his belongings, retrieving the withered yellow map. He recalled Jiang Qingning mentioning that it was likely a guide for cultivating spiritual energy. As a celestial remnant, she possessed a natural cultivation technique, albeit incomplete, rendering this map useless to her. However, for Lin Yi, who was neither a genius nor inherently gifted with a cultivation method, it might hold significant value. Moreover, the water-controlling individual had kept this guide close, indicating its importance. Perhaps his abilities stemmed from it. With nothing to lose, Lin Yi decided to attempt cultivation. He needed to enhance his strength, for with 9 months remaining, he feared he would not endure. Although he could not decipher the characters on the map, the illustration itself was comprehensible. Upon close examination, he saw a figure depicted, with various acupoints connected by meridians, forming a complete circulation diagram. There were a total of 108 acupoints, 9 major acupoints and 99 minor ones, evenly distributed throughout the body. The 9 major acupoints were located at the center of the forehead, neck, heart, chest, both arms, dantian, and both thighs. The starting point appeared to be the heart, from which spiritual energy flowed through the acupoints, creating a cycle to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while also enhancing control over it. The challenge lay in locating these 108 acupoints and effectively channeling the energy to connect them. Based on his observations of Jiang Qingning, Linny recognized that human meridians inherently possessed energy, albeit in sparse amounts and stagnant flow. Correspondingly, the acupoints contained energy as well. The energy within the meridians appeared as linear forms, while the energy in the acupoints manifested as points. This made things simpler. Lin Yi's innate talent was sensing spiritual energy, allowing him to perceive energy clearly. Locating the acupoints on his body would not be difficult. The real challenge lay in making the energy flow. Lin Yi halted his thoughts, realizing that contemplating too much was futile. Practical application was the only true measure of truth. With that, he took action, resorting to the most rudimentary method. He would attempt to draw upon the energy as he had when absorbing the blue energy from the crystal. Using his mental strength to guide and push it. Starting with his left hand seemed prudent. Should there be severe consequences, he could halt the process to mitigate damage. Focusing intently, Lin Yi endeavored to draw the energy from the major acupoint in his left hand, yet found it unyielding. Frustrated, he began with the smallest acupoint, slowly coaxing the energy. Suddenly, he felt movement. The energy within the small acupoint stirred, gradually flowing. One particle, then two, and soon a multitude began to circulate, triggering a chain reaction. Lin Yi directed the energy within the meridians toward the nearest minor acupoint. Upon impact, the acupoint quivered but did not yield. Undeterred, he thought, if I can achieve movement once, I can do so again. He persisted, attempting again and again. By the fifth attempt, the energy within the acupoint trembled more violently. On the sixth attempt, the energy successfully surged through the small issue point. In that moment, the acupoint generated a powerful attraction, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings. The energy entering the acupoint was carried along by the flowing energy in the meridians, spreading to other acupoints. Lin Yi found it increasingly manageable, merely needing to control the initial flow to guide it toward the unactivated acupoints. 1, 2. Several acupoints were opened, the energy in the meridians flowing faster, more acupoints yielding until his entire left hand, save for the major acupoint, was activated. However, when all the energy surged toward the major acupoint, it paused momentarily. Remaining still, Lin Yi would not be dissuaded. He pressed on. The energy within the meridian surged again, drawing in a substantial amount of ambient spiritual energy, forming whirlpools around Lin Yi's body. Though not as grand as Jiang Qingning's when she unleashed her full power, it was still impressive. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in Lin Yi's world. The energy within the major acupoint in his left hand fluctuated violently but still did not break through. On the third attempt, the energy flowed even faster, accumulating in greater quantities. Finally, it broke through. Lin Yi's consciousness faded as he lost the battle against exhaustion. His mental energy had been utterly depleted. Chapter 12. Becoming stronger. Lin Yi was unaware of how long he had been unconscious when he finally awoke. As he slowly opened his eyes, an intense pain surged through his body, particularly in his arm, sending sharp jolts through his nerves. What on earth? Why does it hurt so much? Lin Yi raised his hand to knock on his head. Recalling the memories of his earlier endeavor, he distinctly remembered successfully impacting the acupoints, but could not recall what transpired afterward. As he lifted his painfully throbbing left hand, he suddenly realized that his internal spiritual energy had surged dramatically, nearly tripling in volume. Moreover, the spiritual energy that flowed through his left hand had become exceptionally easy to control, as if it were an extension of himself. However, this sensation was not replicated in the other parts of his body. It seemed he had succeeded, and this excruciating pain was likely a residual effect. Lin Yi once again utilized his spiritual energy to clear the meridians, and only then did the excruciating pain begin to subside slightly. It appeared to be effective. His strength had nearly doubled. How formidable would he become if he could open all the meridians in his body? Lin Yi found it difficult to fathom. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the air resonated with a thunderous sound. Lin Yi was astonished. With his current prowess, he felt confident that he could obliterate the previous water-controlling individual with a single punch, entirely without needing Jiang Qingning to deliver that final strike. This was merely the raw power of his physical form. He was drifting further away from relying solely on brute strength like a simpleton. Surely, He would not fight in such a manner. Lin Yi shook his head, dismissing the thought. He promptly exited the room and made his way toward Jiang Qingning's quarters. Due to the recently repaired room lacking a door, Lin Yi walked straight in. Upon entering, he beheld Jiang Qingning sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, a long sword resting across her knees, her eyes closed as if she were engaged in some form of cultivation. The moment Lin Yi stepped inside, Jiang Qingning suddenly opened her eyes, her elongated phoenix-like gaze flashing with a sharp glint. Locking onto Lin Yi, he felt a twinge of unease. Excuse me, Lin Yi stammered. Slightly nervous, Jiang Qingning continued to stare unwaveringly at him, her cool voice cutting through the silence. What brings you here at this late hour? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was it really the middle of the night? He noticed upon waking, his attention consumed by his own burgeoning power. How could he explain himself? Fidgeting, he scratched his head. I wanted to consult you about swordsmanship. Jiang Qingning's eyes betrayed skepticism as she glanced at Lin Yi, whose forehead was glistening with a light sheen of sweat. She replied, "Let us do it tomorrow. It's too late tonight. The sounds of combat may attract beasts." Lin Yi sighed in relief. "All right, tomorrow then." He then hastily exited Jiang Qingning's room. Observing Lin Yi's flustered retreat, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Qingning's lips as Lin Yi rushed out. He glanced at the pitch-black night outside the cave entrance. Indeed, it was already midnight. He seemed to have been unconscious for quite some time. Fortunately, he was inside the cave. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by wild beasts long ago. It appeared he needed to open a window in the room. Lin Yi pondered. However, there was no urgency. The immediate priority was to comprehend his own strength. With that thought, he activated his spirit sensing ability. Assessing himself, he focused particularly on his left hand. He noticed that the flow of energy within the meridians of his left hand was indeed swifter than in other parts of his body. Furthermore, his control over the spiritual energy in his left hand was superior to that in other areas. However, he noticed that the meridians in his left hand had slight fissures. The spiritual energy surging through the cracks impacted the delicate nerves, which seemed to be the cause of the intense pain in his left hand. What should he do? This injury seemed unlikely to heal soon. If he were to engage in a fierce battle, the accelerated flow of spiritual energy would likely exacerbate the pain. He needed to devise a solution. As he continued to think, he found himself at a loss, so he chose to stop pondering. Sleep eluded him, yet what could he accomplish in the dead of night? Until he found a method to mend his meridians, he ought to refrain from considering acupoint strikes. Otherwise, he might end up in pain even while walking. What should he do? Perhaps he could absorb the blue crystal? With that thought, Lin Yi retrieved all the crystals he had. 2 of them were from the previous encounter between the leopard and the cat. 1 blue and 1 red. The other 4 crystals were obtained from the individual with water-controlling abilities. 1 black, 2 green, and 1 white. He had previously absorbed the blue crystal, which enhanced his mental strength and capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. The red crystal from the leopard remained a mystery, and he had no time to explore its effects. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi picked up the red crystal and began to absorb it, using the same method he had applied to the blue crystal. Having broken through 2 realms and absorbed the blue crystal, his mental strength had significantly increased, making it easier to draw forth the red energy. Before long, he managed to absorb 1 red energy point. Upon absorption, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth. His blood flowed faster than usual, and his heartbeat grew stronger. After consuming over 20 red energy points, Lin Yi sensed that he could slightly control the flow of his blood. The sensation was not pronounced, but after absorbing nearly 100 more red energy points, he realized he could indeed control his blood to some extent, albeit still faintly. Nevertheless, this revelation informed him of the red crystal's function. Upon completing the absorption, he would acquire a blood-controlling ability. Blood control? In a certain sense, this skill was not inferior to controlling water. Was this a man-made talent? Lin Yi was astonished. However, this ability held little significance for him at this stage. He simply did not have the time to absorb this crystal. Observing that he had just consumed nearly 100 energy points and that the energy within the crystal showed no signs of depletion, Lin Yi set down the red crystal and picked up the green one, proceeding to absorb it as before. After consuming over 100 green energy points, Lin Yi felt considerably lighter. It seemed this crystal enhanced speed, which was of no use to him at the moment. He continued by picking up the white crystal and began absorption. As he absorbed the first white energy point, a refreshing sensation radiated from the ruptured meridian in his left arm. What was this? Lin Yi hastily continued absorbing. 2, 3, 5. The cooling sensation grew more pronounced until, upon reaching the 50th point, he discovered that a tiny rupture in his meridian had healed. The crack vanished, becoming even more resilient than before. Lin Yi was elated. The white crystal likely possessed healing properties. He had found a solution. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to absorb the energy. Gradually, one injury healed, then two, then 3.1 meridian, then 2. The speed of recovery accelerated, and Lin Yi became increasingly engrossed in the process. A radiant smile spread across his face. At dawn, Lin Yi had completely restored the ruptured meridians in his left hand. A small portion of the white energy points in the white crystal had also diminished. Gazing at the remaining white energy points, Lin Yi felt confident that he could continue to mend the meridians throughout his body and that there would be enough energy remaining. It seemed he could proceed to unblock the acupoints. He clenched his left hand, now devoid of any pain, and Lin Yi's face lit up with excitement. He retrieved the guiding diagram and resumed channeling the spiritual energy through his meridians to strike the acupoints. Growing even stronger, unbeknownst to him, he had already missed the appointment to spar with Jiang Qingning. Chapter 13. Sparring noon. An overwhelming sensation of hunger roused Lin Yi from his meditative state. Feeling the surge of power within him, as well as the swelling spiritual energy coursing through his veins, a smile slowly formed on his lips. However, the intense hunger once again pulled him back into reality. Goodness, what time is it? I'm starving. Lin Yi descended from the stone bed where he had been cultivating and stored away nearly half of the white beast crystal. Stretching lazily, he heard his bones crack and pop. After nearly a day of impacting his meridians and absorbing the white crystal to repair the damaged channels, Lin Yi found that more than half of his meridians and acupoints had been opened. Only the ones in his chest cavity and head remained unblocked. Stepping outside, he glanced at the sky, where the sun hung high. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered that there was something important he had yet to do, though he couldn't immediately recall what it was. As he walked toward the cave entrance, he was suddenly hit by a foul odor of burnt protein, which was quite unpleasant. He sensed a chilling gaze fixed intently upon him. Turning his head, he saw a striking figure standing in the distance. A white long sword at her waist and a wooden sword in her hand. Her mournful gaze was directed at Lin Yi. Upon seeing the young woman, Lin Yi instantly recalled that he had seemingly stood her up. He looked up at the towering sun. Yes, he had indeed missed their appointment. If I said it was an unforeseen circumstance, would you believe me? Lin Yi said as he approached. The young woman remained silent, tossing the wooden sword at Lin Yi while simultaneously drawing her long sword. Aren't you here to seek my guidance in swordsmanship? The young woman's expression remained unchanged as she flicked her long sword, declaring, Come on, I will only use the spine of my sword. Observing her serious demeanor, Lin Yi felt an intensifying sense of guilt. Holding the wooden long sword, he was torn between using it and the fact that he didn't know how to wield it. Jiang Qingning seemed to perceive his embarrassment and suggested, If you can't use a sword, let us have a contest of hand-to-hand combat instead. It will be a good way for us to understand each other. With that, the young woman sheathed her long sword and formed a fist with her delicate hand. Lin Yi, feeling bashful, scratched his head and set the long sword aside, mirroring her stance in a Tai Chi starting position. The Tai Chi posture, calm and natural, exuded a sense of tranquility. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi's ordinary yet natural stance, and her eyes lit up. She set aside her earlier doubts and formed a fist with her other hand as well. When the two fists clashed, an imposing aura erupted. Lin Yi suddenly felt as though he was facing not a young woman, but a formidable beast of regal might. This is bad, Lin Yi thought anxiously. She wouldn't he take the opportunity to retaliate, would she? Yet since they were already in position, a fight was inevitable. Lin Yi clenched his fist and assumed a defensive posture. Jiang Qingning understood immediately. With a powerful thrust of her left foot, her figure vanished in an instant. So fast. Lin Yi was astounded, activating his spirit-sensing ability and scanning the area. Nothing. How could that be? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back. Using the force from the blow, he rolled forward and resumed his defensive stance, though this time there was a significant opening in his defense. Jiang Qingning wasted no time. She closed in, Her fist raised in a swift attack aimed directly at Lin Yi's abdomen. Thanks to his spirit sensing, Lin Yi finally caught sight of Jiang Qingning's movements. However, it proved utterly futile. The speed was simply overwhelming. A sharp pain surged through Lin Yi's abdomen. Yet this time he did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly seized Jiang Qingning's wrist. With a deft maneuver, he redirected the force, grasping her firmly once more, his fingers tightly gripping her wrist. Utilizing the principle of yielding, he sent the girl soaring into the air. Yet there was no trace of panic on her face. With a swift contraction of her waist, she pressed her feet against Lin Yi's shoulders. Her other hand formed a fist, striking towards him. Lin Yi sensed her intentions but found himself at a loss, compelled to relinquish his hold on her wrist. He brought his palms together, presenting a defensive stance, bracing against her incoming blow. Thud. The sound of their fists colliding resonated, and Lin Yi was immediately struck by intense pain in his hands. The bones crackled ominously. Had it not been for the recent enhancement of his meridians, his hands would have surely fractured. Moreover, the residual force from the girl's strike reverberated through him, causing agony to radiate through his internal organs. Damn it, I miscalculated. I cannot take this head-on. Lin Yi hastily released the girl and pivoted, creating distance between them, re-establishing a defensive posture akin to Tai Chi. Observing this, the girl launched another assault, her speed amplified, her body enveloped in spiritual energy, her strength significantly augmented. In Lin Yi's eyes, he could see the spiritual energy coursing through Jiang Qingning's incomplete meridians, forming a semicircular flow that barely sustained her form, leaving substantial vulnerabilities. However, this also nearly doubled her power and speed. At this moment, Lin Yi too unleashed his spiritual energy, enveloping his body to bolster his defenses while flooding his meridians with energy. His speed and strength surged dramatically, but this time, he did not adopt the Tai Chi stance. Instead, he assumed the position of the Eight Extremes fist, activating his full potential. His eyes gleamed with golden light, and in his perception, the world seemed to slow down, rendering Jiang Qingning's movements crystal clear. Just as she appeared at his side in a flash, Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped to the left, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at the vulnerable point where her spiritual energy faltered. The Tai Chi stance emphasized calmness and adaptability, relying on softness and the principle of yielding to overcome strength. In contrast, the Eight Extremes fist was characterized by its sheer force and overwhelming might. Striving for unyielding penetration, Jiang Qingning was caught off guard, and with a careless moment, Lin Yi's strike landed on her side, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. She had not anticipated such a drastic shift in Lin Yi's power. Transitioning from gentle to ferociously powerful in an instant, the sound of her bones fracturing filled the air. The girl executed an aerial somersault, dissipating much of the force, yet sustaining significant injury. Her previous dismissive attitude vanished, replaced with a solemn expression. Lin Yi, equally astonished, had never imagined he could inflict such harm on Jiang Qingning. The sound of her bones breaking startled him, and he quickly withdrew. Concern etched on his face as he regarded her. His initial strike had been instinctive, entirely unforeseen in its effectiveness. Enough, enough. If this continues, we might draw the ire of a true challenger, and we would both be in peril. Lin Yi thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Observing his hesitation, Jiang Qingning similarly withdrew, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. With a crack, her ribs realigned, leaving Lin Yi in shock. Just how fierce was she? I cannot afford to provoke her further to my apologies. I miscalculated the timing of my training. The surge in strength has yet to be fully mastered, Lin Yi stammered. Jiang Qingning remained silent, turning to re-enter the cave. Chapter 14. The Addiction to Cultivation. The proud one. Lin Yi glanced at the girl and picked up his wooden sword, following her inside. Upon entering the cavern, he found Jiang Qingning already seated on a stone platform in the stone hall. Imitating her, Lin Yi also sat down. Jiang Qingning regarded him, initially intending to vent her frustrations on him, only to find he had injured her instead. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Your strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. Plenty of power but lacking in technique and experience." She furrowed her brow. "However, your martial skills are quite impressive, shifting between gentleness and ferocity with remarkable intent. Yet, you have not fully harnessed their potential. Moreover, how have you managed to enhance your physical capabilities in such a brief span?" Jiang Qingning gazed at Lin Yi with curiosity. Lin Yi, unreserved, elaborated on his method of channeling energy through the acupoints. Jiang Qingning listened in astonishment. You can perceive the acupoints? You even discovered beast crystals that can mend the meridians? And you can cultivate that guiding diagram? Her expression oscillated between shock and skepticism. Lin Yi, noting her doubtful gaze, smirked and produced the white beast crystal, nearly half absorbed, along with the weathered guiding diagram. Surely you must have known about my ability to see through the meridians? That is my innate talent. Recalling Lin Yi's unique ability, Jiang Qingning's expression turned peculiar to it. Seemed that only the inept bore useless talents. Taking the items from Lin Yi, she attempted to manipulate her internal spiritual energy according to the diagram's pathways, only to find the flow extremely cumbersome, far inferior to her natural meridian route. Given her existing limitations, she felt no surprise and quickly lost interest in the guiding diagram. Setting it aside, she focused on the white beast crystal. Following Lin Yi's instructions, she endeavored to absorb the white energy points within, yet found herself utterly unable to sense any. Jiang Qingning's expression darkened as she glanced at Lin Yi, skepticism evident in her voice. Can you truly absorb the white energy from this beast crystal? Of course, it's quite simple. You just need to sense the white energy inside, then draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy to open the crystal's passage. Lin Yi replied. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Qingning concluded he was not lying. It appeared to be her own inability to absorb it, leading to a realization that her congenital meridian defect could not be remedied. Leaving her feeling disheartened, seeing her mood shift, Lin Yi was perplexed. What on earth is her issue? These items are of no use to me. You may take them back, Jiang Qingning said, tossing the items back to Lin Yi. For the next few days, I will practice with you to enhance your combat experience, lest you become a burden. With a huff, she added, and I will be using my sword. And I've already fed your cat. At this rate, it will starve. After delivering her remarks, she returned to her chamber. Lin Yi stared at the small kitten, snoozing soundly in its corner, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been so engrossed in his training that he had neglected to feed it for several meals. The exhilaration of gaining strength was intoxicating, akin to a powerful addiction. This sensation mirrored that of an indifferent student witnessing a gradual rise in their grades after diligent study. Such excitement was unparalleled, akin to a drug that one could easily become addicted to. Moreover, witnessing his own strength visibly increase was a tangible experience, further amplifying the thrill. Now he understood why some would sacrifice sleep for cultivation, or why novels spoke of prolonged retreats lasting hundreds or thousands of years. The thrill of becoming stronger was indeed addictive. Lost in thought, Lin Yi felt an insatiable urge to train again. However, the gnawing hunger in his belly abruptly pulled him back from his desires. He patted his rumbling stomach and rummaged through his belongings, only to find no food left in the kitten's feeding bowl. He discovered 2 charred remnants of meat. Suddenly, he heard another round of stomach growling, not his own. The sound emanated from Jiang Qingning's room. Glancing back at the bowl of scorched meat, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk, realizing the cat had no qualms about eating anything. Inside her room, Jiang Qingning held her stomach, a look of dismay on her face. Having observed Lin Yi's prolonged absence, she had attempted to cook the leftover meat herself, only to produce increasingly inedible results. Previously, she had managed to tolerate such fare. But after tasting Lin Yi's cooking, it was now unbearable. That moment, the starving kitten, neglected for too long, began to wail. Jiang Qingning, seeing the plight of the tiny creature, fed it the charred remnants, which it reluctantly consumed before drifting into a deep slumber. Jiang Qingning, feeling unable to eat the remaining burnt portions, tossed them into the fire. It is no wonder that Lin Yi, upon awakening from his cultivation, detected a scent reminiscent of charred remnants, with the sequence of events falling into place. He couldn't help but chuckle in silent amusement. Could this woman possibly be a tsundere, too proud to voice her hunger? The absence of a meal was indeed a fortunate circumstance. His culinary skills, while modest by the standards of that realm, were sufficient to satiate his appetites. With this thought, Lin Yi seized his long dagger and exited the cave, intent on a hunt to prepare a grand feast, a reward for his arduous training and a token of gratitude towards Jiang Qingning for her assistance. Moreover, he hoped to extract further information during the meal, for dining was often the best context for conversation. Given that the area surrounding the cave had once been the territory of the Lan Huan spirit cat, creatures capable of battling mutated leopards. There were no large or overly dangerous animals in the vicinity. Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking ability, effortlessly locating a pair of rabbits with emerald green eyes and an unfamiliar mountain chicken weighing no less than 7 or 8 pounds. He also gathered some wild scallions, ginger, and wasabi. Subsequently, he dashed to the waterfall and caught 3 sizable fish. With his enhanced physique, carrying these items posed no challenge, and he deemed this bounty ample for a hearty meal. With fish strung on grass ropes in his left hand and the mountain chicken and rabbits in his right, he secured the scallions, ginger, and wasabi at his waist. Content with his harvest, Lin Yi returned to the cave. Chapter 15. A feast. Upon returning, Lin Yi found Jiang Qingning seated cross-legged at the center of the stone chamber, eagerly awaiting his arrival, cradling the now-awakened kitten in her arms and playfully teasing it. Yet, a slight furrow of concern marred her brow, perhaps due to hunger. The cave lacked a door, and Lin Yi strode right in. Placing the gathered provisions down, he contemplated the need for a window. A room without one felt stifling, and a skylight above the hall would also be beneficial to avoid an overly dim atmosphere. However, given the cave's location within the mountain, creating a skylight was impractical. Instead, he could fashion an opening above the entrance to allow light to filter in, for without it, he would need to light a fire daily, gathering firewood that would exhaust him and leave little time for other endeavors. Yet, there was no rush. He would be here for nearly 9 months, as Jiang Qingning observed Lin Yi return with food. The worry in her eyes diminished significantly, though a trace of concern remained. Tonight, we shall feast. I shall prepare spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit, pan-seared yellow fish, and beggar's chicken, Lin Yi declared, his face beaming with delight. How do you know these dishes are safe to eat? I noticed your food manual from the trial is missing, she inquired. Food manual? Lin Yi echoed, puzzled. In the cosmos, new species are born every moment. But not all are edible. Only a select few can be consumed, and even fewer can be mixed together. A single misstep could lead to poisoning. Jiang Qingning's cool voice resonated. Moreover, thousands die annually from consuming unidentified plants and creatures. There was once a trial participant who combined several unknown flora and fauna into a soup, only to perish and inadvertently create a virus that decimated life across countless planets. Are you truly certain these items are edible? Lin Yi's initial reaction was skepticism, but upon reflection, he recognized that Jiang Qingning had no reason to deceive him. Surely, it couldn't be that severe? In the eyes of the Huaxia people, anything that moved was considered meat, and anything green was regarded as vegetables. This notion sparked a sense of inexplicable pride and a feeling of conquest within Lin Yi. What did you consume before encountering me? My food manual is indeed lost. He replied, now I understand how the previous inhabitant met their demise. With such abundant resources, how could one starve? It seems they lacked knowledge of what was edible. Water and spirit energy were their sustenance. Jiang Qingning explained. Lin Yi's expression darkened at her response. It was indeed a dismal fate. The adage that anything that moves is meat and anything green is vegetable held its truth. Food, akin to medicine, possesses properties of cold, hot, warm, and cool, as well as the 5 flavors of sour, bitter, sweet, spicy, and salted. As long as one comprehends the fundamental principles of food compatibility, significant issues are unlikely to arise. Furthermore, Lin Yi could perceive the most basic forms of energy, making the understanding of dietary principles as simple as eating and drinking. Rest assured, with me around, you shall not go hungry, he proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Yet, you have yet to answer how you determine these items are safe to consume. Her cool voice interjected once more. Fear not, I have committed the food manual to memory, Lin Yi admitted, feeling a hint of unease. But that consists of 20 terabytes of information, he stammered. Do not worry. If necessary, we can always test for poison, he suggested, casting a glance at the little kitten. The kitten, sensing the dubious intent in his gaze, hurriedly burrowed closer to Jiang Qingning, observing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence. Her previously anxious expression softened, the tension in her brow easing. Without further ado, Lin Yi approached the water basin, drawing his dagger to begin preparing the ingredients. He first washed the scallions, ginger, and garlic, setting them aside for later use. To contain these ingredients, he even crafted several stone plates. Lacking proper tools, he improvised, utilizing the materials at hand. Perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy, The stones within the cave were sturdier than those outside. Yet they were no match for the dagger's sharpness, perfect for crafting pots, bowls, and utensils. After nearly half an hour of labor, Lin Yi managed to fashion rudimentary cookware. Although simplistic in appearance, they were functional enough. He began with the rabbits. As a novice, he seized one of the still lively creatures, having only rendered it unconscious rather than dead. Both rabbits possessed striking emerald eyes and pristine white fur, nearly indistinguishable from ordinary rabbits save for their unusual gaze. However, Lin Yi noted that their teeth, blood, and eyes glimmered with a strange energy. Unsure of the implications of this energy, perhaps it was toxic, he plunged the dagger into the rabbit's heart, swiftly ending its life. He then made 2 sizable incisions in the chest to allow it to bleed out. After confirming that the blood had fully drained, he proceeded to extract the rabbit's eyes with meticulous precision. He severed the heads from both rabbits, skillfully removing their teeth and cleansing the oral cavity of any residual slime. After 3 thorough rinses, he was satisfied that the strange energy within the rabbits had been eradicated. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that a small amount of this anomalous energy remained, likely due to unflushed blood. He diced the rabbit meat into small cubes and placed them in a food basin to soak in spiritual spring water. During this process, Jiang Qingning watched Lin Yi's fluid motions with keen interest, a spark of admiration lighting up her eyes, softening her gaze towards him. After finishing with the rabbits, Lin Yi turned his attention to the fish. Having previously consumed this type of fish and prepared it as dried fish, he found it quite familiar, albeit larger than usual. Thus, it was easy to handle. He performed the entire process of slaughtering, bleeding, scaling, and gutting with practiced ease. At one point, he borrowed Jiang Qingning's sword to assist him, and remarkably, she did not object. Given the abundance of fish and its exceptional freshness, Lin Yi decided to prepare several plates of sashimi, along with steamed fish paste and a fish head soup. The remaining fish bones, still bearing ample flesh, would be used to create pan-seared fish fillets. As for the oil, he would render it from the fish itself, as it was quite fatty. After slicing a few pieces of the fish belly to extract the oil, he set the stone slab over the fire. Once sufficient oil was produced, he placed the fish belly onto a stone plate, setting it on the stone table. Although devoid of any seasoning, he added slices of ginger and wasabi, which he hoped would suffice. The golden fish belly exuded steam and a rich aroma as it lay on the stone table. "Feel free to start eating. There are still several dishes to prepare," Lin Yi remarked naturally before pausing, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. He remembered the times back home when he would call his parents and sister to dinner after preparing a meal. Jiang Qingning seemed to sense Lin Yi's wistfulness but chose not to pry, maintaining a respectful silence. Both she and the kitten gazed at the golden, fragrant fish belly, swallowing their saliva in response. Lin Yi, undeterred, continued to prepare the remaining dishes. He placed the rabbit meat, now purged of blood, into the stone pot, adding scallions, ginger, a bit of fish meat, and water, letting it stew. Rabbit meat on its own lacked flavor and required the infusion of other vegetables or meats to yield a distinct taste. With the sharpness of his dagger, Lin Yi swiftly prepared several plates of sashimi, steaming the finely chopped fish paste thereafter. Jiang Qingning's eyes brightened as she observed his deft knife skills. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi turned his focus to the chicken. With the aid of his spirit-seeking ability, he easily removed the anomalous energy from the unknown chicken's entrails and inner organs. When it came to beggar's chicken, Lin Yi's mind immediately recalled Huang Rong's rendition for Hong Qigong. However, due to various reasons, he had never attempted her method in his past life. This time, he was determined to give it a try. He wrapped the cleaned, unplucked chicken in yellow clay and placed it directly into the fire to roast. This operation left Jiang Qingning momentarily stunned. "Is this bird inedible? Must it be incinerated?" Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, remaining silent. After completing these tasks, he served the sashimi and the steamed fish paste at the table, accompanied by garlic and a sauce made from wasabi, creating a delectable taste. Having been hungry for quite some time, the trio, 2 people and a cat, cared little for appearances and began to feast heartily. The usually aloof Jiang Qingning also shed her reservations at this moment. Observing that the little kitten and Lin Yi had not encountered any issues after eating, she directly joined the fray. The 3 engaged in a delightful competition for the food. However, the little cat was merely a victim of the tussle. Chapter 16. A feast, haha. This is mine. Linny exclaimed triumphantly as he snatched a piece of meat from under the little kitten's paws. Grinning impudently, Jiang Qingning chewed on the sweet fish meat, and as she watched the playful antics of the boy and the cat, an unbidden sense of satisfaction welled up within her. After some playful banter, the trio finished the sashimi and the pan-fried fish fillets. The girl and the little kitten looked eagerly at Lin Yi, who wasted no time and promptly brought out the braised rabbit meat, an entire pot brimming with succulent, fragrant pieces. Lin Yi picked up a piece of the red braised rabbit meat with his homemade chopsticks. The meat was a delightful mix of fat and lean, slightly golden due to the lack of seasoning. The braised rabbit appeared irresistibly appetizing, exuding the natural freshness of the meat. As he placed the meat into his mouth and chewed slowly, the juices burst forth, filling his mouth with a rich meaty aroma. The taste was unexpectedly delightful, naturally savory without the gaminess that often accompanies rabbit meat, as all blood and foreign energies had been thoroughly removed. The rabbit meat absorbed the flavors of the fish and the ginger and scallions, transforming what would have been bland into something rich and sweet. Having been in this world for quite some time, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of contentment at finally enjoying a proper meal, filled with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's enjoyment of the rabbit meat, Jiang Qingning's curiosity piqued, and she could no longer resist the urge to join in. She reached out with her chopsticks to grab a piece of the succulent meat, glistening with golden oil and emitting steam. As she lifted the meat, Lin Yi watched her with eager anticipation. Seemingly intrigued by her reaction, Jiang Qingning placed the tender, glistening red-braised rabbit meat into her mouth. Her lips moved slightly as she chewed slowly. With each bite, her eyes brightened, and her smile became more pronounced. Although her throat felt a slight discomfort, once she swallowed the meat and saw Lin Yi's expectant expression, she slowly uttered two words, "Delicious." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his lips curving into a smile, as if those two words were the highest form of praise. For a chef, delicious seemed to be the ultimate compliment. However, the meaning behind such praise varied depending on the speaker, and the different ways of expressing it made the chef feel the guest's fondness for his dishes. For Jiang Qingning, amidst this wild and primitive forest, a mouthful of fragrant red braised meat felt more precious than any delicacy, especially since the age of exploration had begun. With a surge in population and a scarcity of resources, the bizarre creatures discovered in the universe had led to numerous deaths and disasters from reckless eating. Culinary culture seemed to have been reduced to its lowest point, with people now eating merely to satiate their hunger, regardless of the taste or the significance behind the food. Yet, Lin Yi remained oblivious to all this. The taste is decent, given the limited ingredients and seasonings. Otherwise, it could have been elevated to another level, he mused proudly. Jiang Qingning's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for in this era, such culinary prowess was often deemed a frivolous pursuit. To create something so delectable must have required a significant investment of time that could have been spent on cultivation and learning. However, Jiang Qingning did not share this view. Anyone who could achieve such high standards in any field was undoubtedly talented. She thought to herself that having access to such delightful food regularly would be quite nice. As for cultivation and martial prowess, she believed that as long as she was strong enough, that would suffice. Seeing that Jiang Qingning remained silent, Lin Yi did not think much of it, as the current circumstances were indeed limited. With only 2 rabbits, the stew barely provided enough for the 3 of them to satisfy their cravings, especially after the 3 fish that barely filled their bellies. After all, following their training, their appetites had significantly increased. The beggar's chicken would take time, given the size of the bird. Lin Yi pondered, how could a meal be complete without soup? The fish head soup had yet to be prepared. He quickly got to work, while Jiang Qingning and the kitten watched quietly, unable to assist. Lin Yi decided to make 3 pots of fish head soup from 3 large fish heads. Unfortunately, he lacked chili peppers. Otherwise, he would have made spicy fish head. He placed the cleaned fish heads into the stone pot and pan-fried them until both sides were golden brown. To save time, he simultaneously operated on all 3 pots. Given the scarcity of seasonings, he opted for a clear fish head soup. The key to making clear fish head soup was to eliminate the fishy smell. After pan-frying the fish heads to a slight golden hue, he added ginger and scallions, his only options for removing the fishy odor. Once the ginger and scallions were in, he poured in spring water until it covered the fish heads. When making clear soup, it was essential to avoid adding any seasonings, especially salt. Unfortunately, Linny had none to add. He refrained from adding any seasonings and instead opted for a straightforward clear simmer. Allowing it to cook over medium heat for 30 minutes, the fish soup transformed into a milky white color. He switched to a low flame to simmer it gently. During this cooking process, the aroma intensified, making the little kitten drool, prompting it to leap down from Jiang Qingning's arms to dart between the three pots. The girl also displayed an eager expression. However, before the soup was ready, the trio caught a whiff of a peculiar meat fragrance wafting through the air. The scent seemed to emanate from a nearby fire pit, which was nearly extinguished. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips, his expression turning mysterious as he rummaged through the fire, unearthing a clay ball. The enticing aroma seeped from the cracks in the clay. Both Jiang Qingning and the kitten's gazes were fixed on the clay ball. And sensing their interest, Lin Yi revealed its contents without hesitation. The clay ball cracked open. A unique and savory aroma enveloped the air. Lingering enticingly, Lin Yi completely peeled away the clay shell, which had clung to the chicken feathers, revealing succulent chicken meat glistening with juices. It seemed he had succeeded. Lin Yi's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, now felt a wave of relief. This dish was known as beggar's chicken. Steeped in millennia of cultural history, also referred to as fortune chicken, it was originally crafted by beggars, hence the name. According to legend, when Zhu Yuanzhang fought to establish his empire, he once faced a defeat and fled for 3 days and nights. Pursued relentlessly by enemies, exhausted and starving, he stumbled upon a fire with a pile of mud beside it, where an old beggar sat. Curiously, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "What are you doing here?" The beggar, recognizing Zhu Yuanzhang, eagerly replied, "I am roasting a chicken to offer to the king." Intrigued, Zhu Yuanzhang watched as the beggar retrieved the chicken from the fire and opened the mud, releasing an irresistible aroma. As he ate, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "Delicious." From that day forth, Zhu Yuanzhang enjoyed unbroken success in battle and eventually ascended to the throne. He later honored this chicken with the title of fortune chicken. Lin Yi rambled on with this tale, while Jiang Qingning listened intently, not interrupting, even though she wondered why a dish had a story. Once he finished, Lin Yi tore off 2 hefty chicken legs, each weighing a full 2 pounds, having been roasted for nearly 2 hours. After confirming they were thoroughly cooked, he handed one leg to Jiang Qingning and cut off the entire chicken but, giving it to the little kitten, which began to nibble away. Upon taking a bite of the large chicken leg, astonishment shone in Jiang Qingning's eyes. Today, she had been surprised countless times, yet it felt almost routine. Lin Yi grabbed the other chicken leg, taking a hearty bite, juices spilling forth. The taste was unexpectedly delightful. The chicken was tender and resilient without being dry, offering a satisfying chew without getting stuck in her teeth. The meat was juicy, bursting with a unique freshness. The two devoured their meal with increasing speed, nearly finishing the beggar's chicken in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the little kitten had already dozed off nearby, seemingly stuffed. Though both were full, out of respect for the food, Lin Yi still brought out the fish soup. As he lifted the lid, a rich white vapor wafted up, filling Lin Yi's nostrils with a thick, creamy aroma. Instantly, both of them felt their appetites rekindle. The milky broth, adorned with vibrant green scallions, presented a striking visual contrast. The fish heads had disintegrated, leaving only the skeleton at the bottom of the pot. This time, no words were exchanged. Lin Yi did not elaborate, and Jiang Qingning did not hesitate. She lifted the entire pot of fish soup and began to savor it. As the first sip slipped down her throat, Lin Yi experienced an explosion of flavor that surged through him, refreshing his senses. The fatigue from days of training seemed to evaporate entirely. Noticing the peculiar sensation in his body, Lin Yi suppressed the urge to continue drinking and paused. Could it be poisonous? Lifting his gaze, a flash of golden light caught his attention, and he activated his spiritual perception. Scanning the fish soup, he detected a unique energy radiating a gentle glow. Observing Jiang Qingning, who was still sipping the soup, he noticed that the energy entered her body and was quickly absorbed by her meridians, muscles, and bones, significantly enhancing her vitality. It appeared she had grown stronger. After observing for quite some time, it wasn't until Jiang Qingning had finished her soup that any peculiarities were noted. It seemed to be harmless. Perhaps the fish and meat had undergone a remarkable transformation through the infusion of spiritual essence alongside other ingredients, generating a new form of energy. This energy appeared to pose no immediate threat to the body and was indeed quite nourishing. Lin Yi inquired, "Did you feel anything after finishing the fish soup?" Jiang Qingning replied, her spirit invigorated. "I feel an unprecedented relaxation throughout my body, as if all fatigue has vanished, and even the subtle internal injuries I harbored have begun to mend." Observing her closely, Lin Yi confirmed that the reality aligned with Jiang Qingning's words. Deciding to disregard any concerns, he lifted the pot and drank directly from it. After they shared the remaining portion meant for the little kitten, they exchanged knowing smiles. Both felt elated after the meal, and once they tidied up the remnants, they returned to their respective quarters to cultivate. Chapter 17. The surge of power, breakfast time spent in cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly. Upon awakening from his practice, Lin Yi gazed out at the brilliant sunlight flooding the room, slowly regaining awareness of his own body. The window had been fashioned by Lin Yi the previous night, a square opening carved into the rock wall near the exterior mountain face. Both rooms had been fitted with such windows. Setting down a white crystal, he reveled in the surging energy coursing through him, feeling an overwhelming physical strength that he could barely contain. Lin Yi believed that with his newfound brute force, he could easily best Jiang Qingning even without wielding a sword. Having learned from his prior experience, he was determined to avoid pitfalls or leaping to the ceiling this time. Rising gently, he aimed to move as quietly as possible. Unfortunately, as soon as he stepped onto the floor, a loud crack echoed as a hole formed beneath his foot. The surge of power was somewhat excessive. Lin Yi, with a furrowed brow, stared at the pit beneath him, frozen in place. This time, his spiritual cultivation had effectively opened the meridians in his body, particularly the 3 primary acupoints located in the dantian, chest, and heart. The focus of this cultivation session was to connect these major acupoints meridians. The smaller meridians in other areas remained partially obstructed and would likely require several more days to fully clear. However, the challenge lay in the meridians located in the neck and head, which were difficult to access, as one cannot see their own neck or head. The rapid unblocking of his entire meridian system was primarily attributed to his innate talent for spirit seeking, coupled with an exceptional perception and mastery of spiritual energy. Currently, however, his innate ability was nearly exhausted. Spirit seeking now relied mainly on visual cues, for one's eyes cannot perceive their own head or neck. Lin Yi refrained from reckless experimentation, wary that a misdirected surge of energy could harm a nerve, leading to dire consequences. Observing his newly acquired strength, Lin Yi resolved to halt his cultivation for the time being, at least until he could fully control his current power before addressing the remaining minor acupoints and meridians in his limbs, as well as the elusive neck and head meridians. He felt reluctant to move about carelessly, fearing that he might accidentally collapse the cave and become trapped. Thus, he settled down on the ground to organize his chaotic thoughts. He began to review the extent of his powers. His talents included spirit seeking and breaking illusions. Spirit seeking proved immensely useful. Whenever he ventured outside, Lin Yi activated it to clarify the terrain, detect life forms, and assess the strength of potential adversaries. It also enabled him to perceive the flow of energy within his own meridians, which was pivotal to his newfound strength. Without spirit seeking, he would not have been able to absorb energy crystals or unblock his issue points. As for his other talent, breaking illusions, he had yet to utilize it effectively. Its sole apparent ability was to transcend all forms of deception, though the scope of such illusions remained ambiguous, suggesting it was a rather abstract skill. His cultivation method, an unnamed guiding diagram, could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and enhance his control over it. The degree of acceleration seemed to correlate with the number of unblocked acupoints and his mental and physical fortitude. Simultaneously, unblocking meridians would also bolster his strength. It could be deemed a versatile technique, as his current offensive capabilities were primarily centered on speed and strength, complemented by martial arts he had only partially mastered. The most memorable were Tai Chi, Bajikwan, certain forms of Shaolin Kung Fu, as well as Wukingxi and Bajuanjin. All of these were readily available online, and in his previous life, Lin Yi had pursued them out of keen interest. He later realized that aside from enhancing physical fitness, they bore little practical utility. Yet in this world, paired with extraordinary strength and speed, these structured martial arts revealed their true potential for combat. Currently, he practiced only Tai Chi and Bajikwan, while the other 3 styles might be revisited when time permitted. For now, quality outweighed quantity. However, He felt his offensive repertoire was still insufficient. Confronting fierce beasts could not be limited to close combat. Lin Yi felt troubled. Should he truly seek her out to learn swordsmanship? As the adage goes, a month with a staff, a year with a sword, and a lifetime with a spear. But how long must one train with a sword to see results? Surely, it too must be measured in years. And what Lin Yi needed most at present was time. A sense of impending danger loomed over him. He had to cultivate effective combat power in the shortest possible time. Ever since Jiang Qingning had mentioned the resource point deployment, Lin Yi's sense of crisis had intensified, an ever-present feeling of danger clinging to him. Unable to devise any strategies or discern a clear path forward, he resolved to familiarize himself with his own powers. After a considerable time, he managed to move without further damaging the floor. Emerging into the main hall, he prepared to cook, however. Upon lifting a stone pot, it shattered with a resounding crack, leaving his hand coated in powder. Staring at the dust in his palm, Lin Yi's brow twitched. It seemed he would not be preparing any meals for the time being. Yesterday, he had procured 2 rabbit heads, intending to prepare spicy rabbit heads. But regrettably, the wasabi he had gathered was used up during their sashimi feast. Moreover, they had feasted heartily the previous day, leaving the 2 rabbit heads untouched. They would have made a perfect breakfast. Alas, it seemed impossible now. With no other recourse, he decided to knock on the young girl's door. Approaching her stone dwelling, he noted that a wooden door had been added at the entrance. The door was quite rudimentary, yet it effectively obscured the view within. Lin Yi had hastily constructed it while carving the window the night before. He raised his right hand to knock, but halted abruptly, relieved he did so. Otherwise, he might have had to redo the 3 doors. Jiang Qingning, are you awake? Come out for a moment. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the girl appeared slightly puzzled but still opened the door. What is it? Could you assist me in preparing breakfast? My strength has surged rather excessively, and I can hardly hold onto a pot, Lin Yi explained with a grin. The girl displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, then furrowed her brow, falling silent. She stepped outside without further ado. After glancing at Lin Yi, she inquired, "How do we proceed?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment. It was evident that this girl lacked culinary experience, so he needed to keep the instructions as simple as possible to ensure they would have breakfast. All right, you just need to boil some water in a pot, then place the rabbit heads inside to blanch them. Afterward, remove them to pluck the fur. Finally, skewer them with sticks and roast them. The girl said nothing and proceeded to follow his instructions. Unfortunately, it took her an eternity to light the fire, leaving her covered in soot. Lin Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer, pulling out a lighter. You don't have one of these? With a few smudges of ash on her forehead, she resembled a small cat as she replied expressionlessly. During the trial, each person is allowed to bring only 2 items. I brought a sword and a medical kit. Lin Yi understood. After using the lighter, they quickly ignited the fire to boil the water. Once the rabbit heads were submerged, the girl seemed at a loss for what to do next. You should stir it with chopsticks to ensure it cooks evenly, making it easier to pluck the fur. Hurry, it can't boil for too long, or it'll be overcooked, Lin Yi urged anxiously. The girl hurriedly complied. Chapter 18. The cascade clash. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to enjoy roasted rabbit heads. Although the heads were somewhat charred, Lin Yi was uncertain if the brains within were cooked. However, witnessing Jiang Qingning's hands stained with soot and the streaks of ash on her face, resembling a small cat, he chose not to voice his discontent. Carefully, he picked up the rabbit head skewered on a bamboo stick and took a bite under the girl's expectant gaze. With a crunch, he bit down too forcefully, shattering the bones. Lin Yi paid it no mind and continued to chew, but after a few bites, his expression soured. Yet, seeing the girl beside him brimming with anticipation, he concealed his discomfort, silently resolving that she would never be allowed to cook again. Lin Yi had braced himself for a rather unpalatable experience, but he had not anticipated it would be this dreadful. The charred exterior was bitter, with rabbit hair still clinging to it, creating a gritty texture. The bitterness was quickly followed by a sour taste. Furthermore, he had bitten through the skull, revealing raw brain matter within, the flavor indescribably unpleasant. Observing Lin Yi's lack of reaction, Jiang Qingning's curiosity piqued, and she prepared to taste it herself. Lin Yi instinctively raised a hand to stop her, but ultimately restrained himself. It was perhaps better for her to experience it firsthand. Self-awareness would serve her better than his warnings. The girl parted her lips slightly, and with a gentle bite, a piece of meat was torn away. After a few chews, her body shuddered, her complexion shifting dramatically as she lowered her head to retch. Ugh, ugh, how can you eat something so awful? Tears streamed down her face as she questioned him, bewildered. Lin Yi offered no reply, simply discarding the roasted rabbit head. He cupped his hands to rinse his mouth with the spiritual spring water. It's not too bad. Just let me handle the cooking from now on, he said, still somewhat shaken. How long had it been since he had eaten something so inedible? It seems reminiscent of the first time I ventured into the culinary arts. Encountering such an abysmal dish, glancing at the rabbit head I had nibbled, its taste was far more repugnant than the raw earthworms I had consumed upon my arrival in this realm. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Jiang Qingning wholeheartedly agreed, surprised that, at her age, the most distasteful meal she had ever prepared was indeed her own creation. Having tasted Lin Yi's cooking, she found her own attempts utterly lacking. Discarding the roasted rabbit head, she even crushed it underfoot. Thus, breakfast came to an unceremonious end. Jiang Qingning was tasked by Lin Yi to venture out for hunting, a request she did not contest. Lin Yi's instructions were simple, to return with any game, as she could manage the preparation herself. Impeded by her own limitations, Lin Yi was becoming acquainted with her newfound physical strength, striving to master it at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, even a mere skirmish could result in self-inflicted harm. She resumed her practice of Tai Chi, which had transformed from a gentle flow into a more vigorous display of power. With each repetition, her movements grew increasingly delicate until her strikes became silent as shadows. The sun began its descent, and Lin Yi paused, questioning how much time had elapsed since Jiang Qingning had set off to hunt. The forest around her was teeming with wildlife, so why had she not yet returned? A sense of anxiety gripped Lin Yi. Had something gone awry? Seizing her dagger, she dashed out of the cave, activating her spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. To the east, nothing. To the west, empty. The southern direction yielded no signs either. What was happening? Where could the girl have gone? Panic surged within Lin Yi. What if there was trouble? Activating her senses to their fullest, she felt energy enveloping her body, heightening her speed as she surged forward, her gaze sweeping the area for any signs of distress. Suddenly, she halted, her ears catching the unmistakable sound of clashing blades. Where was it coming from? Her eyes darted, penetrating through the trees and rocks until they landed on the waterfall. Straining against the pain in her eyes, she peered in that direction. Indeed, familiar energy signatures were visible. Darting towards the waterfall, Jiang Qingning was engaged in battle with 3 other figures, and she appeared to be at a disadvantage. Move faster, having stared too long in the direction of the waterfall. And with her senses fully activated, blood began to trickle from Lin Yi's eyes, leaving crimson streaks down her cheeks, though she remained oblivious to her own state. Her mind was consumed with images of the girl being struck. Thoughts raced as she sought a plan of action. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. In the midst of her frantic sprint and contemplation, Jiang Qingning was struck once more. If only she had absorbed those 2 green crystals earlier, her speed would have been enhanced. Lin Yi lamented. As she neared the waterfall, her steps became lighter, yet her pace did not wane. Utilizing the cacophony of the rushing water, she closed in on the 4 combatants. When she was within 30 meters of their struggle, Lin Yi concealed herself in the underbrush. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, Jiang Qingning understood her intent instinctively and began maneuvering the battlefield towards her hiding spot. It was 2 against 3, and given Jiang Qingning's injuries, a direct confrontation would be futile. They needed to execute a surprise attack. As the conflict drew nearer, Lin Yi gripped her dagger tightly, inhaling deeply as she focused her senses on the trio, seeking their vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Closer now. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, a barely perceptible shadow aimed at one of the assailant's neck. The individual, caught off guard, was beheaded in an instant. In her eagerness to follow through with a second strike, Lin Yi encountered a slight resistance as she severed the first target's neck, causing a momentary delay that was just enough for the second assailant to react. Raising an arm to block the lethal blow at the cost of his limb, blood gushed forth as the man let out a pained scream. The remaining woman, witnessing the chaos, unleashed a powerful thrust. sending Jiang Qingning sprawling. The spear hurtled towards Lin Yi, slicing through the air and striking her chest. The impact was too swift for her to evade, and she was knocked backward. Yet, as if unaffected, Lin Yi scrambled to her feet. The woman, seizing the opportunity, hoisted her injured companion and fled without a backward glance, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages in the air. Lin Yi, noting the retreat, chose not to pursue. Instead, placing a hand on her jade pendant, the spear had pierced her clothing, striking the jade hidden beneath. Although Lin Yi's chest had sustained a fracture, the pendant remained unscathed. Her fingers caressed the smooth, warm surface of the jade, intricately carved with the character for intent, emanating a soft glow. Ignoring her own condition, Lin Yi rushed towards the fallen girl. Chapter 19. Healing upon seeing Jiang Qingning's left arm pierced by the spear and the long gash across her abdomen. Lin Yi was suddenly consumed by rage. Cursed be her negligence. Knowing full well that the battle would unfold within this forest, she should have accompanied Jiang Qingning. Hurriedly, she lifted the girl, tearing her own sleeve to bind the wound on Jiang Qingning's arm. Staunching the flow of blood, cough, quickly, help me back to the cave. There's a first aid kit there. Jiang Qingning's once clear voice had grown hoarse as she coughed. Right? The first aid kit. Her concern had indeed clouded her judgment. Lin Yi swiftly picked up Jiang Qingning and intended to dash back. Wait a moment. Bring that spear with you, the girl urged, and check if there's anything else on that man. I caught some animals that we should take along. Heeding her words, Lin Yi gently set Jiang Qingning down, retrieved the spear, and secured it to her back. She rummaged through the deceased man's belongings, discovering several packages, a few beast crystals, and a pair of saber-tooth fangs. After gathering these items, she spotted several unconscious animals nearby, wild boars and others, bound together by vines, each weighing several hundred pounds. For Lin Yi, carrying these was not a burden, so she slung them onto her back, cradled Jiang Qingning in her arms, and raced towards the cave. Thanks to her heightened senses, Lin Yi deftly navigated through obstacles and animals, reaching the cave swiftly. She laid Jiang Qingning carefully on the stone bed, casting aside the items she had collected, and hurriedly sought out the first aid kit. How do I use this? Which one is needed? Lin Yi dumped the contents of the first kit onto the ground, turning to Jiang Qingning for guidance. The girl rolled her eyes at Lin Yi's clumsy handling. Get me that green syringe and a bottle of the red pills. Lin Yi quickly found the requested items among the scattered vials and handed them over. Jiang Qingning took the syringe and the pills, opening the vial with one hand and pouring 3 red pills into her mouth. Then, she took the green syringe and plunged it into her carotid artery with practiced ease. Leaving Lin Yi momentarily stunned by her proficiency, as the medication coursed through her, Jiang Qingning's skin flushed red, her breath quickened, and her temperature soared, truly high. Lin Yi observed the heat radiating from Jiang Qingning's crimson skin. Internally mocking, could she be cooking? The girl grimaced in pain, her teeth clenched. Hurry, fetch me water. Toss me into the spring. Without hesitation, Lin Yi lifted Jiang Qingning and made her way to the spirit spring, submerging her while leaving only her head above water. The moment Jiang Qingning touched the water, her expression softened, though the spring quickly turned crimson with her blood. A most peculiar sight emerged as the gaping wound on her abdomen began to writhe, and the puncture on her left arm exhibited similar movements. Jiang Qingning's face reddened, as if she were enduring an unimaginable agony. Lin Yi, bewildered and anxious, rushed to assist, but Jiang Qingning grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly. Sinking her teeth into it, Lin Yi yelped in surprise, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Jiang Qingning held on fiercely, rendering her efforts futile. Lin Yi dared not exert too much force, fearing it might harm Jiang Qingning, especially given her still unfamiliar strength. Even with her superior physique, Lin Yi felt the sting of pain from Jiang Qingning's bite, which vividly illustrated the level of suffering she was enduring. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jiang Qingning finally released her grip, allowing Lin Yi to withdraw her now numb hand. Gazing at the deep puncture wound, blood oozing from the gash, Lin Yi recoiled in distress. Jiang Qingning slowly rose to her feet. The gaping wound on her abdomen had entirely healed. Though her skin remained tender and flushed, her clothing had been completely torn away, leaving her abdomen exposed, revealing well-defined muscle lines and a tantalizing silhouette. Lin Yi, momentarily forgetting his own injury, stood transfixed by the sight before him. Hey! Jiang Qingning called out, snapping Lin Yi back to reality. He quickly turned away. Ouch! As the pain in his hand returned, Lin Yi gasped at the sudden sensation. Foolish girl, why did you bite me? He exclaimed. Jiang Qingning, having regained her composure, blinked her bright eyes playfully. Who told you to get so close? Is it my fault? How unfortunate, Lin Yi grumbled. Hurry, do you have any other medicine? And what was that green syringe for? The recently observed green syringe was a limb regeneration serum, and there was only one left. Even if you had it, it would be of no use to you, as your injuries were merely superficial. The girl responded, you may consume half of that red pill. It is a blood-replenishing capsule. There is also a bottle of white pills, and a few should remain. One will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi hastily seized the red pill that the girl had just ingested, poured out one capsule, and carefully sliced it in half before placing it in his mouth. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and the blood from his wound began to flow even more profusely. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The girl, noticing his reaction, let a slight smile grace her lips, and without hesitation, she retrieved the white bottle, poured out a white pill, and placed it into Lin Yi's mouth. Miraculously, the bleeding from the wound visibly ceased, and a scab began to form. Lin Yi's brow twitched. He suspected that this woman might be seeking revenge against him. Yet he had no evidence to support his suspicion. The girl looked at Lin Yi with a radiant smile. What's the matter with you? Weren't you out hunting for prey? Did you get into a scuffle? Lin Yi demanded an explanation, his heart racing with the fear that had gripped him when he realized that had he not arrived in time, she might have met her end. The girl's expression darkened, her gaze turning lethal. Those three were trial participants, and one of them was a gun adept. They practiced a combined attack technique. Otherwise, I would have dispatched them long ago. Observing the typically demure and aloof girl speak such fierce words left Lin Yi somewhat disoriented. Was this woman truly capable of such stark contrasts in demeanor? She had exhibited similar duality when he had captured her earlier. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi's unease lingered, and she continued, while I was out hunting, I managed to catch several animals. However, upon my approach to the waterfall to fish, I encountered those three. They attempted to recruit me into their team, but I declined, leading to a confrontation. That woman was formidable. Her marksmanship was nothing short of astonishing. In a one-on-one duel, she would certainly not have been my match, but alas, they opted for a combined assault, and their coordination was insufficient, allowing me to exploit their weaknesses. Then you arrived, and you know the rest. Lin Yi pondered this revelation, realizing he had let a formidable enemy escape. However, the long spear remained in his possession, and it was unlikely that such an exceptional marksmanship could be wielded without it. Even Jiang Qingning found her skills remarkable, and it was best not to attempt to face her. He grasped the spear, noting its considerable weight, approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with spiraling patterns of an unknown material, which he could barely bend. The spearhead was a striking purple gold, about 6 inches long, adorned with a red tassel. As he held the spear and swung it, a sharp whistle cut through the air. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's face. This weapon felt just right. Chapter 20. The Art of Marksmanship. Prologue. Though he had acquired a suitable weapon, Lin Yi had no knowledge of marksmanship and thought to use it as a mere pointed staff for the time being. The girl seemed to sense his thoughts and inquired, Do you know how to use a spear? Lin Yi shook his head. No, I have never learned, nor do I comprehend it. Perhaps you could teach me? The girl's eyebrow arched and her lips curved upward. Certainly. If you wish to learn, you must address me as master. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Her playful demeanor was something he was still getting accustomed to, yet the girl underestimated the audacity of a young man from the 21st century. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi exclaimed, Master, Master, calling out a second time. Jiang Qingning appeared momentarily taken aback by his directness before regaining her composure, resuming her demeanor as the aloof goddess. The fundamental techniques of spear fighting are intercept, grip, and thrust. The essence of all spear techniques lies within these three movements, which are the core foundation of all spear arts. A skilled practitioner can unleash their strength instantaneously from the wrist to the waist during the intercept and grip movements. With that, she took the long spear from Lin Yi's hands and began to demonstrate. Her slender and agile figure wielded the imposing spear with grace, creating a formidable presence that left Lin Yi in awe. Each intercept and grip was executed with the force of a gale, the spear moving unpredictably, akin to a swimming dragon. displaying remarkable agility. The thrusts were swift and decisive, akin to an arrow released from its bow, surging forward with the speed of thunder and lightning. After a brief demonstration, the girl paused to catch her breath, tossing the spear back to Lin Yi and continuing her explanation. Other spear techniques, when analyzed in terms of strength and application, are generally derived from the intercept, grip, and thrust movements. To master the true essence of spear fighting, one must first perfect these foundational techniques. Only when you can execute them with the grace of a dragon should you begin to explore other techniques. Thus, focus on honing your fundamentals. The foundation of any technique is paramount. Seizing the opportunity with nothing else at hand, Lin Yi intended to practice immediately. He grasped the long spear and began to imitate the movements Jiang Qingning had just demonstrated. But after a clumsy attempt, it became evident that he was struggling. Just as he attempted to continue, his stomach protested. Glancing up at the darkening sky, he remembered he hadn't eaten all day. Although his cultivation allowed him to survive on spiritual energy, the sensation of hunger remained ever-present in this vast world. Nothing could deter him from satisfying his hunger. With that thought, Lin Yi nonchalantly thrust the spear into the ground and approached the pile of animals he had brought back. The girl, who had been observing Lin Yi's practice, was momentarily shocked by his abrupt abandonment of the spear. Just as she began to contemplate the prospect of having gained a promising disciple, she was taken aback by his actions. Anger surged within her, but it quickly dissipated when she recalled that she too had not eaten all day and had just recovered from her injuries. The pangs of hunger soon overshadowed her irritation. Those who have never experienced true hunger can never comprehend its horrors. The girl, having endured nearly a month of starvation, was acutely aware of this truth. If Lin Yi had not captured her and formed an alliance, she might have remained deprived of sustenance for an indefinite period. Countless individuals had succumbed to madness in this trial realm due to hunger. Did those people lack the capacity to eat? It was not that they couldn't. It was that they dared not. Consuming the wrong thing could lead to immediate death. Abstaining from food allowed one to endure a bit longer, at least permitting the absorption of spiritual energy to stave off starvation, though the sensation of hunger never ceased. Desperation can drive a person to eat anything. Yet, the tale of a single incident where indiscriminate consumption led to the extinction of hundreds of species across planets is etched in history. The perpetrator's family and bloodline were condemned to labor in a mining colony for eternity. Following this, the authorities compiled a food manual and established relevant laws, distributing copies to all trial participants. Yet, many still managed to misplace them, and the girl was one of those unfortunate souls who lost her food manual during a battle. In truth, the food manual was not a book, but rather a device resembling an old Nokia scanner, containing extensive information on the flora and fauna of the trial realm. While it did not encompass everything, it covered the majority. However, its drawback lay in its cumbersome nature. Ironically, it required batteries, which were only available at resource supply points. It was impossible to predict how many individuals would venture into the primal wilderness this time. The girl felt fortunate to have encountered Lin Yi, who remembered the contents of the food manual. Despite her skepticism, primal wilderness, by the waterfall, a strikingly handsome woman, accompanied by a one-armed man, returned to the site of the confrontation. The chaotic scene was marked by numerous animal tracks, while the decapitated man was nowhere to be found. A large pool of blood stained the ground. "Damn it, my arm is gone," the one-armed man lamented. "Be quiet," the striking woman replied, her expression darkening. "Even if your arm were still intact, we could not reattach it." She searched the area for her long spear but found nothing. As suspected, it had been taken. "We must leave this place for now. Once we acquire weapons from the resource point, we will settle the score with them." "They must be nearby," she declared. "Understood, sister," the one-armed man responded, not daring to voice any dissent. The two then quietly departed from the waterfall in a cave. Lin Yi gazed at the 6 dishes and a soup laid out on the table, a swell of pride rising within him. Not everyone could boast of such a feast in the wilderness. The girl, too, regarded the spread with glimmering eyes, swallowing hard. The little kitten had been circling the table. But alas, it was still too small to leap onto the surface. Noticing this, Lin Yi promptly lifted the kitten and placed it atop the stone table. Curiously, this cat was not only intelligent but had taken to eating solid food within days of opening its eyes. It consistently devoured its fill, leaving its belly round and content before drifting off to sleep. displaying no dietary restrictions. Lin Yi paid it little mind, considering its youth. It could hardly consume much. Once it matured, he assumed it would be capable of hunting for itself, alleviating him of that responsibility. After inviting Jiang Qingning to take a seat, the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, began to eat heartily. The girl relaxed considerably, playfully competing with Lin Yi for food, while he, in turn, occasionally snatched morsels from the kitten. The cave echoed with laughter and merriment. It's the western edge of the primal wilderness, where the desert met the land. A white-haired youth stood at the desert's edge, clad in tattered garments, his cracked lips parched and stained with blood. Yet, his eyes shone brightly, revealing a hint of excitement and madness. The white-haired youth spoke, his voice hoarse and cracked. At last, I have escaped this cursed desert. Next, I shall seek out my kind. A bloodthirsty smile crept across the youth's cracked lips. Chapter 21. The Unrest Trial Star No. 3. Space Monitoring Station. General, the first wave of resource drops for the other trial stars has commenced. Should we initiate ours as well? Upon hearing the soldier's words, the general roused from his feigned slumber. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not so fast. We must wait for all the actors to arrive before we can begin our performance. The general lifted his gaze, peering through the glass window of the command room at the vast expanse of the starlit sky. Order all deployment teams to prepare. The first batch will commence tomorrow at noon in the primeval wilderness. Understood. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. As night fell, the well-fed little kitten nestled in its cozy nook, blissfully asleep. Meanwhile, 2 individuals within the cave worked in harmonious unison. The girl tidied the remnants of their meal from the table, while Lin Yi, beside a newly constructed small pond, washed the pots and pans. They occasionally discussed future plans, the atmosphere remarkably congenial. This reminded Lin Yi of the simple familial evenings back on Earth, where they would finish dinner and tidy up while watching television. Jiang Qingning seemed lost in similar thoughts, her mood surprisingly buoyant, a smile gracing her lips. At least within this cave, they felt remarkably at ease. Having once belonged to the little kitten, the cave was exceptionally secluded. Were it not for Lin Yi hearing the kitten's cries, he would never have discovered this place. Since adopting it as a temporary stronghold, Lin Yi had planted numerous trees and shrubs outside the cave, enhancing its concealment and soundproofing. Several traps had also been set at the entrance and windows. Any creature approaching the cave would alert Lin Yi immediately. Coupled with his talent for sensing spirits, he could discern whether the intruder was an animal or a human. It could be said that this cave was one of the safest places in the entire wilderness. After tidying up, Lin Yi extinguished the campfire and lit 3 fish oil lamps. These lamps, crafted from stone with freshly pressed fish oil and wicks made from an unknown coarse fiber, burned brightly without any unpleasant odor. Most importantly, they were durable. A single wick could burn for nearly 2 to 3 days as long as there was sufficient oil. Once lit, the cave was illuminated significantly. After finishing her chores, the girl sat cross-legged on a stone stool, patiently awaiting Lin Yi's completion. When the fish oil lamps flickered to life, the girl's astonishment was more pronounced than ever. Observing her reaction, Lin Yi pondered, "Have you never seen this before?" The girl composed herself, her voice cool and steadied. "I have seen it. It is precisely because I have seen it that I am astonished. These are items that only appear in history books, artifacts belonging to primitive people. I never expected to see one in person." Lin Yi was rendered speechless by her response. How many years had passed? How advanced was technology now? After the trials concluded, he would need to delve deeper into current history. This is called a fish oil lamp. As long as it provides light, that's sufficient. It should last about 1 to 2 days. You can take one back to your room later. All right. The girl's face lit up with delight. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, noting that the number of people in this wilderness was increasing. We should venture out together in the future. It's safer that way. Jiang Qingning wholeheartedly agreed, reflecting that had Lin Yi not arrived in time, she might have perished. Death. It doesn't seem far off. Logically speaking, resource drops should have commenced by now. Nearly every trial star has them once a month. How can it be over a month without a response? As she pondered, a sense of unease settled in. With the passage of time, the influx of people would only increase, complicating matters. How much do you know about the trials? What can you tell me about resource drops? Lin Yi inquired eagerly. After some thought, the girl began to explain. The ultimate purpose of the trials is to select the most exceptional explorers and warriors. Resource drops are designed to incite conflict among all participants, facilitating a process of survival of the fittest. The resources dropped are incredibly varied, ranging from food to weapons, combat techniques to cultivation methods, ordinary medicines to elixirs, encompassing everything imaginable, even including spirit energy crystals. Almost anything you can conceive will likely make an appearance. These insights come from my elders, she concluded. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, remarked, "What a cunning strategy. Enticing people with pure self-interest is often the most irresistible approach. Moreover, on the trial stars, such incentives are magnified. Imagine a fresh piece of meat thrown into a pack of starving wolves. The uproar would be tremendous. Who knows how many people might flood into this primeval wilderness?" Lin Yi turned to the girl, asking, "Will you compete for those resources?" The girl seemed taken aback by his question. "Had I not met you, I certainly would have. But now, we have food, drink, and shelter. We only need to endure for 9 months. If there's something you desire, I can assist you in obtaining it, provided we ensure our safety." Upon hearing her response, Lin Yi felt a weight lift from his heart. He was apprehensive that she might wish to contest for resources. Now that she harbored no such intentions, Lin Yi found himself feeling a surge of eagerness. The primeval forest would undoubtedly become a bustling hub, and perhaps he could seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Yet, before that, he needed to enhance his strength, ensuring he was capable of capitalizing on any chance that arose. "I'll consider it further," he decided. Soon after, the two returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Qingning settled into meditation, while Lin Yi collapsed into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the past few days. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Noon arrived at the southernmost edge of the primeval wilderness. A furtive figure crept stealthily toward the jungle. This figure was entirely covered in sticky mud, with portions of it cracked and flaking off. The face remained obscured, and the figure was of average, somewhat lean stature. However, a pair of bright eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint, occasionally revealing a grin that showcased white teeth. "Finally escaped that wretched swamp. Random deployment is utterly flawed. They dropped me right in the center of it. Thankfully, I didn't drown. This system needs to be revised, and soon." With that, the figure clasped their hands together and murmured, "Forgive me, brother. I beseech you. Once I pass the trials, I shall surely honor you with offerings. I will not go back on my word." The figure continued to chant this several times, bowing in reverence. That moment, a series of red lights appeared in the sky, rapidly descending toward the forest. As they fell, parachutes deployed behind each glowing. Enormous canisters began to drift down in waves toward the forest. The figure, lost in prayer, suddenly recalled something, igniting a spark of excitement. Indeed, early arrivals are not as fortunate as those who come at the right moment. "Thank you, brother. I shall pay homage shortly." With hands clasped in prayer, the figure bowed once more before vanishing, darting toward the forest. Chapter 22. The arrival. The code Lin Yi, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of whistling sounds. Blinking drowsily, the noise intensified, jolting him upright. "What is happening? What is making such a racket?" He hurriedly leaped from his bed and exited the cave. There, he spotted a slender figure standing silently at the entrance, sword in hand, gazing skyward. The figure's stunning eyes reflected an unprecedented gravity. Lin Yi followed her gaze and was astonished to see a multitude of objects cascading from the sky. Sensing spirits activated, he thought that as Lin Yi focused, he discerned that the falling objects were enormous canisters, each accompanied by parachutes. The quantity was staggering, likely in the thousands, with several exhibiting powerful energy signatures. Coincidentally, many were drifting in the direction of the cave. When the canisters descended to a certain height, their parachutes suddenly ignited, leading to a rapid descent, scattering them in various directions throughout the forest. Lin Yi noted one particularly strong energy canister plummeting near the cave, precisely in the direction of the large tree where he had previously dug for worms. What a coincidence! Why is it always that direction? The entire forest erupted into a cacophony, a symphony of animal roars and human shouts creating a chaotic atmosphere. The tranquility of the woods was shattered. Exchanging glances, both Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning seemed to share an unspoken understanding. "We must seize this opportunity. It would be a shame to let such a chance slip away." It would be ungrateful to ignore our fortune. Follow me. We will act together. I detected a canister with particularly intense energy nearby. It must contain valuable resources. Lin Yi spoke hastily, resolute in their decision to pursue the best. Let us go. Understanding Lin Yi's talent, the girl readily agreed and signaled for him to lead the way. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the canister's descent point, which was not far from the cave. Right in the direction of the large tree, before long, they arrived at the site where the canister had fallen, coincidentally at the spot where Lin Yi had previously dug for worms, beside that peculiar tree. A massive, oval-shaped canister loomed over 3 meters tall, with only a portion visible above ground, while the rest was embedded deep within the soil, causing steam to rise from the damp earth due to the canister's high temperature. As the two individuals drew closer, they discovered a combination lock affixed to the surface above them. They exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of bewilderment. What could the password possibly be? Lin Yi observed Jiang Qingning's puzzled demeanor and surmised, most likely. She too was clueless about the code. The lock was rather simplistic, featuring 10 digits from 0 to 9 and 6 empty spaces above the numbers. Wasn't this just absurd? The potential 6-digit combinations using these 10 digits amounted to an astonishing 1 million possibilities. How long would it take to try them all? The thought alone made Lin Yi's head throb. Who on earth devised such a ludicrous method? Achoo! A young girl at the headquarters of the Cosmic Space Station sneezed twice. What was happening? Had she been overexerting her mind lately? Oh, my poor body. The girl muttered to herself for a moment before resuming her work, occasionally stuffing her mouth with a chip or two. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, a rather unsavory figure was scratching his head in front of a massive jar, visibly distressed. What on earth was the password? After attempting it hundreds of times, he exclaimed in frustration, "I've had enough." He kicked the large jar with vigor before dejectedly wandering into the woods. Back with Lin Yi, he inquired, "Jiang Qingning, do you know the password?" "I don't know. Logically speaking, these supply drops shouldn't have passwords. It has never been the case in previous years. I haven't heard of any supply drop requiring a code. Never a password in all these years?" Lin Yi rested his chin in contemplation. His gaze then fell upon the doorknob at the center of the jar. He reached out, grasped the knob, and with a twist, the door opened with a crisp click. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at his own hand, while Jiang Qingning looked equally incredulous. Is it really open? Then was that combination lock merely a decoration? They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Yet the door had indeed swung open, gently pulling it ajar. A radiant glow emanated from within. Lin Yi, still attuned to his spirit-seeking abilities, was momentarily blinded by the energy radiating from inside, causing his eyes to sting. He hastily shut off his spirit sensing. The girl was equally taken aback by the sight before her. As the door swung wide, an array of colorful crystals tumbled forth, creating a magnificent heap. The majority were white, with only a few of other hues. The white crystals were uniformly sized, all perfectly shaped dodecahedrons. The other colored energy crystals varied in size and shape. Sensing the girl's astonishment, Lin Yi's curiosity about these objects grew. He picked up a white dodecahedron, squeezing it between his fingers. It felt incredibly hard. Given Lin Yi's current strength, he could easily crush a chunk of granite into dust. Yet this egg-sized crystal showed no signs of yielding. What on earth were these? They were so solid and appeared to harbor immense energy. Noting that the girl remained in a state of shock, Lin Yi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked directly. His voice roused the girl from her stupor. Realizing she had momentarily lost composure, she suppressed her astonishment and began to explain. These white crystals are spirit energy crystals, while the colored ones are I Ching, crystals generated within extraordinary beasts that possess unique abilities. Spirit energy crystals can substitute for the ambient spirit energy, allowing for absorption by the human body. Moreover, due to their exceptionally high density, the absorption rate is significantly accelerated. However, these crystals are of no use to us. One must at least reach the Changtian realm to absorb them, which we cannot. At this point, the girl paused, looking down at Lin Yi, seemingly pondering that this individual might be capable of absorption. Earlier, he had absorbed it for healing. What a freak! If he could absorb, then surely he could absorb these spirit energy crystals as well. The girl couldn't help but grumble in her mind, growing increasingly agitated. Even if you can absorb them, I should get half of the crystals here. Lin Yi regarded the girl's sudden shift in demeanor with confusion. What was her issue? Were these crystals valuable? Would the supplies obtained here on this trial planet be permitted to be taken out? According to the trial rules, they can indeed be taken out. These items hold immense value. A single ordinary spirit energy crystal can be exchanged for an entire building. The cumulative worth of all these crystals could likely purchase a small habitable planet. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the massive jar, over 3 meters high and 2 to 3 meters in diameter, with his eyes gleaming red with excitement. This was wealth, an entire building or two. Simply sitting back and collecting rent, a whole planet, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze. Owning a building and living off rental income had been his ultimate aspiration in his past life. And now, astonishingly, he was on the verge of realizing it so soon in this life. The girl, taken aback by the intensity in Lin Yi's eyes, felt a twinge of fear. Suddenly, a loud shout jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. They both turned to see a lecherous figure standing behind them, equally wide-eyed with a mouth agape, drooling in astonishment. Lin Yi sensed the impending threat. Chapter 23. Chunji the newcomer, with crimson eyes, exhibited a surprise that rivaled that of Jiang Qingning earlier. Chunji had never imagined that one day he would encounter such immense wealth, a full warehouse brimming with countless energy crystals. This was wealth he could never amass in several lifetimes. Having grown up in a household plagued by hardship, with parents long gone, he supported a younger sister while living with his elderly grandmother. Due to the scarcity of resources on their planet, they relied solely on meager rations provided by the local government to survive. His grandmother, over 400 years old, still labored to earn a pittance to support herself and her young granddaughter, while also financing his education. With their planet being far removed from the Human Federation Center, there were no free federal academies available for a systematic education. The only option was to attend private institutions. The government-issued rations barely sufficed, and his grandmother's earnings were entirely consumed by his tuition. As his sister grew older and required schooling, Chenji, at the age of 20, made the difficult decision to drop out and secretly participate in the planetary trials. With the extension of human life expectancy came numerous challenges, not merely resource scarcity. As the lifespans of the wealthy extended indefinitely, they monopolized vast resources, establishing families and private armies. The chasm between rich and poor widened, leaving the impoverished with little hope. Following the outbreak of war, the Human Federation was established, ushering in the Interstellar Age. After a technological explosion, humanity began interstellar migration, gradually alleviating class conflicts. However, history often repeats itself. As humans colonized more planets, the population surged due to extended lifespans, leading to an ever-growing resource crisis. In response, the Human Federation ceased research on life extension, at least ensuring that not everyone could attain immortality, while continually encouraging expansion and development of uncharted territories. Ultimately, after an extended period, stability returned to the Federation, which developed extraordinary powers and established a new power structure. Over time, as people found themselves with idle hands, curiosity led to the exploration of the existence of legendary beings, aliens, and mythical creatures. Humanity embarked on a quest for answers, inadvertently encountering formidable extraterrestrial civilizations. Unfortunately, this resulted not in diplomatic exchanges, but rather in terrifying wars, which persisted to this day. As the only male member of his household, Chunji bore the responsibility of providing for his sister's education, while his grandmother's advanced age posed additional challenges. In the eyes of the impoverished, 400 years was considered remarkably advanced age. Chunji had never encountered anyone older than his grandmother, and he dismissed the tales of individuals living to over 1,000 years as mere folklore. Thus, he sought the trials, the only remaining shortcut in the vast cosmos. Similar to a college entrance examination, yet far more pragmatic and ruthless, the trials were open to all individuals under a century old. As long as one passes the minimum level of trial, they will receive fourth-tier assistance. Moreover, even in the event of one's demise, their family, specifically their grandmother and younger sister, will at least receive fifth-tier assistance, ensuring they are free from the worries of daily sustenance. Chunji gazed at the towering pile of energy crystals before him, recalling the detailed descriptions he had encountered in his textbooks. Instantly, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. It was then that he sensed a searing gaze fixated upon him, one that harbored ill intentions. Regaining his composure, Qianji turned to face Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning, once again adopting a somewhat mischievous demeanor. Lin Yi fixed an intense stare on the lecherous figure before her, confirming with a glance that this was indeed someone attempting to pilfer his belongings. She promptly signaled Jiang Qingning to assume a combat stance, to which the girl swiftly drew her longsword. Observing their demeanor, Qianji realized he had been misunderstood and immediately faltered. "Dear brother, dear sister, spare my life. I, Qianji, have come to the trial merely to earn a meager living. Please, have mercy." His voice rang out loudly. Having spent over a month on Trial Star, Qianji had already faced several life-and-death situations, all of which he had navigated through the skills he had learned on the edge of the star. He had no mastery of martial arts or combat techniques, and in a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, surrender was the only option. As long as he did not encounter a psychopath, he would likely be spared, and perhaps even gain some benefits. Lin Yi was taken aback by the lewd man's desperate cries, as was Jiang Qingning. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting a shared skepticism. Previously, they had encountered two groups of individuals who had attacked without hesitation. Lin Yi had nearly fallen victim to a water manipulator, and Jiang Qingning had come perilously close to being overpowered by three men. The instant they laid eyes on this man, who immediately cowered. They sensed something amiss, however. Neither of them acted hastily. Lin Yi activated her spirit-seeking abilities to scrutinize the lecherous figure. She discovered that the energy emanating from him was not formidable, and there were no signs of meridians flowing within him. He was an ordinary person. Yet, how could an ordinary individual survive for so long on this perilous planet? Surely, a mere encounter with a wild beast would spell their end. Unwilling to take chances, Lin Yi fully activated her spirit-seeking abilities, fixating her gaze on the seemingly unremarkable figure. However, no anomalies emerged. He was indeed an unassuming individual. Qianji felt increasingly anxious under the scrutinizing gaze of the fierce-looking man. What was up with the golden glint in his eyes? He felt exposed, as if his very essence was being laid bare, causing his heart to race with mounting dread. "Oh, esteemed brother and sister, I truly harbor no malice. I beseech you, let me go." Qianji bit his lip, conceding that the crystals were theirs if they desired them. "You still covet my crystals?" Lin Yi's voice escalated sharply. Jiang Qingning's expression turned unwelcoming as well. Qianji, bewildered by their reactions, found himself at a loss. In a blink, darkness enveloped him, and he felt nothing. Lin Yi had swiftly moved behind him, delivering a strike that rendered him unconscious. Only once his body lay still on the ground did Lin Yi feel at ease, realizing he was indeed just an ordinary person. With a sigh of relief, she remarked, "Based on my observations, he is likely an ordinary individual." Jiang Qingning, astonished, questioned, "You claim he is an ordinary person? How could a regular person survive here for so long?" "That is precisely the case. I detect no traces of cultivation on him, nor any significant energy. Moreover, he did not respond to my attack at all. Let us bind him, blindfold him, and take him back to our cave. We can interrogate him once he regains consciousness. But what shall we do with these crystals?" Lin Yi, having spoken, immediately set about tying up Qianji. Jiang Qingning pondered briefly before replying, "There are too many for us to carry at the moment. You can absorb some crystals. Take a portion back with you to absorb. As for the rest, I believe it is best to bury them here." Indeed, that seems the only course of action. Although these crystals hold immense value, they are of little use to me at present. I have yet to fully absorb my previous crystals. The large jar could remain unnoticed here, save for the sudden intrusion of this individual. Now that they had captured him, burying the crystals seemed the most prudent course. The two immediately set to work, the girl using her long sword to dig while Lin Yi transported the soil and stones. They toiled fervently. After nearly an hour of digging, they had excavated a pit approximately 5 to 6 meters deep, next to the enormous jar. Once finished, Lin Yi took a few white crystals and sealed the hatch. Then, she approached the massive jar from the other side and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the jar toppled into the pit. The two then began to fill in the hole. Once they had completely covered the pit and the opening created by the jar, they placed a stone atop it to mark the spot. In a day or two, the fallen leaves would fully conceal the newly disturbed earth. The two meticulously surveyed the surrounding area for a kilometer, and upon confirming it was deserted, they breathed a sigh of relief. Should we still search for other jars? Jiang Qingning inquired, looking up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought for a moment before responding, perhaps not. The value of this jar alone is substantial enough. We can seek more in the future. After all, there are many jars, and even if we find more, we cannot possibly guard them all. Besides, we have this burden. Lin Yi gestured towards the unconscious Chen Ji, who lay on the ground. The two were uncertain about how to handle him. To simply release him was unrealistic, especially since he was aware of the vast energy crystals present. Releasing him was out of the question. To eliminate him was also not feasible, as he posed no threat to them. They were not so heartless as to kill without cause, for he was still one of their kind. Lin Yi turned to Jiang Qingning, stating, "We cannot let him go. Let us take him back to our cave and confine him. Given that he has survived as an ordinary person until now, he must possess some extraordinary qualities and may hold valuable secrets." The girl nodded in agreement. "Then we should take him back for interrogation. He may divulge something useful." Agreed. The two hastily tidied the scene before Lin Yi effortlessly hoisted Chen Ji onto her shoulder. Activating her spirit-seeking abilities, she led the girl through the tumultuous forest, steering clear of the agitated creatures, and made their way back to their cave. In the western region of the primal wilderness, a white-haired youth clad in animal skins was intently observing a massive jar before him. He raised his foot and kicked it, finding it unyielding. After circling the jar, he discovered a combination lock. The youth pressed a few numbers at random, but to no avail. After several attempts yielded no result. His frustration grew, and veins throbbed on his forehead. The white-haired boy unleashed a furious roar to the heavens, his expression gradually shifting to one of cold mirth. "Do not let me discover who the planner of this scheme is. Or else," the youth gritted his teeth. He then closed his eyes, murmuring an incantation of unknown origin. Gradually, veins bulged beneath his skin, muscles expanded, and his long white hair flowed down to his waist. As he opened his eyes, his formerly brown irises transformed into a shimmering silver, radiating a faint glow. The boy's demeanor shifted to one of chilling authority, exuding an air of danger. With a furious glare, his hair billowed, enveloped in a silvery aura. His hair elongated, wrapping around his fists in spirals, as the silver energy swirled around him. The white-haired boy's eyes sparkled with silver light, his fists coiling with power. As the silver energy whirled, the air split with a tearing sound. His body formed an arc, and with a resounding boom, he unleashed both fists, causing the air to explode. The silver-wrapped fists tore through the jar, creating two massive openings, yet leaving the contents within unharmed. Various items spilled forth, littering the ground: food, drink, cooking pots, and even women's dresses. The white-haired youth's gaze softened as he beheld the food and drink, his tension dissipating. His breath steadied, the silvery aura faded, and his hair shortened. As his demeanor calmed, the once silver pupils reverted to their original brown. Finally, sustenance. No more hunger. A radiant smile graced his face, though it bore an unsettling quality, complemented by his flowing white hair, oblivious to the eeriness. He cheerfully extracted the food and drink from the jar, wrapping them in a large piece of animal hide before slinging it over his shoulder. Humming an unfamiliar tune, he departed, kicking the jar one last time. The jar toppled, its fallen side conveniently covering the gaping hole torn by the boy's fists, leaving behind a clear footprint on its surface. A while later, Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning returned to their cave. Lin Yi unceremoniously tossed the bound and blindfolded Chen Ji into a corner. The sound of his head striking the floor echoed as he jolted awake, but with his eyes covered, mouth gagged, and limbs restrained, he could only emit muffled cries, wriggling like a caterpillar. Nearby, a small kitten stirred awake, curiously observing Chen Ji. Jiang Qingning glanced at his predicament, a pang of discomfort coursing through her. She recalled her own past experiences, which had not been much better, and noted that his bindings were becoming increasingly disheveled. The girl shot a disdainful look at Lin Yi. Sensing her gaze, he turned to her, puzzled. Jiang Qingning, however, averted her eyes and retreated into her stone chamber. Lin Yi remained indifferent, believing that the young girl did not wish to witness her own interrogation. He was not one to dawdle. Acquiring useful information sooner would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival on this planet. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed the beast skin that obstructed Chen Ji's mouth. "Help! Help! A hero's life is at stake. Please, I beg you." As soon as the covering was removed, Chen Ji began to shout, his voice alarmingly loud. Lin Yi was not taken aback. Such a reaction was entirely within his expectations. Gradually, he drew a dagger, pressing it against Chen Ji's throat. Instantly, Chen Ji's cries ceased. Every entity or individual possesses vulnerabilities, and seizing upon these weaknesses renders them defenseless. Death is a fate that all living beings dread, and Chen Ji was no exception. Lin Yi was acutely aware of this, which is precisely why he held the blade to Chen Ji's throat. I ask, you answer. Utter one more word of nonsense, and you shall perish, Lin Yi spoke, his tone frigid and devoid of compassion. Chen Ji felt a profound chill. With years of struggle behind him, he recognized that this man had undoubtedly taken lives before. And likely more than one, he believed that should he fail to cooperate, this individual would not hesitate to end his life. All right, Chen Ji replied, his voice trembling. My name is Chen Ji. Age, 28. Where are you from? The Human Federation, Group System, Fringe Planet. Who else is at home? There is only me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi adjusted the dagger slightly, the sharp edge grazing Chen Ji's neck. Just me. Chen Ji's voice quivered with fear. Yet he exhibited no sign of cowardice. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, and Chen Ji too remained quiet. They maintained this standoff for nearly 10 minutes, with beads of cold sweat trickling down Chen Ji's forehead. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi who took a step back, releasing his grip on the dagger at Chen Ji's throat. He then inquired, How have you managed to survive until now? Chen Ji paused, seemingly stunned by the incredulity of the question. Seeing that Chen Ji did not respond, Lin Yi concluded that further questioning would yield little. He raised his hand and struck the blade against Chen Ji's carotid artery, rendering him unconscious just as he attempted to speak. Lin Yi noted Chen Ji's move to speak, but his action was too swift, and Chen Ji had already succumbed. Ugh, Lin Yi sighed, scratching his head. He had acted too quickly and would have to defer his inquiries for another time. Chapter 25. Reactions from all sides. Lin Yi glanced at the unconscious Chen Ji on the ground and reluctantly deactivated his spirit-seeking ability. Just moments ago, he had discovered that this ability allowed him to observe the subtle movements of a person's muscles. Even the minutest actions were visible. While questioning Chen Ji about the members of his household, he noted that Chen Ji's pulse, muscle movements, and respiratory rates had quickened slightly compared to earlier inquiries. This observation confirmed Lin Yi's suspicion that Chen Ji was lying. He had studied him closely for 10 minutes, memorizing the various frequencies of his muscle contractions, breathing, and heartbeat. After all, a person cannot entirely control every muscle or cell within their body. Lin Yi was now confident that he could discern whether someone was lying with just a glance. If this ability were applied to combat, it could provide a significant advantage. As he continued to explore the various applications of his spirit-seeking power, Lin Yi realized just how extraordinary this ability was. He pondered his other talent, one that surpassed even spirit-seeking, yet remained untapped. This only heightened his anticipation for that latent ability. Meow Owu as Lin Yi contemplated. A small kitten nearby let out a call. Upon hearing the kitten's lazy meow, Lin Yi felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him. Since the supply drops began, his nerves had been taut, never truly easing until now, when the sound of the kitten brought about a sudden relief, leaving him drowsy. Lin Yi had always believed that many would congregate here following the supply drops. However, after such a lengthy period with only one encounter, he felt something was amiss. He worried about the potential for uncontrollable events to unfold. Yet, as he relaxed, he reflected on the trial. With only 100,000 participants scattered across the planet, it seemed as inconspicuous as a few drops of water in a vast pond. Just as quickly, he allowed himself to unwind. Nonetheless, he could not afford to let his guard down. After all, in less than 10 kilometers, he had already encountered 6 individuals. From the spot where he first released the worms to the waterfall, he had met 6 people, indicating a significant population density within this forest. It could not simply be a matter of luck, whether good or bad, that he encountered people after wandering just a few kilometers. Meanwhile, another individual was also caught in contemplation, on trial planet number 3, at a spatial monitoring station. A general scrutinized a tracking report prepared by his subordinates. This report focused on Lin Yi. The general furrowed his brow. This young man was not merely a fleeting figure, but how could he have encountered 6 people in such a short span within tens of millions of square kilometers of uncharted wilderness, which housed only a few tens of thousands? While this could be attributed to luck, One particular statistic caught the general's attention. Lin Yi's psychic energy had surged dramatically, surpassing the limits of the breaking limit realm, even surpassing the common sky realm. Yet, the data indicated he remained in the breaking limit stage. How curious! He wondered if this young man had awakened a special talent. The trial had only just begun. Yet he was already edging into the top 100. How perplexing, considering he had been inconspicuous and nearly perished just moments ago. It seemed he had experienced an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The general then set the report aside, dismissing it. Throughout his long life, he had encountered numerous prodigies and geniuses, yet only those who survived could truly be deemed exceptional. The deceased were of no consequence and did not warrant further attention. The cosmos adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, and humanity was merely crawling through existence within the universe. He wondered how the frontline battles were faring. Supporting those reckless individuals had been a grave error. Alas, it was too late now. The general shook his head, resuming his examination of another document. Had half of the participants already perished in the world below? He shook his head again. The mortality rate remained alarmingly high. However, those who persevered were undoubtedly the elite, even among the elite. His gaze grew resolute, his aged visage taking on a solemn demeanor. All was for the sake of humanity. In the extreme northern snowfields, beside an icy lake, two petite girls, bundled in thick furs, were using sharp tree forks to spear the fish swimming in the water. Sister, look, I caught a fish, one girl, bearing a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, proudly held aloft her spear, which had impaled a palm-sized fish, its blue blood slowly dripping down the fork. Good, my little sister is quite skilled. We might have some meat to eat today. Quickly, scan it with the food manual to see if it's edible. The sister remained somewhat composed, having speared numerous fish over the past few days, though few were fit for consumption. I just know this fish is edible, the girl with the beauty mark declared confidently, promptly pulling out a food manual resembling a large mobile phone. The older sister felt a twinge of exasperation. Her younger sister had repeated this assertion countless times, yet her confidence remained unwavering. As the food manual scanned the fish, it emitted a series of beeps. Scan successful. Snow Mountain Blue Fish, first-level spirit beast. Contains properties for replenishing energy and resisting cold. Non-toxic. The entire fish is edible. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in the sisters' ears like heavenly music. They had finally found something edible. Both girls beamed with radiant smiles, illuminating the snowy landscape. As they grew older, they would likely become enchanting figures in the world. Just then, a multitude of fiery red points appeared in the distant sky, resembling falling meteors, gradually fading away. Sister, look, it seems the supply drop has begun. The real battle is about to start. We must prepare ourselves. All right, yes. Let us join the fight. Battle, the younger sister exclaimed excitedly, her face alight with eagerness. Ouch! Why did you hit me? The younger sister, with her short arms cradling her head, looked up at her sister with teary eyes, her expression adorably reminiscent of a pet. I hit you on the head. We're going to fight. Stop being foolish and keep your distance. Do you hear me? The older sister sighed in frustration, gazing at her dim-witted sibling, yet she felt utterly powerless to change her. Oh no. On a small island in the southern part of the planet, a gentle sea breeze wafted through the air. A striking figure leaned against a branch, a long knife resting beside her. Her gaze fixed on the streams of meteors traversing the night sky. Her expression remained cold, devoid of any emotion, until the last of the meteors vanished. Standing upright, she drew her long knife, sheathing it with a murmured, "It seems it is time to set off. The first batch of resources should contain some valuable items." With that, she soared into the air. Walking upon the sea, gradually heading north. Chapter 26. Beast Tide. The next day, at dawn, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the windowsill, illuminating the boy's face, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The warm sunlight roused Lin Yi from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils focusing, and a gleam of golden light flashed in his bright eyes. Subsequently, Lin Yi lazily turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. At noon, Lin Yi once again awoke languidly, his eyes still hazy. How comfortable! He stretched deeply, his entire body cracking and popping with the release of tension. There is nothing quite like waking up naturally. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. Lin Yi felt utterly at ease. One of life's three grand aspirations is to sleep until one awakens of their own accord. To his surprise, he had achieved this in an unfamiliar world. Having been here for merely a week, Lin Yi had completely adapted to his new surroundings. He had always been a person who took life as it came. However, this could hardly be called living. It was more akin to mere survival. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. He had managed to escape the plight of mere existence and could at least fend for himself within this forest. Lin Yi glanced around the humble room, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No, this is still far too rudimentary. He would be residing here for nearly 9 months. How could he lack even the most basic furnishings and essentials? However, was he perhaps being a tad frivolous? Lin Yi felt somewhat exasperated by his own thoughts. After all, this was a planetary trial, a test of survival on another world. Was it truly wise to be so careless? Moreover, he had not practiced his cultivation for 2 days and found himself yearning for that familiar sensation of training. Perhaps today would be a good day to resume, but lying down feels so delightful. Perhaps he would indulge a little longer. With that, Lin Yi settled back down. In the very heart of the primordial wilderness, amidst the ancient mountains, a majestic dragon beast, its body adorned with golden scales, seemed to sense something, slowly opening its golden, slit-like eyes. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire mountain range, distorting the very air itself. The once lively mountains fell eerily silent, save for the occasional whimper of animals submitting to the overwhelming force. As the golden-eyed dragon's gaze intensified, a peculiar wave rippled through the primordial forest. This regal dragon appeared to possess considerable intelligence, sensing the presence of other visitors within the forest, as well as entities foreign to this planet. Its brow furrowed in displeasure, and it let out a low growl roar. Suddenly, the entire mountain range, along with the submissive whimpers, was silenced, descending into an uncanny stillness. Then, as if sensing something anew, the dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Its regal head turned toward one direction, as if something there beckoned it. The dragon beast rose slightly, and the surrounding space tore apart with a deafening crack, drawing in the flora and fauna around it into the rift. This sudden emergence of spatial fissures startled the dragon, as though the weakness of the surrounding space had ensnared it. With no choice, the dragon lay obediently upon the ground, and the rifts abruptly vanished. From above, one could observe the dragon ensnared within a uniquely patterned array. Any force surpassing that which the array could withstand would lead to the tearing of the surrounding space. Damn that maze monarch. One day, this array shall not confine me, and at that time, I will destroy the human domain. The regal dragon beast suddenly spoke with a fierce voice. It seemed to recall something else, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. One day, I shall reclaim what is mine. Roar, roar. The regal dragon's cry echoed throughout the primordial wilderness, and at that moment, the creatures of the mountains could no longer suppress their terror, beginning to flee in a chaotic stampede. The panic spreading outwards from the ancient mountains, a terrifying beast tide was unleashed. From the ancient mountains, it gradually expanded outward, resembling a droplet falling into a pond, with ripples emanating outward, devastating everything in its path. The trees were trampled, the underbrush crushed, and more beasts joined the fray, whether willingly or by force. Larger beasts trampled the smaller ones, carnivorous creatures attacked herbivores. The scene spiraled into chaos, just as Lin Yi was enjoying a deep slumber. He was abruptly jolted awake by a resounding roar. What in the world? What was that noise? Ouch, that hurt. Startled, Lin Yi tumbled off the stone bed, the sharp corner colliding with his forehead. The impact left a bruise, and he clutched his head in pain. Jiang Qingning, too, was startled awake from her cultivation, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her training was already more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. And the sudden, powerful roar had disrupted her focus, causing a disruption in her spiritual energy and resulting in minor internal injuries. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. With a couple of days' rest, she would likely recover. The young girl wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and alarm, as if she were startled by both the dragon's roar and the mishap in her cultivation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she hurriedly jumped out of bed, pressing her ear to the ground to listen intently. After 5 full minutes, Her expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed she had heard what she most dreaded. Listening intently for another minute, she confirmed her fears, gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it! The girl quickly rose and dashed towards Lin Yi's room. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi, are you there? Hurry out, we have a serious problem. Her voice was urgent and somewhat frantic. As Lin Yi rubbed his forehead in his room, he heard Jiang Qingning's call and hastily got up to open the door. Upon hearing her last words, he was taken aback. A beast tied? The door swung open with a loud creak, but at that moment, he couldn't afford to concern himself with the noise. Explain yourself. Where is this beast tied? Lin Yi inquired urgently. It's right within this forest, and drawing ever closer, I listened for 5 or 6 minutes before confirming it was indeed a beast tied. And it's vast. Jiang Qingning's voice was frantic. Lin Yi's scalp tingled at the word beast tied. Whether in modern times, ancient tales, fantasy novels, or television shows, it was synonymous with extreme danger. He recalled an instance abroad when he had witnessed a small-scale beast tied. A swarm of rats. The scene had been utterly terrifying. A vivid memory he would never forget. Wherever the swarm passed, not a blade of grass remained, not a chicken or duck was spared. This planet, this forest, was home to countless formidable beasts. If a large-scale beast tide were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this forest, no trial taker would find a place to bury their remains. What to do? What to do? What should he do? Perhaps it was best to assess the situation first. With that thought, Lin Yi rushed out of the cave and climbed the high mountain behind it. Standing atop the peak, he activated his spirit-seeking ability, concentrating deeply to gaze afar. His forest patrol was maximized. In an instant, tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes. Before him lay an overwhelming surge of energy, far exceeding that of a dozen waterfalls combined. Lin Yi had no choice but to close his spirit-seeking. In the face of such a calamity, human effort was utterly futile. In such circumstances, self-preservation was the only option, and even that was uncertain. Lin Yi lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he came to a resolution. It seemed that this was the only way. Chapter 27. Digging. Having reached an understanding, Lin Yi hurriedly climbed down the mountain. He found Jiang Qinning anxiously waiting. I have a plan. I am 80% certain we can evade this crisis. The girl, upon hearing this, urged, stop dawdling and tell me. Seeing the girl's impatient demeanor, Lin Yi sensed a hint of annoyance on her face. Lin Yi scratched his head. Don't rush. Don't rush. We need to dig into the mountainside, at a downward angle. We will create a sufficiently deep tunnel and widen the space. With the weapons at our disposal and our current physical capabilities, we can accomplish this in a short time. This would significantly increase our chances of avoiding the beast tide, provided the tide does not linger too long. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before adding, to be safe, you should catch a few large animals. The beast tide is still quite far from us. It will take at least 10 more minutes to reach us. Go and catch some animals quickly. Remember to drain their blood and remove all their internal organs before bringing them back. The digging will be left to me, rest assured. I'll have it done before you return. Lin Yi reiterated. Make sure to drain the blood, absolutely. The girl tightened her grip on her long sword. All right, I'll do my best to be back within 10 minutes. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed out of the cave, employing her agile footwork as she ran. Lin Yi watched her vanish swiftly from sight, then began his own preparations, as to why he instructed the girl to catch the animals instead of doing it himself. Despite his talent for locating them more swiftly, it was because the mountain structure could not be excavated carelessly. One misstep could lead to a collapse. Lin Yi gazed at the mountainside, activating his spirit-seeking ability to observe the rock formations. With his talent in full effect, his vision penetrated the rock, rapidly scanning the mountain structure, and in an instant, he comprehended its entire layout. Blood tears streamed from his eyes once more as his ability was pushed to its limits. It was indeed too strenuous. With danger imminent, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Survival now took precedence. Wiping the blood from the corners of his eyes, he seized his dagger and began to cut into the mountain's rock. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had memorized the most solid sections of the mountain, where energy was most concentrated. His dagger moved swiftly, carving the hard rock into uniform, cubic shapes. Subsequently, he arranged the cubic stones in the main chamber, leaving only a narrow passage barely wide enough for 2 people to pass through. The little kitten watched curiously from the side, mewing insistently as the rocks piled precariously before it, nearly obstructing its line of sight, causing it to cry out in distress. However, Lin found himself devoid of both time and inclination to attend to it. He needed to excavate the air raid shelter swiftly before Jiang Qingning's return. With the dagger's extraordinary sharpness and Lin Yi's immense strength, he carved out a triangular passage slanting downwards to the base of the mountain in just 2 or 3 minutes. Wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to traverse simultaneously. The location of the passage was dug into the mountainside, directly between Lin Yi's and Jiang Qingning's rooms. The depth reached an impressive 20 meters. And upon completing the excavation, Lin Yi was left breathless and fatigued. He paused to rest, acutely aware that his physical condition could easily endure a run of several dozen kilometers without breaking a sweat. Yet, digging a mere 20-meter passage had left him gasping for air, a testament to his exhaustion. After a minute's respite, Lin Yi resumed work, slicing through the rock. As he delved deeper, he sensed an increasing concentration of spiritual energy, comparable to that of the spring water above. Suddenly, the dagger struck something hard within the rocks, rendering it immovable. The impact nearly sent Lin Yi tumbling to the ground. What could be so unyielding? Given the dagger's sharpness and Lin Yi's current strength, cutting through the rocks should have been as easy as slicing through butter. Cautiously withdrawing the dagger, he noted it remained intact, and he exhaled in relief before carefully cutting away the overlying stone, revealing a massive, irregular white crystal. This is an enormous spiritual energy crystal. Staring at the nearly human-height, irregular milky white crystal before him, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He raised his dagger and struck it, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Clearly, this direction was no longer viable for excavation. Turning to survey the lengthy triangular passage behind him, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. All that effort had been in vain, wasting time and energy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the white crystal. The spiritual energy crystal raw or emitted a sharp pain that made Lin Yi gasp. Suddenly, the white crystal trembled violently, and rocks above began to fall, nearly striking Lin Yi. Just as he was about to vent his frustration again, he noticed a significant fissure appearing above the crystal wall, revealing that it was not entirely connected to the other crystals. Could this be? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He lifted his foot and struck the crystal wall with considerable force, 3 or 4 times that of his previous attempt. With a resounding crash, the entire crystal wall collapsed, revealing a space below. Curiously, he peered into the newly exposed cavity, discovering it radiated a soft white glow, with a dark river flowing gently beneath. This was a natural cavern, or rather, a natural spiritual mine, spanning approximately 200 to 300 square meters, with a height of 3 to 4 meters. Lin Yi stood at the top of the cavern, surrounded by a landscape of naturally occurring spiritual crystals, all emitting a luminous white light that illuminated the entire mine. Overjoyed, Lin Yi realized this was the most natural refuge imaginable, complete with water and sturdy walls. He leapt into the cavern, surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of any animal tracks. Upon inspecting the dark river again, he was delighted to find it mirrored the spring water above, only richer in spiritual energy, indicating they shared the same source. To his delight, he spotted fish swimming in the crystal-clear depths. This was wonderful. He had discovered fish, a source of food and water in this refuge. He hurried back to retrieve Jiang Qinning in a single bound. He returned to the previously excavated passage, scooping up the kitten along with its nest and placing them gently in the cavern before heading back to their living quarters to bring in the still unconscious Qianji. Now, aside from the 2 rooms, the rest was piled high with rocks, though a passage remained open for 2 people to pass through. Lin Yi planned to seal it off once Jiang Qinning returned. After anxiously waiting for 5 minutes, a graceful figure adorned with a long sword appeared. A smile broke across Lin Yi's face, only to falter as he noticed 2 additional figures trailing behind her. Chapter 28. New allies. Lin Yi's heart raced as he eyed the 2 figures that emerged behind Jiang Qinning, his smile fading instantly. His expression turned serious as he drew his long dagger, gripping it in a defensive stance. As the figures came into full view, Lin Yi was taken aback. One figure was strikingly alluring, while the other exuded a commanding presence, one he recognized from the earlier encounter with Jiang Qinning. the woman wielding a spear who had shown formidable strength. The memory of her prowess lingered, having bested Jiang Qingning in their previous confrontation. The other figure was equally captivating, with a striking physique and adorned with a dark ring. Yet Lin Yi had never seen her before. What puzzled him most was the evident injuries both bore, and they appeared quite serious. Standing parallel to Jiang Qingning, they displayed no hostility, their gazes cold and composed. Noticing Lin Yi's tense posture, Jiang Qingning quickly interjected, "Lin Yi, don't be alarmed. They are not enemies." Her voice carried a hint of apology. As Lin Yi met her gaze, sensing her sincerity, he deduced the situation. Though he remained wary, suspecting ulterior motives, the distant roars of beasts grew louder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Evidence that the beast tide was not far off. Could they be trusted? Lin Yi inquired. Rest assured, they are trustworthy, Jiang Qingning assured him with a confident glance. Very well, then let us all enter, Lin Yi conceded. The beast tide is approaching. Upon hearing this, the alluring figure spoke. Do you truly have a plan to evade this beast tide? It is of the highest level, reaching millions in number, and includes many 7th and 8th tier beasts. Her skeptical gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Before he could respond, Jiang Qingning interjected coolly, "This is not your place to question." Silence. Step back. The alluring figure, taken aback by Jiang Qingning's tone, retreated reluctantly, thinking, if I weren't at a disadvantage, humph. The commanding figure offered no reaction, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Lin Yi was astonished by Jiang Qingning's assertiveness toward the alluring woman, prompting him to ponder their relationship. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us head inside. How is the excavation progressing? The tunnel is complete, and there is a natural cavern below. However, the situation inside is somewhat unusual. So prepare yourselves for a surprise. Unusual? The girl's brow furrowed in confusion. Have you caught any animals? If not, then there's no need. I have. They are just behind us. For your specifications, I've drained their blood and removed their entrails. But there are only 2, around 300 to 400 kilograms in total. Lin Yi glanced toward the 3 figures and confirmed the presence of 2 massive, unidentified beasts, already eviscerated and left on the ground. He approached to inspect them, verifying that their blood had indeed been drained and their insides completely removed. Excellent, that will suffice. Cut them into chunks and carry them down to the cavern. We must hurry. The girl complied without hesitation, drawing her sword to swiftly dismember the 2 beasts before instructing the other 2 to transport the pieces into the lower cavern. Lin Yi watched, astounded by the efficiency of their actions. How can you command them? He asked, bewildered, glancing at Jiang Qingning. Isn't that the woman who injured you earlier? Jiang Qingning observed Lin Yi's expression, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. I'll explain later. For now, let us see just how special your cavern is. Agreed. Lin Yi immediately led Jiang Qingning towards the direction of the natural spirit mine cave. The other 2 young women were busy transporting the flesh of an unknown beast. Lin Yi paid them no mind, unfazed by any potential malice they might harbor, especially since a hidden river flowed beneath them, teeming with fish that could serve as sustenance. The beast meat was of little consequence. Upon entering the original cave, the young woman discovered it was completely filled with square stones, leaving only a passage wide enough for 2 to pass through. She found her room intact, and a smile crept onto her face. As they stepped into the triangular passage, she gazed at the lengthy corridor, stretching over 20 meters, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated Lin Yi could excavate such a long tunnel in such a brief period. Approaching the natural cavern below, Lin Yi's demeanor took on a mysterious air as he turned to her and asked, "Are you prepared mentally? The situation below may differ from your expectations. I hope you won't be frightened." Frightened? How absurd. The young woman shook her head dismissively. She could hardly fathom anything that could scare her, having already faced life and death. Lin Yi, perceiving her resolve, refrained from further explanation and led her toward the glowing cave entrance. Upon reaching the opening, he did not allow her to peer inside first. Instead, he grasped her delicate hand and leaped into the cave together. Jiang Qingning was taken aback by his sudden action. After all, apart from her father and grandfather, no other man had ever held her hand. Yet, upon landing, her eyes widened in shock at the radiant glow surrounding her, and she looked around in sheer disbelief. Lin Yi, observing her astonished expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. lamenting the absence of a phone or camera to capture the moment. What a pity it was, Lin Yi mused over this missed opportunity. The young woman regained her composure. Despite Lin Yi's prior warnings about the uniqueness of this place, witnessing it firsthand left her utterly stunned. Everywhere she looked, countless natural spirit energy crystals sparkled like gold and jewels. A sight so surreal it was hard to believe. Though her family was well off, she had never encountered such a multitude of spirit energy crystals before. Comparatively, the massive jar they had discovered earlier contained only a paltry amount. It was as if a mountain of silver stood beside a mountain of gold. No comparison could be made. Even with the remaining beast crystals in the jar, their value paled in comparison to these spirit energy crystals. Confusion enveloped her mind. Logically, nearly all resources on this planet had been explored, so how could such a vast spirit energy mine remain hidden? Moreover, the crystals radiated a gentle luminescence, indicating their high purity. There was no reason for the exploration team to overlook this place. Just as she pondered, she felt a tightening grip on her right hand. Looking up, she realized Lin Yi was still holding her hand, occasionally fidgeting. "How does it feel, my hand? Isn't it nice?" "It's all right, soft, and—" Lin Yi's response faltered as he noticed the teasing glint in her eyes, causing him to awkwardly release her hand and instinctively touch his nose. This only elicited a more disdainful expression from her. "You Lin Yi grasped the awkwardness of the situation. He was torn between letting his hand drop and holding it as he caught her gaze. Filled with a mixture of bemusement and annoyance, he felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, prompting Lin Yi to turn away, picking up a small kitten to distract himself. "Meow?" The kitten, puzzled, wondered why this bipedal creature had suddenly embraced it. The young woman, witnessing Lin Yi's flustered antics, couldn't help but smile silently. Her smile, paired with her angelic visage and mesmerizing eyes, was truly captivating, a beauty that could topple cities and nations. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was oblivious to such splendor. Suddenly, the serene ambience was shattered by two distinct exclamations. Lin Yi looked up to see two heads peeking from the cave entrance, one with striking, heroic features, the other with enchanting beauty, both mouths agape in astonishment, having witnessed something incredible. Their shock surpassed that of Jiang Qingning, who had been forewarned by Lin Yi. These two were taken completely off guard. Genuinely frightened, Jiang Qingning's demeanor shifted as she regarded them with a newfound wariness, contemplating whether to silence them. The other two young women, sensing her gaze, snapped back to reality, their expressions turning serious. "Rest assured. We will not disclose this place," they vowed in unison, fearing Jiang Qingning's potential wrath. They understood the gravity of her gaze and recognized she was no ordinary opponent. Her eyes betrayed a history of bloodshed. Revealing her indifference to their lives, upon hearing their oath, Jiang Qingning's expression softened, and she chose to disregard them. Lin Yi remained a passive observer, offering no commentary. The two young women, sensing Jiang Qingning's lack of further scrutiny, suppressed their astonishment and resumed their task of transporting the beast meat. Once they had moved away, Lin Yi resumed speaking. "The peculiarities here extend beyond what you see. There is a hidden river below, teeming with fish, a living stream. We could easily remain here until the beast tide passes, or even until the trial concludes." Jiang Qingning, observing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence, found herself believing his words and refrained from venturing towards the river. "You must be curious about my relationship with them, right?" the young woman inquired, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi as he nodded in acknowledgement, having touched his nose in response. She continued, "Earlier, you asked me to hunt, and while I was out, I stumbled upon them engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly fighting over something. They were both severely wounded from their skirmish. Initially, I intended to ignore them, but upon my return with some prey, I found them still battling, and they had even ignited true flames. Out of curiosity, I intervened and easily subdued them. Despite my persistent questioning, they refused to reveal what they were fighting over." Lin Yi, intrigued, interrupted, "What could possibly be worth risking their lives amidst a beast tide?" "I don't know, and stop interrupting me," she retorted, slightly annoyed. Continuing, she explained, "Under my pressure to strike a deal, I offered to help them survive this beast tide and spare their lives in exchange for their silence about the object of their dispute." Pausing, she added, "And now that I've spoken so much, I find myself quite thirsty. Lin Yi, speechless, quickly poured water for Jiang Qingning. After she quenched her thirst, they officially became our team members. This means we can command them to carry out any tasks within the rules of this trial, and they cannot resist. They are akin to soldiers, while we assume the role of generals. However, we must also ensure their survival through the trial and refrain from coveting the object of their contention. At this revelation, Lin Yi was genuinely astonished. What a fortunate turn of events! Just by venturing out for a hunt, he had acquired 2 obedient allies. It seemed he would have assistance in future endeavors. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remained to navigate through the impending beast tide crisis, and with 2 extra individuals, there was no guarantee the fish in the hidden river would suffice. Who knew how long this beast tide would last? The young girl, noticing Lin Yi's lack of response, spoke again. Moreover, their strength is not inferior to ours, and they may even be stronger. If it weren't for their mutual injuries at that time, I wouldn't have succeeded. Besides, haven't you always wanted to learn marksmanship? That woman is a master of gunplay, and the other one is equally skilled, capable of serving as a sparring partner. It was then that Lin Yi remembered. Indeed, the person who wielded the gun could go several rounds with Jiang Qingning, ultimately injuring her. His prized firearm was also obtained from her. Surely, it wouldn't be too much to ask her to teach him some techniques? With their addition, his team's strength would undoubtedly increase, allowing them to venture out for a change. Lin Yi had no desire to remain cooped up in this forest for 9 months. Having arrived in this world, how could he not embark on some adventures? While he was adaptable, he nonetheless harbored dreams, poetry, and distant horizons unfulfilled in his past life. Perhaps here, such aspirations could become reality: adventure, survival in the wilderness. These were the purest dreams of every boy, the most primal activities of humanity's yearning for the unknown. Now that he possessed the power to realize these dreams, how could he remain complacent in this untamed forest? Lin Yi gazed upward at the opening, his thoughts drifting far away. Chapter 29. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei. The roar of beasts filled the air, the ground trembled, and the entire forest seemed to quake at that moment. Lin Yi, along with 5 others and a cat, sat in the spirit mine cave, listening to the tremors and the cacophony of beastly roars from above. The 4 of them sat quietly on the ground, feeling the vibrations beneath them, imagining the chaos occurring overhead. Chunji had long since awakened, but Lin Yi chose to ignore him. He was still bound and gagged, lying in a corner, and the 3 women paid him no mind. The little milk cat, having been fed some raw meat paste, had fallen into a deep slumber. Lin Yi observed the 2 new teammates sitting before him, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, the valiant girl spoke up. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I might just gouge your eyes out." The other enchanting girl giggled. "He's barely one of our captains, so be careful he doesn't trip you up." Lin Yi paid no heed to their words, choosing not to retort. Engaging in arguments with women was always an unwise endeavor. Winning brought no benefits, while losing simply invited annoyance. However, women often perceived a man's silence as a lack of courage. The valiant girl seemed to think likewise, turning her head away from Lin Yi in disregard. Feeling slightly awkward, Lin Yi finally spoke. "Since you are all going to be our teammates from now on, we should at least get to know each other. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Lin Yi, proficient in boxing, and I possess the cultivation of the breaking extremes realm." The enchanting girl appeared somewhat surprised. Glancing up at Lin Yi, it was rare to encounter someone so young at the breaking extremes realm. The valiant woman, however, was not taken aback. After all, only someone of the same realm could forge an equal contract with another. "Little brother, my name is Yun Feifei, and I too am at the breaking extremes realm." As she spoke, Yun Feifei cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. Her exquisite features, combined with her alluring aura and the playful gesture, made her irresistibly captivating. Startled, Lin Yi quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. This woman was truly a seductress. "Hua Tianjiao," the valiant woman stated coolly, her gaze averted from Lin Yi upon hearing the name Hua Tianjiao. Lin Yi could only think how perfectly it suited her. If she were adorned in armor with a long spear, riding a chestnut horse, she would evoke the spirit of Hua Mulan. It seemed that Hua Tianjiao already possessed a long spear. As he noticed one wrapped in protective covering in the corner, should he return it to her? For now, he decided against it. That moment, Hua Tianjiao spoke again. "Strictly speaking, you are not our captain. That title belongs to that woman alone. Yun Feifei interjected, but little brother Lin Yi has signed an equal contract with her, meaning if he is eliminated, she must also be eliminated, and vice versa. Upon hearing Yun Feifei refer to him as little brother, Lin Yi felt a wave of discomfort. Hua Tianjiao retorted, even if you can command us, what of it? You can only direct us to engage in matters beneficial to the team. If you have any nefarious intentions, they will be recorded. Lin Yi's expression darkened at her words. What nefarious intentions? You underestimate me, Lin Yi, far too much. Just then, Jiang Qingning opened her eyes, staring directly at Lin Yi. Her gaze laden with unspoken implications. The other two pairs of eyes soon followed suit, all fixated on him. What kind of look is that? Lin Yi exclaimed, anger rising within him. She was not wrong. Everything they did would be documented, and every command they issued would be recorded. Naturally, whether they chose to execute those commands would also be noted. While this currently posed no threat, those aspiring to become explorers in the future could not afford any blemishes on their records. Jiang Qingning's voice turned icy. Indeed, those individuals can monitor us at any time. The thought sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Yun Feifei, unable to resist teasing him, chimed in, yes, little brother, whatever you do, bathing or otherwise, will be under constant surveillance. A wave of dread washed over Lin Yi. Jiang Qingning shot a glance at Yun Feifei, clarifying, it's not that severe or mystical. Every trial participant is monitored because, upon entering the trials, a form of micro-liquid artificial intelligence is injected into our bodies. This artificial intelligence is identified by the numbers on USIT, collects our bodily data, pinpoints our locations, and tracks our contracts. Periodically, it sends signals to the space station, transmitting information. Moreover, this information holds little value. It is merely compiled and can be accessed if needed. NO1 is watching us at all times. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. At least he wasn't being watched. Liquid artificial intelligence? It seemed the civilization in this world was quite advanced. Is there any way to block the transmission of these signals? Lin Yi asked instinctively. At this, three pairs of eyes turned toward him once more. How did you come to ask such a question? Blocking it should be feasible. You just need to find a special energy source or a substantial amount of energy to disrupt the signal transmission. Jiang Qingning replied, a substantial energy source? Isn't this place one? Lin Yi's eyes flickered. He still wished to avoid being monitored or having his data collected. What if it revealed that he was from another world? Given the advanced technology here, it wasn't out of the question that he could be captured and dissected. This indeed qualifies. It should work, Hua Tianjiao interjected. There's an even simpler method if you wish to know. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yi asked, what method? Hua Tianjiao grinned mischievously. Simply sever your shoulder and replace all your blood. Lin Yi's expression darkened, choosing to disregard her and walking away. Jiang Qingning, relishing the rare sight of Hua Tianjiao being outwitted, followed up with, don't worry. After the trials, the artificial intelligence within us will be extracted. After all, this technology is a military specialty and is forbidden from leaking. Lin Yi nodded. Let me show you the underground river. I'm concerned that after the beast horde passes, the cave above may collapse, and we need to find an escape route. Jiang Qingning agreed, and Lin Yi led her toward the central underground river. The cave was indeed small, measuring only 200 to 300 square meters. A narrow underground river bisected the cavern, its depths obscured, the water flowing gently. The visible portion of the river was merely 1 meter wide. Stretching the length of the cave, the water was clear, revealing several fish swimming within. Jiang Qingning gazed at the river, asking, with your abilities, can you discern how deep this river is? Can you see where it flows or its source? I dare not look. Ever since entering this cave, I haven't dared to activate my talent even once. The energy here is overwhelming, and I'm afraid that if I do, my eyes will be blinded. Lin Yi admitted, feeling a lingering trepidation. It dawned on him that his talent had its limitations. Or perhaps he was simply too weak. If he were stronger, he might have been able to penetrate the essence of this spirit mine. It seemed that for now, they would have to descend once more. The girl's bright eyes sparkled. Lin Yi felt similarly and suggested, no rush. Before that, let's have a meal. It's been a while since we last ate. At the dining table, he hoped to extract more information from the two women regarding the object of their contention. Jiang Qingning pondered for a moment, licking her lips. Since this mine was unyielding to excavation, Lin Yi decided to head up to retrieve the pots and pans they had used previously. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered that the entrance had completely collapsed. His own room was in ruins. Yet Jiang Qingning's room remained intact, while the roars of beasts echoed continuously outside. After collecting the cookware, Linny realized there was no firewood. I only instructed Jiang Qingning to hunt, but I didn't have her gather firewood. What now? A clever woman finds it hard to cook without rice. Suddenly, Linny had an epiphany, clapping his hands together. Of course. Who says we can't eat without a fire? Raw meat is an option as well. Indeed, he thought of kwai. Originally referring to finely sliced fish, the term later encompassed finely sliced meat. Historical records indicate that the practice of consuming sashimi, raw fish, in the land of Huaxia predates the Zhou dynasty, with its earliest mention tracing back to the 5th year of King Xian of Zhou, 823 BC. It can be asserted that in ancient times, sashimi was a popular delicacy among the masses. However, the art of preparing it demands a high level of skill from the chef, particularly in terms of knife work. Fortuitously, Linny possessed an exceptionally sharp knife. Observing the fish in the dark river, he noted their freshness, leading him to believe they were edible. Yet, he hesitated to use his spirit-seeking abilities for closer inspection, concerned about potential dangers. What if the fish posed a threat? He casually grabbed 2 palm-sized fish and approached his companions. Which of you has a food manual? Hand it over, Linny inquired. The 2 women, upon seeing the fish in Linny's hands, immediately understood his intention and retrieved a boxed item from their backpacks. Yun Feifei took the fish from Lin Yi and began scanning it with the food manual. Hua Jianjiao did the same. As trust had yet to be firmly established, a mechanical voice chimed. Scan successful. Third-tier spirit fish is edible and non-toxic. Hey, little brother, do you have fire? How can we eat this without fire? Yun Feifei asked. Linny replied tersely, no, and please stop calling me little brother. I am not a child. The girl giggled and Hua Jianjiao wasted no time. She discarded the fish in her hand, rushed to the riverbank, and after removing the innards of another spirit fish, she bit into it with ferocity. Startling Lin Yi, blood from the fish dripped down the corners of her mouth, leaving Lin Yi utterly astounded. He turned to Yun Feifei and asked, has she always been this fierce? Yun Feifei shrugged dismissively. What's the big deal? When you're hungry enough, you'd eat anything, even if it's raw. She chuckled after making her point, just as she was about to mimic Hua Jianjiao's actions and gut her fish. Lin Yi snatched it from her hands, simultaneously taking the one Hua Jianjiao was gnawing on, provoking her ire. Wait a moment. Is this how you treat food? Such wastefulness with such fine ingredients. Hua Jianjiao protested angrily. Then how should we eat it? We have no fire. Give it back. She moved to reclaim her food. Linny quickly raised his hand to stop her and said, no, please wait. Let me prepare it. Have you ever heard of a dish called sashimi? Sashimi? Never heard of it, they replied, curiosity piqued. Jiang Qingning, aware of Lin Yi's culinary prowess, was intrigued as well. Lin Yi wasted no time. This was an opportune moment to foster team cohesion. As hunger often breeds a sense of belonging towards those who provide sustenance, he found a relatively flat, rectangular spirit crystal to use as a cutting board and drew forth his long dagger. Grabbing a palm-sized, arm-thick spirit fish, he skillfully gutted, scaled, and filleted it with fluid, graceful motions that were a sight to behold. Jiang Qingning's eyes sparkled at Lin Yi's dexterity, while Hua Jianjiao and Yun Feifei were equally captivated by his elegant technique. After meticulously preparing the fish, Lin Yi arranged the pristine fillets on a stone platter, ready to begin crafting the sashimi. In ancient culinary practices, the emphasis was on quality and refinement, with sashimi ideally being as finely cut as possible to enhance the natural flavors and create a delicate texture. Naturally, if the fish was of exceptional quality, thicker slices could be made to provide a richer taste. After sampling a piece, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with delight. What a treasure! The texture is exquisite and sweet, rich in oils with a lingering aftertaste that rivals even the finest bluefin tuna. It is truly worthy of its name, spirit fish. Unable to resist, he tasted another slice, and while it offered a different yet equally delectable experience, the flavor remained outstanding. The 3 women gazed at Lin Yi eating the fish, curiosity swelling within them. What could it possibly taste like? Lin Yi worked rapidly, his knife skillfully slicing through the fish, creating mesmerizing mirages with each swift movement. In the center of a large platter, he piled a mound of exceedingly fine fish shreds, each strand no thicker than a hair. Surrounding this centerpiece were 5 concentric layers of sashimi, ranging from the finest slices at the core to the thicker pieces at the edges. The outermost layer being mere translucent fillets. 6 large fish had been utilized in this artistic creation. Jiang Qingning gazed upon the dish, reminiscent of a painting, and felt a pang of reluctance to disturb its beauty. Hua Jianjiao finally comprehended why Lin Yi had previously scolded her for wastefulness. Yet, her pride remained intact. What did it matter? It was still just fish. Yun Feifei's gaze towards Lin Yi transformed. Her eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. All right, you may sample it. Though devoid of additional seasonings, the fish itself is remarkably fresh and sweet, so the flavor should be delightful, Lin Yi proclaimed proudly. The 3 women wasted no time, eagerly picking up their chopsticks. Chapter 30. Exiting the cave. Astonishment. Jiang Qingning picked up a small portion of fish shreds with her chopsticks, each strand glistening, cut against the grain to sever the fish's fibers. The flesh appeared semi-transparent, retaining its integrity despite being sliced against the grain, presenting a visually distinct arrangement. The luminescent white glow from the surrounding spirit crystals illuminated the fish, rendering it almost beautiful, an unusual descriptor for a dish, yet Jiang Qingning felt precisely that. The dish was so aesthetically pleasing that she hesitated to eat it. Nonetheless, under Lin Yi's expectant gaze, she placed the fish in her mouth and began to chew. To her surprise, the finely cut fish was not as fragile as she had anticipated. Instead, it possessed an unexpected chewiness reminiscent of fruit. Cool and subtly sweet, it bore no trace of the fishy taste one might expect from raw meat. The flavor was astoundingly delicious. After a few chews, her eyes sparkled brighter, and she eagerly reached for more. Lin Yi watched with satisfaction. As a chef, nothing delighted him more than seeing others enjoy his creations. Hua Jianjiao soon joined in, but instead of the central mound of shreds, she selected the outermost slices. Holding a translucent fillet to the light, she examined it closely, eager to discern how Lin Yi's treatment had altered the taste. Let us see how this compares, without all the fanciful embellishments. She thought as the fish touched her tongue. Hua Jianjiao's thoughts momentarily froze. How can this be so delicious? She murmured. The thin slice melted in her mouth the moment it made contact, releasing an exquisite freshness accompanied by a cool, sweet sensation. Lin Yi observed her reaction and mused, if only we had ice. It would elevate the flavor to another level. Yun Feifei, who was enjoying a piece of the fish belly, caught Lin Yi's remark. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You want ice? You believe it would enhance the flavor of the meat? Indeed, ice would elevate the taste, adding a unique texture. Lin Yi replied, I have ice. My ability is ice manipulation. How much do you need? The girl raised her palm, and the air above her hand began to crystallize rapidly. Lin Yi was taken aback. Despite his prior knowledge of the world's extraordinary abilities, witnessing ice form from thin air was still astonishing. Yun Feifei's talent was far more impressive than that of the water manipulator they had encountered earlier. All right, a large piece, about the size of this platter. Lin Yi instructed, pointing at the dish. Yun Feifei promptly raised her hand, employing her ice ability to freeze a circular ice base beneath the platter, which quickly rose several centimeters high. Instantly, the fish began emitting steam, a chill permeating the air. The others felt the sudden cold and regarded Yun Feifei with newfound respect. Lin Yi sensed the chill as well. This woman was formidable, given his current physical state. Feeling cold was a rare occurrence. Had the cold been any more intense, it might have rendered him immobile. Hua Jianjiao's gaze towards Yun Feifei shifted, recalling how the girl had not revealed this power during their earlier confrontation. Jiang Qingning remained unfazed, thinking to herself, whatever her ability, I could slice through it with a sword. Yun Feifei, sensing their scrutiny, remarked, There's no need to be so astonished. It's merely ice manipulation, a common ability among many. She then continued, let us see how the flavor of the fish has changed. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and sampled the fish once more. The ice intensified the coolness of the fish, amplifying its freshness and flavor to an entirely new level. The group found themselves increasingly captivated, eventually diving into a frenzy of eating, chopsticks flying across the platter. Lin Yi gazed at the now empty dish, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Since his cultivation began, his appetite has grown increasingly insatiable, and just moments ago, he managed to secure only a few pieces. The remainder had been consumed by the group of women. However, this was of little concern, for there were still fish to be had. He consoled himself with this thought. Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yun Feifei had slightly smaller appetites. After feasting on the fish and meat from earlier, they seemed already sated and settled down to meditate nearby. Some were engaged in cultivation, while others focused on healing. Observing this, Lin Yi felt his own hunger dissipate, and he lost interest in further preparation. He casually selected a few fish, scaled them, bled them, and removed their entrails before biting into them directly. Surprisingly, though the flavor was not as delightful as earlier, the texture was exceptionally rich, reminiscent of thickly sliced salmon, albeit even more delectable, enriched with abundant spiritual energy. After swiftly consuming several fish, Lin Yi began to meditate, absorbing the spiritual energy within him. The energy proved remarkably easy to assimilate, and soon he had refined it completely. At this point, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for what to do. His cultivation relied on the guiding map, and only once he had opened all his meridians could he continue his practice. However, having already cleared the pathways in his limbs, he was utterly perplexed regarding the meridians in his neck and head. After all, his ability to perceive the flow of energy within his body stemmed from his innate talent for sensing spiritual energies, which did not extend to the neck and head of an ordinary person. This left him in a state of frustration. What should he do now? Perhaps practice some martial arts. Yet those were mere formalities, and he had already mastered them to a degree. Without accompanying mental techniques, he would make little progress. Should he practice with a spear? No, that wouldn't do. The main subject was still present. What if she discovered him? Should he give it or not? Lin Yi realized he had found himself in an unusual state of idleness, a rare occurrence indeed. If he were in the cave above, idleness would allow for a nap or the crafting of furniture to improve his living conditions or to renovate his dwelling. Yet here, surrounded by solid spirit crystals, he felt constrained. Should he catch fish? No, that could wait. The fish wouldn't run away, and he could guarantee their freshness at any time, with nothing pressing to do. Perhaps he should venture up to take a look? Hearing the persistent tremors from above, Lin Yi hesitated before deciding to investigate. The others were still meditating, and he did not intend to disturb them. The little kitten was curled up in a deep slumber, while Chen Ji lay abandoned nearby, likely still in a daze. Lin Yi cleaned the dagger he had used to slaughter the fish, secured it at his waist, and lightly leaped into the triangular passage above. Upon arrival, he discovered that the passage had been entirely buried by rocks. If he wished to exit, he would need to either move the stones or dig a new passage. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi resolved to excavate a new tunnel, as the rocks were fragmented, and attempting to clear them might lead to a collapse. Without further ado, he activated his sensing ability and began to scan the surrounding terrain. Deciding where to dig, after observing for a while, Lin Yi concluded to dig a right-angled tunnel at the center of the current passage, extending upward for about 10 meters, then parallel to the original tunnel, heading outward until he broke through the mountainous exterior. The excavated stones would be placed back into the original tunnel. However, there would inevitably be excess material, which Lin Yi intended to transport down to the cavern below, to be used for crafting stone beds, tables, stools, dishes, and other items. After all, the rocks in this mountain, enriched by spiritual energy, were exceptionally tough and smooth, resembling jade, although their color was akin to ordinary stone. The utensils crafted from them possessed a ceramic-like quality. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Yi set to work, shaping the stones into regular cubes for easier transport and future processing. Drawing from his previous experience in tunneling, he found himself becoming increasingly adept at cutting the rocks, and his speed improved remarkably. What once took seconds to cut a stone block measuring approximately 1 meter in length and width now took mere moments. Eventually, for efficiency, he began to carve furniture directly into the rock face. In just half an hour, he excavated a distance of 10 meters, crafting 3 tables, 6 chairs, several stone stools, and dozens of stone dishes. He had initially intended to create a few stone beds, but upon reaching the 10-meter mark, he discovered a lack of sufficient rock and decided to continue when he dug further up. The remaining stone debris was piled in the upper section of the original tunnel. After completing his tasks, Lin Yi carefully transported the crafted stone furniture to the cavern below. Although his movements were subtle, they roused Jiang Qingning, who had long noticed Lin Yi's absence but chose not to question his whereabouts. After days of companionship, she had developed a strong trust in him. Upon discovering the multitude of stone tables, chairs, stools, and other furniture that had suddenly appeared, she quickly grasped Lin Yi's intentions. It seemed he planned to settle here for the long term. She paid it no mind, as the beast tide had yet to pass, leaving them no other options. She resumed her meditation, closing her eyes once more. Lin Yi noted that Jiang Qingning had awakened but chose not to disturb her. The other two women remained in a deep slumber, clearly still recovering from their injuries. To his surprise, Qianji had awoken early, writhing beside him and emitting muffled sounds. His whimpers shattered the tranquility of the subterranean space, prompting Lin Yi to react instinctively and deliver another punch. Poor Qianji fell unconscious once more. Lin Yi exhaled, finally enjoying a moment of peace. It was indeed better this way. He turned back to continue his excavation efforts. 2 hours later, Lin Yi descended with a stone bed measuring 2 meters by 2 meters. The noise from setting it down startled the 3 women awake, including the little kitten, which let out a sleepy meow before flopping back down to resume its nap. Hua Tianjiao beheld the array of furniture and the enormous stone bed, her eyes flickering with curiosity, while Yun Feifei burst into laughter. Lin Yi paid no heed to the peculiar reactions of the 2 women. After placing the stone bed down, he addressed Jiang Qingning. "This one is for you. I figured the previous room likely collapsed, so I made you a new one." A smile graced the young girl's face. "All right, thank you." Without hesitation, she leaped onto the stone bed and settled into a meditative posture. The stones here, having absorbed spiritual energy, resembled jade, and Lin Yi's craftsmanship made them even more aesthetically pleasing and comfortable. Sitting upon it was remarkably pleasant, far superior to the hard, unyielding floor of spirit crystals. Observing the smile on her face, Lin Yi chuckled softly before turning back to his work. The sight of the stone bed evoked envy in the other 2 girls. For many years, who had ever seen a trial on a planet with a bed to sleep on? They had all endured harsh conditions. They too desired such a bed but were too shy to voice their wishes. Afterward, Lin Yi crafted another bed for himself, but he left it in the original tunnel. Feeling that he was nearing completion, he activated his sensing ability to scan the rock wall. He realized that he was now less than 5 meters from the exterior. This revelation fueled his motivation, and without the need to carve furniture, he worked with even greater speed. Within 3 minutes, he had excavated a passage wide enough for a person to pass through. Leading out to the mountain wall, gently pushing aside the top layer of soil, he cautiously peeked outside, continuing to utilize his sensing ability. Upon emerging, he discovered he was positioned halfway up the mountain. The little kitten's cave lay at the base of a nearby mountain, while his digging had brought him to the mountain's center. Based on his observations, the mineral cave should be located at the mountain's core. Now, having tunneled to his current position, he found himself at the midpoint. Looking down as he peered out, a breathtaking sight met his eyes. A multitude of energy clusters of various colors swirled about, of all sizes, moving in a chaotic dance. Energies flowed above, below, among the trees, and even along the mountainside, where strange beasts leaped and scampered. Due to the small size of the newly excavated hole, it was insignificant compared to the entire mountain. And as he had only just poked his head out, the creatures had yet to notice him. With his talent for sensing energies activated, Lin Yi could perceive these vibrant energy clusters. Out of curiosity, he deactivated the sensing ability, retaining only his long-range vision. The scene that greeted him was utterly stunning. An array of bizarre creatures unlike anything he had ever seen before. Fish with 6 eyes flew through the air. Cats with 7 tails scurried about, and 3-headed dogs roamed, alongside flaming white horses and winged pigs soaring above. All sorts of extraordinary beings were in a panic, fleeing in all directions. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Moreover, the ferocious battles among these creatures left Lin Yi in awe. Amidst the chaos of fleeing beasts and the predatory assaults of carnivores on herbivores, remnants of limbs and various colors of blood filled the air, creating a scene of utter devastation. Lin Yi remained spellbound for nearly a minute before a piercing squeal from a pig jolted him from his reverie. He raised his gaze to see the flying pig staring back at him. Its eyes radiated a profound intelligence. Lin Yi realized, with a sinking feeling, that he had been discovered. Chapter 31. The talking pig. After a 10-second mutual gaze between the man and the pig, it seemed the winged pig had indeed recognized Lin Yi. He considered remaining as still as a stone, but both had seen the glimmer of intelligence in each other's eyes. It's the moment when Linny sensed the impending danger. The winged pig was already hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. What to do? He quickly retracted his head, curling his body and rolling backward. During the descent, he drew a dagger, gripping it tightly in his palm. And with a forceful push of his abdomen, he spread his legs apart, managing to halt himself in the passageway. The pig, with its wings and remarkable speed, rendered any attempt to flee externally futile. The only option was to dash deeper into the mountain. However, the pig appeared quite large and intelligent, potentially capable of collapsing the very mountain itself. While Linny pondered this, a massive pig's head crashed with a thud into the hole he had just peered through. The opening was too small, and the pig too corpulent, causing it to become lodged at the entrance. The surrounding rocks, infused with spiritual energy, were exceedingly hard. The flying pig was thus stuck, unable to advance or retreat. The two locked eyes once more, both pairs blinking in surprise, starkly contrasting in black and white. "Human lad, quick, assist this esteemed pig. I'm stuck," the enormous pig's head suddenly exclaimed. Although Linny heard the familiar pig's grunting, he surprisingly understood it. What in the world? This pig has gained intelligence. His mind raced in disbelief. Encountering a flying pig was one thing, but one that could articulate and communicate was beyond his comprehension. "Quickly, make the hole larger. Hurry. There's a big fellow behind me. I need to take refuge here," the pig urged, its expression remarkably human-like, even sporting a smile as it attempted to bribe. "Rest assured, if I survive this ordeal, you shall reap the rewards, various beast crystals at your disposal." What a bizarre turn of events. "This forest is filled with all sorts of peculiarities," Linny muttered to himself, utterly skeptical of the pig's claims. He firmly believed that creatures outside his kin must harbor ulterior motives, and this pig's evident intelligence only fueled his suspicion. The mention of a pursuing creature behind it further piqued his interest. Resolutely, Linny descended the original passage and retrieved the stone bed he had prepared for himself. "What's your intention, lad? What are you doing?" The flying pig felt a wave of foreboding as it witnessed Linny lifting an enormous stone slab. Linny then heard that peculiar grunting again, and to his astonishment, he could comprehend the words, "Though you understand me? I'll ask you once, if I sense any hesitation or deceit, I shall seal you here," he declared, slapping the massive stone bed with emphasis. "I understand. I understand. Quick, ask away. I've seen more than one human like you." The flying pig barked, its tone tinged with urgency. "If that white-haired fellow weren't still chasing me, I wouldn't be here at all. I merely took something of his. Is it necessary for him to pursue me through half the forest?" Linny's curiosity was piqued. A white-haired individual pursuing this pig suggested the presence of other humans in the forest. Perhaps formidable ones, considering they could chase a pig across such a distance. "Where are you from, or rather, what breed of pig are you?" Linny found himself at a loss for words, realizing it was his first encounter with a talking pig. Others would surely deem him insane for sharing such a tale. "I am the legendary and illustrious flying divine pig," the pig proclaimed, flashing a disarming smile and batting its eyes. A shiver ran down Linny's spine. He could not help but wonder about the distinctions between humans and pigs. Observing the pig's heartbeat and muscle movements under his keen scrutiny revealed no significant anomalies. Perhaps this pig was not lying after all. The image of a flying divine pig was indeed amusing. Merely a pig with wings, he mused with a hint of disdain. "Why did you fly toward me just now?" Linny inquired. "What sort of gaze is that? Do you look down upon your esteemed pig?" The flying pig retorted, visibly incensed. Ignoring its response, Linny thrust the stone bed into the wall, effectively sealing off the passage where the pig's head was lodged, ensuring a perfect fit. "Hey, lad, what are you doing? The esteemed pig is still here. I haven't exited yet. Come back, come back." The muffled protests echoed from behind the stone slab, prompting Linny to exhale in relief. "I've long wished to seal you away, you insufferable pig. Your incessant noise is maddening. If I were more confident, I would have already dispatched you for a meal," he retorted, turning away without a second thought. It seemed he would not be leaving anytime soon. Any escape would require excavating another passage. Perhaps, he mused, he could even consider slaying this pig. Licking his lips at the thought, he proceeded. Meanwhile, the flying pig behind the stone bed sensed a chill and fell silent. murmuring to itself, "What is happening? Is it possible that my noise has attracted that white-haired fellow?" Linny paid no heed to the flying pig and continued his work, cutting several large stone slabs to further barricade the passage where the pig was trapped. Upon completion, he felt a sense of relief. At least the stones here were robust enough to deter any wild beasts from intruding. He then returned to the cavern below, where Jiang Qingning, upon seeing him, relaxed her previously furrowed brows. The girl had long known Lin Yi had ascended and understood his intentions. Now, witnessing that he hadn't ventured outside on his own, her worries dissipated. Lin Yi contemplated whether to share his encounter with the talking pig. Would they think he was foolish? Jiang Qingning was kind-hearted. Surely she wouldn't heed. Just as he resolved to tell them, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei awakened from their meditative state, their expressions hinting at recovery. Lin Yi exchanged glances with Jiang Qingning, who immediately understood and stood up. He beckoned Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei over. Once all three girls were seated on the stone chairs, Lin Yi hesitantly began. "I have something to share with you all. Today, I encountered a talking flying pig." After finishing his account, he looked up to gauge their reactions. Jiang Qingning's brows knitted together, her voice frosty. "You went outside?" "Yes," Lin Yi admitted, scratching his head. The girl fell silent. Hua Tianjiao's eyes reflected confusion and a hint of skepticism, yet upon reflection, she recognized Lin Yi had no reason to deceive them. However, she remained silent. At that moment, Yun Feifei interjected, "Where is that pig now? It should still be nearby. Otherwise, you wouldn't mention it to us. After all, this universe is teeming with strange creatures, many of which can speak human language." The other two girls turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, awaiting his response. "Yes, you guessed correctly. The pig is directly above us, trapped by the rocks. It won't be able to extricate itself for a while. IVE also sealed off that passage with stones," Lin Yi explained. Hua Tianjiao then inquired, "Is that pig powerful?" "It shouldn't be, considering it got stuck." Indeed, Lin Yi realized, recalling that the pig was indeed trapped by the rocks, suggesting it wasn't overly strong, at least not in terms of brute strength, though its speed was undeniably impressive. How did I overlook that? Perhaps I've been misled by animations and novels from my past life. "Should we go up and take a look?" Lin Yi proposed. "Let us do so. After all, the pig above could pose a risk. If a more powerful creature were to be drawn here, it would be a significant loss." Jiang Qingning replied. The other two girls nodded in agreement. Lin Yi promptly leaped into the upper passage, followed closely by Jiang Qingning, with Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei trailing behind. The passage Lin Yi had carved was spacious enough for two to traverse side by side without feeling cramped. However, the previous passage's ceiling had collapsed, creating a delay in excavation. As Lin Yi excavated a new path, he had piled the remaining rocks into the original passageway. Thus, only an L-shaped passage remained, leading directly to the pig's head. Lin Yi explained to them, and Hua Tianjiao, intrigued, stepped forward. She raised her slender arm, fingers aligned, forming a blade-like shape. Closing her eyes, she seemed to concentrate on something before suddenly opening them, her gaze sharp. Her delicate arm transformed, becoming robust and sinewy, with visible veins and bulging muscles, resembling a finely crafted spear. Lin Yi was taken aback by the sight of her arm, marveling at its artistry and strength. He had never witnessed such power in a girl's arm, which simultaneously exuded grace. Jiang Qingning appeared equally astonished, while Yun Feifei showed no surprise, recalling how Hua Tianjiao had fought with her arms transformed into spears, enabling them to engage in a fierce duel. Hua Tianjiao then slightly bent her right arm and thrust it forward with incredible speed, the air parting with a whoosh as her arm pierced through the stone bed, leaving no cracks in its wake, merely a clean penetration. Lin Yi was again astonished. If struck, it could easily create a hole in one's body. "This is formidable," he thought, feeling a mix of admiration and trepidation. With a slight exertion, she cracked the stone bed, causing it to splinter and crumble. "Young man, you have finally come to your senses. Quickly put down the Lord Pig. That fellow is approaching, and I can already sense his presence nearby." The voice of the flying pig resonated once more, as the smoke cleared, for gazes fixated intently on the speaking pig's head. Turns out there really exists a talking pig. Yun Feifei covered her mouth with both hands, feigning shock. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Hua Tianjiao, with a serious expression, warned, "Be cautious. This pig is not merely speaking. It is transmitting thoughts psychically. To achieve such a feat, it must be at least a level 9 beast. The young girl's eyes were grave, her arms tensed in a combat stance. Hearing this, Jiang Qingning unsheathed her sword, gripping it firmly in her right hand while her left formed a sword gesture. The white blade quivered slightly, emitting a clear ringing sound. Wait, wait. What are you all planning to do? Lord Pig bears no ill will and is not some level 9 monster. He is the flying divine pig. A divine beast, albeit still in its juvenile stage. The pig's head spoke in a fluster, urging calmness. Let us talk this over properly. Do not resort to violence. The three women halted at his words. Yet Lin Yi pressed on, dismissing the idea of divine beasts or flying pigs. He would strike first and ask questions later. He advanced swiftly, thrusting his dagger forward with ferocity. Thud! A sound akin to hard objects striking leather echoed. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The dagger had failed to penetrate, merely bouncing off and leaving a white mark on the pig's face, without even breaking a single hair. This shocking turn of events rendered Lin Yi speechless. He had exerted 8 parts of his strength, yet had only managed to inflict a mere blemish. Given the sharpness of the dagger combined with Lin Yi's current might, he could have cleaved through diamond without resistance. Retreating with a swift motion, Lin Yi's gaze was filled with suspicion. He activated his spiritual sensing to its fullest extent, his eyes blazing with determination as he attempted to discern the nature of the pig before him. Jiang Qingning and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Was this pig truly so resilient? Lin Yi, undeterred, approached once more, gripping the dagger with both hands as his inner energy surged. He swung forward with great force, the dagger slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Crash again. The sound of hard objects colliding with leather rang out. Several strands of pig hair drifted through the air, mocking him. That hurts. What are you doing? You little brat! You've hurt your lord pig. My precious fur. The pig cried out in a piercing wail, observing the faint white mark on the pig's head and the floating strands of hair. Along with the pig's pitiful cries, Lin Yi's forehead throbbed with veins, and his eyes turned crimson. You wretched pig, I shall slay you, Lin Yi bellowed. Just as he prepared to advance, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. You scoundrel pig, I've found you. Prepare to meet your end. The voice was laden with fury and resentment. At that moment, the flying pig's shrill cries ceased. Oh no, that white-haired brat is coming. We are doomed. The pig's face was etched with despair, a truly human-like expression of hopelessness that Lin Yi had never witnessed on a pig before, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. The secret art, White God Strike. The voice echoed from beyond the mountain, unmistakably belonging to a young man, tinged with a chilling authority. Ah! The pig's fierce cries reverberated throughout the forest. Chapter 32. Is it worth it? The sudden sound left them momentarily stunned, and the flying pig's howls deafened Lin Yi and his companions. Not only that, but as they were still amidst the beast tide, the pig's cries attracted numerous formidable beasts. The white-haired youth, however, remained undeterred, continuing his assault on the flying pig's rear. You foolish pig, seeking death, silence. The white-haired youth's tone was icy. Before them, a significant portion of the pig's body was exposed, its rear drenched in blood. Though it was bleeding profusely, it had merely broken the skin. The excruciating pain compelled the flying pig to keep howling, drawing in waves of beasts. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A fiery white horse neighed as it charged towards the mountain summit. Observing this, the white-haired youth skillfully evaded the onslaught. Damn it, you wretched pig. I will settle the score with you later. At that moment, the 4 companions of Lin Yi, still within the cavern, felt a sudden pang of dread. It seemed as though something terrible was about to unfold. Lin Yi's right eyelid twitched incessantly, and his heart raced. Sensing impending doom, he activated his spiritual sensing to survey the surroundings. Through the rock, he glimpsed the sky, and his pupils widened in alarm. Run! Lin Yi instantly turned, grabbing Jiang Qingning and sprinting towards the lower spirit mine cave, leaving a blur in the air. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Just as they exited the passage, a tremendous pressure descended with a deafening roar, fracturing the mountain peak. Following this, the fiery white horse stomped the air, its hooves causing shockwaves. The mountain shook violently, and the segment above the halfway mark exploded, debris scattering across the sky. Hiss-hoo! The white horse let out a thunderous cry, flames surging around it. It glanced at the shattered peak below and soared away. The white-haired youth, observing from a distance, reflected on the earlier scene of the horse's charge, suddenly slipping into a peculiar state where everything around him became vividly clear, the previous event replaying in his mind with meticulous detail. His eyes closed tightly, a mysterious force enveloped him. If anyone were present, they would be astounded. This was a rare moment of enlightenment, a stroke of luck that could not be sought after. Abruptly, the youth moved, lifting his palms forward, stepping back with his left foot, and then thrusting his right foot forward. The air trembled, producing a deafening crack as the ground before him split apart. The scene mirrored that of the earlier horse's charge, but on a smaller scale, so that is how it is. I shall name this technique the white horse sky step. The white-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. The madness in his gaze entirely vanished, replaced by a pair of pure, flawless pupils. At this moment, he was a completely different person. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions had plunged deep into the underground spirit mine cave. Due to the collapse of the mountain, the original passage was completely buried. Jiang Qingning found herself pinned beneath Lin Yi, while Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were behind them. The four were stacked together like a human tower, with a few stray rocks scattered about. That hurts, Lin Yi, get off me. You're too heavy. Jiang Qingning protested weakly. I'm sorry, Lin Yi replied, feeling somewhat reluctant. You're so soft. Could you two be a bit gentler? You're crushing me, Lin Yi exclaimed, pushing the two women off him. Since Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei had retreated a bit late, they were caught off guard by the shockwave from the white horse's charge and were still a bit dazed. Groggily, they were pushed off Lin Yi and fell to the ground, clutching their heads in pain. Couldn't you be gentler, little brother? Yun Feifei scolded playfully. Hua Tianjiao merely patted her head, showing no further reaction. What just happened? Hua Tianjiao queried, puzzled. I don't know. Whatever it was immensely powerful, and judging by its shape, it should have been a horse. Lin Yi, still shaken, thought to himself that had he not noticed in time, they might have been buried alive. It was all that pig's fault. Had it not been for its incessant cries, they would have been just fine. If only he had known, he would have slain it. Lin Yi seethed. That pig had taken a direct hit. He wondered what had become of it. However, given its thick hide, it was unlikely to have perished. And who was the person attacking the flying pig outside? Whoever they were, they had managed to make the pig scream so loudly. It seemed that with the first drop of resources, all manner of beasts and monsters had congregated here. Fortunately, the drops occurred only once a month and at different locations. If they all concentrated here in the forest, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? Lin Yi pondered the ultimate purpose of the trials. Was it not to select the strongest warriors and explorers? With such circumstances, the number of survivors would be painfully few. Just considering the beasts in this forest, they could probably slaughter the 100,000 trial takers back and forth. Those who survived this beast tide would likely be a mere handful. What was the purpose of such trials? Was it not merely a means to send people to their deaths? Lin Yi was perplexed. Lin Yi was not the only one left in confusion. At that moment, within the command center of the space station orbiting Trial Star Number 3, chaos unfolded. What on earth is happening? Why has there suddenly been a beast tide, and on such a large scale throughout the entire forest? The general thundered in fury. Report. Satellite observations from the space station indicate that there was a violent energy reaction in the central region of the primitive wild forest, along with signs of spatial rifts. It is suspected to have a royal-level energy reaction. The soldier's voice dwindled. The general's expression darkened, his emotions unreadable. Are you implying that there are royal-level beasts or royal-level powers on this planet? Absurd. A royal-level beast could destroy this planet with a mere sneeze, and a royal-level power could reduce it to ashes with a flick of their finger. Are you telling me there is royal-level energy on this planet? The general fumed. Are the hunting squads merely idle? Why are there still so many level 9 beasts on this planet? He glared at the screen displaying the scene of the white horse's charge. Report the casualty count from this beast tide. Since the onset of the beast tide, there have been over 13,000 casualties, including 23 volunteers, and the soldier hesitated. And what? The general's tone was icy, suppressing his rage. And the numbers are still rising. The veins on the general's forehead throbbed, and he could no longer contain himself. A tempestuous energy swirled around him, his fury reaching its peak. Warning, warning, energy intensity, high energy intensity is excessive. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. Soldiers were thrown backward, the command center descended into chaos, and alarms blared. Immediately halt the trial and retract all participants. The general spoke with a voice as firm as steel, seemingly having made a monumental decision. No, General, think twice. I am resolute. No, to unilaterally halt the trial would lead all 130,000 individuals aboard our space station to face a military tribunal. General, reconsider. The general's gaze was unwavering. If something were to occur, I shall bear the responsibility alone. You cannot bear it. A chilling female voice accompanied the activation of the screen, revealing a striking figure before the general, tall and graceful, exuding the authority of a superior. According to the Federation's regulations for trial participants, anyone who unilaterally halts the trial shall face severe punishment, including death or life imprisonment. The cold voice continued. Even if you possess honor that could exempt you from the death penalty, what of the 130,000 souls on this space station? Their most favorable outcome would be relegation to the fringes of the stars. And you, once a general among thousands, a noble, would become a prisoner of the lowest order, forever marked by infamy and history. Can you bear that? Is it worth it? The general's resolve began to waver. His voice hoarse, he uttered. Is it worth it? Indeed, is it worth it? I cannot bear it either. Yet below, a massacre unfolds. Those being slaughtered are our descendants, the volunteers, those courageous enough to partake in the trials, those who dare to contribute to humanity. Their average age barely reaches their 20s. Shall we stand idly by as they are slaughtered? The tall figure fell silent. After a moment's pause, her voice softened. How long will this beast tide last? What is the extent? The general did not respond, glancing at a nearby soldier. The soldier, startled, reported, Sir, the tide has arisen for unknown reasons and has persisted for nearly a day. Based on the scale of this event, it is estimated to last approximately a week, and the range may encompass the entire inland. Trial star number 3 is divided into the inland, north wasteland, west desert, and south sea. The entire inland constitutes 2/3 of the planet's land area, including primordial forests, swamps, white plains, and countless hills, with the primordial forest at its center. So severe. What could have caused such a widespread beast tide? The tall figure expressed doubt. Regardless of the cause, if the trial continues, in 9 months we will witness 100,000 corpses. The losses from this trial will reach astronomical figures. It must be stopped. This trial is utterly meaningless. The general's eyes widened in anger as he glared at the tall figure. Old Yun, do not rush. Halting the trial is out of the question. My existence is to ensure that the trial proceeds, no matter how brutal it becomes. The general, infuriated, was about to speak when the tall figure interrupted. However, I can, with my utmost authority, shorten the trial duration to 3 months. Simultaneously, all necessary projects must proceed. IT depends on you, Old Yun, to determine how to train them to pass within 3 months. The general pondered for a moment, then nodded. This was bearable. You can leave it to me. The general sighed in relief. Seeing the general's agreement, the tall figure slightly bowed in acknowledgement before vanishing, the screen shutting down. The general gazed down at the planet, letting out a soft sigh. Young ones, I can assist you only to this point. Whether you survive now rests upon your fortune. I hope to be pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others, along with those still alive on the planet below, received news. Due to unknown reasons, the trial period has been altered to 3 months. The trial will conclude in 3 months. Wishing you all great martial fortune. The message appeared directly in their minds, leaving them in shock. How could this be accomplished? Linny looked up to inquire of the other 3, who confirmed they too had received the same message. What manner of technique allows for such direct communication? Is it technology or something mystical? Has the technology in this world reached such heights? Perhaps it is not as wondrous as imagined. He glanced at the number 69 on his shoulder. Previously, he had heard Jiang Qingning mention that trial participants possess a form of liquid artificial intelligence within them. Perhaps that was the source, capable of transmitting information directly into the human body. Could it also kill directly? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. It was no surprise he would think this way. After all, His prior life had been mundane, devoid of advanced technology or supernatural abilities. Since arriving in this world, his mind had been in a heightened state of alert, akin to paranoia, always sensing potential threats that could lead to his demise or capture for experimentation. It felt like an ordinary person suddenly hosting something that could control their life. Naturally, his immediate feelings would be panic and confusion. The sensation of being controlled is unsettling, as one's life hangs in the balance of another's will. Linny found himself in such a state, filled with uncertainty. The expressions of the other three girls varied. Jiang Qingning appeared relaxed, while Hua Tianjiao showed slight excitement, and Yun Feifei cheered, exclaiming that they would return home after 3 more months to the warmth of their beds and familiar faces. And delicious meals, a thought that thrilled her. Except for Lin Yi, the atmosphere in the space grew joyful. Jiang Qingning seemed to notice Lin Yi's unease and gently patted his shoulder. "What's wrong? Isn't this news worthy of celebration?" Lin Yi awoke from his reverie, looking at the girl and the other two before speaking. What could have caused this trial to be so brief? Is it the beast tide? Is the trial's shortened duration indicative of a high death toll or an impending increase in difficulty? I have a bad premonition. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the previously cheerful atmosphere turned somber. They too had considered this, but it had been overshadowed by the joyful mood until Lin Yi's mention reignited their concerns. "Little brother, don't overthink it. You'll grow old worrying. Take it one step at a time. Smiling is more pleasant." Yun Feifei comforted Lin Yi with a smile. Even the usually quiet Hua Tianjiao joined in to reassure him. "Don't always think the worst. If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. What is there to fear? Worst case, I'll protect you." Jiang Qingning also patted Lin Yi's shoulder again, smiling at him. Seeing the three girls like this warmed Lin Yi's heart, easing his tension. Indeed, if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. What is there to fear? Lin Yi also smiled. Chapter 33. Chun Ji joins the white-haired boy, sprinting through the forest, also learned of the trial's duration being reduced to 3 months. His expression shifted between moods, revealing a cruel smile. The trial's pace has quickened. It seems something significant has transpired. I hope to encounter some interesting individuals. With a glint of malice in his eyes, the white-haired boy's body lifted as he ran, swiftly leaving the ground. The surrounding beast horde roared. Below, in the spirit mine cave, Lin Yi felt significantly better after the comforting words from Jiang Qingning and the others. Subsequently, he crafted large stone beds for Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei, arranging them along with Jiang Qingning's bed to form a square. The cave spanned hundreds of square meters, with their beds positioned at the corners and the center occupied by previously arranged stone stools. Tables and various cooking utensils. An underground river flowed through the entire hall, dividing the cave into 2 halves. Jiang Qingning and Lin Yi occupied one side, while Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were on the other. However, the river was only about a meter wide, appearing quite slender and unobtrusive in the cave. Lin Yi prepared meals beside the river, which also served as their dining area. At this moment, Jiang Qingning, Yun Feifei, and Hua Tianjiao were engrossed in their training, while Lin Yi lay alone on his bed, idly pondering. He still had no breakthroughs with the cultivation of the diversion chart, as he lacked the acupoints in his head and neck, making it impossible to connect the flow of spiritual energy. Initially, Lin Yi had intended to seek advice on gun techniques from Hua Tianjiao, but seeing her focused on her training, he felt hesitant to disturb her. "What should I do now?" Lin Yi murmured to himself while reclining on the bed. He felt as though he had forgotten something important, yet he could not recall it. Looking around, he noticed a small kitten sleeping soundly in its nest. This foolish cat would eat and then sleep, unaffected even by the recent commotion. Suddenly, Lin Yi caught sight of something writhing in the corner. Raising his gaze, he was startled to see a figure bound hand and foot, mouth gagged and eyes covered. Realization struck him. He had indeed captured a prisoner named Chen Ji. After all that had transpired in recent days, he had completely forgotten about him. It had been several days without food or water. Would he not starve to death? Lin Yi stepped down and approached, relieved to see Chen Ji still wriggling, indicating he had not perished. "I still need to extract information from him. He cannot die yet." Gazing at the emaciated Chen Ji, a wave of guilt washed over Lin Yi. "Apologies, my brother. It was my fault for mistreating a prisoner." Lin Yi hurriedly helped Chen Ji to his feet, untying his hands and feet, as well as the gag obstructing his mouth and the blindfold still bound around his eyes. Freed from his restraints, Qian Ji's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yi, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Brother, please, I was wrong. Whatever you ask, I shall answer without reservation. I swear to speak nothing but the truth. If I withhold even a single word, may lightning strike me down and leave my body in ruins. Who knows what Qian Ji had endured in these past few days, a torment only he could fathom. He vowed that if given another chance, he would never partake in such trials, nor would he ever set foot in this primeval wilderness. Whatever questions this devil posed, he would answer immediately, without a hint of hesitation. When asked about his family, it seemed he could have revealed the truth. After all, no one would venture to the fringe stars in search of their loved ones. Such was his folly. Qian Ji now felt immense regret for his rashness at that moment. It was that fleeting moment of doubt that had led to his current plight, bound and unable to move, with his mouth gagged and eyes blindfolded. The only senses left to him were his ears and nose. Hunger, thirst, and despair continually invaded Qian Ji's body and spirit. He believed that no suffering in this world could ever bring him down again. As Lin Yi observed the emaciated figure before him, the man's expression shifted from anger and resentment to despair and fearlessness. And, how should one describe it? That transcendent gaze was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed such a profound transformation in a person's eyes. Qian Ji, are you all right? Lin Yi inquired, his tone tinged with remorse. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Qian Ji snapped back to reality, but his gaze quickly turned fearful as he regarded this monster. I'm fine, he stammered, his voice still raspy and trembling. Lin Yi regarded him with confusion, wondering if the boy had lost his wits. He was a mere shadow of a person, having gone days without a drop of water, yet claiming to be fine. The thought that Qian Ji might be out of his mind only deepened Lin Yi's sense of guilt. Well, Qian Ji, from this day forth, you are free. Indeed, Lin Yi had decided to release him. Originally, he had intended to extract information from Qian Ji about how an ordinary person could survive in this wilderness for over a month, but upon seeing Qian Ji's condition, he abandoned that notion. At that moment, Qian Ji's expression grew more profound. This fellow must be concocting some reason to eliminate him. He could not let that happen. This man was undoubtedly plotting something, and Qian Ji was resolute that he would not allow him to succeed. Lin Yi noticed the change in Qian Ji's expression and wondered if the boy might truly be unwell. May I join you? Become a member of your team? I possess a wealth of knowledge, and I have specifically trained in wilderness survival. Qian Ji asked, his voice still hoarse yet full of eagerness. Qian Ji's thoughts were now consumed by the possibility of thwarting this devil's plans. However, he recognized the formidable power of this monster. During the time he had been bound and blindfolded, he had overheard much. There was no denying the strength of this team. If he could join them, he would surely pass this trial. Once he succeeded, he would distance himself from this devil forever. Furthermore, after passing the trial, he could receive assistance, and ordinary people would not harm him, provided he did not provoke this monster, who, in turn, would likely refrain from attacking him. Seeing Qian Ji's transformation, Lin Yi hesitated, for he was curious to learn how he had managed to survive on this planet for so long. Acquiring those skills would undoubtedly aid him in future trials. However, he needed to consult with the others first. After all, he was not alone but part of a team. The other three women had already noticed the situation surrounding Lin Yi, having seen the bound individual in the corner. Initially assuming he was a captive brought back by Lin Yi, and had not paid much attention. Given the events that had transpired, they were preoccupied with their own concerns and had no time to consider an unknown stranger's allegiance. Lin Yi turned to them and spoke, "Ladies, there is someone here who wishes to join us. What are your thoughts?" The three women rose from their meditative states and approached Lin Yi and Qian Ji. Lin Yi helped Qian Ji to his feet and led him toward the dining area. As Qian Ji sat on a stone stool, he suddenly noticed a river over a meter wide nearby. Instantly, his eyes turned red, and he staggered toward the riverbank, collapsing with his head submerged in the water, drinking greedily. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt an even deeper guilt. Having captured him was one thing, but to deny him food and water, binding him and tossing him aside while having knocked him unconscious, Lin Yi felt less than human. At that moment, Jiang Qingning sensed something was amiss. "Why is he still drinking?" the girl exclaimed. "Lin Yi, quickly, pull him away." Lin Yi, lost in thought, finally noticed that Qian Ji was still drinking. His belly had already swollen, yet he continued to gulp down water. This was a disaster. Lin Yi rushed forward, grabbing Chen Ji despite his thrashing arms, and pinned him to the ground, forcing his fingers into Chen Ji's throat to induce vomiting. Ugh, ugh. Chen Ji retched violently, his previously distended belly visibly shrinking. His once bloodshot eyes gradually regained clarity. Ha, ha. Chen Ji gasped for air, finally feeling as though he had been revived. Chen Ji, are you trying to kill yourself? You're already weak and you drink so much at once, Lin Yi exclaimed in exasperation. At this point, Chen Ji seemed oblivious to Lin Yi's words. Lying on the ground, his breathing steadying, eyes shut, soft snores escaping him. Stop calling him. He's fallen asleep. He must be utterly exhausted, Hua Tianjiao remarked, rolling her eyes. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, activated his spirit search and confirmed Hua Tianjiao's observation. Chen Ji was indeed fast asleep. This is rather peculiar, he mused, glancing at Jiang Qingning and the others, only to find Chen Ji in a deep slumber. He had intended to present Chen Ji with some trials. His name is Chen Ji. He wishes to join us. I captured him a week ago, Lin Yi explained, gesturing to the slumbering figure. Jiang Qingning nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Yun Feifei spoke up. If I am not mistaken, this fellow should be an ordinary person, right? Hua Tianjiao, upon hearing Yun Feifei's words, began to investigate Chen Ji further. After thorough examination, she confirmed he was indeed an ordinary person. But how could that be? How could an ordinary person survive for a month on this perilous planet? This is inconceivable, Hua Tianjiao exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Qingning interjected, indeed, he is a normal person. We verified this when we captured him. Lin Yi interrogated him as well. Yes, when I captured him, he was undeniably an ordinary person. However, during the interrogation, I failed to extract any useful information, Lin Yi admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, during the interrogation, he had failed to ask any pertinent questions, leaving Chen Ji in his current state. Reflecting on the ordeal, Lin Yi felt like a monster. He shook his head vigorously to dispel those thoughts. Such a person is remarkable. He must either possess extraordinary luck or some unimaginable skills. Yun Feifei observed, her gaze fixated on the slumbering Chen Ji, astonished. What should we do about his joining us? Do you all agree? Should we assess his abilities? Lin Yi inquired at an opportune moment. The three women each contemplated the matter, with Jiang Qingning being the first to voice her conclusion. I have no objections. Regardless of his circumstances, he would benefit us. Hua Tianjiao remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Yun Feifei added, I have no objections either. His situation would benefit us. Even if he has no abilities, we can easily support him. We need not worry about loyalty. Indeed, loyalty was not a concern, as the group contract would address such issues. After all, each trial participant was monitored in real time by a liquid artificial intelligence. However, Lin Yi suddenly had a thought as he gazed at the sleeping Chen Ji. He wondered if Chen Ji had received the notification about the trial extending to 3 months. Considering he had been trapped in this mine and had not ventured outside, if he had not received it, the possibilities for manipulation could be vast. What kind of contract should we sign with him? A team contract, an equal contract, or a hierarchical contract? Yun Feifei asked. Jiang Qingning interjected, let's avoid a hierarchical contract. Such agreements are too cruel and few would agree to them. If we push him too hard, it could lead to complications. A hierarchical contract? What is that? Lin Yi asked in confusion, surprised at the existence of such a contract. Hua Tianjiao looked at Lin Yi strangely but refrained from expressing her curiosity. Instead explaining, a hierarchical contract is akin to a master-servant contract. It can dictate life and death. Lin Yi was taken aback. It appeared that the purpose of this trial had always been far from simple. To the extent that such contracts existed, Lin Yi increasingly harbored doubts regarding the true purpose of the trials. Initially, the distribution of supplies had led them to turn against one another, followed by the emergence of a massive beast tide. Now, the introduction of a master-servant contract further complicated matters. The more he pondered over this trial, the more he sensed its intricacies. It was not the sort of occurrence one would expect from a governmental agency. The technological prowess of this world was not to be underestimated. Hence the laws should not be lacking either. Why, then, did a master-servant contract manifest? The more Lin Yi contemplated, the more he felt something amiss. However, Jiang Qingning and the others appeared oblivious to any irregularities. Yun Feifei even suggested that they sign a master-servant contract. Lin Yi interjected, let us just sign a team contract. He is our teammate. Very well, Jiang Qingning replied coolly. Hua Tianjiao nodded, while Yun Feifei pouted but also acquiesced. They each took a drop of Chunji's blood and dripped it onto the tattooed number on their shoulders. Subsequently, they returned to their respective spots to meditate and cultivate. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, his right hand pressing against the 66 tattoo on his left shoulder. Indeed, he remained uneasy about the liquid artificial intelligence within him. It seemed imperative to devise a means to either shield himself from it or eliminate it. Lin Yi mused. Chapter 34. Wrong dig. Lost in thought, Lin Yi gradually drifted off to sleep, emitting the rare sound of a soft snore that, though not loud, added a hint of noise to the tranquil underground space. Time passed, and Lin Yi awoke from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a white energy crystal at the cave's ceiling, emanating a gentle glow that was not blinding. How long had he slept? His head felt foggy, rubbing his temples. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, he discovered that Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yun Feifei were nowhere to be found. Only Chunji remained, sitting on the ground, gnawing on a raw fish. Beside him, a little kitten sat, clutching a fish in its paws and happily nibbling away, occasionally emitting cheerful meows. Lin Yi immediately descended from his bed and approached Chunji. Where did the three of them go? Startled by the sudden voice, Chunji turned around, a flicker of panic in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. They went up to see if they could find a way out. It seems the beast tide has also ceased. And apparently they discovered a talking pig, Chunji added, still munching on the fish. The little kitten, upon seeing Lin Yi, abandoned its meal and joyfully scampered over, only to trip over the uneven energy crystals on the ground, stumbling right at Lin Yi's feet and meowing incessantly. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as he reached down to scoop it up, stroking its back as it purred contentedly. They went up. That makes sense. It's quiet above now, so the beast tide must have stopped. But I wonder how long it's been. Remarkably, that flying pig had survived. It had faced a direct blow from the fire horse. That strike had reverberated through the air, collapsing mountains, yet the pig had somehow lived. Had he not fled swiftly, though he wouldn't have died, he surely would have been gravely injured. After all, the force was mitigated by the mountain. The pig had been exposed, directly enduring the attack. Could it truly be a divine beast? Lin Yi pondered as he set the kitten down in its nest, treating it to a couple of fish. Ignoring Chunji, he headed straight up the passage they had descended. Upon reaching the passage, he found that the original route had been largely buried. In its place stood a newly constructed corridor, the destination of which remained a mystery. After traversing nearly 100 meters, Lin Yi was astonished to find that it still showed no signs of ending. How long had they been digging? This mountain was relatively small, yet they had already walked over 100 meters without reaching the end. Had they truly gone off course? Anxiously, he sprinted forward, and after another 50 meters, he noticed a bright white light ahead. Approaching, he beheld white energy crystals embedded in the walls, radiating a soft luminescence. How extravagant, Lin Yi thought, observing how they had used energy crystals as lighting fixtures. It was understandable, though, while the darkness here posed no challenge for him. As his talent lay in sensing spirits, it was indeed genuine darkness for them. Continuing onward, he soon heard the sound of clanging and voices ahead. Are you sure this is the right direction? It must be, spoke a cool, clear-voiced It should be correct, replied a strong, yet slightly hesitant voice. You said the same 3 days ago. A charming voice retorted, tinged with exhaustion. Are you all capable or not? The pig is nearly exhausted, both hungry and tired. I'm losing weight. This time, the voice belonged to the pig. You blabbering pig, the strong voice replied, exasperated. Don't kick me. I'm about to be kicked to pieces, came the pig's agitated response. Listening to the exchange, Lin Yi hastened forward, the light growing brighter. Before him appeared 3 beautiful young women, their eyes weary and their clothes dusty, yet their captivating beauty remained unmasked. Lying on the ground was a large, plump pig, adorned with small wings. The pig was also dust-covered, and one side of its rear was red. Jiang Qingning was slicing through rock with a long sword, while Hua Tianjiao wielded a spear, thrusting it forcefully against the wall. Yun Feifei was busily collecting debris from the ground, including the stones Jiang Qingning had cut away. Lin Yi watched in astonishment as Yun Feifei extended her fingers toward a small mound of earth. which inexplicably vanished, her black ring emitting a faint glow. Could this be the legendary storage ring? The more Lin Yi observed, the more he felt a yearning within him. How many people dreamt of possessing a storage ring? Once upon a time, Lin Yi had longed for one, but it had seemed unrealistic. Now, a storage ring was manifesting before his very eyes. I want it so badly, yet it belonged to his teammate. But I truly desire it. He suppressed his yearning, approaching them instead. So, you're still digging? How long have you been at it? Lin Yi inquired. The three women remained silent, but the flying pig spoke up first. Kid, are you blind? Can't you see? The pig glanced at Lin Yi. Embarrassed, Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled. I just woke up. We should dig faster. The beast tide has ceased, and we need to get out quickly. Jiang Qingning sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, tossing her sword to him before settling down nearby. Lin Yi caught the sword, astonished. Wasn't he at the norm for a girl to treasure her weapon? Why was she using it to dig and tossing it to him, as he contemplated? Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei halted their work as well. Hua Tianjiao casually propped her spear aside, unceremoniously sitting on the ground, while Yun Feifei conjured 4 ice cups, filled with melted water, and handed them to the 2 girls and the pig. Little brother, I know you have many questions, but hold them for now. Quickly use your talent to find the nearest route to the surface and dig it out. We'll explain everything to you later. The other 2 women and the pig nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, sensing their urgency, wore a resigned expression but refrained from arguing further, activating his spirit-sensing ability to scan the surroundings. To his shock, he realized that he was no longer within the original mountain but had instead found himself in another. Observing the trio and the pig, he couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and disbelief. They had literally dug a passageway to an entirely different mountain. Knowing his current location, Lin Yi seized Jiang Qingning's sword and retraced his steps. The trio and the pig, intrigued by his actions, followed closely behind. Chapter 35. Emerging from the cave following the passage, Lin Yi arrived at the spot where he had first encountered the white energy crystals. Utilizing his spirit-sensing ability, he discerned that this location was nearest to the surface. He marveled at how Jiang Qingning and the others had managed to dig from the mountainside to the base of another mountain. When they saw Lin Yi pause, the 3 women regarded him with curiosity. You all rest. I'll handle this. It's only a few meters to the surface, Lin Yi stated, pulling out the sword and commencing to cut through the soil and rock. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the 3 women turned to shocked. We truly dug in the wrong direction, the girl murmured bitterly. The trio and the pig exchanged glances, silently observing in no time. Lin Yi had carved out an upward passage. Gentle sunlight streamed in, illuminating the surroundings and causing the women to squint. After being buried underground for over a week, it was their first encounter with sunlight, and tears welled in their eyes. Lin Yi, however, remained unperturbed. His talent allowed him to see even in the absence of light, and his eyes were exceptionally resilient, rendering the brightness inconsequential. He chose to remain silent, patiently allowing them to adjust to the sunlight. After a while, when their tears had ceased, Lin Yi led them up the upward passage and out into the open air. Before them lay a small patch of grass, lush and green, with a forest and hills visible in the distance. Surrounded by several mountains, this valley is a secluded haven. The atmosphere is eerily tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds, creating an unsettling sense of calm. Remarkably, this place has not been ravaged by the beast tide, which is quite extraordinary. Lin Yi glanced around, taking in the scenery. Jiang Qingning crouched on the grass, reaching out to touch the verdant blades, expressing her disbelief. It shouldn't be. Even that low mountain we were at before was flattened. This place isn't far from yours, yet it remains unscathed by the beast tide. Indeed, it is quite unnatural. Something must be amiss, Hua Tianjiao said cautiously. Little brother, use your talent to check if there's anything peculiar around us. Yun Feifei chimed in at an opportune moment. It's still operational. I haven't turned it off. I observed the surroundings as soon as we emerged from the cave. Lin Yi paused, and I found no abnormalities, just an ordinary valley. 3 pairs of eyes shot daggers at him. Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. Little brother, why do you pant while speaking? Are you feeling weak? Yun Feifei retorted sharply. What are you doing? Hurry up and help pull out the pig. And you? Can't you dig a bigger hole? Just as the 4 were still observing, a pig's grunt echoed, laden with a scolding tone. All right then, that fat pig is stuck again, Lin sighed, rolling his eyes. He turned, drew his sword, and widened the hole just enough to pull the flying pig out. Kid, you're on the right track. After the flying pig got up, it shook its tiny wings, dislodging the dirt clinging to its body. It was astonishing how those diminutive wings could support its hefty frame. Moreover, this pig could communicate telepathically, which was no small feat. Otherwise, how could it understand its own grunts and respond to Lin? Kid, your gaze is off. What do you intend to do? The flying pig, noticing Lin Yi's scrutiny, trembled and took a step back in response. Lin Yi chose to ignore it and turned to the three girls, inquiring, how long have I been asleep, and what transpired during my slumber? There should be no danger around, so let's discuss it in detail. Also, how did you manage to dig your way to another mountain? Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged furtive glances, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. It was Jiang Qingning who spoke up. You've been asleep for about a week. We saw you sleeping soundly and didn't want to wake you. After the third day of your deep slumber, the beast tide ceased, though we're not sure if it truly stopped, as there was no sound, nor did the ground tremble. The girl paused, then continued. On the fourth day, we heard the pig's grunts and managed to dig it out from that passage above. Afterward, we discovered that aside from being able to communicate with us and fly, the pig is quite ordinary, with nothing else remarkable about it. Hey, girl, how can you speak of your pig lord in such a manner? He is a divine beast, wise and mighty. The flying pig squealed, its voice filled with exasperation. Yet, none paid it any heed. As Jiang Qingning recounted the events of the past few days to Lin Yi, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei chose not to interrupt, each wandering off to explore the surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, the flying pig ceased its complaints and darted off in pursuit of the small rabbits frolicking in the grass. We thought of digging a passage to escape, but were cautious about it collapsing. So we continued along the path you previously excavated, digging downwards. After all, the upper area was filled with loose stones, which could easily cave in then. The girl's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Then we dug. And you know what happened next? Linny burst into laughter, prompting the girl to shoot him an indignant glare. It was not their fault. After all, it was pitch black underground, and they had no idea where to dig, lacking talents like his that allowed them to perceive the earth's veins. Observing the girl's dusty appearance, Lin Yi's laughter gradually subsided. Indeed, had he not suddenly awakened his abilities, he might have been lost long ago. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on the experiences he had undergone since arriving in this world. Though few in number, each incident left a profound impression on him, far more so than the 20-plus years he had previously lived. Everyone yearns for the unknown and covets freedom, yet these desires come at a price. Lin Yi had left behind a life of comfort, a 20-year sanctuary, to venture into this perilous, foreign realm. Admittedly, he had felt exhilarated at first, but that excitement soon gave way to uncertainty and nostalgia, culminating in his current state of acceptance. Given another chance, he might choose to remain in that peaceful world forever. But there are no do-overs, saying goes. If you cannot escape it, then learn to enjoy it. Humans are the most adaptable creatures. Gazing at the girl before him, Lin Yi felt a renewed sense of purpose. Perhaps he should focus on helping her navigate this trial before contemplating anything else. He was never one for deep scheming, nor was he prone to fretting over trivial matters. He regarded the girl, whose beauty seemed almost unreal, yet the dust covering her made her seem all the more genuine. Jiang Qingning's personality was perplexing to Lin Yi. When he first captured her, she exhibited a rather playful demeanor, only to later become distant and aloof. At times, she resembled a mute bride, and at others, a merciless executioner, unflinching in her actions. Now, witnessing the shy girl before him, Lin Yi felt an odd sensation. Yet, all these facets seemed to coalesce into the essence of Jiang Qingning. The girl, noticing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort. Is there something on my face? She wondered aloud, reaching up to touch her cheek. To her surprise, her hand came away covered in dirt. She shot Lin Yi a glare before swiftly disappearing from sight. Lin Yi stood there, bewildered. Chapter 36. A time for rest. As he watched the girl depart, Lin Yi was left in a state of confusion. Indeed, women are ever so elusive. Activating his spirit-seeking ability, He scanned the surroundings and confirmed that this place was indeed safe, encircled by mountains, forming an idyllic sanctuary. After exploring the area, he found it quite expansive, yet still within his line of sight. The valley teemed with animals, though they were all ordinary beasts, devoid of anything extraordinary. However, Lin Yi did discover one peculiar feature. At the valley's center lay a deep pool nearly 20 meters wide. In every other aspect, the surroundings appeared opaque to him, not due to an abundance of energy, but rather a complete absence of energy flow. From a distance, the pool appeared a dark, murky green, but upon closer inspection, it was merely ordinary water. Strangely, this water seemed to obstruct his vision. Lin Yi was astonished. His current eyesight was nearly double that of a normal eagle's, and with his spirit-seeking ability activated, he could see through rocks. Yet, this small pool eluded his perception, allowing him only to glimpse about a meter into its depths. Moreover, the spirit-seeking ability yielded no response, revealing no energy movement within the water, even though he could see fish swimming inside. This was utterly perplexing. After circling the small pool several times without discovering anything unusual, Lin Yi concluded that the absence of anomalies itself was the most significant anomaly. The pool made him uncomfortable, as if something were watching him, sending chills down his spine. Trusting his instincts, he distanced himself from the pool and returned to the entrance from which he had emerged. Upon his return, he found Jiang Qingning and the others had already arrived. Bringing back their spoils, Hua Tianjiao confidently carried a live spotted deer, its legs broken and blood dripping, bleeding pathetically, which only enhanced her commanding presence. Lin Yi had never encountered a woman so exuding confidence. Yun Feifei, on the other hand, held 2 large rabbits in her hands, along with a bundle of wild vegetables tied to her waist. With her enchanting beauty, she resembled a mountain spirit from ancient tales. Jiang Qingning, her hair damp and clean, had washed away the grime that had previously marred her face. However, she regarded Lin Yi with a hint of annoyance, her expression a mix of confusion and vexation. The flying pig was nowhere to be found, likely having wandered off. Being a magical creature, it was unfortunate, as Lin Yi had hoped to glean information about this forest and the planet from it. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei placed their catches and gathered wild vegetables on the ground, all of which had been scanned by the food manual and confirmed to be edible. What remains is up to you, Yun Feifei stated. Hua Tianjiao nodded in agreement, adding, "We leave the rest to you." Lin Yi smiled at them. "No problem. Leave it to me, I'll prepare these ingredients first. You two go fetch the little kitten and Chanji, and try to catch a few fish as well. Also, bring up all the pots and pans." After they nodded and departed, Lin Yi turned to the girl, who was using her powers to evaporate the moisture from her body. "Where did you find water?" The girl paused, glancing at him. The annoyance on her face had vanished, and she replied coolly, "There's a small stream at the foot of that mountain. It should be spring water." She pointed towards the mountain on their right. Lin Yi looked in that direction and activated his spirit-seeking ability, confirming the presence of a stream with considerable water flow. Nodding at the girl, he picked up the game and wild vegetables and headed towards the stream. Upon arrival, he found that it was indeed a small stream, shallow and not more than half a meter deep. Looking upstream, he noticed a small waterfall cascading down. Beneath the waterfall, there lay a small pool of water, a delightful spot indeed, where Lin Yi approached, carrying his catch. Upon reaching the inner area behind the falls, he noticed 2 sets of footprints along the bank and extensive water stains, likely left by Jiang Qingning during her bathing. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided against slaughtering the animal here, as it would inevitably taint the water source. Although the likelihood was minimal, this location was undoubtedly well suited for cleansing oneself, with the petite waterfall serving as a natural shower. The pool below was shallow, merely a few centimeters deep, allowing one to see the bottom clearly, with the deeper parts measuring no more than half a meter. Surrounding it were numerous lush trees, providing ample natural cover. With a bit of refurbishment, this could serve as an excellent bathing area. He then carried his prey down to the small creek he had discovered earlier. Finding a clean patch of relatively flat grass, he set down his catch. That moment, Hua Tianjiao and her companions arrived, holding several large fish and a few cooking utensils, with Chunji trailing behind them. Sun Ling observed a small kitten snuggling against Yun Feifei. Lin Yi smiled as he accepted the pots and fish from them, then turned to Chanji, saying, "Come lend a hand. Let me see your skills." Chunji eagerly obliged. Linny hung the four-legged deer he had caught, swiftly breaking its spine with a decisive grip, then slicing open its carotid arteries to let it bleed out. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, executed with precision and composure. Qianji trembled slightly at the sight, swallowing hard as he mentally labeled Lin Yi as someone not to be trifled with. Impressed by his ability to handle the deer so efficiently and without a hint of distress, coupled with his previous impressions of Lin Yi, Qianji felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. How did you survive in this primal wilderness? Lin Yi finally voiced a question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. I wasn't in this forest before. I only set foot here after the trial began. I was initially in the Death Swamp, where I spent nearly half a month before arriving in this wild expanse, Qianji replied. Death Swamp? That name sounds ominous. How did you survive there? Were there no venomous creatures or ferocious beasts? How did a mere ordinary person like you evade such dangers? Lin Yi's curiosity deepened with Qianji's response. Qianji glanced at Lin Yi before answering again. I had a teammate, but he died, bitten to death by a strange beast. I managed to escape by hiding in the swamp. I asked for food. He paused momentarily. I didn't have a food guide. I lost it inadvertently while fleeing from the beasts when I first arrived on this planet. As for sustenance, I ate whatever I could find. With large animals, the moment I heard any noise or saw a shadow, I would run and hide. As he recounted his experiences, Qianji's expression reflected a blend of fear and resignation. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of admiration for Qianji's resilience. Chapter 37. The Chef's Dilemma. But you mentioned you could survive in the wild? And that you learn things quickly? Lin Yi questioned, perplexed. Isn't that just wilderness survival? Qianji, confused, replied, I was fleeing while trying to stay alive. For an ordinary person to stand before you unscathed is quite an accomplishment. Lin Yi, astonished, responded, that's not wilderness survival. That's simply wilderness evasion. He scoffed. Wilderness survival is about having enough to eat, drink, and a decent place to stay. Look at you, you're pale and gaunt. Qianji felt a surge of indignation at Lin Yi's words, nearly jumping up to retaliate. It's a matter of circumstances, he reflected in Lin Yi's mind. Wilderness survival resembled the adventures of survival experts like Bear Grylls or Les Stroud, where sustenance was hardly a concern. However, the reality here was that this was trial star number 3, rife with ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. If either Grylls or Stroud were to come here, they would likely not last a week. Ultimately, it boiled down to a disparity in understanding and worldview. Despite Lin Yi's formidable capabilities and physical prowess, his perceptions remained tethered to his previous world. Although he had experienced much since his arrival in this realm, it was still far from sufficient to shatter his earlier notions. Yet, perhaps this was not entirely negative. Ignorance breeds courage, and courage drives one forward. Qianji, being a native of this world, though not fully knowledgeable, possessed a foundational understanding of its nature, which instilled a sense of reverence for the world around him. Such individuals often lived long and prosperous lives. It was difficult to determine which perspective was superior, as both had their merits. After all, Lin Yi had once been an ordinary person himself. This was merely a gap in perception, devoid of right or wrong. What exactly are your skills? Lin Yi inquired, directing his gaze at Qianji. This question indeed caught Qianji off guard. What could he do? No one had ever asked him such a question. Throughout his life, he had endured and learned through countless experiences, but when pressed to articulate his specific skills, he found himself at a loss. Noticing Qianji's silence, Lin Yi shrugged it off and resumed preparing the ingredients. There would be plenty of time to get to know one another in the days ahead. The deer continued to bleed out. He regretted the loss of such fine venison, but there was nothing he could do. Grabbing the 2 rabbits, Lin Yi decided to skin them before boiling water, noting that these were ordinary rabbits, albeit somewhat large. One weighed around 20 pounds. After removing the fur and innards, there remained a good amount of meat. With 5 individuals, 2 rabbits, and the fish along with the deer should suffice for a meal. As their strength increased, so did their appetites. Ordinary food was no longer sufficient. They needed the sustenance provided by powerful beasts to satisfy their hunger and bolster their strength. These common foods barely filled them, even in large quantities. An adult deer, several hefty rabbits, and a few large fish could easily feed dozens of ordinary people. After swiftly skinning and gutting the rabbits, Lin Yi looked at the pelts and felt a twinge of regret. The best part of the rabbit was the head, and after skinning, there was little to savor left. Once he finished with those, With Chan Ji's assistance, he began to skin the deer. The act of skinning reminded Lin Yi of his days working in a slaughterhouse, peeling cow hides. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely he would ever return to that life. A thought that lingered in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder how protagonists in fantasy novels managed to forget their pasts upon traversing to new worlds. Chan Ji observed Lin Yi's dejected demeanor with a sense of confusion. Yet he couldn't help but admire Lin Yi's professional skinning technique, eager to learn from him. Skinning began at the tail, cutting along the midline of the abdomen all the way to the neck and jaw. Then, he made incisions around the hooves of the limbs, followed by vertical cuts along the inner sides of the limbs in relation to the abdomen, carefully separating the skin from the fore and hind limbs. Head, chest, and abdomen. The cuts had to be clean, avoiding damage to the fat and ensuring the connective tissue was meticulously removed. Lin Yi worked quickly and skillfully, and within a minute, the entire hide was completely removed. Chan Ji watched in astonishment, his eyes growing wider. With such skill, he would never go hungry on the border planets, though he might need more to support his sister's education. The skinned hide needed to be air-dried naturally or treated with salt. Unfortunately, Lin Yi lamented the absence of salt. Once finished, he tossed the whole deer hide to Chan Ji, spread it out in a shaded area to dry for about 2 hours, then scrape off the remaining meat, connective tissue, and fat, and clean off the blood and dirt. What is the purpose of this? Chan Ji inquired, puzzled. Of course, to preserve the hide for future use. It could be fashioned into a bag or fur coat later. Hua Tianjiao's bodysuit has seen better days, with several pieces missing. I intend to make her a new garment from this deer hide. Lin Yi replied succinctly. The ensemble Hua Tianjiao wore had endured some battle, with parts of her abdomen and back missing, along with an entire sleeve from her left arm. While he acknowledged her appealing figure, Lin Yi felt it only right to provide her with a new outfit, especially since it was not difficult to do, considering she had hunted the deer herself. Can clothing really be made from hides? Chan Ji was genuinely taken aback, staring at the bloodied hide in his hands. Chan Ji found it hard to imagine how it would look worn. Lin Yi heard Chan Ji's words but chose not to respond, instead contemplating whether this world had truly progressed to the point of discarding pelts. Noting Lin Yi's silence, Chan Ji refrained from pressing the matter further and returned to scraping the deer hide, pondering his own uncertainties. Sighing, Lin Yi realized he still felt out of place in this world. He remained unsure about the nature of this realm. Technology was undeniably advanced, capable of integrating liquid artificial intelligence within the human body and designating planets as trial locations, all while maintaining a sophisticated ecological system within space stations. The technological progression was evidently formidable, yet it seemed to coexist with a civilization of cultivation, evident in Jiang Qingning's swordsmanship, Hua Tianjiao's marksmanship, and the distinct stratification of power levels. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Yi continued processing the ingredients. After several minutes, the deer was expertly divided into various cuts of meat and bones. The pots and pans had been cleaned and set aside by Chan Ji. Lin Yi pondered how to prepare this meal, overwhelmed by the myriad of choices available. Yet, this was often the dilemma faced by a chef. The more accomplished the chef, the greater the dilemma of which technique to employ in crafting exquisite dishes. Such fresh venison, so tender the loin. To forego marinating would surely be a disservice to such quality meat. The robust deer tendons and formidable hindquarters, to not braise would be a lamentable waste. This fish, too, is remarkably fresh, its flesh so delicate. To neglect preparing sashimi would indeed be a pity. And these deer bones, this rabbit meat, how could one not make a broth from them? Furthermore, these wild greens, so fresh and tender, if they are not stir-fried, it would be a grave injustice to such exquisite produce. What a conundrum! Perhaps I should prepare them all. Yet I am but one person, and even as night falls, I may not find time to dine. How could I forget the rice? With such splendid ingredients, to have no rice at all. How I long for the past, when I needed only to step out for hot pot and could eat without a care. Lin Yi murmured in frustration to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hot pot! With such fresh ingredients, fish and meat, how could one not indulge in a hot pot? A grin spread across Lin Yi's face. Alas, there is only clear broth, but I can simmer a deer bone broth instead. With this thought, Lin Yi began his preparations. Chapter 38. Hot pot. Storage ring. The sun had passed its zenith, descending towards the western horizon. On the verdant grass, beneath a hastily erected canopy, 5 individuals and a cat gathered around a stone pot, a meter wide. The fire beneath crackled vigorously, sending forth bursts of warmth and sound. Lin Yi stirred the bubbling broth. A plume of steam rising, carrying with it a rich, enticing aroma. Surrounding them were stone plates laden with neatly cut meats and wild vegetables. The others watched Lin Yi's actions, increasingly perplexed, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Finally, Yun Feifei could no longer contain herself. Lin Yi, what are you doing? All these vegetables, meat, and fish are raw. Are we to consume them like last time, in that peculiar way? Upon hearing Yun Feifei's words, Lin Yi was first taken aback. Thank heavens, you finally stopped calling me little brother. At this, the others erupted in laughter, with Yun Feifei's laughter ringing the loudest. Noticing her inclination to tease, Lin Yi hastily interjected to prevent her from uttering anything inappropriate. This dish is called hot pot. It can be considered a culinary creation. The essence lies in the freshness. But wait, it's not ready yet. Let me prepare a dipping sauce. Hot pot. Isn't this a stone pot? Came the excited response, I can't wait, meow woo-woo. In an instant, a discussion ensued among the group. Lin Yi paid them no mind, turning to prepare the dipping sauce. The valley was rich in resources, although he had not found scallions or ginger. He discovered mustard, chili, peppercorns, and garlic among the wild vegetables brought back by Yun Feifei and her companions. Their quantity was limited. Otherwise, he could have concocted a spicy hot pot. Regrettably, there was no salt, but garlic could serve as a makeshift substitute. Among the wild vegetables, he also found a citrus-like fruit, quite sour, which could enhance the dipping sauce's flavor. These ingredients could sufficiently compensate for the absence of salt. Taking a stone bowl, he crushed garlic, chili, peppercorns, and mustard into a fine paste in another bowl. He squeezed the juice from the citrus-like fruit. Mixing half of the crushed spices with the juice, he drizzled the other half over heated deer fat, causing a delightful sizzle that filled the air with a rich, spicy aroma. At that moment, all eyes beneath the canopy turned toward him, their conversation ceasing. Several noses twitched. Chun-Ji inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What is that delightful aroma?" Noticing the commotion, Lin Yi quickly carried 2 bowls of dipping sauce over to them. These are the dipping sauces for the hot pot. Please share it. It may be a bit spicy, so dip lightly. Chun-Ji promptly got up to help distribute the sauce. Moments later, Jiang Qingning gazed at the sauce before her, her nose twitching, revealing her eager anticipation as she glanced at Lin Yi. The method for enjoying hot pot is simple. One places fresh venison, fish, or vegetables into the broth, allowing them to cook before retrieving them, dipping them into the sauce and savoring. Lin Yi then produced a pair of finely crafted chopsticks, demonstrating the process to the group. The nostalgia, the familiar taste, try it. He placed a piece of thinly sliced venison into his mouth. The meat, sliced paper-thin, translucent and tender, was cooked in mere seconds, and he tasted it without dipping it in sauce. The texture was crisp and tender, with a hint of sweetness and a grassy aroma. Seeing Lin Yi relish his meal so thoroughly, the others eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to mimic his actions. Lin Yi continued to indulge, enjoying several pieces dipped in the sauce. Though lacking salt, it bore a subtle saltiness, complemented by the fruity fragrance and the spiciness of mustard and chili, along with the numbing sensation of peppercorns. Each bite was a revelation of delight. If Lin Yi found it so pleasurable, the others were even more ecstatic, particularly Chan-Ji, who had not eaten adequately in over a month and had been starved by Lin Yi for nearly a week. Now, as he tasted food that resembled a proper meal, he wept tears of joy. Lin Yi observed Chan-Ji, who was eating while shedding tears, and sampled the dipping sauce again. I didn't add too much mustard or chili. It's just right. Yet Chun-Ji continued to weep, and soon, both Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei had glistening eyes. This made Lin Yi wonder if perhaps he had indeed overdone it with the mustard. However, Jiang Qingning showed no such reaction, merely eating faster, yet still maintaining her grace. Chun-Ji, in stark contrast, devoured his meal with abandon, heedless of whether the meat was fully cooked, shoveling it into his mouth without restraint. In a mere half-hour, they consumed nearly all the deer and fish meat. The platters piled high, nearly reaching a person's height. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yi decided to halt his own consumption. There were still matters to attend to. Once he served the remaining meat and vegetables, he began to inquire while eating, as the dining table is often the best place for discussion. Inadvertently, he gathered information. A tactic employed in various scenarios. Chen-ji, how long is your trial period? 10 months. Why do you ask? Chen-ji mumbled through a mouthful of meat, appearing somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Linny paused, as he had long wished to inquire about this detail. After all, Chen-ji had previously been confined to that underground space, and during the beast tide, he had not emerged to receive any updates as expected. He had not received the news that the trial period had been reduced to 3 months. Jiang Qingning, upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, also paused, her gaze locking with his, thoughts swirling in their minds. Meanwhile, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei remained oblivious to Lin Yi's question, engrossed in their meals. Yun Feifei, with a piece of green vegetable in her mouth, cast a puzzled look at Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning, who had ceased their eating. Realizing this, Lin Yi quickly shifted the topic. Yun Feifei, when you were collecting the soil beneath the tunnel, was that your talent? Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Yun Feifei hesitated, casting a wary glance. She covered her right hand with her left, saying, "You all promised not to steal my things." At that moment, Jiang Qingning interjected, "It's a storage ring. The item Hua Tianjiao and I were competing for was the storage ring. Our agreement upon joining was not to steal what they sought." "I see," Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "A storage ring. Can I take a look? How does it work? Where can I buy one? How much does it cost?" Lin Yi's enthusiasm was palpable. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, Yun Feifei instinctively backed away, her expression wary. "Kid, don't get any ideas about her ring. They are bound. Unless you kill her, you can't take it," Hua Tianjiao interjected with a cold and mocking tone, causing the atmosphere to tense. "There's no need to be alarmed." "I wouldn't go so far as to kill for a ring," Lin Yi chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "I merely wish to understand it better and inquire where I might purchase one." His gaze was sincere. Regrettably, the girl's expression remained guarded. Jiang Qingning sighed, recognizing that mutual trust among their temporary alliance had yet to reach a significant level, especially with Lin Yi's untimely inquiries into sensitive topics. After studying Lin Yi for a moment, Yun Feifei realized he was genuine. No one understood the mechanics of the storage ring. They only knew it involved spatial technology, a closely guarded secret of the Federation's technology park. Even the smallest storage ring in the black market could cost hundreds of energy crystals. "Isn't that quite inexpensive?" Lin Yi interjected. "Cheap?" Chen-ji exclaimed loudly, startling Lin Yi. "1 energy crystal could support a typical family for years. If I had one, why would I bother with this trial?" After speaking, Chen-ji seemed to contemplate something quietly, observing Lin Yi in silence. Yun Feifei and Hua Tianjiao also regarded him, their eyes clearly questioning, could this guy be so wealthy? Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning exchanged a glance, both realizing that they seemed to possess a considerable amount of spiritual energy crystals. Indeed, these were acquired during the resource drop, a whole jar filled with spiritual energy crystals and beast crystals. Chapter 39. The Youthful Zeal. The mere thought of having such wealth instantly calmed Lin Yi's heart. Jiang Qingning felt similarly. Although money may not be omnipotent, its absence is most certainly felt. The most reassuring method lies in the possession of wealth, a notion Lin Yi also contemplated. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei, on the other hand, were preoccupied with the idea that the spiritual mine held countless spiritual energy crystals. Although the walls were unyielding, the ground was strewn with scattered crystals. Upon closer examination, there were more than enough to bestow each person with a fine storage ring. The two women exchanged a knowing look, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yi, meanwhile, pondered how to transport the beast crystals and spiritual energy crystals off this planet. "How spacious is your storage ring?" Lin Yi inquired of Yun Feifei. "Are you also planning to store those spiritual energy crystals from the cave?" "Rest assured, the space is ample enough to accommodate all those scattered spiritual energy crystals," the girl confidently replied. "However, I require 60% of the crystals from that cave." "That's quite ambitious," Lin Yi remarked. Taken aback by the girl's unexpected greed, 60% is out of the question. At most, it will be 50%. "Agreed. It's a deal," the girl responded with remarkable swiftness. Yun Feifei had initially believed that 60% was utterly unattainable. She would have been satisfied with 30%. To her surprise, Lin Yi's generosity shifted her gaze toward him, now devoid of the previous wariness. Lin Yi noted her reaction, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed he needed to lay down some ground rules. "All right, I will remember this." Jiang Qingning, witnessing the exchange, chose not to interject, while Chun-Ji stood nearby, staring blankly at Lin Yi. Hua Tianjiao remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to indulge in her meal. Very well, but you must assist me in storing some items. After the trial, everything must be returned to me. No pilfering of my belongings. How magnanimous of you! As long as it isn't too cumbersome, I am agreeable, Yun Feifei replied, her face lighting up with joy. Fear not. The size is comparable to those jars from the resource drop, Lin Yi assured her, also smiling. Exchanging knowing glances with Jiang Qingning, they both understood each other's thoughts and fell into a comfortable silence. Lin Yi then patted Chen-Ji on the shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, you will not be left empty-handed. After the trial, you can have 50% of what's inside." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen-Ji suppressed his excitement and nodded before resuming his meal. He felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, fearing that Lin Yi might resort to violence after they left. The value of half the contents of an entire resource jar filled with spiritual energy crystals and beast crystals was beyond comprehension. Yet with such wealth, he could live freely and comfortably for the rest of his days. His sister could receive an education, and his grandmother could enjoy a peaceful old age. Chen-Ji's mind raced with thoughts. Once a person acquires what they desire, greed often follows. Likewise, when one harbors concerns and aspirations, they may either resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals or find peace of mind after exhausting all possibilities. Chen-Ji belonged to the latter category. Despite possessing a modicum of cleverness, he could never achieve greatness. He was neither greedy nor willing to resort to unscrupulous tactics. He merely wished for his sister to be educated and for his grandmother to enjoy her twilight years. While his own fate mattered little, thus, he had come to partake in the trial, never contemplating the possibility of returning, given the staggering mortality rate of 90%. However, upon encountering Lin Yi, Chen-Ji gazed at the young man, who was perhaps even younger than he, with awe. This individual possessed exceptional talent, ruthless methods, and immense strength, embodying the very image Chen-Ji aspired to become. As he thought, the flicker of fear in Chen-Ji's eyes dissipated. Replaced by admiration and reverence, he silently resolved to emulate Lin Yi. Lin Yi noticed the shift in Chen-Ji's expression and found it peculiar, but chose to ignore it, diving back into the fray of the food battle. In the brief exchange that had just transpired, Hua Tianjiao had stealthily consumed a significant portion of the remaining meat while the others were distracted, transforming from a regal goddess into a quiet glutton. Her cheeks were full, yet her abdomen showed no sign of bulging despite her substantial intake. Yun Feifei also noticed the dwindling dishes. Just moments ago, there had been an abundance of food, and now only a few plates remained. Observing the stack of empty stone plates beside Hua Tianjiao, and her stuffed cheeks incited a sense of urgency, prompting Yun Feifei to join the meat-grabbing fray. An hour later, everyone lay sprawled on the grass. Sated, Lin Yi let out a satisfied burp, surveying the empty hot pot, devoid of even broth, and the plates stripped clean of meat and vegetables. He glanced at Chen-Ji's distended abdomen and the slight swell of the three girls' bellies. A knowing smile spreading across his face. The most gratifying moment for a chef is witnessing diners relish the dishes they've prepared, coupled with the satisfied expressions that follow, at least in that moment. Lin Yi felt fulfilled. Before his transcendence, he had been merely a youth battered by the harsh realities of life. Transitioning from a haven of comfort into a veritable beast cage, he shed the youthful zeal that once defined him, becoming ensnared by the process of maturation. Rather than laboring, he had sought entrepreneurial funding to open a small restaurant in his hometown. With his culinary skills, he believed he could sustain himself, intending to lead a quiet life. Regrettably, fate had intervened, and he found himself transported to another realm. There was little to say about it. He had always been something of a slacker. He had received his education and graduated from university, only to face unemployment post-graduation. Unable to enlist in the military in just a few short years, he had lost all youthful vigor. If one were to measure personal growth, it might occur in an instant. Witnessing his parents' struggles, the harshness of life, and the encroaching gray hair, the youthful idealist became a relic of the past, his dreams yielding to reality. Lost in thought, tears began to flow from Lin Yi's eyes. Jiang Qingning, sensing his distress, looked up, prompting Lin Yi to quickly turn away and discreetly wipe away the traces of his tears. He gazed upwards at the soaring eagle against the blue sky, the blazing sun, and the scattered stars. Indeed, in this world, One could see stars even during the day. Lin Yi was astonished. He was no longer bound by the constrictive world of his past, but had entered a strange realm where there were no cages to confine his soaring spirit. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and freedom, as though all restraints had vanished. At that instant, the youthful zeal within him severed the tendrils of maturation that clung to him. In that moment, he was unstoppable. A surge of sharp energy emanated from Lin Yi, spiraling upward toward the heavens. Jiang Qingning and Hua Tianjiao were taken aback. To them, Lin Yi resembled an unparalleled divine blade. Radiating an unstoppable zeal, Lin Yi found himself enveloped in a peculiar state, feeling as if nothing in this world could impede him, just as nothing could stifle the heart of a youth eager for progress. Chapter 40. The Three Great Energies. Moments later, Lin Yi emerged from this extraordinary state, feeling unprecedentedly well. In addition to the flowing spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, he sensed another peculiar energy within him. This energy resembled gas, yet was distinctly different. He could feel its presence and even direct its flow. With a mere thought, a blade-like stream of energy appeared at his fingertips, shimmering like a small, radiant knife. This spectacle was truly remarkable, akin to a glistening dagger dancing at his fingertips. Could this be what they call sharp energy? A commanding female voice inquired. Startled, Lin Yi looked up, only to be taken aback by what he saw. A formidable figure stood less than a meter away, fixated on the luminous stream of energy between Lin Yi's fingers. The proximity startled Lin Yi, especially with three other figures staring intently as well. In that moment of distraction, the girl reached out to touch the energy stream. Yet, before her fingertip could make contact, it seemed to be sliced by a blade, drawing forth a trace of blood. Such sharp energy! Hua Tianjiao exclaimed in admiration. Lin Yi, witnessing Hua Tianjiao's expression of awe, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Typically reserved, she rarely engaged in conversation, and to see her display such emotion was indeed a rare sight. Simultaneously, Lin Yi began to take note of the energy stream at his fingertips. If it could elicit such admiration from Hua Tianjiao, it must be extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it possessed only one distinct characteristic: its sharpness. Is there any explanation for this sharp energy? Lin Yi asked Hua Tianjiao. Since discovering Lin Yi's awakening of sharp energy, the girl's demeanor had shifted from cold indifference to warmth. This is sharp energy, or more precisely, youthful sharp energy. Its defining trait is its unparalleled sharpness. Do not underestimate this characteristic. Its sharpness knows no bounds. I once heard of a young prodigy who, harnessing this energy, sliced through an entire planet. Hua Tianjiao's voice trailed off, her eyes filled with longing. Before she could elaborate further, Yun Feifei interjected. The most frustrating aspect is that this power cannot be cultivated. It is the least practical among the three great energies. In theory, anyone can awaken it, yet the chances of finding an awakener are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this power is particularly unstable. One can never predict when it might vanish, much like the fleeting zeal of youth. Indeed, at this moment, Hua Tianjiao spoke again. But without exception, those who awaken their sharpness are all young prodigies, ultimately becoming influential figures in their realm's point. One could say that sharpness is the measure of a prodigy. Lin Yi understood. Just then, a cold, clear voice interjected. This power is not impossible to cultivate. It is merely exceptionally challenging, and without the right opportunities, one will hardly make any progress. The cold voice paused, hesitated, and continued. Sharpness is related to one's temperament, will, and spirit. Beyond that, I cannot say much. After all, those who cultivate this power are exceedingly few. Lin Yi listened to Jiang Qingning, unable to suppress his curiosity. So, what exactly are the three major energies you mentioned? The crowd fell silent. It appeared this person had just heard about the three major energies. Jiang Qingning sighed and explained. The three major energies are the scholarly energy of literati, the combative energy of warriors, and the youthful sharpness. Moreover, with your nearing the pinnacle of the breaking extremity realm, you should know this. Lin Yi felt slightly disheartened and chose not to speak further. It would be unwise to expose himself. The scholarly energy distinguishes between clarity and muddiness, capable of transformation, most famously represented by the Qi of Haoran. As for warriors, they must possess a fighting spirit. A martial artist without this spirit can never be deemed a worthy martial artist. At this moment, Jiang Qingning paused and looked at Hua Tianjia. Do not look at me. I have yet to cultivate my fighting spirit. If I were to awaken it, all of you combined would not be a match for me. Hua Tianjiao scoffed. Surprisingly, Jiang Qingning did not refute her, nor did Yun Feifei. This only heightened Lin Yi's curiosity about the fighting spirit and its significant combat enhancement. Jiang Qingning spoke again. However, descriptions of sharpness are quite scarce. This power emphasizes an unwavering determination. There is a poem left behind by a master who wielded sharpness. This. The girl paused again and glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood immediately and hurriedly stood up to pour water for her. The action left those nearby momentarily stunned. Qian Ji's eyes twitched at the sight. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Qingning recited, "One must understand the lofty aspirations of youth. They once promised to be the best in the world." That master was capable of confronting the beast emperor directly, and since he uttered that line, sharpness has vanished. That time. This event shocked the entire human star domain. Later, due to its profound impact, it was suppressed, yet this line still spread widely. Lin Yi, at this moment, was entirely oblivious to what Jiang Qingning said afterward, murmuring to himself, "One must understand the lofty aspirations of youth. They once promised to be the best in the world." No one comprehends the depth of this line better than he does, nor the heartache concealed within. Though this poem speaks of youthful aspirations and being the best in the world, the sorrow behind it can only be grasped by those who truly understand. Lin Yi felt a wave of emotions. Growing up is a verb that once dulled his sharpness, spirit, and ambition. He gradually began to accept his ordinariness, realizing that many things yield no results without effort, and that effort does not guarantee results. Those who fear losing may not necessarily win, but they will certainly avoid a devastating defeat. In the past, he might have conjured countless excuses, but now, having traversed into this realm, he felt unencumbered, with the past severed and the future yet to unfold. Would he still be the same as before? Would the results still mirror those of the past? In his youth, he thought, "With the spring breeze at my back, my horse gallops swiftly. I would not believe that separations exist in this world." After many years, he realized, to buy osmanthus flowers and drink together is never like the carefree days of youth. "What does it matter?" The youth laughed, a laugh so uninhibited. The past had become history, and the future had yet to begin. Now is the greatest gift. I am who I am, undefined by others. What use is there in lofty aspirations or being the best? What good is worrying or fearing? If that is the case, why not dare to venture forth? You are still you. You remain that youth. Youth does not require fear, nor does it need to be defined. One simply must charge forward. The youth charge ahead, regardless of the challenges, obstacles, or misfortunes that lie ahead. But so what? The youth remain the youth. I am still me. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes were clear, his mind alert as he re-entered a peculiar state, the air around him swirling, sharpness soaring to the heavens. At this juncture, the youth shone brightly. Jiang Qingning and the others were taken aback, hastily retreating 10 meters from Lin Yi's vicinity. Hua Tianjiao's eyes were filled with bewilderment as she murmured, "Is sharpness truly so easy to enhance?" Chapter 41. Intense combat. Lin Yi's transformation astonished the girl. Merely awakening sharpness was already an impressive feat. Yet he managed to elevate his sharpness twice in such a short span. Hua Tianjiao felt another blow to her confidence. The youth's raging sharpness surged skyward, slicing through the air and grass within a 10-meter radius. The ground resembling a field ravaged by blades, exposing the yellow soil beneath. Yet, Lin Yi was utterly unaware. His eyes were tightly closed, his body suspended, as the energy around him flowed and flickered. At that moment, Jiang Qingning suddenly turned to Hua Tianjiao and spoke. "It seems Lin Yi is now the strongest among us, one of the purest martial artists and a spear cultivator. Do you have nothing to say?" The girl looked at Hua Tianjiao with an inscrutable expression, silently observing her. Hua Tianjiao was in turmoil. She had faced 2 setbacks in a single day. Logically, she shouldn't be so easily shaken, yet what she witnessed today was truly overwhelming. This greatly affected her spirit. Noticing Hua Tianjiao's silence, Jiang Qingning continued, "If you do not take action today, you may never have the chance to awaken your fighting spirit. Moreover, the elusive essence that follows." The girl paused for a moment. "Perhaps your path as a martial artist will be irrevocably severed." Upon hearing this, Hua Tianjiao suddenly crushed the bowl in her hand. Her energy surged violently, her brows furrowed, and her eyes sparkled with determination. The girl was now resolutely breaking through the barrier. The commotion she created was no less than Lin Yi's. Jiang Qingning's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, she wanted to provoke Hua Tianjiao into a duel with Lin Yi. However, as she had stated, this was a blatant scheme, and Hua Tianjiao could not refuse. Nonetheless, this would benefit both sides, provided that Hua Tianjiao emerged victorious. If she lost, her martial path would be severed, but if she won, she might awaken her fighting spirit and soar to new heights. This could also help Lin Yi better control his surging power and adeptly wield his awakened sharpness. Sometimes, an overwhelming brilliance can be a double-edged sword. Lin Yi's journey from awakening sharpness to further elevation had been remarkably swift. He had no understanding of this power and was entirely unaccustomed to it. Without honing it, he risked losing control, potentially harming both himself and others. Jiang Qingning regarded Lin Yi, who was still in deep contemplation, and Hua Tianjiao, who was forcefully breaking through. Who would ultimately triumph? The anticipation was palpable. Originally, Lin Yi had awakened sharpness, and with Hua Tianjiao also at the breaking extremity realm, there was no chance for her to wi and at best. She could maintain a stalemate. However, Lin Yi had astonishingly undergone a second awakening in such a short time. This was undeniably a miracle, an unprecedented phenomenon. After the second awakening, Hua Tianjiao had no chance of victory. She was acutely aware of her predicament. The only option was to force a breakthrough and fight to the last breath. For Lin Yi had yet to fully master the sharpness gained from his breakthrough. Why do you insist on provoking them to battle? And how did that crazy woman agree to it? Yun Feifei looked at Jiang Qingning in confusion, hoping she would clarify her doubts. Jiang Qingning cast a glance at Yun Feifei, sensing that this woman was not to be underestimated, hiding depths beneath her surface. She was a pure martial artist, yet today she had faced two significant blows to her spirit, which was a fatal impact on her martial journey. Furthermore, as a spear cultivator, she was expected to charge forward unflinchingly. You wouldn't understand. Martial artists can lose or die, but they must never retreat. Especially for those who wield spears, which symbolize the essence of martiality. Yun Feifei shook her head in response, still unable to comprehend why a fight was necessary. From Lin Yi's breakthrough to this moment, she remained utterly baffled. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Qingning elaborated, "Martial artists are about fighting. They battle against heaven, earth, and each other. Moreover, Lin Yi is also a martial artist, at least in Hua Tianjiao's eyes. You understand the principle of mutual repulsion among equals, right?" This time, the girl grasped a portion of the explanation. In essence, it was about fighting. Indeed, my brother was right. Martial artists are merely brash fighters, at this moment. The energy coalescing around Hua Tianjiao gradually dissipated as she successfully broke through. Lin Yi's sharpness also began to retract, awakening from his moment of enlightenment. Is this the wind control realm? The girl suddenly floated off the ground. Feeling considerably lighter, her internal energy several times more potent than before. Lin Yi also hovered in the air, his eyes blinking open, the sharpness flickering momentarily. He felt as though he could accomplish anything. As if with a mere exertion, he could obliterate everything. The girl noticed Lin Yi, and the two hovered in the air, locking eyes. Hua Tianjiao gazed at Lin Yi, her brows raised, energy surging around her as she roared. "Come, let us battle." The girl reached back with her hand, summoning a long spear that had been planted in the ground far away, which trembled and swiftly flew into her grasp. With fervent eyes and overflowing battle intent, Hua Tianjiao faced Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi appeared bewildered, he could sense the boiling fighting spirit emanating from her. At the same time, the fervent battle spirit of the young girl ignited Lin Yi's desire to fight, awakening the latent ferocity and the indomitable resolve of youth within him. Splendid. Ha! Ha! This is precisely what I yearned for. Let us engage in battle. Lin Yi howled to the heavens, his entire being brimming with sharp energy. In an instant, their gazes locked, each discerning the other's fighting spirit, and the clash was imminent. Although Lin Yi was unaware of how he had acquired the ability to fly, it did not hinder him from adopting a combative stance. Practicing the 8 extremes fist, his feet treading the air, enveloped in a swirling aura of sharpness. The girl was equally undeterred, flicking her gun with finesse. The weapon emerged like a dragon, and she soared forward. Propelled by the winds, her speed astonishing. With a thunderous crash, the long spear entwined with spiritual energy collided with Lin Yi's fist, sending sparks flying and the air shattering. Both combatants embodied an unwavering spirit. The relentless advance of the gun-wielding girl clashed with Lin Yi's fierce momentum at that moment. Their duel was a true test of strength. While the girl hesitated to confront Lin Yi in close quarters, she still clashed her long spear against his fists and elbows. Lin Yi found himself in a rather constrained position. Although the Eight Extremes fist emphasized offensive prowess, it required grounding and suspended in midair. He could not unleash the full force of his might, relying instead on sheer sharpness to withstand the girl's onslaught. Hua Tianjiao recognized this limitation and exerted her effort to elevate the battlefield. At this juncture, the advantages of their respective realms became apparent. The wind control realm did not merely amplify the internal spiritual energy, but, as the name suggests, granted the ability to soar, as long as her spiritual energy was not depleted. She could glide through the air, akin to riding the winds. This was the foundation that empowered the girl to challenge Lin Yi after her breakthrough. It was only when they reached a considerable height that Lin Yi sensed something amiss. Why was he ascending higher? Looking down, he felt a slight tingle in his legs. Despite not being afraid of heights, he lamented his inexperience in combat. Had he initially dragged the girl down to the ground, this predicament could have been avoided, allowing him to maintain an undefeated stance. After another clash, Hua Tianjiao noticed her spear felt significantly lighter. Upon inspection, she realized the long weapon had sustained considerable damage from their multiple encounters. The metal frayed by the sharp energy. Indeed, the legendary sharpness was formidable. With her spiritual energy dwindling, it seemed she could only aim for a swift resolution. Hua Tianjiao glanced at Lin Yi. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. Brace yourself and do not perish. The girl surged forward once more, reaching Lin Yi's side in an instant. Lin Yi, sensing danger, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He hurriedly coiled his sharp energy for defense. Celestial wind, peerless .2 icy glimmers erupted before Lin Yi's fast, to the right. In a critical moment, Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking talent, barely catching sight of the spear's trajectory. He concentrated his sharp energy for defense. However, the spear's tail appeared behind Lin Yi. A loud crack echoed. You have lost. The girl gasped for breath, speaking. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the girl floating in the air, wielding two segments of the long spear. The shaft and the spearhead having separated, the tail completely severed. Hua Tianjiao laughed, her joy radiant and unrestrained. Lin Yi, observing the audacious girl, couldn't he help but smile. Yun Feifei, watching the two inexplicably laughing figures above, felt an unsettling discontent in her heart. Hey, you two, Yun Feifei called out. Have you finished laughing? If you have, come down quickly. Chapter 42. The water pool. Lin Yi and Hua Tianjiao exchanged a glance. After their skirmish, their relationship had softened. The girl shrugged and began to descend. Lin Yi hastily followed, retracting his sharp energy as he plummeted downwards. A boom. Dust billowed as Lin Yi landed with a thud. His legs sank deep into the ground, debris scattering around him. Fortunately, Jiang Qingning and the others had vacated the area beforehand. Otherwise, they would have been coated in dust. At that moment, Hua Tianjiao also floated down gently. Seeing Lin Yi's disheveled state, the girl shrugged, waved her hand, and a gust of energy mixed with fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dust. This revealed Lin Yi, entirely ensnared in mud from the waist down. Ha! Ha! Yun Feifei stood nearby, laughing mercilessly, unable to contain her mirth. Lin Yi, face darkened, pushed himself up from the ground. Inspecting his unscathed clothing and shoes, he marveled at their quality. But how had he flown just now? Reflecting on the sensation during their battle, Lin Yi closed his eyes, sharp energy manifesting from his fingertips, gradually enveloping his arms until it encompassed his entire being. He began to float slowly. Lin Yi gasped in wonder. What a miraculous power! He then soared into the air, gaining speed and proficiency with each moment. Few, if any, could fly without entering the wind control realm. Jiang Qingning admired Lin Yi's aerial grace. Yun Feifei, beside her, remarked enviously, what a lucky lad. Her covetous gaze was unmistakable. What of it? Once you reach the wind control realm, you too shall fly, Hua Tianjiao replied. How long will that take? I have just barely broken through to the extreme breaking realm. Yun Feifei's face was etched with worry. Jiang Qingning glanced at Hua Tianjiao, her tone icy. That last move you executed was my sword technique, was it not? No, it was that it was not. It was. I had no idea that you, a reckless gun practitioner, would pilfer my swordplate. No, you are overthinking it. That was merely a new technique, I comprehended. Hua Tianjiao feebly denied, while Jiang Qingning persisted in her assertion. The two began to bicker inexplicably, while Lin Yi continued to hover above. He ascended higher until he suddenly felt a chill. Only then did he survey his surroundings, discovering he had reached a height of over 100 meters. The vista breathtaking. Above, the sky was adorned with swirling white clouds, some low enough to touch, soft and surreal. Gazing down, he beheld a landscape ravaged by destruction. Trees toppled, the ground appearing as if plowed. Many once majestic mountains lay in ruins. Activating his spirit-seeking, he looked below to find numerous injured animals wailing in distress. The beast tide had passed several days prior, but its aftermath lingered. Yet the anticipated scene of corpses strewn everywhere did not materialize. Countless vultures soared overhead, while packs of wolves and hunting dogs roamed the ground. It seemed the animals that perished in the beast tide had been consumed, leaving no waste and no chance for decay. Indeed, in such circumstances, one would either be trampled into mush or devoured. Lin Yi recalled the scene he had glimpsed from the mountainside, which had left him astounded. Massive and formidable exotic beasts of various forms. An unfathomable number. For someone who had lived over 20 years in a mundane city, where the most one could do was visit a zoo to see animals, this was a profoundly shocking sight. Reflecting on it now, Lin Yi still felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, a series of eagle cries echoed from afar, a few eagles soaring toward him. Lin Yi hastily descended. Just as he was about to land, he spotted a familiar figure, a winged flying pig. The winged pig's limbs were ensnared by several tentacles, directly above the peculiar water pool Lin Yi had previously discovered. The flying pig was flapping its tiny wings desperately, yet it was being dragged downward inch by inch. So, this pig was here. Lin Yi flew toward the direction of the flying pig, which quickly noticed him and cried out in a pitiful tone, Kid, hurry and save me, save the pig lord, or I'll be eaten." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he considered turning away. However, after a moment's contemplation, he approached. "You may call me whatever you wish, but I refuse to be called kid or allow you to refer to yourself as pig lord. Agree to my terms and I shall save you. Refuse and I shall leave. Impossible, kid. Your pig lord shall always be your pig lord." Shouting in protest, the pig raised its head defiantly. Lin Yi would not indulge it. He promptly turned to leave. The flying pig, realizing Lin Yi was departing without a backward glance, panicked. It struggled violently, flapping its small wings faster, yet to no avail. The pig was being dragged closer to the water's surface. Now less than 10 meters away. "Kid, oh no, brother, master, please save me. Pig, little pig, I shall never call you kid again, nor refer to you as pig lord. Just save little pig." The flying pig's voice was urgent, piercing and tinged with a sob. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, turned to look at the pitiful creature, the corners of his mouth twitching. He flicked his fingers lightly. 2 slender streams of sharp energy shot forth, slicing through the air and swiftly severing the tentacles ensnaring the flying pig's legs. This was a newly conceived application he had just devised. With his current strength, even a subtle flick of his fingers could produce a sonic boom. And projecting sharp energy from his fingertips would yield even greater power and distance. This experiment yielded remarkable results. The moment the tentacles were severed, a peculiar, eerie sound erupted, resembling a cry. "Kid, run. The creature below is about to emerge." The flying pig darted away from the water's surface, speeding off into the distance. Meanwhile, more tentacles extended from the lake, but under the scrutiny of spirit-seeking, no energy was detected. How strange. This was the only instance when spirit-seeking proved ineffective. Lin Yi once more flicked his fingers, unleashing 10 streams of sharp energy towards the lake's surface. Wherever they passed, the tentacles were severed, and the energy continued its relentless assault on the lake below. Upon contact with the water, the energy vanished, and after a moment of tremors, the surface returned to an eerie calm, with no more tentacles emerging. The 10 strands of sharp energy had vanished without a trace. leaving Lin Yi in a state of dread as he gazed down at the placid surface of the lake. Despite his efforts, Sun Ling could discern nothing amiss. Beneath them lay an ordinary body of water, devoid of tentacles or any discernible energy. The eerie tranquility was almost unsettling. During his previous visit, Lin Yi had felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him, an impression that now seemed to intensify. Hesitant to investigate further, he hastily drifted above the area. Just as he departed, a gaze unlike that of any human emerged from the depths of the lake, cold and malevolent, its irises glimmering with a haunting shade of azure. What a pity, he mused, for he had anticipated a more substantial feast. The bloodline of that flying pig was indeed peculiar, though he couldn't recall its origins. It was rare to encounter such a young individual possessing dual strands of sharp energy. Alas, it seemed he could only manage to break through a portion of the seal. A chilling voice cackled. "Mi Huang, you cannot confine me. There will come a day when I shall escape." Yet, Lin Yi remained oblivious to this voice, which lingered just above the lake's surface. Chapter 43. The sudden task upon leaving the waterhole, the sensation of being watched dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi resumed his course in the direction he had previously ascended. The dead pig had vanished, fleeing with remarkable speed. "Just wait until I catch you. I'll feast on your head," he thought menacingly. As for the waterhole, it seemed prudent to avoid it for the time being. He resolved to inform Jiang Qingning and the others, planning to return once his strength had grown. Something about this place felt decidedly off. As he floated through the air, Lin Yi occasionally altered his trajectory. This sharp energy was indeed a formidable force, not only boasting immense offensive power but also granting him the ability to fly. The sole drawback was his uncertainty regarding its enhancement. He pondered the matter. This recent increase in strength had been rather bewildering, and he found himself questioning its nature. But what use was it to dwell on such thoughts? At the very least, this power would sustain him for quite some time. As Lin Yi coiled the sharp energy around his fingers, he mused that if he concentrated it fully for an assault, few would be able to withstand it. Regrettably, the pig was absent. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to practice on it. Perhaps, no, he was certain he could pierce its hide. Reflecting on this, he felt his sharp energy was not as impressive as he had initially believed, though his speed while gliding was somewhat modest. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the original grassy area. Jiang Qingning and the others had long since vacated the spot, now seated beneath the shelter where they had dined, seemingly awaiting his return. "I am back. Let us depart," Jiang Qingning proposed. "First, we'll collect the scattered ores from the mine below, then we'll head to that disposal tank we discovered earlier. Once we've gathered everything, it will be time to leave this place." "Leave? Where to?" Lin Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. The girl rolled her eyes and replied, "With our current capabilities, where can't we venture on this planet? You don't intend to remain cooped up here indefinitely, do you?" Well, Lin Yi hesitated, for he had indeed contemplated staying put until the trial concluded. However, given the current circumstances, lingering in one location was hardly wise. It would be a disservice to the capabilities of his team. After all, his small group was no weakling. A Wind Master marksman, a breakthrough realm swordsman, and Yun Feifei, whose depths were yet unknown, alongside himself, who could contend with Wind Masters. Truth be told, a team of such strength was unlikely to be found a second time on this planet. While this may sound exaggerated, it was nonetheless true. We too wished to venture forth, to seek out resources we might require and opportunities for ourselves. After all, we cannot remain in one spot forever. Hua Xianniu chimed in. "Indeed, I wish to uncover a chance to break through the breakthrough realm on this trial planet, for it is rich in opportunities," Yun Feifei added in agreement. Qianji remained silent, merely listening. As an ordinary person, he would have preferred to stay in a secure location. However, within this team, he had little say. "Fine, the majority rules. Let us descend. After all this time, it is high time we ventured out into the world." Lin Yi concurred readily. The group dismantled the shelter and made their way down the tunnel they had previously excavated, entering the spirit mine. "Wait a moment. I need to clear out the dirt inside." "I forgot to do that earlier," Yun Feifei said sheepishly. She raised her hand, releasing spiritual energy that activated the black ring she held. Suddenly, a remarkable sight unfolded before them. A circular opening emerged in front of her palm, dark and yawning, from which a torrent of soil cascaded. "How much dirt is in there?" Lin Yi shouted. about several hundred cubic meters. Ever since we began digging the tunnel, all the soil has been stored inside, she replied. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Are you trying to bury us alive? The girl laughed awkwardly, and upon sensing the peculiar gazes from her companions, she dashed out of the cave, returning shortly after, all done. The dirt is cleared, and we can now collect the spirit crystals. By this time, Lin Yi and the others had gathered all the scattered spirit crystals from the ground, forming a small mound. Among them was the largest crystal, standing over 2 people tall and weighing several tons. The group gawked at the pile of spirit crystals, swallowing hard at the sight. How much do you suppose this is worth? They wondered in unison. Yet Yun Feifei exhibited no overwhelming reaction, immediately beginning to collect the crystals. She touched a spirit crystal, and in an instant, it vanished. Lin Yi watched in awe. I truly desire one of those. How convenient it would be, he mused, and indeed, everyone envied her. Before long, she had collected all the spirit crystals, and Lin Yi took the opportunity to request that she gather the pots, pans, and stone beds as well. She complied without hesitation, lifting her hand to collect them. Gazing at the now empty mine, Lin Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. This was a natural treasure trove, a sturdy refuge. Abandoning it felt like a grave mistake. He resolved to return one day and reclaim everything. Let us go. Everything is packed, he declared. The group then made their way back through the tunnel they had entered. Suddenly, as they exited the tunnel, a shocking announcement echoed in their minds. Attention all trial participants. Effective immediately, all trial participants are to proceed to the South Sea Islands for a duration of 1 month. Absentees will be deemed eliminated. Attention all trial participants. Effective immediately. Upon hearing this news, the group fell silent, stunned. South Sea? Setting aside the purpose of going there, the critical issue is the 1-month deadline. Failure to arrive means elimination. Lin Yi's hopes of finding another refuge were dashed. This is a trial task. Given our current trial level, we shouldn't be subjected to tasks. It seems the time has been shortened as a consequence. Jiang Qingning's cold voice broke the silence. Do you think we can reach the South Sea in a month? Lin Yi asked. Under ordinary circumstances, we wouldn't stand a chance. However, after the beast tide, the flora and fauna have diminished significantly, reducing danger considerably. Ordinary cultivators should be able to reach the South Sea without issue. But, at this moment, the girl's gaze shifted to Changji. Sister, it seems we are headed to the South Sea. Be quiet. I am quite vexed as it is. Why has the time suddenly been shortened? It turns out there's a task. Nothing good ever comes of it. The pair of twin sisters exchanged worried glances. But perhaps it's a good thing. We will finally leave this desolate place. Sister, do you think there will be more fish in the sea? That's for certain. I'll catch you a big one. The sister replied, affectionately ruffling her sibling's hair. The South Sea? This is becoming quite intriguing. A white-haired youth murmured to himself in the woods, clutching the leg of an unfamiliar and notably large creature. Gnawing on it with fervor, a figure darting swiftly across the night sky suddenly halted, perching on the top of a colossal tree. The silhouette was tall and slender, with flowing long hair. Wielding a sheathed blade and exuding an icy demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, the figure ascended once more, moving with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Chapter 44. The journey begins originally intent on departing. Lin Yi and his companions returned to the spirit mine. They sat in silence, an unusual stillness enveloping them. Changji felt increasingly anxious. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke first. Why don't you all go ahead without me? Just don't forget about my share after the trial. Never mind. You can donate it to a charity. This was Chen Ji's well-considered decision. Being an ordinary person, the likelihood of overcoming the myriad challenges to reach the South Sea was virtually non-existent. It seemed impractical to expect his share of the spoils to benefit his family, as it could inadvertently bring them misfortune. Moreover, being merely an ordinary team member, his absence would hardly impact their success in this trial. Do not rush, Lin Yi consoled. We will devise a plan. Rest assured, a solution will certainly present itself. At worst, we can take one step at a time. The end has not yet arrived. Changji nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In truth, bringing him to Hainan was not a formidable task. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao interjected, with my strength, carrying one person is not burdensome. The crux lies in the arduous journey that may even cost one's life. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Changji. Before he could respond, she continued, however, arriving at the South Sea may not necessarily be advantageous for you. That place will undoubtedly be teeming with exceptional talents, and protecting you might prove challenging. Furthermore, the subsequent trials are likely to be far from simple. Consider your decision carefully. Indeed, the choice lies with you, and we shall respect your decision, Jiang Qingning's cool voice chimed in. Yun Feifei, on the other hand, remained silent, preoccupied with playing with the ring in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ji gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I'll go." He was aware of the potential consequences, yet he still intended to proceed. After all, one cannot remain cowardly for a lifetime. Fortuitously, he had allied himself with a formidable team, and such opportunities may not arise again. Rather than face elimination, he preferred to take a chance. Who knows? It might transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Yi was not surprised by Chen Ji's decision. After all, anyone daring enough to come to the trial star must have cast aside their fear of life and death. If they were unafraid of death, why not strive a bit harder and take a greater risk? At that moment, Lin Yi regarded Chen Ji with newfound appreciation. A person of courage and perseverance is bound to have a promising future. Now that you've made your decision, let us prepare for our journey. It is a long one, and it is better to be prepared, Lin Yi addressed the group. Several nodded in agreement. Let us gather what we need. We depart tomorrow. Chen Ji, come with me to catch fish, he added. The group then dispersed. Over the course of the night, Lin Yi captured over 200 lingling fish. It was peculiar. No other fish were seen in that underground river. Only these lingling fish. Both Chen Ji and Lin Yi spent the night processing the fish, removing scales and gutting them. Once completed, they called for Yun Feifei to store them in her storage ring. He was quite curious about the capacity of Yun Feifei's storage ring, as it seemed to hold an immense amount without showing any signs of being full. However, he refrained from asking. After finishing with the fish, Lin Yi also took the time to prepare a leather jacket from the deer hide previously captured by Hua Tianjiao. The jacket was primarily made from deer hide, with embellishments and stitching using the skin of the crimson-eyed leopard. Lin Yi's craftsmanship was commendable. Upon completion, the leather coat looked quite appealing, exuding a cool vibe. Chen Ji watched with shining eyes. Due to material constraints, the leather coat was designed exclusively for women, fitted to accentuate the waist, which was notably narrow and featured a standing collar. The sleeves were crafted as short sleeves, and the back cape was not excessively long, merely reaching the calves. Nevertheless, it would effectively cover Hua Tianjiao's side and back, as her bodysuit had been torn, leaving her back exposed. Yet, when Lin Yi handed the leather coat to Hua Tianjiao, the other women regarded her with curious glances, though Hua Tianjiao accepted it, not wishing to remain exposed in the jungle where bare skin could attract countless deadly insects. However, since that moment, Hua Tianjiao's gaze towards Lin Yi grew somewhat peculiar. The next morning, the group awakened from their meditation. Although Chen Ji was still groggy, Lin Yi called him awake. Chen Ji, with bleary eyes and dark circles beneath them, appeared increasingly haggard. It was uncertain if he could endure until the South Sea. Lin Yi turned to glance at Hua Tianjiao, who was still adorned in the leather coat he had crafted, and he felt a swell of pride rising within him, though he did not express it outwardly. Last night, Lin Yi and Chen Ji had processed over 200 lingling fish. Meanwhile, Yun Feifei had ventured into the previous valley to gather a variety of wild vegetables, along with various herbs, spices, and other edible items. Hua Tianjiao had gone hunting and returned with over a dozen animals. However, Lin Yi had not had the chance to process them, allowing Yun Feifei to store the game in her storage ring for later handling. Jiang Qingning had been busy cutting rock bottles to collect the spring water, a notion Lin Yi had not previously considered. This reminded him of his initial days after crossing over when even clean water was a luxury. That experience had been quite unpleasant. Thankfully, Jiang Qingning took care of that. Indeed, many hands make light work. An individual's perspective is limited, but a group can cover each other's shortcomings. Once everything was organized, the group prepared to set off immediately. For breakfast, Lin Yi roasted a fish for each member. During the preparation, he utilized his spirit sensing ability to gauge the flames, energy, and the interplay with his internal spirit energy, allowing him to master the cooking temperature. The result was fish that were perfectly charred yet not burnt, golden in hue and fragrant, with a taste surprisingly delightful, rivaling that of the previously raw fish. Even without salt, it appeared that these fish were truly top-tier ingredients. Had he the opportunity, Lin Yi would have liked to take a few back to raise. However, that remained a mere thought, for he had inquired with Yun Feifei, and her storage ring could not accommodate living creatures, at least not hers. After satisfying their hunger, the group exited the mine. As they passed through a thicket, Hua Tianjiao surprisingly dashed into the forest, emerging with a wild horse for Qianji. This horse was robust and imposing, exuding an aura of majesty, and was bound with an unknown vine through its nostrils. Despite its apparent reluctance and occasional whinnies, the horse had no choice but to allow Qianji to ride it. Its speed, while not on par with Lin Yi's, was comparable to Yun Feifei's. With these arrangements complete, the group finally set forth on their journey to the South Sea. Before fully departing from the forest, Lin Yi visited the location where he had buried the canister. "This is what I need you to help me carry," he indicated to Yun Feifei, pointing at the excavated canister, which stood 3 meters tall with a radius of over 2 meters. "What is contained within this that you treasure so dearly?" Yun Feifei inquired with curiosity, eager for an explanation. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi replied, "Let me make one thing clear. You cannot take anything from inside. Rest assured, I already possess 5% of the spirit energy crystals. I don't need your meager offerings, even if they are spirit energy crystals," Yun Feifei replied nonchalantly. "Inside, there are indeed spirit energy crystals. But there is more than just that," Jiang Qingning interjected, her tone laced with amusement. Without further ado, Lin Yi yanked open the door. With a clatter, an array of multicolored crystals spilled onto the ground, forming a small mountain. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were left speechless, and even Chunji was momentarily stunned. Despite Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning being somewhat prepared, they could not help but be awestruck. The scene before them was utterly breathtaking, akin to presenting an insurmountable mountain of gold to an ordinary person. The shock was beyond verbal description. After a good 10 seconds, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei finally snapped out of their stupor. "Let me clarify. You must not covet our belongings. However, upon successful completion, we can offer you 10%, yes, for both of you," Lin Yi addressed Yun Feifei and Hua Tianjiao. Jiang Qingning nodded in agreement, recognizing that when wealth reached a certain magnitude, it became inconsequential. Thus, Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning felt no remorse in allocating a share. Yet, Yun Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Hua Tianjiao appeared intrigued, for such wealth could ensure their comfort for the rest of their lives. At that moment, Lin Yi patted Qianji's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. You will also receive your share. I will ensure you get what I promised, though that portion will be separate for you." Qianji nodded eagerly. After Yun Feifei secured the canister, they were ready to resume their journey. However, Qianji hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "How did you know the password?" Lin Yi was puzzled. "Is there a password? I simply pulled it open." Qianji's expression soured, realizing he had missed out on a fortune. "I know where another canister is, and it's not far from here," he announced to the others. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, it's not far, just on the way," Yun Feifei exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. It was crucial to note that she had yet to encounter a single canister up to this point. Her previous attempts to seek one had been thwarted by Hua Tianjiao. Since joining this small team, she had not had the opportunity to search for a canister. Many individuals had become overnight millionaires thanks to these canisters, which could hold anything, including rare treasures with sentience. Lin Yi's eyes lit up in surprise. He had not expected Qianji to be so discreet, hiding another canister. The number of canisters may be considerable, but this wilderness was vast. If we delve deeper, we may find that there isn't even one within every several dozen square kilometers. The ability to see it initially relied solely on one's innate talent. Now, after enduring a massive beast tide and with countless drop pods either destroyed or buried, locating one would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, they must journey towards the South China Sea, leaving them little time for searching. To discover one now would be akin to stumbling upon a windfall. "Let us set forth swiftly. The primary spoils will belong to you, and we shall divide the rest equally," Lin Yi suggested. "Absolutely," Qianji responded without hesitation. In truth, the wealth that Lin Yi promised was already more than sufficient for him. He had no extravagant hopes for any treasures within his own pod. The group then hurried towards the forest's edge. "Stop, it should be right here," Qianji remarked as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, marked by fallen trees and numerous chaotic footprints. After careful confirmation, they identified the location. After a meticulous search, they uncovered a drop pod beneath a colossal fallen tree. Although it was pressed down by other trees and rocks, It remained intact. This must be it, Hua Tianjiao exclaimed. It certainly is. I recall this place, Chunji replied, nodding vigorously. Let's open it. Yun Feifei was filled with excitement, her eagerness reminiscent of a treasure seeker. She hurried forward to excavate the surrounding dirt. Observing the situation, Lin Yi stepped in, grasping the exposed part with both hands, and with a tremendous effort, he yanked the massive pod free. The sight was truly astonishing. Even Yun Feifei, who was still rummaging through the stones, was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's extraordinary strength. After setting the pod down, Yun Feifei rushed to pull the handle. Yet, the handle would not budge, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. Lin Yi frowned. Let me give it a try. He stepped forward, grasped the handle, and with a swift motion, it snapped off with a loud crack. Though the door remained immovable, what's going on? Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning exchanged puzzled glances, recalling that it had previously opened with a gentle tug and without any password input. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a series of numbers where a password could be entered. Have you already input a password? He inquired of Chunji. Indeed, I've entered it countless times, Chunji confirmed. That must be the case. Originally, the pod had no password, but the one entered later became the actual locking mechanism. Jiang Qingning deduced. Lin Yi nodded, as both of them arrived at the same conclusion. So what do we do now? Perhaps we could attempt to cleave it open, Hua Tianjiao suggested, brandishing a spear as she moved to thrust it forward. Lin Yi quickly dodged. A resounding clash echoed. Yet the pod remained unscathed. Is it truly this resilient? The girl exclaimed in shock. Lin Yi, why not see if your sharp energy can break through? Jiang Qingning proposed. Lin Yi approached, enveloping his fist in sharp energy before delivering a powerful strike. Although the pod did not shatter, it did leave several noticeable marks. Effective. Try condensing the sharp energy into blades or swords. That might yield unexpected results, Jiang Qingning advised. Lin Yi, though puzzled by the suggestion, promptly set to work. After some attempts, he found that the sharp energy was uncontrollable, flitting about chaotically, and when it coalesced halfway, it suddenly detonated, nearly injuring several of them. Is there any explanation for this? Lin Yi asked, perplexed, turning to Jiang Qingning. As far as I know, there is a stage in sharp energy cultivation called sharp energy transformation into weapons, which condenses the energy into weaponry, yielding unforeseen effects. However, if the quantity of sharp energy is excessive, it becomes challenging to control, and a mere collision can cause an explosion, Jiang Qingning elaborated. Lin Yi sighed in frustration. Then why not try to attach the sharp energy to a weapon? Indeed, if sharp energy can adhere to fists, it can surely attach to weapons as well. I've yet to test what that would entail, Lin Yi mused. With a sudden realization, he concentrated, causing sharp energy to manifest from his palm and cling to the dagger in his hand. Instantly, the dagger shimmered with a chilling glow, its brilliance startling even Lin Yi. The onlookers were equally astonished, as the formerly matte black dagger now radiated a fierce sharpness. Not only that, but at this moment, the dagger felt intimately connected to him, as if an extension of his own will. With the curious gazes of his companions upon him, Lin Yi gently drew the dagger across the pod. Contrary to his expectations, he encountered no significant resistance. Instead, it glided smoothly. Indeed, it was astonishingly smooth, leaving Lin Yi in awe. His companions were equally mesmerized by the ease with which he wielded the dagger, wondering just how incredibly sharp it must be. Hua Tianjiao and Jiang Qingning regarded him with envy. The degree of sharpness and destructive potential was enviable, particularly for the two of them, who were adept with guns and swords. Fully aware of the implications of such power. What an enviable ability! Yet Lin Yi noticed that the sharp energy affixed to the dagger seemed to diminish significantly. He swiped again, carving out a perfect square measuring 10 centimeters on each side. The sharp energy had been entirely expended. It was worth noting that the amount of sharp energy he had previously attached to the dagger was considerable, equating to 1/20th of his total energy. This sharp energy was a peculiar force, not entirely gaseous, but rather a manifestation of spirit and will. It was not inexhaustible. Lin Yi estimated that the quantity he had just consumed would require at least half a month to fully restore. What would happen if it were completely expended? He wondered aloud. It's not that remarkable. The sharp energy I attached to the dagger has been entirely depleted. Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief. At least they knew it wasn't invincible. What would occur if the sharp energy were to run out? Lin asked the others, uncertain. Records regarding sharp energy are exceedingly scarce. Even if they exist, they are beyond our comprehension, Jiang Qingning replied coolly. The others nodded in agreement. Their levels of understanding were indeed insufficient, at least for now. Even their elders would not divulge such knowledge. Sometimes, knowing too much too soon could be detrimental. Let us proceed as planned. Let's see what lies within. Yes, we were all just so astonished by Linny that we completely forgot there's an open drop pod right here. Let's take a look. Yun Feifei exclaimed eagerly, stretching her head inside. However, the interior was pitch black, rendering it impossible to see anything. Can you make the opening larger? I can't see a thing, Yun Feifei pleaded with Lin Yi. All right, let me try again. This time, Lin Yi was clever. Instead of carving a full square opening, he etched a cross on the pod's surface, each arm measuring half a meter in length. This consumed nearly 1.5% of his remaining sharp energy, causing him considerable distress over how long it would take to recover. Observing the cross-shaped cut, Lin Yi aimed a powerful kick at 1/4 of it. Sure enough, that portion sank inward. He then forcefully pried open the remaining sections. Before them lay a collection of bizarre items. However, one object caught Lin Yi's attention. It appeared to be a firearm. Come over quickly and see what treasures lie within. Take anything useful and store the rest in your storage rings. He called out. The group hurriedly gathered around. This is a limited edition firearm. It was developed by the Federal Research Institute, Yun Feifei exclaimed upon spotting the peculiar weapon. Lin Yi had also noticed this firearm first. Its sheer size and unique aesthetic captivated him. It was predominantly a deep blue-black color with a sleek, flowing design, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. The initial impression it gave was one of dominance. As if it were a formidable weapon, a harbinger of death. This was Lin Yi's first thought. It was undoubtedly a fearsome weapon. Quick, let's discover what kind of firearm this is. Its presence here surely indicates it is not an ordinary item. The girl urged as she attempted to drag the weapon out. In truth, she struggled immensely. Lin Yi quickly stepped in, and upon grasping it, he immediately felt its weight, given his current strength, which he himself could scarcely gauge. He was surprised that a mere firearm could feel so heavy. How much does this thing weigh? Is it truly meant for human use? Lin Yi pondered as he lifted the weapon, finding it somewhat taxing yet manageable. Let us check the barrel for any markings. Lin Yi glanced over and, to his astonishment, discovered inscriptions. They were crafted using a special technique, embedding red, unknown metal into the barrel to form the words, Strike Heaven. What a magnificent name. It's so imposing. Yun Feifei sighed after examining it for a moment. Oh, it is Strike Heaven. No wonder it seems so familiar. What a disappointment. Have you encountered it before? What is its story? Lin Yi inquired, intrigued. This firearm has quite a history. It frequently appeared at major auction houses, but after several failed bids, it vanished without a trace. I never imagined it would be seized by the authorities and sent here as a drop item. Hua Tianjiao explained. There's something wrong with this firearm, Lin Yi pressed. It's a bit sinister. This gun has passed through 7 owners, and the best fate among them was for its 3rd owner, who became a vegetable. The others all met tragic ends. However, that doesn't necessarily imply anything. Hua Tianjiao paused momentarily, noting that despite the considerable value of this firearm, many individuals were still drawn to it like moths to a flame. The most catastrophic incident even incited a planetary war. However, with the demise of its final owner, the gun's scope mysteriously vanished. Wait, Lin Yi interjected. You claim this weapon sparked a planetary war? Its worth is truly that significant? And as for the missing scope, it could simply be recreated. The young woman rolled her eyes, clearly displeased by the abrupt interruption. Hua Tianjiao continued, it once claimed the life of an 11th order powerhouse. A being capable of cataclysmic destruction. Of course, the specifics remain shrouded in mystery, as this is merely what has been passed down through the ages. Regarding your suggestion of reconstructing the scope, if there were even the slightest possibility, the Federation would never relinquish this gun. Yet, a sniper rifle without its scope is merely a heap of scrap metal. Moreover, this weapon is notoriously difficult to wield, heavy and cumbersome. To dismantle it for metal would be a grave loss. Thus, it has ended up here. Hua Tianjiao sighed softly as he caressed the formidable weapon before him. At that moment, Lin Yi's mind began to race. A scope. Perhaps he wouldn't need it. How does one even use this gun? He pondered if there were any ammunition available. Just then, Jiang Qingning, who was rummaging through nearby items, suddenly burst into laughter. Linny was puzzled. The girl, sensing his confusion, elaborated without hesitation. How could this gun possibly require ammunition? Well, not in the traditional sense. What it needs is far from ordinary ammunition. You'll have to discover that for yourself. Moreover, you may not even be able to use it. First, you must earn its recognition. After saying this, she gestured toward the gun Lin Yi was holding. He felt a subtle tremor course through the weapon in his grasp, as if it were apprehensive of something. Chapter 47. The gun acknowledges its master. Lin Yi's grip on the sniper rifle quivered slightly, and suddenly he felt a prickling sensation rise on his skin, causing him to push the weapon away and retreat hastily, drawing a dagger from his waist. His senses heightened. "What is happening?" Hua Tianjiao exclaimed. Becoming alert as well, gripping the long gun tightly, Jiang Qingning partially unsheathed her sword, her presence akin to a sharp blade, exuding an aura of danger. Qian Ji and Yun Feifei, frightened, scurried behind a tree, peering out cautiously, yet, after several tense moments, nothing transpired. The group exchanged bewildered glances. "No, that gun is problematic. It moved." Lin Yi's gaze remained resolute, convinced he had not misperceived. At that moment, everyone's attention turned to the motionless, ethereal blue-black firearm lying on the ground. How could a gun possibly move? The group was filled with confusion. Nevertheless, their wariness persisted. After all, having endured numerous trials, a healthy dose of caution was warranted to avoid perilous missteps. A full minute passed, and the gun remained utterly still, devoid of any response. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lin Yi stepped forward and nudged it with his foot, yet there was still no reaction. Unsettled, he flicked his fingers lightly, sending two streams of sharp energy towards the weapon. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The two streams vanished upon contact with the barrel, as if absorbed. The group gasped in astonishment. It seemed the weapon was indeed unusual. They all retreated, including Lin Yi, who simultaneously infused his dagger with energy. Yet, at that very moment, he sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the gun. Indeed, it felt like a thread of communion, albeit subtle and indistinct. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of sharp energy towards the weapon. The sensation of connection intensified, and at a certain threshold, he perceived a nascent voice, faintly echoing in his mind. "More, I need more." The voice resembled that of a child, imbued with innocence and a hint of naivety. Lin Yi gazed at the astonished expressions of those around him, confirming that the voice indeed emanated from the gun, while the others seemed oblivious. "Has it gained sentience?" Lin Yi murmured to himself. "What do you mean by gained sentience?" Jiang Qingning inquired, her curiosity piqued, coupled with a hint of caution. "The gun. It seems to be speaking," Lin Yi replied, his tone tinged with disbelief. In that serene forest, a brisk wind rustled through the leaves, sending a chill down their spines. "Are you serious?" Hua Tianjiao's voice trembled slightly, indicating her evident fear of such phenomena. Jiang Qingning's previously composed demeanor evaporated. Yun Feifei and Qian Ji pressed themselves against the tree, trembling slightly. Meanwhile, a wild horse nearby remained unfazed, casually grazing on the grass. "Don't be afraid, master. I'm hungry," the childlike voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. After a moment of shock, Lin Yi took a deep breath, reassuring, "Rest assured, there should be no danger. It seems this weapon has developed intelligence. I can hear it speaking, and it appears to recognize me as its master. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I thought it was something serious. It's just a spirit of a weapon," Yun Feifei exclaimed as she jumped down from the tree, brushing off the dust with nonchalance. "However, this is a formidable weapon, having claimed countless lives, including those of 11th Order powerhouses. The emergence of a weapon spirit is nearly impossible." Yun Feifei pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "You say it recognizes you as its master? What does that entail?" Jiang Qingning asked, still puzzled. The others shared her confusion, as throughout the encounter, Lin Yi had not performed any notable actions and had even attacked the gun. Why, then, did it suddenly acknowledge him? "It seems, it can consume my sharp energy, and inexplicably, it formed a connection with my mind. I can even hear its voice. It has a youthful tone. Jiang Qingning fell into contemplation. Sharp energy is a manifestation of one's essence, while weapon spirits are typically accumulations of essence. Can it truly consume sharp energy? This is unprecedented. I've never heard of a weapon spirit capable of such feats. That is the pinnacle of offense, the epitome of sharpness. Jiang Qingning marveled. Is there any benefit to being acknowledged as its master? Benefits? It appears there are none, though I believe I can now wield this gun. Lin Yi scratched his head, then proceeded to lift the weapon, finding it surprisingly light this time, devoid of its previous heft. Instantly, he comprehended how to use it. So that's how it works. A smile crept across his lips. No wonder it can slay powerful beings. The realization dawned on him that this gun could utilize sharp energy as ammunition, with limitless potential for energy concentration. Its power was entirely contingent on the wielder's capability. Sharp energy served as the edge, energy filled the chamber, and wherever intention directed, it struck true. Given that sharp energy was inherently lethal, coupled with immense speed, the destructive potential was unfathomable. Each shot could be considered armor-piercing, and the bullets could be fired in various forms, singularly, in clusters, or as scattershot, along with energy barriers and myriad other applications. Ultimately, Lin Yi, upon witnessing this, could only think one thing: a treasure. Overcome with excitement, he embraced the gun and planted a few kisses on it. His antics left the others in a state of astonishment. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qingning asked, her eyes reflecting concern as she observed Lin Yi's affectionate display. A misunderstanding. This gun is truly exceptional. I want this one. You all can choose from the rest, Lin Yi declared, striding over to a nearby tree, plopping down with the gun in his arms, grinning like a fool. This is undoubtedly the dream weapon of every man. However, he lamented the absence of the scope. From the spirit's revelations, he learned that the scope constituted 90 of the gun's value. Yet, the reason for its significance eluded him. The spirit's explanations were still rudimentary and vague, failing to clarify why the scope held such importance. Once the group confirmed Lin Yi was indeed unharmed, they eagerly began to rummage through the drop pod, occasionally exclaiming in surprise at their findings. Among them was something that left Jiang Qingning utterly astonished. Chapter 48. Spirit Herb. The young woman gazed in awe at the verdant plant before her, her expression brimming with excitement as she gasped in disbelief. The previously oblivious Lin Yi, still smiling, snapped back to attention at Jiang Qingning's exclamation. "What is wrong? What happened?" He rushed over. The others gathered around. But Jiang Qingning remained silent, covering her mouth, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Noticing her overwhelming emotion, Lin Yi, usually composed, felt a wave of panic. He had never witnessed Jiang Qingning display such vulnerability. She had never cried even during their most perilous encounters, yet now tears flowed freely. Observing her unwavering focus on the front, Lin Yi looked up to see a lush green blade of grass before him. It was merely a blade of grass, albeit one that appeared almost unnaturally vibrant. It shimmered with a radiant green glow, resembling jade. What could be so special about this grass? Lin Yi hastily activated his spirit-seeking ability. His eyes glimmering with golden light. In that moment, the grass's intricate veins became vividly apparent, pulsating as if alive, with verdant energy flowing within, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. The entire plant glowed with a luminescent green aura, exhibiting no signs of energy leakage. In Lin Yi's perception, anything brimming with energy was a treasure. Not only that, but in his eyes, this particular herb was still very much alive, which only served to enhance its value. Observing Jiang Qingning's expression, it was evident that this herb held great significance for her. Perhaps her very reason for coming here was tied to it. What could it possibly be? As Lin Yi began to speak, he gently patted the excited, tearful girl beside him. That moment, Jiang Qingning snapped back to reality, hurriedly wiping away her tears and restoring her previous demeanor, though her eyes remained red, betraying her overwhelming emotion. This must be the spirit reconnecting herb, he mused. I never expected to find it here. Indeed, the rumors were true. Items seized from the outer battlefield eventually made their way to the trial star, Unveil, who stood nearby with a serious expression, interjected. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The girl truly was well informed. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Unveil continued, the items recovered from the outer battlefield undergo an initial screening. with valuable ones being auctioned off, while the remaining selections are picked by the nobility. Those that are left unsold and unselected are then sent as supplies to the trial star. Following this, Unveil retrieved an object from the supply canister, an artifact that seemed entirely out of place in this world, resembling an antique. A rustic bronze short sword, adorned with inscriptions that were indecipherable. "Behold! This item must have been acquired from the outer battlefield," she declared, tossing the bronze sword to Lin. He caught it swiftly, testing its rigidity. To his surprise, it was quite sturdy, bending only slightly before returning to its original shape. The 7 inscriptions etched upon it were utterly incomprehensible, yet they possessed a certain aesthetic charm. They bore some resemblance to the slender script, but remained entirely unreadable. The outer battlefield. What civilization are we currently at war with? Lin inquired once more. This time, Unveil rolled her eyes, retorting, "How would I know what civilization? Is that something within my purview? However, it is certain that they are sentient beings, and their level of civilization is undoubtedly advanced. They are akin to us, human, yet they lack technology. Nevertheless, they possess a formidable power comparable to our technological civilization, which they refer to as cultivation." Jiang Qingning, having regained her composure, answered Lin Yi's question. "Cultivation? Immortal cultivation?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his heart racing with astonishment. How long had it been since he had encountered that term? He had only read about it in fantastical novels from his past life, never imagining it would truly exist. The others were taken aback by Lin Yi's exclamation, while Qian Ji, who had been intently listening, was so startled that he sat down abruptly. "What is there to be surprised about? The flowchart you practiced previously was likely a cultivation technique. Besides, the Federation has been promoting cultivation for years." Jiang Qingning waved her hand dismissively and continued, "Though this promotion is foundational, regional, and targeted, it can only be so. After all, there are too many people. If everyone could cultivate, the world would descend into chaos. Not every planet possesses spiritual energy, either. But as a resident of Polaris Street, it's understandable that you wouldn't know." Lin Yi was once again taken aback by the wealth of information embedded in the girl's words. However, he restrained himself. Now was not the time to ask questions. Not yet. He would have to seek opportunities to gradually unravel the mystery later. "How do you know this? Are you, perchance, a noble? Yet nobles shouldn't be here for the trial." Unveil queried directly. Jiang Qingning's eyes dimmed slightly as she replied, "I happened to overhear. Isn't the spirit reconnecting herb supposed to be a treasure? Why is it regarded as mere supply material?" Lin Yi questioned, perplexed. Based on both Jiang Qingning's reaction and what Lin Yi had perceived through his spiritual search, the herb was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yes and no. The sole purpose of the spirit reconnecting herb is to mend severed meridians. However, it proves utterly useless for those born with congenital ruptures, rendering it somewhat impractical. It can only serve as a medicinal catalyst for concocting other elixirs. Its rarity and low survival rate, coupled with the fact that it cannot be artificially cultivated, at least not within our human star domain, make it precious. Consequently, in earlier years, it was highly inflated in value and collected as a curiosity. Yet, it is something that can only be admired, not consumed, and as time passed, it fell into obscurity due to its lack of utility. After all, individuals with congenital meridian ruptures are exceedingly rare, perhaps one in tens of thousands, and even then, they rarely survive long enough to encounter the spirit reconnecting herb. Those who are born with meridian ruptures typically die young. Thus, it seems to hold little value, and it is no surprise that it is sent as a supply item to fill quotas. One must understand that there are specific requirements for supply materials each year for the trials. If standards are not met, the commanders are forced to pay out of pocket. Upon hearing Unveil's explanation, Lin Yi turned to the silent Jiang Qingning. "Is it really that rare to find someone with congenital meridian ruptures? Tens of thousands of years might not yield a single case. How unfortunate that one stands before you right now." However, Lin Yi kept this thought to himself, finally comprehending why Jiang Qingning had reacted so fervently upon seeing the herb. He could now understand the volatility of her emotions. After all, if one were aware that their life was perpetually at risk, their feelings would likely be equally uncontrollable. At that moment, Lin Yi picked up the vibrant spirit reconnecting herb and solemnly placed it in Jiang Qingning's hands. Much to the bewilderment of those around them, "This herb is yours now. I trust no one has any objections?" Lin Yi asked, offering a smile to the group. No one protested. for apart from its rarity, the herb held no value for them. The group dispersed to rummage through the supply canister for other items. Jiang Qingning gazed at the spirit reconnecting herb, and after a moment of astonishment, she broke into a radiant, carefree smile. Chapter 49. A chance encounter. The supply canister discovered by Qianji was filled with an array of peculiar items. In the end, Lin Yi selected 2 items, the first being the Skybreaker, and the second, the short sword inscribed with 7 characters. Yes, he accepted the ancient short sword that Yun Feifei had tossed him, placing it alongside his previously acquired long dagger. Yun Feifei chose a piece of soft armor and a painting of indeterminate purpose. Hua Tianjiao merely picked a new long spear, similar to a standard-issue lance, measuring 2 meters in length and exhibiting an ancient design, likely not native to this star domain. Chunji obtained 2 laser pistols, which Lin Yi tested, finding their power surprisingly formidable. One shot was capable of piercing through a giant tree with a meter-wide trunk. If nothing else, self-defense would be assured. Aside from the spirit reconnecting herb, Jiang Qingning did not acquire any other items. Although the supply canister contained an assortment of strange and wonderful objects, the majority were weapons, various technological or ancient armaments. The remaining miscellaneous items were placed into Yun Feifei's storage ring. Intended for later delivery to Chen Ji or for sale, Lin Yi observed the girl effortlessly stowing away the large supply canister, a wave of envy washing over him. He thought to himself how convenient it would be, and resolved to acquire one for himself after the trial concluded. But just how capacious was Yun Feifei's storage ring? How could it hold so many items? Although Lin Yi had questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. Shall we continue our journey, or rest here for the night? Lin Yi inquired, looking at the group. Their gazes converged on Chen Ji, the only ordinary person present, who had endured a long journey just days prior. Thus, everyone was keen to hear his opinion, considering they were one team and should accommodate one another. To their surprise, Chunji's response was unexpected. Let us keep going. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can rest. Don't underestimate me. I have been living alone on this planet for over a month, he declared with great pride. Indeed, given that he had survived for over a month in a wild, beast-infested planet as an ordinary person, remaining unscathed and in good health, he could not simply be regarded as an average individual. Lin Yi noted that Chunji appeared relaxed and showed no signs of excessive fatigue. For safety's sake, Lin Yi activated his spiritual search to assess Chunji's condition, discovering that he was indeed well, his overall state even surpassing that of Yun Feifei, who was at the early stage of the broken extreme realm. Wait a moment, how can an ordinary person's physical constitution be stronger than that of someone in the broken extreme realm? Even if Chunji were mounted, his condition shouldn't surpass Yun Feifei's. Yun Feifei, what's wrong? You seem to be in worse shape than Chunji. At this moment, Yun Feifei fidgeted shyly, her cheeks tinged with pink as she softly replied, I started my period a few days ago, but I brought supplies. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi awkwardly turned away, only to meet Jiang Qingning's gaze. The girl rolled her eyes at him. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi said, Then shall we rest here for the night? After all, this location, situated at the intersection of forest and swamp, was indeed unsuitable for setting up camp. However, given Yun Feifei's poor condition, continuing their journey seemed unfeasible, especially since they had no idea how long it would take to reach a safer location. At this moment, Qinji discerned Lin Yi's hesitation and promptly spoke up. I know of a safe location ahead in the marsh where we can set up camp. Shall we head there first? It is not far from here, and we have stayed there for quite some time before. Very well, let us proceed to your previous campsite. I can endure for a while longer. Rest assured, I am fine. Yun Feifei interjected, bolstering her own spirits. Lin Yi observed that both Hua Tianjiao and Jiang Qingning nodded in agreement, and soon, they all consented to the plan. All right, it is settled then. Let us be on our way. Lin Yi declared. He lifted his pack, filled with his frequently used belongings. It would be inconvenient to place it in Yun Feifei's storage ring, so he chose to carry it on his back instead. The others each had a small bundle as well. Wait, there is another issue, Chunji said as he led over the wild horse that had carried him for a considerable distance. However, it would be impossible to ride it through the marsh ahead. What should we do with it? Chunji gently stroked the horse. Without him, they could not have exited the forest so swiftly now. Deciding the fate of this horse posed a dilemma. Should they release it, or should they slaughter it for meat? The women remained silent, and Lin Yi, observing Chanji's tender demeanor, felt a sense of clarity. He spoke. Let it go. Without this horse, we would still have made it out of the forest eventually, and our supplies are sufficient. Its presence is inconsequential. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chanji smiled, casting a grateful glance at him, and proceeded to untie the horse's reins. Moments later, an excited neigh echoed as the tall, muscular steed galloped away, swiftly disappearing from view. Chanji silently turned to lead the way. A choice signifies a path. Although Chanji's act of releasing the horse was motivated by self-interest, it did not detract from the welfare of the group. It was indeed the best fate for the horse, as remaining with them would have inevitably led to its demise. As they watched the wild horse sprint away, a warmth of humanity surged within the group. After arriving on this trial star, they had encased their kindness in armor, for warmth and compassion could never satiate hunger nor yield the hope of survival. Yet, this seemingly trivial act brought a subtle elevation to their spirits. One must not underestimate such gestures, for cultivation has always been about nurturing the heart. The group continued towards the marsh. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt an ominous premonition, sensing the presence of a formidable creature nearby. Be on guard. Lin Yi's voice was low yet powerful. Instantly, the group shifted into a battle-ready stance, drawing swords and gripping guns tightly. Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking ability to its maximum capacity, scanning the surroundings, especially ahead. Abruptly, a slender figure radiating intense energy appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. The figure moved with grace, treading upon the breeze and leaves, exuding an elegance that was both swift and ethereal, leaving phantoms in its wake. It seemed that the figure, soaring through the air, had noticed something. The enchanting eyes turned towards Lin Yi and his companions. Lin Yi locked his gaze onto the figure, and at that moment, their eyes met. Upon seeing those captivating eyes, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Chapter 50. Conversation. Li Xinning, the figure with the enchanting eyes, bore a detached expression, exuding an air of high aloofness, impervious to intrusion. As Lin Yi and the figure exchanged glances. She noted his astonishment, yet her demeanor remained unchanged, still indifferent. Perhaps it was fatigue from her long journey that caused a hint of weariness to surface in her otherwise impassive countenance. She approached Lin Yi and his companions with remarkable speed, landing atop a large tree, standing on the leaves, and gazing down upon them with her usual indifference, remaining silent. After recovering from his initial shock, Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. He had never encountered anyone with such overwhelming energy. The power flowing within her was staggering, surpassing that of anything he had previously encountered, be it a living being or a natural phenomenon. The energy surrounding her was a torrent, causing Lin Yi to feel a chill of trepidation. His first instinct was one of helplessness. With her speed, escape would be futile. What to do? What to do? A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Lin Yi had never felt so powerless, so devoid of control over life and death. This sensation of being at the mercy of fate was utterly disconcerting. It remained unclear what the figure's disposition towards them was. If her attitude were hostile, it would spell trouble, as their group would likely be no match for her. He hoped for no conflict. Yet, what perplexed Lin Yi the most was the undeniable feeling that he had seen this figure before. The instant their eyes met, he was struck by the certainty that he recognized her. Or rather, her gaze, however, the memory eluded him, perhaps tied to the original soul he had inhabited. How unfortunate it was that he had traversed into an entirely unfamiliar world, and to make matters worse, the original owner had left no memories behind, not even basic knowledge. He must surely be the most unfortunate transmigrator of this generation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's thoughts raced, yet none could resolve the current predicament. With no other options available, he steeled himself to speak. Greetings, may I inquire, esteemed lady, fellow Taoist. What brings you here? Upon hearing Lin Yi's address, the figure's brows furrowed slightly. However, she remained silent, shifting her gaze to Jiang Qingning, who stood with her sword drawn. After observing her for a moment, her brow creased once more, and her gaze swept over the others. After assessing them, her eyes returned to Lin Yi, and she spoke. Her voice clear and elegant, yet tinged with a hint of aloofness. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an impulsive urge to retort, yet he restrained himself. At the very least, this woman did not seem to harbor malice towards them. Otherwise, she would not have responded at all, but would have drawn her weapon directly. Suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, Lin Yi continued. Esteemed lady. Before he could finish, he sensed her disapproving gaze, prompting him to quickly amend. Predecessor, may I ask how we might assist you? If not, we shall take our leave and not disturb your journey. The mist surrounding the figure thickened, obscuring her slender form, rendering her only partially visible, save for the long blade she held. After a deep, penetrating look at Lin Yi, she inquired, Have you seen me before? Or do you know me? Lin Yi felt a pang of frustration at the question. Recognizing it as yet another misalignment in their conversation, he thought to himself, had circumstances permitted, he would have demanded she kneel and sing of her submission. Yet outwardly, he maintained a congenial demeanor. I have not seen you. Nor do I know you. After speaking, Lin Yi sensed an intense gaze upon him for an extended period, before it finally shifted away. The figure regarded him for a moment longer, seemingly discerning that he was not lying. Was it merely her imagination? The figure, namely Xianying, was the junior leader of the Tiandao sect, a rather mundane and uninspiring name for a sect, at least. That was how the young woman perceived it. Ever since she was deceived into joining this so-called Tiandao sect at the age of 13, she had discovered that it consisted of only 2 members. At that moment, she had contemplated escaping. But alas, her rather unpleasant master had restrained her. The girl recalled her master, a chaotic and disheveled figure, a drunken woman who bore no semblance of a wise elder in her mind. She vividly remembered her initiation into the Tiandao sect. Master, how many members does our Tiandao sect have? Where are they? A petite and charming girl stood before a robust woman atop a mountain. The woman, disregarding her appearance, ruffled her hair and grinned widely, displaying a set of gleaming white teeth as she replied, Including you, we have 3 members in our sect, and you have an elder brother who has gone wandering. We do not know which star domain he has flown off to. Upon hearing that there were only 3 members, the girl's expression fell. Master, did you not say that our Tiandao sect is the largest sect on Wanshui star? The woman pinched the girl's cheek, her exquisite face adorned with a slightly mischievous smile. Of course, how could a master lie? Our Tiandao sect is indeed the largest sect on Wanshui star. The girl hesitated, casting her gaze upon the dilapidated courtyard and square ahead. Skepticism etched in her eyes. It was only later that she learned there was only the Tiandao sect on Wanshui star. Unfortunately, by the time she realized this, it was too late to regret her decision. She had already been lured into the Tiandao sect by the woman and had vowed to restore its former glory. Over the years of cohabitation, she had discovered her master's dreadful habits and untidiness. Perhaps her so-called elder brother had left to escape the master's disarray. The young girl gazed at the disheveled figure of her drunken master, reclining haphazardly on the grand hall's armchair. His garments half open and hair in disarray, with an array of wine bottles strewn across the floor. Indeed, it was unmistakable, she sighed, resting her forehead on her hand. Originally, she could have escaped while her inebriated master was lost in his stupor. Alas, after years of companionship, a bond had formed between them. If only her drunken master had treated her poorly, it would have been a different matter. Yet, he had shown her nothing but kindness, attending to her every need with meticulous care. Thus, amid a myriad of discontent, the young girl had sought refuge in participating in the trials, also as a means of evading her ever-adhesive master. She pondered over her elusive senior brother and the dilapidated mountain gate that awaited her reclamation. Suddenly, a frown creased her brow, for even through the shrouding mist around her, Lin Yi sensed the emotional shift of the figure before him. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yi's mind. Surely, this woman harbored ill intentions towards them? He promptly signaled the others to be on guard. Chapter 51. Companions. Lin Yi observed the inexplicable changes in the expression of the woman ahead, feeling a sense of unease well up within him. The previous inquiries had yielded nonsensical answers, reinforcing his impression that this enigmatic woman, enveloped in clouds of mist, was quite difficult to engage with. For the time being, her attitude towards his group seemed indifferent at best. The stirrings among his companions roused Li Xianying from her reverie. She glanced at the peers of similar age before her and felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, she had grown up within the confines of the Tiandao sect. A veritable recluse for more than a decade, having scarcely interacted with contemporaries. Her days were filled with meals, training, and playful banter with her master, followed by evenings of listening to his tales. Unfortunately, her master, the notorious drunkard, would often succumb to intoxication every few days, remaining inebriated for several. Li Xianning had heard her master speak of the alluring world beyond. Whenever she expressed a desire to venture out, he would concoct various excuses, claiming she lacked strength and mastery, warning her of potential bullying outside. This time, she had stealthily slipped away from her master. Yet, she anticipated that upon her return, reprimands would await her. The thought of her occasionally serious, frequently eccentric master made her head throb. However, her journey was not merely for frivolity or the sake of trials. In recent years, a rumor had emerged from the black market, claiming the existence of relics belonging to the illusory emperor on the third trial star. Artifacts attributed to the illusory emperor had once circulated widely. Although Li Xianning was a recluse, her master frequented the black market, as certain wines could only be procured through illicit means. There was a time when her master, concerned for her safety, had taken her along during his excursions to procure wine, allowing her to grow familiar with the black market and even acquire an exclusive information channel. The rumor regarding the illusory emperor's relics had been circulating for several years, yet no one had managed to locate them. Initially, Li Xianning had intended to enjoy herself during this outing, merely seeking an excuse to escape. Nevertheless, her curiosity about the illusory emperor's relics lingered, for he was a sovereign, a pinnacle figure within the 13 domains. A master of array techniques. Upon arriving at this star, however, she had traversed far and wide without uncovering any signs of royal artifacts. If such relics were easily found, the authorities would have sealed off the star long ago. After searching for over a month and thoroughly exploring the southern regions, she had yet to discover any traces of relics. Having lost hope, she resolved to take advantage of the current supply drop, hoping to collect some items to exchange for money to buy wine for her master, hoping it might appease his temper. After all, this supply drop was notably substantial, featuring many rare items. According to information from the black market, Li Xianning learned that the scale of this drop was unprecedented, with resources sufficient to purchase the entire third trial star. Among these were heavenly materials, rare medicines, and weapons, items that would tempt even the most prominent families. Naturally, she yearned to acquire some, as it would be a shame to return empty-handed, especially with the revised trial deadline looming and uncertainty about future drops. Determined, Li Xianning asked, her tone still cool and detached, a habit ingrained since childhood. What is your name? Are you part of a team? Do you plan to head to the South Sea Islands next? Lin Yi, relieved by the normalcy of the question, thought to himself that it was fortunate she had not posed something absurd. He quickly replied, my surname is Lin, esteemed one. You may call me Lin Xiaozi.as for the others. They are with me in the same team. And indeed, we intend to go to the South Sea Islands, as our task is to gather there. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xianning continued, there are numerous supply canisters in this forest. Have you found any? Upon hearing this, Lin sensed trouble brewing. The newcomer seemed to harbor ulterior motives. However, maintaining his composure, he replied, we did encounter some earlier, but it appears this drop has a password, and we were unable to open them. Subsequently, a beast tide erupted, forcing us to take refuge underground, and we lost track of those canisters. Li Xianying's brows furrowed. A beast tide. This complicates matters. At this moment, daylight still lingered. She soared into the sky, and upon gaining altitude, surveyed the vast forest before her. As Lin had described, the area had indeed suffered a tremendous beast tide. Many flora and fauna lay toppled, and mountains had crumbled, the entire forest appearing as though ravaged by an enormous hand. Left in disarray, Li Xianying's expression darkened, for this was entirely contrary to her expectations. To locate those canisters within such a chaotic forest would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a futile endeavor that would merely squander her time. Realizing the futility of her pursuit, she resolutely abandoned the idea of searching for the supply canisters in this forest. As for whether the forest harbored any relics of the illusory emperor, she chose not to investigate further. After such a large-scale beast tide, any relics present would likely have been irretrievably lost. Left pondering what to do next, Li Xianning felt momentarily adrift, unable to discern her next course of action. Suddenly, she recalled the simplicity of life within the Tiandao sect, where she needed only to eat, train, and listen to stories. an existence devoid of worry. For a fleeting moment, she considered that perhaps remaining in the Tiandao sect wasn't so undesirable after all. Shaking off the thought, she quickly dismissed it, for the mere image of her master's erratic demeanor was terrifying. It would be best to delay her return. What, then, should she do next? Li Xianying's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, and an idea sparked. Since she was uncertain of her next steps, she might as well accompany someone else. Hey, Lin Xiaozi, you must be the captain of this team, right? Would you take me along to the South Sea Islands? Taken aback by her sudden inquiry, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Was this woman's thought process truly so erratic? Yet, he did not remain perplexed for long. After a brief consideration, he acquiesced, for he had little choice in the matter. Very well, would you like to join us? Or would you prefer to lead? Leading is out of the question. I merely wish to accompany you, Li Xianing replied, shaking her head before gracefully descending to stand with the others. Clearing her throat, she dispelled the mist enveloping her, though the haze upon her visage remained as she began her introduction. Greetings, do not be alarmed. My name is Li Xianing, a disciple of the Tiandao sect. I shall be traveling with you henceforth. I appreciate your guidance. Though her voice had softened somewhat from its initial chill, it still bore a coolness interspersed with a hint of playfulness, making it quite pleasant to hear. Lin Yi observed this self-identified Li Xianing, his brows twitching. He sensed that her addition to their group might not bode well, yet they could only take one step at a time. For they were no match for her. Exchanging glances with Jiang Qingning, he signaled silently. After days of companionship, the others had learned to interpret Lin Yi's gestures well, and they began to lower their weapons. Introducing themselves in turn, I am Jiang Qingning, a swordsman. Upon hearing this, Li Xianying's eyes brightened suddenly. Ah, you are indeed a swordsman. I noticed you upon my arrival, but I hesitated to confirm, for a young one of the Hidden Edge realm is a rare sight indeed. Truly a remarkable talent. Lin Yi turned to Jiang Qingning. Hidden Edge realm? Is that part of the swordsmanship hierarchy? Even Li Xianing seems astonished. Jiang Qingning glanced at Li Xianing, then at Lin Yi. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, are you trying to praise yourself as a prodigy? Are you not also of the Hidden Edge realm? What is there to be surprised about? Seeing Jiang Qingning's reaction, Li Xianing suddenly became earnest, saying, it is different. I reached the Hidden Edge realm through special means, aided by my master. Unlike your self-cultivated attainment, I have yet to fully master this realm. Jiang Qingning, taken aback by the revelation that Li Xianing had been artificially accelerated to the Hidden Edge realm, expressed her astonishment. Your master must be quite remarkable. In the world of martial arts, swords and blades are akin, and those who practice either path inevitably encounter the Hidden Edge realm. Yet, the number of individuals who attain it is exceedingly rare. A gentleman conceals his weapon, awaiting the opportune moment. Many individuals have devoted their entire lives to cultivation yet have failed to reach such a realm. Jiang Qingning now finds herself within this extraordinary state, though she has yet to attain perfection. Only she knows the immense hardships endured to achieve this level. It is utterly astonishing that someone could bypass the practitioner themselves and, through unorthodox means, attain this realm. Li Xianing remarked. The might of the sword must be concealed. If the edge is not hidden, and the brilliance is outwardly manifested, it can harm both others and oneself, leading to the futility of the great way. This is wisdom imparted by my master. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qingning suddenly fell into a peculiar state of enlightenment, the previously outward radiance of her aura dissipating instantly. At this moment, the girl's presence diminished in Lin Yi's perception, to the extent that he felt he could not sense Jiang Qingning's existence even if he closed his eyes. His perception, initially quite formidable, allowed him to detect movements within 100 meters of his vicinity as clearly as if he were observing with his eyes. Yet now, he could not sense her aura, despite her being right before him. How impressive is this? If, under these circumstances, the girl were to approach him and strike, would he be able to evade? The likelihood seemed slim. Even if he could evade the first strike, he would likely fall prey to the second. Li Xianing expressed her astonishment once more. This is the culmination of concealing one's edge, poised to step into the realm of guarding simplicity. However, just as the girl's aura completely vanished, she abruptly halted, caught in a limbo that left Li Xianing feeling quite uncomfortable. She had always been a person prone to obsessive tendencies. Otherwise, she would not have been compelled to emerge from her master's disarray. Now, with a breakthrough at hand, it was thwarted, leaving Li Xianying in distress. Hadn't she just gained insight? Why cease the progress so suddenly? Jiang Qingning slowly opened her eyes, the fully retracted aura gradually returning. She glanced at Li Xianying, whose expression was peculiar, realizing that the moment was not yet ripe, and forcing a breakthrough would be counterproductive. The girl paused for a moment. Yet, your master is indeed an extraordinary figure. Simply a few words nearly allowed me to break through. I hope to visit your master one day. Li Xianying, in a state of displeasure, could not help but internally criticize her own master after hearing Jiang Qingning's statement. How could a mere phrase lead to your breakthrough? Her own disheveled, drunken master had uttered countless such phrases in her ear, yet she showed no signs of progress whatsoever. It was utterly disheartening. While others could leap from the concealed edge to the realm of simplicity, she had seen no signs of advancement over the past decade. Li Xianying's mood soured further. She was uncertain whether it was better for Jiang Qingning to break through or not. If she did not, the tension of being caught in limbo would be unbearable. If she did, it would reflect poorly on her own abilities. In a fit of frustration, Li Xianying chose to remain silent. Her aura thickening around her. Lin Yi, oblivious to the tension, began introducing himself. I am Lin Yi, and this esteemed senior here may call me Lin the Junior. I specialize in martial arts. Lin Yi's demeanor was that of an eager sycophant, prompting a smirk from the nearby Hua Tianjiao, who could not help but roll her eyes at his antics. Li Xianying remained silent. Hua Tianjiao then introduced herself. I am Hua Tianjiao, a martial artist. Li Xianying cast a glance and suddenly spoke. A female martial artist? Quite rare indeed. But that is not all. You must also be a spear practitioner, correct? Her tone carried an air of certainty. Hua Tianjiao did not refute this, merely nodding slightly. After all, with a large spear strapped to her back, no one would believe her if she claimed otherwise. Beside them, Yun Feifei chimed in cheerfully. Hello? Sister, I am Yun Feifei. She then gazed at Li Xianying with a bright smile, remaining silent. Your surname is Yun? Indeed, just as your sister imagines. Yun Feifei continued to smile at Li Xianying. Li Xianying said nothing, opting to bypass the group and focus on Chen Ji at the rear. Chen Ji, noticing her attention, began his introduction. I am Chen Ji, just an ordinary person. Chen Ji stammered as he spoke. Caught in Li Xianying's gaze. An ordinary person? Li Xianying's surprise escalated. Chapter 52. The journey through the mangroves. Li Xianying's astonished voice rose in volume. She could scarcely believe that this Chen Ji was indeed an ordinary person. Setting aside how an ordinary individual could survive on this planet for over a month, typically, such individuals have no opportunity to participate in the planetary trials. Although the law states that any adult under 100 years old may participate. This is generally speaking. When trial officials recruit participants, they rarely allow ordinary individuals to join, as it is tantamount to sending them to their doom, with no alternative outcome. Li Xianying inquired. Before we discuss how you've survived for over a month, my question is, how were you selected? Upon hearing this, Chen Ji's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Yet, under the collective gaze, he slowly revealed. I know that trial officials generally do not recruit ordinary individuals, so I resorted to a different method. Chen Ji looked around at the group. I gave the trial interviewer's son a beating. Provoked by my words, he had no choice but to add my name to the trial roster. Li Xianying raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Could it really be that simple? The selection process for interviewers is notoriously stringent. Their decisions are characterized by rigidity, making it difficult to sway them. While the law permits anyone under 100 to participate, it is uncommon for ordinary individuals to be included, as this has become an unspoken rule fortified by the bloodied lessons of countless ordinary lives lost, with a success rate of less than 1 in 10,000. Consequently, trial officials have become increasingly reluctant to recruit ordinary individuals, as the casualties affect them as well. To allow an ordinary person like Chen Ji to participate in the trials is no small matter. Lin Yi shared the same doubts, yet he saw no need to probe further. Chen Ji must have his reasons for withholding information. The group sensed that there was more beneath the surface, but chose not to delve deeper. After all, this was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Although Li Xianying remained puzzled, she did not concern herself too much. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, even if he had unique attributes. What did it matter? It posed no threat to her. Chen Ji, noticing the group's lack of further inquiry, let out a sigh of relief. Li Xianying suddenly felt impatient. How could there be so many troubling matters just after starting to interact with peers? Perhaps it was indeed better to remain within the confines of the Tian Dao sect. Resolute, she decided that upon returning, she would no longer venture out, choosing instead to remain within the sect. Well then, it seems our self-introductions are done. Shall we set off? Lin Yi, hearing her question, took the opportunity to ask. If we had not encountered you, we intended to camp for the night in the marsh ahead. Now that you have joined us, do you have any thoughts? Li Xianying responded with a hint of impatience. You need not concern yourselves with me. Do as you wish and pretend I am not here. There is no need to consult me when making decisions. Lin Yi suddenly found himself at a loss, utterly perplexed by Li Xianying's meaning. If that were the case, what was the point of her accompanying them? If they were heading to the South Sea, with Li Xianying's speed, they would likely reach their destination in just a few days. Following their group, with no need for her to provide guidance or make decisions. What was the purpose of her presence? Lin Yi was thoroughly confused. However, he chose not to press the matter, deciding that since he did not understand, he would simply follow along. After all, their lives were entirely in her hands. Fighting back was futile and escape was impossible, leaving them with no choice but to submit to fate. At this moment, Lin Yi found himself in a rare state of resignation. Very well, let us depart. We shall head to the location where Qian Ji last camped. All right, follow me, Qian Ji exclaimed with excitement, thrilled to finally contribute after such a long time. Without any opportunity to demonstrate his worth, he would feel guilty. Yet this was his chance to prove his value. Having experienced many hardships over the years, Qian Ji understood one fundamental truth. One must always be of use to others, or risk being discarded. He did not wish to be cast aside. Therefore, while in the company of Lin Yi and the others, he constantly pondered how to showcase his value. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. Qian Ji took the lead, wielding a long wooden staff in one hand and a gun in the other. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei followed closely behind, while Jiang Qingning trailed them, forming a diamond formation as they advanced. Lin Yi brought up the rear, holding his weapon vigilantly, while activating his spirit-seeking ability to observe all flora and fauna within a 1,000-meter radius. Li Xianying floated beside them, quietly watching as they progressed. Under Lin Yi's repeated guidance, Qian Ji skillfully avoided encounters with formidable creatures along the way. Qian Ji has repeatedly utilized his skills to see through several perilous swamps, guiding a few individuals safely past them. In truth, Lin Yi possesses the ability to discern whether the mud beneath his feet conceals a swamp or not. However, he must also observe his surroundings, leaving him with no extra perspective to scrutinize the ground. On several occasions when Qian Ji identified a swamp ahead, Lin Yi had yet to notice it. This is because swamps often resemble ordinary ground, camouflaged by vegetation, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to detect them with the naked eye. One might inadvertently step into one without caution. Fortunately, Qian Ji, being astute, used a wooden stick to probe ahead, testing the softness and moisture of the soil while also parting the foliage to inspect what lay beneath. To be honest, Lin Yi was baffled by how Qian Ji distinguished swampy areas. There were times when Lin Yi believed a certain spot was safe, yet Qian Ji insisted it was a swamp, and invariably, he was correct. Ultimately, Lin Yi found himself compelled to admire Qian Ji's perceptiveness. Li Xianying, hovering nearby, also found it quite remarkable. Even she, with her keen sight, could not discern the nature of the swamp below. Determining whether or not it harbored danger was beyond her. Lin Yi's ability to see through the swamp was already astonishing to her. If she was not mistaken, it must be a form of spiritual vision, or perhaps a divine insight. However, the fact that he could use it for such an extended period without apparent fatigue suggested it was indeed a gift. Lin Yi had the talent to perceive swamps, yet Qian Ji was merely an ordinary person. What could account for his uncanny ability? Li Xianying's curiosity deepened, though she refrained from expressing it. After winding nearly 10 kilometers, they finally arrived at the location Qian Ji had mentioned. Qian Ji exclaimed excitedly, "Look, it should be right ahead. We're almost there. Just that grove of red trees with that." He dashed forward, and Lin Yi and the others hurried to keep pace. Yet, upon entering the grove, Lin Yi suddenly sensed that something was fixating on their group. His original form possessed an innate ability to foresee danger. A realization that dawned on him during his traverse here, though it had not been apparent at the time. He had dismissed it as mere intuition. However, after breaking through to the extreme realm, that sensation had become increasingly pronounced. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Li Xianying, who floated above. He noticed her brow furrowed, her gaze fixated on the red grove ahead. Lin Yi's instincts were validated. There was undoubtedly something amiss with the grove. But why was it not visible? Lin Yi had consistently activated his spirit-seeking ability, keeping a vigilant watch over his surroundings, including the grove. Yet, in his perception, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, not even a single beast. No beasts? Lin Yi scanned once more, and indeed, there was none. But how could that be? Although this was a swamp and the animal population was not as abundant as in the forest, they had encountered numerous creatures on their journey thus far. Why were there none here? Something felt off, Lin Yi shouted. Hold on. Something is not right here. The group quickly halted, instinctively on guard. After days of collaboration, they had developed a conditioned reflex. Although Chenji expressed some dissatisfaction, his movements were not sluggish. However, as everyone braced themselves, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. No danger presented itself. Yet, they remained calm, as they had learned over the past few days that Lin Yi did not act without cause. Li Xianying quietly observed Lin Yi, sharing his unease regarding the red grove, though she had yet to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. Despite Lin Yi's sense of foreboding, and observing Li Xianying's reaction, he too could not identify the underlying issue. Only a vague feeling of disquiet remained. Subsequently, Lin Yi focused intently on the red grove, activating his spirit-seeking ability to its fullest. At that moment, the trees devoid of energy gradually faded from his sight, revealing only those imbued with vitality. The presence of energetic plants was not unusual. During his time in the primordial wilderness, Lin Yi had encountered many such flora, mistaking them for treasures and collecting several specimens. The energy-laden trees in the grove did not surprise him. However, he was astonished to observe that the energy diminished the further one ventured outward from the grove's center, while it intensified deeper within. To confirm his observations and hypotheses, Lin Yi unleashed his sharpness, enveloping himself in it, and then he ascended. This spectacle left Li Xianying in awe, her mouth agape in astonishment. This was sharpness, a level of prowess she had yet to awaken. Here was a person who could soar using sharpness mere moments after breaking through to the extreme realm. What extraordinary ambition must he possess? Moreover, she had previously failed to recognize his sharpness. This baffled her, as those possessing sharpness typically radiate their brilliance. Such individuals, youthful yet endowed with high aspirations and formidable strength, should invariably stand out in any crowd. Yet, despite spending considerable time with Lin Yi, she had not discerned his sharpness. This was astonishing, as she had only witnessed such restraint in her master, who had mentioned that unless one experienced profound ups and downs or lived an exceptionally long life, a sharpness practitioner would never suppress their brilliance. There were only two scenarios in which a sharpness practitioner might conceal their brilliance. Either their aspirations and will had been shattered, resulting in a loss of sharpness. Such individuals were generally left in a half-functional state, unless they were to rise again, or through extreme self-control. Sharpness is a power that arises from one's desires. To manage it requires not only controlling its force, but also mastering one's own aspirations and will. This reflects an absolute mastery over oneself, both mentally and physically. A daunting prospect, Li Xianying discerned that Lin Yi's situation clearly did not align with the first scenario. He was merely of a similar age to herself, and in the short span of a few years, what significant upheavals could he have possibly encountered? Thus, it must be the second scenario, rendering him quite formidable. Contemplating the young man's previous demeanor and approach to matters, her gaze toward Lin Yi shifted, now tinged with apprehension. However, enveloped in mist, Lin Yi's companions could not discern her expression. Lin Yi floated beside Li Xianying, glancing upward at the red grove. Only to find he could not see its entirety, he ascended further, several dozen meters higher. Seizing the opportunity while the others were preoccupied below, he carefully wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Just moments ago, as he drew near to Li Xianying, an overwhelming chill had washed over him, leading him to fear she might strike at him. Thankfully, the girl refrained from making a move. This was likely not a mere illusion. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi genuinely believed Li Xianying intended to attack him, for that sensation had arisen only after approaching her. It was a gift inherent to his original form, an ability this body possessed that could not be mistaken. Lin Yi mused quietly, concluding that he should avoid getting too close to this woman in the future. Should she choose to act, Evasion would be impossible, and he could meet an untimely end without comprehending why. He still felt too weak. After reflecting on this, Lin reached the desired altitude and unleashed his spirit-seeking ability to scrutinize the red grove. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Lin had anticipated. The closer one approached the grove's center, the more potent the energy within the trees became, while the trees on the periphery exhibited scant vitality. Furthermore, he observed that the energy from the outer trees was steadily flowing toward the center. This scenario seemed strikingly familiar. Could it possibly be feeding? The instant that thought emerged, it spiraled into an uncontrollable realization. The longer Lin observed, the more it resembled a feeding process. This was disastrous. Could this grove of red trees actually be alive? The implications were chilling. Chapter 53. Entering the red grove. This grove of red trees is indeed alive. The very notion startled Lin. Surely it could not be true, yet it explained why there were no animals in the grove. If they had all been consumed, where would the animals have come from? Nevertheless, he hesitated, contemplating the implications. Lin quickly descended to the ground, but as he prepared to share his thoughts with the group, something struck him, prompting him to pause. If these red trees were preying on animals, how had Chenji survived in this grove before? Perhaps he was overthinking it. Lin addressed the group. Everyone, remain calm. There may not be any danger. Then his gaze turned to Chenji. When you resided in this grove, did you ever notice any animals? Chenji appeared puzzled, as if recalling something. Now that you mention it, I don't think I ever spotted any animals or formidable beasts within the grove. Then what did you eat in this red grove? Insects and fish. Chenji replied without hesitation. Lin's gaze fell to the ground, and indeed, numerous earthworms and various beetles scuttled about. Not only that, but some of these insects radiated a notable energy. Just a moment ago, I flew above to inspect, and within the bounds of this red grove, there are no land animals or large creatures, no birds either. Moreover, this grove seems to be absorbing energy, channeling it toward the center. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the group fell silent. As the surrounding individuals quieted, an eerie stillness enveloped them. Not a sound could be heard, and the silence was unnerving. Li Xinying also heard what Lin Yi said. Yet the girl remained silent, just as she had stated, refraining from voicing any opinions or intervening. Quietly observing the sky, at this moment, Chenji began to tremble with a hint of fear. The vast expanse of red mangroves was astonishingly devoid of any animals, not even a single bird in flight. What could this signify? Moreover, it appeared as though the mangroves possessed a form of sentience, gathering energy towards their center. What did that represent? The thought was chilling, leaving the others with a shiver running down their spines. The absence of animals around the mangroves could mean they were either consumed by the trees, or that the creatures sensed danger and avoided the area altogether. Lin Yi also noted that the vicinity of these red mangroves showed no signs of having been ravaged by beastly hordes. However, his discovery only fueled his desire to hear the opinions of his companions before deciding whether to enter. Jiang Qingning, noticing Lin Yi's gaze upon her, quickly understood his implication. She spoke. Since we cannot ascertain whether this patch of red mangroves is hazardous, might we consider circumventing it? Indeed, it was a simple logic. If there was a possibility of danger, it would be prudent to avoid it. If they did not pass through here, they could protect themselves from any potential threats. At that moment, Chenji interjected, that won't be possible. We cannot go around. The extent of these mangroves is vast, encompassing nearly half of the swamp. Even if we could navigate around them, we would likely run out of time to reach the South Sea. Lin Yi nodded in agreement with Jiang Qingning. The reality was as Chenji had articulated. The area of the mangroves was indeed immense. Earlier, when Lin Yi had soared into the air, reaching a height of over 50 meters, he still could not discern the boundaries of the mangroves. Their expanse was extraordinary, and to claim they encompassed half of the swamp did not strike Lin Yi as surprising. The likelihood of circumventing them seemed slim. Not only was he currently accompanied by an ordinary person like Chenji, but even without him, Lin Yi felt that traversing around this area would require at least half a month. It was simply infeasible. The enormity of the red mangroves was evident. Having flown so high without spotting their limits made it clear that circumventing them would take a considerable amount of time. Lin Yi's keen eyesight was not ordinary. The others were well aware of his spirit-seeking talent, which allowed him to see far beyond the average. Beside him, Yun Feifei remarked, perhaps it is not as perilous as we imagine. After all, Chun-Ji camped here before and encountered no dangers. Exactly. If an ordinary person like Chun-Ji can survive here, we should be fine too, I believe, as long as we do not venture into the heart of the mangroves. We should face minimal issues, Hua Tianjiao added, resolved to pass through the red mangroves. Yes, crossing the mangroves was our initial determination. Since the route around is no longer viable, we must proceed through. Flying over is not an option. Is it? Lin pondered. He realized that among their group, he could rely on his ability to fly, and Hua Tianjiao had also broken through to a level where she could fly, he could carry one. And Hua Tianjiao could carry another. Then, he glanced at Li Xianying, who was hovering above. She could also assist, but how could he convince her? Lin recalled the chilling aura he felt when he had approached her earlier. A shiver ran down his spine, and he dismissed that thought. For now, it was not feasible. They would have to enter the mangroves first. Given that there was only one path, they decided to proceed into the red mangroves. Chun-Ji, you lead the way. Take us to the place where you previously camped for the night. Darkness is approaching. Everyone, remain vigilant, Lin declared, making a decision. Unbeknownst to them, the group had come to rely on Lin for decisions. He felt somewhat bewildered by this shift, but considering Jiang Qingning's aloof nature, Hua Tianjiao's singular interest in martial arts, and the enigmatic Yun Feifei, along with the ordinary Chen-Ji, it seemed he was indeed the most suited to take the lead. As Lin made his decision, the others did not oppose it, seemingly accustomed to this dynamic after spending time together. Following Chen-Ji's lead, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei took positions to guard the flanks. Lin stayed close behind Chen-Ji, protecting him while activating his spirit-seeking ability to scan the surroundings. Jiang Qingning brought up the rear, keeping an eye on any potential threats from behind. Li Xianying observed the formation of the 5 individuals below and nodded slightly. It was an optimal arrangement. The group advanced in a square formation toward the red mangroves at a steady pace. Before long, they had delved deep into the mangroves. Once inside, Li Xianying ceased her flight and descended to walk alongside Lin and the others, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters on the left side of the group without drawing closer. The mangroves were densely packed, their trees a deep red, their lush leaves forming a thin canopy that obscured the sunlight. The overall atmosphere felt somewhat dim, perhaps due to the setting sun, which rendered the light less intense. The ground beneath them was muddy, yet not swampy, as the roots of the trees intertwined, and among these roots, there were creatures resembling small crayfish scuttling about, with some water puddles housing small fish. It appeared that the resources within this patch of red mangroves were quite abundant, albeit devoid of larger animals. Only the mindless fish, shrimp, and insects populated the area. As they pressed forward, the trees grew denser. And in some places, paths had completely vanished. Although there had originally been no clear path, the gaps between the trees had allowed for movement, yet the further they advanced, the more tightly packed the trees became, resembling a solid wooden wall with no gaps to pass through. Chen-Ji initially attempted to cut through some trees with a knife to continue their journey, but Lin halted him, questioning what trouble they might invite by hacking at the mangroves. To avoid unnecessary complications, the group meandered for quite some time until night had fully descended, finally arriving at the destination Chen-Ji had described. After navigating through the thick undergrowth, they emerged into a clearing where the ground was composed entirely of stone, not just a small patch, but a vast expanse devoid of soil, with no red trees growing here. This is it. I lived here for over half a month. I don't know what this place is, but it is a massive stone area untouched by the mangroves, Chen-Ji exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. The others looked at the remnants of several campfires ahead, their relief palpable. Since Chen-Ji had survived here for so long without encountering danger, they felt reassured that they too would be safe. Allowing for a good night's rest, or perhaps two. Indeed, after the previous exertions, everyone yearned for a longer respite before continuing their journey, and Lin shared this sentiment. However, a lingering sense of urgency remained. They could not linger too long here, and a departure within 2 days was imperative. The rocky clearing was roughly half the size of a football field, irregularly shaped, with signs of erosion from the encroaching red mangroves. Nevertheless, the group paid little mind to this, as they did not plan to stay long. With no mangrove canopy overhead, they could clearly see the stars twinkling in the night sky. Tonight, the stars appeared exceptionally bright. The clouds were sparse, and Lin could even discern satellites in the sky. At this moment, Lin felt a pang of nostalgia. This otherworldly realm was wonderful. The air was fresh, the environment beautiful, but there were no mobile phones. He wondered if such devices existed in this world. With that thought, he turned to Chenji, who was chopping wood nearby, and inquired, "Hey, Chunji, what communication tools do you use on the Borderland Star?" Chunji, initially poised to ask Lin Yi for a lighter to start a fire, was momentarily taken aback by the question. He was unsure how to respond, recalling that Jiang Qingning had mentioned Lin Yi was from the Tianqing Street. Suggesting he might lack certain common knowledge, it was rather tragic. Despite his own struggles, he was still a citizen of a planet, able to live a stable life and attend school, unlike the borderland where daily life was fraught with violence, hostile environments, and threats from mutated creatures. Contemplating this, Chunji's gaze toward Lin Yi turned sympathetic. Indeed, there existed a hierarchy of disdain among the citizens of the Federation. Those residing within the Federation's jurisdiction looked down upon those in space stations, while those in the borderlands were viewed with contempt by those living within the Federation. Conversely, those in the borderlands scorned the inhabitants of the extremes, such as the Polar Star Street and Tianqing Street. Ironically, many aspired to live on planets, akin to how urbanites often look down upon rural folk, even as the latter flocked to cities. At that moment, Chunji found himself grappling with such feelings. Although his own life was not particularly enviable and might even be worse than Lin Yi's, he felt a sense of pity. Lin Yi regarded Chunji, puzzled by the sudden shift in his expression. Noticing Lin Yi's confusion, Chunji suppressed his emotions and replied, "Of course, we use communication wristbands. As long as you're within the Federation's jurisdiction and have a network, you can communicate instantly, even projecting images." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi realized it was akin to a mobile phone, a device similar to smart wristbands or children's smartwatches. After handing the lighter to Chunji, Lin Yi inquired, "Are you familiar with mobile phones? Mobile chickens? What kind of chicken is that? Can it be eaten? I thought the grades were among those mutated creatures in the universe." Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words, suddenly rendered speechless. At that moment, Yun Feifei, who had been listening to the conversation between Lin Yi and Chunji, interjected, "You actually know what a mobile phone is. Most people wouldn't even know that such a thing exists. That's a relic from tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from a select few collectors, no one would know about or possess such an object. I'm quite curious. How do you know about mobile phones?" Yun Feifei's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Yi, eagerly awaiting his response. After lighting the fire, Chunji also heard Yun Feifei's remarks and became intrigued. Turning his attention to Lin Yi as well, "I happened to overhear an old man mentioning it." Lin Yi truly didn't know how to explain further and didn't dare to say anything indiscreet, fearing it would only complicate matters. After all, he couldn't simply claim to have come from another world or to have time traveled from tens of thousands of years ago. Whether anyone would believe him was uncertain, but if they did, he might end up being dissected. The technology of this era was still quite advanced. What if a few scientific fanatics got wind of it? That would surely be dangerous. However, Yun Feifei was determined to get to the bottom of it. "Where did you happen to overhear that? Tell me quickly. If I can find a mobile phone, I would strike it rich. It's a super ancient relic with great commemorative significance. I'll even get you a storage ring as big as mine." The conditions are quite generous. Yet, Lin Yi could only watch helplessly. How could he possibly create a mobile phone for her? Well, it seemed he could, having seen the blueprints and various parts for making one. Nevertheless, he decided to handle the current situation first, claiming he had merely overheard an old man mention it. That old man might even be long gone by now. Making it impossible to trace it was just a random term he had come across. The girl appeared skeptical but chose not to press further. The fire had begun to blaze, and everyone gathered around the bonfire. The bright yellow flames dispelled the chill of the night. Chapter 54. The food manual malfunctions. Everyone sat around the bonfire, including Li Xianying, who was no exception, joining the others. Although she had dispelled the mist surrounding her, some still lingered, obscuring her features. The branches used to fuel the bonfire were collected by Hua Tianjiao and Li Xianying. Lin Yi was not surprised by Hua Tianjiao's efforts, as she could fly and move quickly. What surprised him was that Li Xianying had also pitched in and brought back a considerable amount of firewood. As everyone huddled around the bonfire for warmth, Jiang Qingning suddenly said to Lin Yi, "I'm hungry." Her voice remained as cold as ever. Yet Lin Yi didn't mind. Instead, he smiled that it felt nice to be needed. The others also looked toward him. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Yun Feifei, as the ingredients and cookware were all stored in her storage ring. However, he remained silent, mindful that a powerful Li Xianying was nearby. He still didn't know how Li Xianying felt about their group. What if she harbored ulterior motives? Together, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. Yun Feifei was clearly aware of the stakes, as she remained quiet, sitting by the fire without making any moves until Lin Yi spoke. Lin Yi discreetly cast a glance at Li Xianying, whose face was shrouded in obscurity, making it impossible to discern her expression. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Li Xianying spoke, her voice ethereal, "Don't mind me. I can fast." Lin Yi understood. Although he wasn't sure of Li Xianying's level of cultivation, if she could fast, it was undoubtedly significant. His instincts were correct. They certainly couldn't overpower her. "Chanji, weren't you living here for over a month? You must know what can be eaten and what can't. Come with me to look for ingredients." "Yun Feifei, may I borrow your food manual?" Chunji paused for a moment before responding, "Oh, sure," and then stood up. Yun Feifei promptly tossed her food manual from her small pack to Lin Yi. After catching it, Lin Yi instructed, "You three go find some fresh mangrove branches, about half a meter long. Gather several. We'll have a barbecue tonight." Seeing the three of them nod in agreement, Lin Yi led Chunji towards the mangroves. Although they were dispersing at night, which posed a danger, not eating was not an option either. Lin Yi chose the latter, prioritizing sustenance. After all, food is paramount. He couldn't let himself go hungry, nor could he allow those who wanted to eat his cooking to starve. Speaking of which, why was Li Xianying tagging along with them? If it weren't for her, things wouldn't be so complicated. Sigh, he lamented. He was simply too weak to tea that moment. He realized that if he were strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about others' opinions or threats. For the first time, the boy felt an impulsive desire to grow stronger swiftly. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, as this thought arose within him, the sharp energy in his body trembled slightly, akin to excitement. Though he remained oblivious to it, Lin Yi was still pondering what to eat that night. "Wait a moment. I'll fly up to see if there are any water sources nearby." After speaking to Chunji, Lin Yi swiftly unleashed his sharp energy, lifting himself into the air. However, he inadvertently exerted too much force, shooting upwards. What was happening? Why did his sharp energy seem more powerful than usual today? The boy observed the energy coiling around him, appearing unusually lively. Not dwelling on it, Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking ability to survey the mangroves below. From his elevated position, combined with his exceptional vision, he could see a vast expanse of mangroves. After a few minutes of searching, he spotted a small lake less than 2 kilometers from his current position. To Lin Yi's eye, the lake teemed with fish, with numerous luminous figures swimming about. Likely fish imbued with spiritual energy. He then floated back down to where Chunji had been moments ago, beckoning him to head towards the small lake, as it was not far. During their journey, the two engaged in conversation. "What types of insects did you eat here before?" "The red ones, and those long ones over there." After speaking, Chunji pointed at the base of a red tree, where creatures resembling small lobsters crawled through the muddy ground. However, unlike lobsters, these creatures had bright red shells and lacked claws. Yet, they were scarce. Typically, beneath a single red tree, there might be only one or a few. But there were many red trees. "How do these little critters taste?" Lin Yi inquired, picking one up to scan with the food manual. "Not bad. When eaten raw, they are slightly sweet, and when grilled, they are quite tender." Lin Yi listened, pleased. This was far better than lobsters. Beep, scan failed. Scan failed, please scan again. Lin Yi was puzzled. The food manual had never failed to scan before. After scanning again, beep, scan failed. Scan failed. Lin Yi grew increasingly confused. Was the manual malfunctioning? He then pointed the food manual at a nearby red tree. Beep, scan failed. Scan failed, please scan again. Lin Yi asked Chunji, "Do you know what's going on?" I don't know either. I've never used this food manual. When I first arrived on this planet, I encountered a fierce beast and dropped the manual while fleeing, never getting a chance to use it." Chunji shrugged in exasperation. Lin Yi remained perplexed. It had worked perfectly well before, so why was it malfunctioning now? He then retrieved a piece of grass sparkling with starlight from his small pack. Beep, scan successful. Starshine grass, a second-tier spiritual herb, edible. It seemed the manual was functioning properly. Since the food manual was fine, the issue lay with these creatures. Lin Yi stored the manual and focused his attention on the peculiar lobster-like creature in his hand. With the spirit-seeking ability fully activated, the creature came into sharp focus in Lin Yi's eyes. To conserve the spiritual energy within him, Lin Yi had always operated in a semi-active state. Prolonged full activation could harm his eyes and deplete energy at an exponentially higher rate. As the spiritual energy within him waned and his eyes grew dry, Lin Yi scrutinized the creature for 3 minutes. However, he discerned nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary invertebrate with exceptionally tender flesh. Forget it. As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Perhaps the food manual simply didn't record it. Use this shell to store the creature. For now, let us just call it a lobster. Oh, a lobster, right? Got it. I'm on it, Qinji replied, taking the shell Lin Yi offered. You gather here. I'll go catch a few fish from that hot pot ahead since it's getting late, and we need to hurry back. Lin Yi had just checked the surroundings and found no immediate danger, so he felt comfortable leaving Qinji there. Moreover, the small lake was not far, so if Qinji faced any danger, he could return quickly. All right, be swift. If I spot any other edible creatures, I'll catch them too, Qinji responded, accepting the shell Lin Yi handed him. Lin Yi nodded slightly and soared into the sky. Chapter 55, Barbecue. The tempted Li Xianying. Today, for some inexplicable reason, his chi flowed smoothly. In less than 2 kilometers, Lin Yi reached the sky above the small lake in just 2 minutes. Looking down, he saw luminous orbs in the water constantly flowing. Each orb was distinctly visible, as the lake's water posed no hindrance to Lin Yi's line of sight. He felt immensely grateful for having awakened this talent. At least when venturing outside, he need not fear the scarcity of food. Ultimately, this world still values innate gifts. While it is often said that success is attributed to 99% effort combined with that 1% of talent, that 1% of talent frequently outweighs the 99% of hard work. This is not to say that effort is unimportant, but when everyone strives equally, that 1% of talent creates a chasm between heaven and earth. Take, for instance, Li Xianying, Lin Yi, and Qinji, all of similar age, yet one possesses unfathomable cultivation, another soars effortlessly, while one remains an ordinary person. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can indeed be greater than that between a person and a dog. After observing the small lake for a while, Lin Yi discerned that there were no particularly formidable creatures within. Were it not for the time constraint, he would have liked to experience the joy of fishing. Subsequently, Lin Yi's fingers curled slightly, and dozens of sharp chi shot forth into the lake, each striking a luminous orb with precision. In an instant, the sharp chi fell like rain, each semi-transparent arc slicing through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. In a moment, the lake turned crimson, akin to red ink merging into clear water, swiftly coloring it. Soon, peculiar fish began to float to the surface. The sight struck Lin Yi as oddly beautiful. He quickly shook his head to dispel that dreadful thought. Indeed, his mind was still unsettled. To think that he could perceive beauty in slaughter. As a young man of the 21st century, Lin Yi felt a pang of shame for harboring such thoughts. What becomes of an ordinary person who suddenly gains immense power? Lin Yi did not know, but he certainly did not wish to end up like those from his homeland. After calming his restless heart, Lin Yi pondered what he could accomplish with his meager strength, which amounted to little more than catching fish. He surmised he could not even defeat Hua Tianjiao, let alone the inscrutable Li Xianying. Coming to this realization, Lin Yi hurriedly descended. If he delayed any longer, the fish that had surfaced would soon sink again, making them difficult to locate. Waving his hand, he attempted to retract the sharp chi. However, after a moment of sensing, he found no response. What could be the reason? Then, Lin Yi grasped a fish and discovered that the sharp chi embedded within its body had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Lin Yi was taken aback. Why had the sharp chi dissipated? Previously, he had been able to retrieve the chi he had released. Why could he not do so now? Was it because it had entered a living being? Or was it due to the act of killing? Having awakened his sharp chi for some time, Lin Yi had only engaged in a battle with Hua Tianjiao once. Aside from using it for flight and that one time to slice a delivery canister, he had rarely employed this power. The disappearance of sharp chi after killing fish today astonished him. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Yi sought out a live fish through his spiritual sense and subsequently killed it with sharp chi. Indeed, the chi that killed the fish suddenly dissipated, without any prior indication. He then caught another live fish and inflicted a wound with sharp chi, yet this time, there was no sign of dissipation. It was as he suspected. From now on, he would have to refrain from using sharp chi for killing. lest the reserves within his body dwindle too rapidly, insufficient for even a few fishing excursions. Nearby, he found a soft, slender red vine and strung together the numerous fish he had slain, numbering in the dozens, varying in size, some weighing several dozen pounds, while the smallest were about the size of 2 palms. To achieve this, Linny had to gather several vines. When he flew upward, it proved somewhat burdensome. To save time, Lin-Yi decided to process the fish directly by the lake, removing only the innards and leaving the scales intact. After cleaning the fish, he strung them up with the vine point. 10 minutes later, Linny floated in the air, dragging a large string of fish below him. His flying speed had decreased by more than 10% compared to earlier. He then spotted Chen Ji, who was busy gathering crayfish and other insects. That's enough. Don't just keep gathering, it's time to head back. Grab hold of the vine below. I'll take you back with me. Oh, okay. Chen Ji grasped the vine that Linny had set aside for him and secured himself to it. The sheer number of fish made it inconvenient to lower them. Since Chen Ji weighed only about 100 pounds, it was easier to bring him along for the ride, which would expedite their return. The skin Lin-Yi had given Chen Ji earlier had already become quite plump, indicating that Chen Ji had found a fair amount of things. Once Chen Ji was securely tied and holding on tightly, Lin-Yi activated his sharp chi and soared into the air, heading back in the direction they had come from. This time, it took over 20 minutes to return to the clearing where they had started. Jiang Qingning and the others had already been waiting there. Beside them lay 2 sharpened twigs, each about half a meter long. The campfire blazed exceptionally bright. Furthermore, several piles of branches had accumulated, likely gathered by Jiang Qingning and the others when they went foraging. Hua Tianjiao, come help out. Start cleaning the fish from below, Lin-Yi called from the sky. The others looked up to see the large string of fish, varying in size, all cleaned and prepared. Hua Tianjiao understood immediately and, stepping onto a gust of wind, flew up, much faster than Lin-Yi. While Hua Tianjiao cleaned the fish above, Mei Jie tossed the next one down to Yun Feifei and Jiang Qingning below. After receiving the fish, they placed it aside on a clean animal skin that had already been laid out, creating a small mountain of fish. Chen Ji had already untied the vine, jumping down to tend to the insects and crayfish he had caught. The scene quickly became lively, with everyone busy in a flurry of activity. Li Xianing sat nearby, meditating quietly, appearing somewhat out of place. I've already cleaned all the fish. You just need to skewer them with the branches and place them by the campfire to roast naturally. I'll handle these insects. They are a delicacy, high in protein. After speaking, Lin-Yi took the package from Chen Ji, revealing a writhing mass of insects within. Over half of them were lively little crayfish. Exceptionally fresh, though. How delightful. If only we had some chili. Otherwise, spicy crayfish would surely be on the menu. Linny sighed, licking his lips. How wonderful it was in the past, when one could enjoy crayfish at any time. Linny murmured. This comment caught the attention of Li Xianing, who was meditating nearby, yet the girl made no inquiries nor displayed any reaction. Just as Linny was about to ask Yun Feifei for some tools, he caught sight of Li Xianing sitting quietly, causing him to halt. He pouted, realizing that he was indeed feeling constrained. Although he lacked tools, barbecuing did not require much. He removed the heads of the crayfish, then pulled out their innards, skewering them with slender red vines, 10 per skewer, resulting in 8 skewers. It seemed there were quite a lot. After scanning the remaining insects with his food manual, Lin-Yi found nothing noteworthy. However, since Chen Ji had consumed these before, they should pose no issue. The insects were easily handled. Lin-Yi spread some charcoal evenly and sprinkled the insects atop. As the coals rolled, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Activating his spiritual sense, he carefully controlled the heat to prevent the insects from burning. Grilled insects are something many people have enjoyed in their childhood. The taste was utterly delightful, as the outer layer of the insects was charred away, revealing their golden flesh. An overwhelming fragrance of both char and meat filled the air. After Jiang Qingning and the others skewered the fish, they gathered around. Even Li Xianing, who had been meditating, cast a glance their way. Yet, no one spoke, silently observing Lin-Yi's deft movements with the chopsticks. Each oddly shaped insect was expertly grilled into various forms. Jiang Qingning watched Lin-Yi's agile motions in silence, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Meanwhile, Li Xianing, still seated in meditation, swallowed hard, feeling somewhat restless. Her posture was slightly askew, her expression shrouded in clouds, betraying no discernible emotion. Her throat moved occasionally as she swallowed again. Chapter 56. Charm. As Linny finished removing all the grilled insects and placed them on a flat stone plate he had carved, the aroma intensified even further. Chun-Ji stared intently. His demeanor completely transformed from his usual mischievous self, fixated on Lin Yi's every move. Unaffected by the enticing smell, he dared not let the aroma distract him. After all, such a valuable learning opportunity must not be squandered. The boy had tasted the bitterness of life and the frustration of wanting to learn yet finding no path. Whatever the subject, learning a little more and gaining more knowledge could only benefit him. Linny had no inclination to hoard his skills. He generously demonstrated his techniques for Chun-Ji and even slowed his pace a bit. After all, it wasn't an extraordinary skill, and he welcomed someone eager to learn. This thought led Lin Yi to reminisce about his culinary mentor, the old man who had spent his life searching for a disciple. Lin Yi's thoughts swirled. An elderly man, clad in a long robe with flowing white hair, looked sternly at the youth bowing before him in a gesture of respect. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. However, with your innate talent and understanding, you are not particularly suited for the culinary arts. Achieving greatness in this field will be quite challenging. As the old man spoke, his expression grew somber. Regrettably, in this day and age, few people pursue the art of craftsmanship. The skills passed down from my ancestors may well be lost by the time they reach me. The old man sighed, seeming to age a few years in that moment. Upon hearing the elder's lament, the young man felt compelled to retort, yet he managed to restrain himself. The old man's peculiar temper and stubbornness left little room for argument. Any attempt to oppose him would likely result in a scolding of considerable severity. I have reluctantly taken you on as my disciple due to your persistent visits, the elder continued. I do not expect much from you. But you must ensure that the knowledge I impart does not fade away. From this day forth, you shall learn by my side. How much you absorb depends entirely on your own capabilities. As the elder spoke, the veins on his forehead throbbed, a testament to his exasperation. The youth responded with a playful grin, fully aware that his visits had far exceeded mere persistence. He had come no less than 30 times. The elder, overwhelmed by the constant pestering, had finally acquiesced to taking on a pupil. The youth recognized his own faults, which is why he chose to indulge the elder without argument. However, 2 years later, the old man passed away. As for how much he had learned, that remained solely within the youth's understanding. Yet the elder departed with a smile upon his lips. Subsequently, the young man, as anticipated by the elder, achieved no remarkable feats in culinary arts and settled down to run a modest restaurant in his hometown. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Yi suddenly wore a wistful expression, contemplating the unpredictable nature of life. Please, do sample this dish and let me know how it tastes. I shall check on the fish roasting by the fire, Lin Yi stated before hastily departing. Yun Feifei accepted the plate Lin Yi offered, piled high with an assortment of oddly shaped, golden-brown roasted insects, each exuding an irresistible aroma. While several were relishing the delightful feast, Jiang Qingning, who had been observing Lin Yi, noticed something amiss with the boy. Roasting fish was hardly a complicated task. It merely involved skewering it on branches and positioning it beside the flames to cook slowly. There were no seasonings or other ingredients to consider. After a few minutes, one would simply turn it over. Once the scales fell away, it was ready to eat. Yet, Lin Yi had been at it for quite some time. What troubles you? Jiang Qingning inquired softly, approaching Lin Yi with a few roasted insects in hand. The young man turned his head away, discreetly wiping away a tear. It's nothing, just some memories resurfacing. These insects are edible, right? Without any seasoning, they must not have much flavor. On the contrary, they are quite fragrant, tender, and springy. While they may not compare to the dishes you prepared before, they possess their own unique taste, the young girl replied with a radiant smile. Lin Yi, too, found his spirits lifted by her joy. Once, he had been blissfully unaware of the bitterness of parting. Now, nostalgia enveloped him like a shroud. Gazing into the flickering flames, Lin Yi murmured, "Fear not, master. I shall carry forth the teachings you imparted to me." His voice was barely audible, lost amidst the crackling fire. Nearby, the impatiently Xianing stealthily approached the fire. "May I have a taste?" Her voice was soft, yet somehow, both Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning could hear her. Upon hearing her request, Lin Yi did not immediately turn, a faint smile gracing his lips, at last. You have arrived. It was worth noting that preparing this meal had not been a simple endeavor. He had to monitor the condition of various insects roasting over the flames, assess their doneness, and manage the dexterity required to manipulate them with chopsticks. The task of roasting those insects had consumed a significant amount of his focus. Akin to the intensity of a fierce battle, typically, Lin Yi would not invest such effort into cooking, but he understood that in this world, the appreciation for culinary delights paled in comparison to that of his previous home. Awakening the primal appetite of someone who practiced fasting was no easy feat, especially without any tools or seasonings at his disposal. Thus, he had poured forth all his energy and acquired techniques. Knowing full well that even then, he could not guarantee igniting Li Xianying's most fundamental desire for sustenance. Simply flipping those insects had involved no less than 5 different methods. Food is paramount. As the saying goes, is no mere jest. From birth to death, the act of eating is inescapable. It is an essential aspect of existence. Hunger is an instinctual and powerful drive. Only by satisfying it can one engage in the pursuits that bring fulfillment. Hence, the act of eating becomes the very foundation upon which all else rests. While it remained uncertain whether those who practiced fasting still possessed an appetite, it was evident that Lin Yi had succeeded. Noticing his silence, the young girl gritted her teeth and spoke again. "I can lend a hand, if you wish." "Deal," Lin Yi readily agreed, eager to ensure that Li Xianying would not retract her offer. He swiftly seized the plate from Jiang Qingning's hands and placed it into Li Xianying's grasp. Jiang Qingning, who had been merrily enjoying her meal, was taken aback when her plate suddenly vanished. After a moment of confusion, she shot Lin Yi a glare. "Humph." The young girl's annoyance, tinged with a hint of charm, did not go unnoticed by Lin Yi, who found himself momentarily entranced by her pout. However, a sharp pain in his foot jolted him back to reality. "Ouch, that hurts," Lin Yi exclaimed, wincing as he felt a fiery ick spread across the top of his foot, glancing at Jiang Qingning's retreating figure in bewilderment. "Ha, ha, ha!" Li Xianying burst into laughter, seemingly amused by Lin Yi's antics. Nevertheless, she showed no disdain, taking the plate and plucking an unknown insect from it with her delicate fingers, popping it into her mouth with a satisfying crunch. Afterward, she walked away, leaving Lin Yi standing there, stunned and nursing his injured foot. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Lin Yi patted his head as if coming to a realization, and a smile broke across his face. Just as he was about to apologize to Jiang Qingning, an unexpected event unfolded. Boom! A resounding clash echoed through the air, sending shockwaves from the depths of the redwood forest. Chapter 57. The battle in the redwood forest. A tremendous sound rendered everyone speechless. Li Xianying was the first to regain her composure. "Everyone, be cautious. There is a powerful presence nearby." The gravity in her voice was unprecedented. "What is happening?" Lin Yi exclaimed, shaking off his shock. Accompanying the deafening noise was a surge of energy that rippled through the redwood forest, causing leaves to scatter and several red trees to be uprooted. The group found themselves on high alert, with Yun Feifei dropping her stone plate, scattering the golden roasted insects across the ground. Li Xianying's plate, however, had vanished without a trace. The sudden eruption of sound had jolted everyone from their culinary reverie, leaving them momentarily dazed. Qianji was even knocked to the ground by the powerful gust that swept through. Li Xianying wasted no time, vanishing from Lin Yi's sight in a flash. Seeing her abrupt departure, Hua Tianjiao intended to follow, but Lin Yi intervened. "Wait, do not rush into danger," he cautioned, halting her as she prepared to take flight. "You felt that surge of energy. Getting too close could be fatal." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Hua Tianjiao regained her composure. Abandoning her impulse to investigate, it was clear that to approach the commotion, one needed to possess the requisite strength. Given the earlier circumstances, she would merely be cannon fodder in such a conflict. Moreover, the disturbance seemed to originate from the heart of the redwood forest, indicating that a formidable force was engaged in battle. There was no telling what treasures might be involved. Risking herself by getting too close would be tantamount to courting death. Once she had calmed down, Hua Tianjiao grasped the situation. "You stay here and protect the others. I will take a look," Lin Yi declared suddenly. Hua Tianjiao's expression was one of incredulity, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi, conveying her disbelief. "You cannot go. How can you possibly measure up? Are you not aware of your own limitations?" The disdain in her gaze was palpable, causing Lin Yi to feel somewhat exasperated. Yun Feifei regarded him with a hint of disapproval, while Jiang Qingning's expression mirrored concern. Please do not look at me like that. I merely wish to investigate. Besides, you all are aware of my capabilities. I can observe without getting too close, and I can fly. Linny explained, if danger arises, I will swiftly return to warn you all to flee. We cannot remain in ignorance. What if we become collateral damage? Fine, I understand. You may go, Hua Tianjiao replied, somewhat disgruntled, but she refrained from further protest. Acknowledging his exceptional talents, just make sure to keep an eye on those roasted fish. Do not let them burn. After Linny finished speaking, he summoned his energy and swiftly made his way toward the center of the redwood forest. Jiang Qingning, who had intended to say something further, held her tongue. At the heart of the redwood forest, in a vast clearing, a white-haired youth crouched on the ground, panting heavily. Before him loomed a tall, muscular man, grinning menacingly. Kid, I never expected someone so young to be so bloodthirsty. And with such talent, which family do you hail from? The burly man thundered, his voice booming like thunder. The white-haired youth, still catching his breath, managed to muster a wicked grin. Old man, you're not all that impressive. Can you withstand the white horse treads the sky? Can you endure the white god? Was that move called white horse treads the sky? Not bad. It was quite swift, even I could not evade it, alas. Your strength leaves much to be desired. Enough with the chatter. Receive my white god attack, the white-haired youth proclaimed, and in that instant, his previously moderate-length hair inexplicably extended. Shimmering with a silvery glow at the tips, his muscles swelled, and a silver-white aura enveloped his form. Not only that, but the boy's originally fierce brown eyes suddenly transformed into a silvery hue. The brutal expression vanishing, replaced by an unparalleled tranquility, an exquisite calmness. The muscular man withdrew his previously nonchalant demeanor, his expression turning solemn due to the overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the white-haired boy, whose appearance had drastically changed. However, the transformation of the white-haired youth did not cease. His long hair, shimmering with a hint of silver, danced gracefully as if it possessed a life of its own. Sensing the impending threat, the man realized he could no longer allow this transformation to continue. He had to act first. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, his muscles bulging as if he were a primordial beast. Overwhelming in presence as he unleashed his might in all directions. Boom! The very ground where the man had stood erupted, soil scattering and dust ascending. Yet the man had vanished, the air erupted with a deafening roar. A collision of immense power and speed meeting the atmosphere. The man reappeared before the white-haired youth, raising his fist in a powerful strike, the air cracking with sound. Sensing the imminent danger, the white-haired boy's silver-tinged hair surged forth to collide with the man's fist. A resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal, despite the absence of any weapons. The shockwave from their collision reverberated outward. Undeterred by his initial failure, the man attacked again, his left fist swinging with significantly greater force this time. The air barely having time to tear apart before the blow landed, his fist now radiating with golden light. It was evident that he was harnessing another form of power, as anticipated. The white-haired youth's hair failed to provide the protection needed, and he was sent flying by the force of the punch. Cough. You actually possess battle energy. The white-haired boy coughed up blood, his expression finally betraying surprise. What is there to be surprised about? Yet you, to withstand my battle energy punch and remain unscathed, pique my curiosity regarding your identity. The man grinned menacingly. Dead men have no need to know my identity. The white-haired youth responded, his voice taking on a sinister tone. Simultaneously, his white hair extended to envelop his entire body, wrapping tightly around his feet. In an instant, the white-haired boy vanished, reappearing before the man, lifting his right foot to stomp down fiercely. White deity, white horse treads the heavens. The sound of their clash resounded once more, sweeping into the distance. What is happening over there? Lin Yifei asked as he flew to the top of a towering red tree, addressing Li Xianying. Lin Yi had just arrived at the battlefield and, having located Li Xianying's presence through his spirit-sensing abilities, sought her out. It was apparent that Li Xianying had been present for some time, as her speed was remarkable. You dare to come here? Are you not afraid of death? Isn't it because you are here? What is there to fear? I cannot protect you. Those two are quite formidable. Moreover, those two individuals are no ordinary opponents. Li Xinying pointed ahead to the two combatants engaged in battle. Point one is young, has a low cultivation level, yet possesses extraordinary combat power, likely some sort of peculiar bloodline. The other has a high cultivation level and specializes in physical training. Such individuals are the most bothersome, with thick blood making them hard to defeat. Furthermore, the man we just saw should have cultivated battle energy, though I cannot ascertain its level. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, was left bewildered, but he gathered that both individuals were exceedingly difficult to handle. So, what are they fighting over? Is there some treasure here? You might be surprised. But there truly is. Do you see that floating meatball over there? Li Xinying pointed towards the two enormous, bare trunks of the red trees nearby. Lin Yi looked closely and discovered that between the two trunks was indeed a pulsating meatball, exuding an eerie aura. What is that? It feels so strange, sending chills down my spine. Before Li Xinying could respond, another shockwave surged forth, causing the entire tree to sway violently. Chapter 58. With demon embryo, the entire red tree shook violently, leaves cascading to the ground. Lin Yi lost his grip and was about to fall when Li Xinying caught him just in time. Oh no! You nearly scared me to death. I almost fell. Lin Yi quickly clung to the trunk, hastily covering his mouth, fearing that his exclamation might alert the two fighters below. The recent tremors did not disturb the girl. She remained perfectly still atop the tree. Li Xinying patted Lin Yi and said, "Don't worry, we won't be discovered. I set up a concealment formation here when I arrived." "Your voice won't carry it all with that?" The girl proudly gestured to the crystal on her wrist. Lin Yi then noticed the crystal she wore, a bracelet made of a red cord threaded through an irregular crystalline gem. The bracelet appeared quite petite and inconspicuous. Lin Yi infused his spirit energy into his eyes, maximizing his sensing ability. Indeed, he observed that a small six-pointed star formation was inscribed on the irregular crystal, and the energy emanating from the crystal formed a circular protective barrier around the red tree. The energy was extremely thin, tracing out runes that interconnected in the air. If Lin Yi had not looked closely, he might not have realized there was any spiritual energy gathering here, nor would he have detected the formation. Is this really a formation? It is indeed marvelous. So, does it prevent anyone outside from seeing or hearing what occurs inside? Lin Yi inquired. The girl suddenly appeared a bit embarrassed, responding, "While sounds cannot be heard and breaths cannot be sensed, if one were to look, they would still be able to see. After all, this formation is incomplete. Had it been whole, one outside would certainly not see inside." Incomplete? Lin Yi looked again at the girl's bracelet, and indeed, he noticed that the six-pointed star design on the crystal had several areas where it functioned poorly, along with a few slight damages. Li Xinying sighed, regrettably saying, "What a pity. This formation was left behind by the illusion monarch. If it were not for the damages, it would undoubtedly be worth tenfold more." Illusion monarch? Who is that? A peak 13th level formation master, one of the strongest individuals in existence. 13th level? Lin Yi was taken aback, as he currently considered himself barely at the 3rd level, feeling quite powerful, sufficiently so to claim he could face 1,000 foes without fear. But 13th level, just how strong is that? It's unimaginable. Lin Yi was completely astonished, suddenly feeling a sense of the long and arduous journey ahead. Li Xinying, seeing Lin Yi so captivated, couldn't help but chuckle. She thought back to her own reaction upon hearing of a 13th level master and understood the exaggerated laughter of her mentor at that time. It was truly hard not to laugh. The girl giggled again, and this time she laughed aloud. However, her laughter startled Lin Yi from his reverie. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly felt his cheeks flush. Yet just as quickly, the sensation faded. What is so funny? Is it not normal to be shocked by such matters? Previously, Lin Yi had learned about the first 6 levels of cultivation from Jiang Qingning. Yet she had not informed him about the subsequent levels. He guessed she might not know them herself. The first 5 realms are spirit gathering, breaking extremes, wind mastery, common heaven, and exploration. Lin Yi was likely at the breaking extreme stage, but considering his sharpness, he could contend with Hua Tunjiao. As for Hua Tianjiao, he was probably at the 3rd level, or wind mastery stage. Thinking of this, Lin Yi glanced at the woman before him, whose appearance remained elusive. She was at least at the common heaven stage, and it wouldn't be surprising if she were at the exploration stage. Although he had not seen Li Xinying in action, Lin Yi's instincts told him that this woman was powerful, very powerful. By the way, where were we? I was asking what that meatball was, right? Lin Yi, eager to alleviate the awkwardness, quickly changed the subject. Li Shinying gave him a meaningful look before responding. That meatball could be considered a treasure, but it is of little use to me. It is known as the wood demon embryo. The wood demon embryo, by its very name, is an embryo. However, this wood demon embryo possesses a certain sinister quality. Logically, it should not be here. Its uses are manifold, with its greatest efficacy being in the cultivation of external avatars, inherently gifted with wood attributes. If this were outside the domain, or even in the celestial realm, it would be a highly coveted item. The girl paused, and Lin Yi quietly awaited her continuation. Why should I share so much with you? Just know that this thing is a treasure, and while it is rare, it has not yet reached maturity. Given the energy absorption rate of this red forest, it will take at least several hundred to 1,000 years. Then why are they going to such lengths to fight? If, as you say, this embryo is far from mature, what use is it to seize it? Lin Yi finally understood why the entire red forest was channeling energy towards the center. It was to nourish this embryo. Fool, of course, they intend to seize it and nurture it, or sell it to others. Such an embryo is most valuable before it matures. Once it is fully grown, what good would it be? Li Shinying replied. Exasperated, Lin Yi chuckled brightly, saying, should we not seize it then? His gaze returned to the battlefield, where the white-haired youth and the muscular man had ceased their combat. The white-haired youth was now battered and bruised, his right arm hanging limply, likely broken. However, the man was not in a much better state, for he bore a large gaping wound upon his chest, accompanied by a distinctly visible footprint. Strangely, the immense gash had not bled. Lin Yi observed closely and realized that the man had used his muscles to block the blood vessels, preventing any blood from flowing out. Is it truly possible to utilize muscles in such a manner? Today, Lin Yi gained newfound insight. It appeared that having large muscles offered such peculiar advantages. Suddenly, the man spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Kid, do you still wish to continue fighting? He taunted. Though I may not be able to defeat you at present. If this drags on, you will undoubtedly be no match for me. Moreover, the ruckus we are creating is bound to attract a crowd. Perhaps there are those who wish to play the role of the hawk among the sparrows. After speaking, the muscular man cast his gaze in the direction of Lin Yi and the others. The white-haired youth, now unusually composed, had shed the madness that characterized his battle moments earlier. Yet, he remained silent and moved away from the muscular man. Perched upon the red tree, Lin Yi sensed the muscular man's gaze and was suddenly seized by a foreboding feeling. Oh, you think we might be discovered? What if they cease fighting? Impossible, the girl asserted with unwavering confidence. This is the formation of the illusory monarch. Although it is damaged, it is not something these brutes can perceive. But I feel they have already noticed me, Li Shinying confessed, uncertainty creeping into her voice. For she too had sensed the man's gaze moments before. Should we take action? Let us wait a moment. That moment, the muscular man suddenly spoke again, his voice booming like thunder, resonant as ever. As if the earlier conflict had not depleted his strength. My friend, since you have arrived, why do you hesitate to reveal yourselves? Do you wish to reap the rewards while others do the fighting? Chapter 59. Who is the fisherman? The muscular man's thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. Yet, as his words faded, the surroundings fell eerily silent, and no one responded, nor did anyone emerge. Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat. It was evident they had been discovered. Should we go out? Li Shinying hesitated, her mind racing with confusion. This shouldn't be possible. With the perceptive abilities of these brutes, how could they detect us? The illusory monarch's techniques are not something just anyone can see through. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Shinying recalled something and became increasingly agitated. How did this young man find me? Lin Yi's unexpected presence struck her as ominous. She had felt she was overlooking something, and now it dawned on her. How did Lin Yi manage to locate her? Before Li Shinying could voice her inquiry, the muscular man continued to shout from across the battlefield. Still not coming out? Do you truly believe I am made of clay? He radiated a predatory aura, and golden light shimmered around him, unleashing a formidable presence. What keen perception you possess, such vigor. I am Lu Yuan from the Lu family of Tinshui Star, pleased to make your acquaintance. Just as Lin Yi contemplated stepping out, an elegant voice rang out. Immediately, a mass of clear water coalesced hundreds of meters ahead of the red tree, forming the silhouette of a figure clad in a flowing robe. Lin Yi's first thought upon seeing the figure was, Why is he not in standard tight-fitting attire? He had just realized that the muscular man also wore a beast skin coat rather than a form-fitting suit, while the white-haired youth donned a white outfit reminiscent of sportswear. Suddenly, Linny felt that his own black tight-fitting suit seemed somewhat drab. Interstellar, you say? I have not heard of it, but I presume it is a regional power. Why engage in such covert dealings? The muscular man scoffed. Lu Yuan, the refined young man, did not appear offended. A slight smile graced his lips. His demeanor was congenial and cultured, exuding an air reminiscent of a gentle scholar from ancient times. Standing in stark contrast to the muscular man's fierce presence, establishing a clear hierarchy. Interstellar is but a minor celestial body. It is no wonder you are unaware of it is but human nature to seize opportunities. Why must it be labeled as covert dealings? Lu Yuan replied gently. What a talented fellow, Lin Yi thought, impressed by the way he articulated concepts like ambush and opportunism with such eloquence and finesse. Li Xianing narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that this individual was far from simple. The white-haired youth, who had been recovering nearby, also turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan upon hearing these words. What a sharp-tongued junior. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. The muscular man, however, spoke with a hint of anger. What? Do you wish to contend with us for this demon fetus? Surely, matters between cultivators cannot be deemed a contest? It is merely a treasure of the world, meant for the virtuous and the fated. I feel a certain affinity for this demon fetus. Might I inquire if you too would be willing to part with it? Lu Yuan maintained his smile, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with anticipation. At that moment, the white-haired youth stood up, his eyes ablaze with combativeness as he regarded Lu Yuan. Very well. If you can defeat me, the prize is yours. If you cannot, you shall perish. The white-haired youth's aura turned chilling, his hair elongating gradually beyond its original length. A disciple of the White God Mountain? As expected, they remain as unruly and unreasonable as ever. Lu Yuan mused, first puzzled, then resigned. Although Lin Yi could not hear their words, he discerned the movement of their lips. White God Mountain. What is that? He pondered that Li Xianing, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. Indeed, this white-haired youth is a disciple of the White God Mountain. No wonder he seems so familiar. It is no surprise that at such a young age, he possesses formidable combat power, able to contend with those in the Changtian realm without losing ground. Is it a powerful faction? How strong is it? Where is it located? Lin Yi queried, his confusion evident. However, Li Xianing seemed unconcerned and provided him with answers. The White God Mountain is a powerful faction, renowned for its might. It is said to have imperial-level individuals, though specifics are unclear. As the name suggests, the White God Mountain is a mountain, but it floats in the cosmos, serving as a mobile space station whose position is ever-changing. There have been accounts of people offering exorbitant sums for the location of the White God Mountain, only to be hunted down and killed by its disciples. It is a notoriously tyrannical sect. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the muscular man exclaimed, So you are a disciple of the White God Mountain. Why didn't you say so sooner? I wouldn't have gone so hard on you, would I? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the muscular man burst into laughter. The white-haired youth glared furiously at him, a palpable urge to resume fighting surging within him. However, after assessing the situation, he chose to remain silent, for Lu Yuan from Interstellar was an unknown variable. The earlier display of his water manipulation was not to be underestimated, and the white-haired youth remained uncertain whether Lu Yuan was the real deal or merely a water clone. Thus, both he and the muscular man hesitated to engage in combat, aware that they had yet to ascertain if Lu Yuan was a genuine threat. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, was unperturbed. He raised his hand, and several droplets of water shot forth from his robe sleeves, transforming into water arrows aimed at the white-haired youth and the muscular man. He was clearly intent on challenging them both. An audacious display indeed. Arrogant, the muscular man roared in fury. You seek death. The white-haired youth hissed coldly. Both retaliated without hesitation, the muscular man summoning his battle aura, his muscles swelling with power. The white-haired youth exuded a formidable presence, silver-white energy swirling around him, his hair dancing wildly. Lu Yuan, still wearing his smile, acted swiftly, raising his palms. Water cannon. 2 streams of water surged forth like cannonballs toward his adversaries. The muscular man swung his fist, shattering the incoming water arrows, while the white-haired youth enveloped his feet in his hair, stomping the air and creating shockwaves that shattered the water arrows. Just as they had deflected the water arrows, the water cannons struck with blinding speed, sending both men reeling. Despite their impressive appearance, the water cannons lacked substantial power, merely jolting the two combatants a few times. On the side of the red tree, Linny marveled. Is this how powerful Lu Yuan truly is? Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I told you, those two brutes wouldn't be able to detect us, Li Xianing chimed in, her voice tinged with satisfaction. I am uncertain, but I am certain that Lu Yuan has indeed perceived our presence. Linny stated resolutely, recalling something that solidified his conviction. What do you mean? Li Xianing asked, puzzled. I encountered someone who could manipulate water before. While I do not know his name, he possessed an incredibly powerful technique that allowed him to control the moisture within my body. Had he not been at a lower realm than me at the time, and had I not had a companion with me, I might have perished at his hands, Linny recounted, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Is he truly that formidable? Do you believe this Lu Yuan possesses a similar ability? That is my belief. Moreover, the water cannon he just used is identical to the technique employed by the individual I previously encountered. The name and the execution are exactly the same, even suspect they might be related. Lin Yi was adamant. Furthermore, with treasures at stake, what would you do in such a situation? Most would eliminate their adversaries at the first opportunity before seizing the prize. Yet Lu Yuan, possessing a decisive advantage, refrained from using his killing move immediately. Either he seeks to test us, or he harbors concerns. Lin Yi's gaze met Li Xianying's, his meaning clear. Are you suggesting that he is concerned about us? Li Xianying paused, then grasped the implication. It seems this Lu Yuan is not to be underestimated in the age-old struggle between the clam and the snipe. It appears that the fisherman seeks not merely to profit from their conflict, but aspires to ensnare us all within his net. Such audacity! If that is indeed the case, then the Lu Yuan currently engaged in battle must surely be but a mere shadow of his true self. Lin Yi, filled with confusion, inquires, are you suggesting that the Lu Yuan fighting now is merely a clone? The young woman nods affirmatively. It is merely an elemental clone, nothing extraordinary. Clones can wield up to 90% of their original's abilities. By your logic, if that Lu Yuan intends to capture us all, he would certainly not reveal his true form. This is nothing more than a shadow clone, albeit a lesser version. This is a power Lin Yi had once yearned for in his dreams. The world is filled with wonders. If one believes such things do not exist, it is merely because they have yet to encounter them, or are not worthy of knowing them due to their current stature. Lin Yi had previously heard such words and dismissed them as boastful, yet today they have been validated. What shall we do now? Though this situation is clearer, the means to respond remains a quandary. After all, the three combatants below are formidable opponents. Should it come to a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be the one to fall in an instant. Adding the unknown factor of Li Xianying beside him, Lin Yi harbored no desire to engage in battle. It is not cowardice. He simply knows he cannot compete. Point one among them is at the Changtian realm and has cultivated battle qi, exuding an aura of power that Lin Yi has no wish to confront. Another is of the same realm as himself, yet can face the formidable foe head-on without faltering. He cannot provoke them. Nor can he afford to as for the last. Despite his scholarly appearance, he has proven capable of besting the previous two. Moreover, he appears to be quite cunning, making him all the more intimidating. Forget the cliché of a protagonist triumphing effortlessly. Just because one has traversed worlds does not make them a hero. Lin Yi has never considered himself to be a protagonist. Those characters in fantastical novels who effortlessly conquer the heavens, the earth, and even the air are merely figments of the author's imaginations. He lacks the backing of an author and must therefore acknowledge his limitations. After all, his life is paramount, and any of those present could dispatch him in an instant. The thought spurred Lin Yi to contemplate fleeing this perilous battleground. Shall we depart? After all, you have no need for that wooden demon fetus. Lin Yi proposed to Li Xianying. Depart? The main event has yet to commence. She retorted, her tone brimming with combat fervor. It seems this individual is not to be trifled with, indicating her intent to join the fray. Surely, this will not involve me, as I am merely a fledgling at the broken extremity realm. Having witnessed the earlier skirmish, Lin Yi feared for his life. Perhaps I should take my leave to avoid hindering you in battle? He suggested cautiously, Li Xianying looked at him, puzzled. Leave? Where would you go? That weapon on your back is not merely for show, and your spirit is brimming with resolve. You are more than qualified to participate. Moreover, it seems that leaving is no longer an option. No longer an option? Lin Yi's heart sank as he activated his spirit sense, scanning the surroundings. Outside the formation, the battlefield was awash with glistening droplets of water, countless tiny beads suspended in the air, creating a breathtaking sight. Yet amidst those droplets, Lin Yi discerned energy, spiritual energy, refined and imbued with properties. Is this Lu Yuan's doing? Have you realized? We are ensnared within the domain of this Lu Yuan. She mused, her excitement palpable. How intriguing that such a vast territory could be established so subtly. Even I failed to notice at first. Li Xianying, now akin to a battle-hungry warrior, felt her narrow blade vibrate at her waist, as if it were a parched soul encountering a long-sought oasis, brimming with exhilaration. How astonishing that a blade could exhibit such fervor! Lin Yi marveled at the peculiarities of the world, feeling as though he were witnessing an abundance of strange occurrences this year. Do calm yourself. Are you certain I can partake in this conflict? Please ensure I am not swiftly dispatched in the chaos, he requested, feeling a sense of resignation. It seemed prudent to align himself with Li Xianying's confidence and take a supportive role, utilizing his weapon, Ji Tian, for ambushes. Ever since he had bonded with Ji Tian, he had grown accustomed to its weight, finding it now an extension of himself. You go ahead, and I shall provide support from here. Sniping is needed, he smiled, quickly dismounting Ji Tian and positioning it atop a red tree, adopting a sniper's stance, aiming at the three warriors below. Li Xianying observed the unscoped sniper rifle with keen interest. Its sleek, angular blue-purple body emitted a soft glow, while the elongated barrel and menacing muzzle exuded an overwhelming pressure. What a magnificent weapon! The young woman exclaimed. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, she vanished from Lin Yi's sight, only to reappear with striking grace above the three combatants. The narrow blade drawn, she stood poised with an unparalleled aura of dominance. With a wicked smile directed at her adversaries, she proclaimed, I am the young master of the Tian Dao sect, and I invite you all to your demise. The blade shimmered ominously, an ethereal red light illuminating its edge. Chapter 60. Arrogance and sniping. The trio engaged in battle below abruptly halted. Lin Yi watched, utterly astonished by Li Xianying's audacity. Could she truly be this brazen? As he gazed at her formidable presence, a shiver of disbelief coursed through him. The three opponents, forming a triangular formation, sensed the overwhelming pressure and lethal intent that enveloped them. As if death were imminent, the white-haired youth, though drenched in cold sweat, defiantly gazed upward at the figure above. The muscular man felt the encroaching danger ignite his fighting spirit, his demeanor shifting to one of fierce determination. The refined Lu Yuan shed his earlier demeanor, his countenance now stern. You are the one who concealed yourself earlier, he stated. The planetary trial truly attracts the finest talents of the human federation. The muscular man, brimming with battle fervor, interjected, enough with the chatter. Let us fight. The victor shall reign supreme, and should you best me, you may claim my life without hesitation. The white-haired youth remained silent, his silver aura intensifying and multiplying, his hair gradually lengthening to touch the ground. Excellent! How exhilarating! Li Xianying laughed heartily, exuding an aura of unrestrained confidence. She plummeted to the ground with tremendous force, a resounding crash sending dust and shockwaves into the air, rivaling the earlier collisions between the muscular man and the white-haired youth. She landed gracefully at the center of the thread, wasting no time. She readied her narrow blade, her slender form radiating unimaginable power. A force fierce and unyielding. With a swift pivot, her blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of potent, domineering energy that surged forth, simultaneously targeting all three foes. Lin Yi, perched atop the red tree, felt his blood surge with excitement. What a display of boldness! To take on three opponents at once, not a one spared. The young woman showcased her overwhelming prowess, defying expectations with her explosive presence. It was hard to fathom that such a delicate-looking girl could embody such ferocity and strength. The blade, king of all weapons, was now in her grasp, a testament to her sovereign might, capable of obliterating all in her path. In that moment, Li Xianing resembled a ruler, poised to vanquish any who dared oppose her. As her crescent-shaped blade rushed toward the three adversaries, the white-haired youth seethed with indignation, feeling as though everyone sought to undermine him. First, an opponent emerged to assert dominance through sheer realm power, then another challenged him 2 against 1, and now here was a third, threatening to take him on single-handedly. Despite being in his white god form and striving for tranquility, he felt an insurmountable rage boiling within him, akin to a spark igniting a wildfire, overwhelming even his white god state. His previously calm, pure white pupils turned turbulent, darkening ominously as the blade's energy approached. "Get away from me!" he bellowed, entering a state of fury as he unleashed a punch, the white energy entwining around his fist transforming into a shadowy hue. The chilling aura intensified, sending a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. The youth's fist shattered the blade's energy aimed at him, yet the energy did not dissipate. Instead, it split into two, targeting the muscular man and Lu Yuan. The muscular giant was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, exuding an aura of battle that seemed to pierce the heavens, clashing fiercely with the blade's energy. Yet, it proved futile. The blade's energy cleaved through the giant's protective aura, leaving a gaping wound on his chest, deep enough to expose bone. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan made no attempt at resistance. As the blade's energy approached, his body simply split in two, allowing the energy to pass through unhindered. However, contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations of evasion, his entire being was shattered into fragments, devoid of life. In his final moments, a look of disbelief lingered on his face, as if the turn of events had caught him off guard. His body disintegrated into a stream of water, seeping into the ground. Could it be? Was he truly defeated in an instant? Lin Yi observed the entire battle unfold, which transpired in the blink of an eye, culminating in the apparent demise of the individual known as Lu Yuan. "Show yourself, or I shall deal with you first," Li Xianing declared, her voice resounding with unyielding authority, entirely indifferent to the sentiments of those present. Yet, her strength was undeniable. Lin Yi perceived her as the foremost individual to be avoided at all costs. "Your discernment is commendable," she continued, as the water droplets scattered by her and the giant coalesced, forming the elegant silhouette from earlier. "I have a question for you. Do not inquire further, or I will eliminate you." Li Xianing interrupted, her tone leaving no room for debate. Lu Yuan, however, merely smiled, unfazed by her threat, and pressed on with his query. "I wish to know how you extinguished my water clone. I distinctly avoided your attack. Do you harbor the belief that I cannot kill you within your own domain? Is that why you speak so brazenly to me?" Li Xianing tilted her head, her expression obscured by a thick mist, rendering her emotions unreadable, though her voice bore a hint of impatience and coldness. Lin Yi had never witnessed such a side of her before. She had always maintained a facade devoid of emotion during their interactions. Yet now, he sensed genuine anger emanating from her, akin to an ant foolishly leaping before a giant. In this scenario, the ant was Lu Yuan, and the giant was Li Xianing. Lu Yuan, however, seemed blissfully unaware of his precarious position. "Your Excellency, silence!" The girl's voice was commanding, cutting Lu Yuan off abruptly. With an expressionless demeanor, she raised her slender blade, an aura of piercing, domineering intent radiating from her and the weapon, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. As he prepared to defend himself, his previously amiable expression morphed into one of utter shock and horror. Countless blade rays materialized from the void, targeting every droplet of water suspended in the air, as well as Lu Yuan himself. The speed of the blade rays was astonishing, arriving before he could react. From an aerial perspective, one could observe a massive domain formed by the water droplets fracturing as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by a chaotic barrage of blades, shattering and engulfing much of the surrounding redwood grove. Yet, Lu Yuan remained seemingly unscathed, though the look of sophistication on his face had transformed into one of disbelief, the light in his eyes gradually extinguishing. He murmured, "Blade intent? I lost without grievance." In an instant, the elegantly robed figure collapsed, life completely drained from his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed lifeless. Tiske, what a fool, wasting my enthusiasm for battle. Does he not know that blade intent specializes in severing spiritual will? The girl's interest waned thereafter. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, perched atop a redwood canopy, wore a mask of astonishment. He had failed to comprehend the events that had just transpired. He had seen Li Xianying unsheath her blade. And then that individual named Lu Yuan had fallen, the water droplets in the sky vanishing thereafter. Lin Yi was left in a state of confusion. So this is the advantage of being less experienced. He thought, on the other hand. The muscular giant trembled with fear the moment Lu Yuan fell, an urge to retreat taking root within him in that fleeting moment when the girl had drawn her blade. The giant had recognized the overwhelming power she possessed, one that far surpassed his own. If his battle aura could reach a higher level, perhaps he could hold his ground, but as it stood, engaging her would only lead to his demise. Though the muscular giant was brash and combative, he was not devoid of intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current level of mastery. Go charge forth knowing certain death was not bravery, but folly. In stark contrast, the white-haired youth appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his demeanor still brimming with a violent readiness, as if poised to strike at any moment. Evidently, the white-haired youth teetered on the brink of losing control. His fury exacerbated rather than quelled by Lu Yuan's death. His pupils had turned pitch black, the whites of his eyes darkening as well. The silver tips of his white hair faded, replaced by an inky darkness. The boy was on the verge of unraveling. Lin Yi, from his vantage point among the redwood branches, noted the boy's unsettling transformation. It seemed he was about to succumb to madness. Could it be that he was falling into demonic possession? Lin Yi contemplated whether to intervene and deliver a shot. After all, he had yet to utilize the weapon known as Jian seriously since acquiring it. Previously, circumstances had either prevented him from firing or rendered it pointless. Particularly against formidable opponents like Li Xianying. From beginning to end, Li Xianying had unleashed merely 2 strikes, yet one had already vanquished an opponent. He could either take a shot now and eliminate someone himself or risk appearing ineffectual. When the time came to claim spoils, he would feel embarrassed to voice his claims. Although the wooden demon fetus held little value to Li Xianying or himself, it was still a commodity worth something. And he could sell it afterward. Lin Yi recalled the girl's earlier haughty demeanor, a flicker of desire igniting within him. Who wouldn't he want to experience a moment of dominance, reflecting upon past glories? Never mind, a true hero does not dwell on past exploits. Having made his decision, Lin Yi steadied Jian, preparing for a sniping shot. It was his first real-life application of Jian, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Relaxing his mind, he placed his hands on the weapon, the ergonomically designed grip and stock fitting comfortably against his palms and shoulder. He felt completely at ease. He focused his spirit, awakening the nascent awareness concealed within the weapon. In an instant, the entire gun felt as natural as an extension of his own arm. Every nuance understood, simultaneously attuning to the surrounding winds, temperatures, and velocities. While Jian lacked a scope, it did not hinder Lin Yi's aim. His eyes could see further than any sniper rifle's optics. To enhance his accuracy, Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking ability to the fullest. Who should he target? After surveying the battlefield, he noted that only the muscular giant remained still. While the white-haired youth exhibited signs of aggression, Lin Yi resolved that this shot would be aimed at the white-haired youth. Assuming the aiming posture, he directed his spirit-seeking ability to pinpoint the most concentrated point of energy within the boy's body. The inner sharpness and spiritual energy flowed into Jian, accumulating at the chamber. A bullet-like amalgamation of spiritual energy and sharpness began to take form, the spiritual energy serving as a foundation, while the sharpness took the lead. With each successive infusion of sharpness, the bullet shimmered with brilliance, akin to a glistening sword poised to emerge from its sheath. The sharpness continued to gather, seemingly without limit, until Lin Yi sensed a sense of foreboding. The bullet appeared to be an insatiable void, capable of absorbing all the sharpness and spiritual energy within him. Could this be the reason Jian could slay beings of the 11th realm? It seemed plausible. Once energy amassed to a certain threshold, even deities could fall to a single shot. Such a terrifying weapon. Who could have conceived it? Truly, it was a source of dread. Lin Yi felt a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, this weapon had come into his possession. How could such a formidable device have gone unsold? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, a sniper rifle without a scope was akin to a pile of scrap metal. After all, not everyone possessed his exceptional spiritual vision. Ultimately, a sniper rifle was only useful if it could hit its target. If it missed, its power was rendered moot. One could not expect a large gun to compel an opponent to stand still and await their shot. Moreover, the energy accumulation required considerable time. If he drew this weapon in battle, he would likely be slain before the bullet was fully charged. Feeling that the moment had almost arrived, Lin Yi halted the flow of sharpness and spiritual energy. He lifted the gun, aligning it in a straight line. Lin Yi swiftly entered a focused state, holding his breath, his energy meticulously contained, and his mind intensely concentrated on the target, utterly motionless, as the gun's muzzle aligned with the white-haired youth. The latter seemed to sense something, an instinctual response causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Now, Lin Yi felt the moment arrive. In that instant, his right index finger squeezed the trigger. A spectral blue light shot forth from the gun's muzzle with astonishing speed. The recoil propelled Lin Yi backward, leaving him bewildered. Why, in this age, did guns still possess such recoil? The spectral blue light, imbued with unmatched sharpness, sliced through the air, hurtling towards the white-haired youth. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the youth instinctively shifted to the left, his eyes transitioning from black to white, regaining clarity in a heartbeat. Yet, he was still too slow to evade the spectral blue light. The blue light struck him with incredible force, shattering half of his body. A piercing cry of agony echoed through the skies. Chapter 61. The Black and White Behemoth Bullseye. Lin Yi, despite being knocked off the red tree by the recoil of the weapon, was certain he had hit his target. Indeed, before he even touched the ground. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Wait, why was there a scream? Shouldn't it have been a swift kill? He had aimed directly at the vital spot. Hastily, Lin Yi scrambled to his feet, activating his spirit-seeking abilities to observe the battlefield. To his surprise, the shot had missed the mark, but it was of little consequence. The enemy should have lost their combat capability. Lin Yi gazed upon the tragic figure of the white-haired youth. Feeling a pang of sorrow, the youth's body was mangled, one arm hanging limply. Though the shot had strayed slightly from the vital area, it was still devastating. Half of his heart lay exposed, beating violently in the open air, while blood gushed forth like a raging torrent. The scene was beyond description. Furthermore, a malevolent energy was wreaking havoc at the wound. Li Xianing, observing the horrific sight, frowned slightly, though turmoil churned within her. Had that shot been aimed at her, she would likely have been unable to evade it. While it might not have spelled her demise, it would have certainly incapacitated her. That weapon was peculiar, certainly not an ordinary firearm. It seemed to imbue its bullets with a piercing energy, akin to a built-in armor-piercing capability. If it weren't for her specialized defensive training, she would have surely been defeated in one blow. Looking at the now motionless white-haired youth on the ground, she regarded the direction of the red tree with a newfound wariness. The muscle-bound man, having regained his senses from the initial shock of the youth's condition, felt a clear inclination to retreat. Anxiety gnawed at him. He was not particularly agile, and thus, escaping was uncertain. Engaging in combat was equally futile. That girl had proven to be fiercely ruthless, dispatching Lu Yuan in a heartbeat, and now there was a sharpshooter lurking behind, with speed and power that made evasion impossible. What should he do? This lady warrior, I must apologize for my earlier offense. I shall offer this wooden demon seed to you. If you would allow me, I shall take my leave. At that moment, the muscle-bound man resembled a meek lamb, entirely shedding his previous arrogance. After uttering those words, he began to retreat cautiously, his eyes fixed warily on Li Xianing's movements, while remaining vigilant against any potential shots from the surroundings. His demeanor exuding trepidation. Did I permit you to leave? Li Xianing tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at the retreating figure of the muscle-bound man, her tone devoid of warmth. The fierce desire for battle that had surged within her moments ago had dissipated, leaving her somewhat disinterested, yet still emanating an air of authority. It was hard to fathom how the word domineering could apply to such a seemingly delicate girl, yet she embodied it entirely. Perhaps even exceeding expectations, upon hearing her words, the muscle-bound man froze momentarily, then became utterly still. A warrior of such caliber, having reached the level of Chang Tian, should not exhibit such cowardice, particularly one who also practiced combat energy and was of considerable rank. Yet, here he was, this formidable warrior, appearing utterly subdued, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Any onlookers would surely be left astounded. It was not the man's fault. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly fragile girl would so decisively eliminate Lu Yuan? A man capable of standing toe-to-toe with both him and the white-haired youth, all with a single stroke. She had executed her strike with such swiftness and precision, without any hesitation. The muscle-bound man was acutely aware that should he dare to make a move, she would undoubtedly dispatch him without a second thought. Furthermore, the sharpshooter lurking behind was likely ready to fire as well. The sheer brilliance of that shot had sent a tremor through him. The previous white-haired youth had been unable to evade it, and he harbored little hope of doing so himself. Since the Federation had fully embraced martial cultivation, instances of individuals wielding firearms had become rare. Such marksmen typically belonged to the military. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary trial on a first-tier planet would attract such formidable and bizarre adversaries? Had he known of the many extraordinary individuals present, he would have thought twice before coming. Regret coursed through him. He longed to travel back in time and chastise himself for not dedicating his efforts to training within the sect or enlisting in the military. Rather than subjecting himself to this trial, alas, life offered no remedy for regret. The path he had chosen must be traversed to its conclusion, even if it led to his demise. The thought of being inexplicably slain in a single stroke was maddening. As he contemplated this, he glanced at Lu Yuan's lifeless body lying nearby, a stark reminder of the man who had moments ago boasted of his prowess, now cold and still. The more he thought about it, the more fear and chaos surged within him, unsettling his golden combat energy, threatening to unravel. Li Xianing, observing the muscle-bound man's demeanor, sneered in disdain. The thrill of battle had long since evaporated, leaving her utterly unenthused. Devoid of any desire to strike again, the earlier air of authority and arrogance had vanished entirely, reverting her to a state of cold detachment, seemingly fragile and isolated. Lin Yi ascended the red tree once more. Perplexed by the sudden cessation of hostilities, what had transpired? Why had they halted? Hadn't he merely fired a cold shot? Sister, where had that overwhelming, domineering presence gone? And what of the quaking muscle-bound man? Why had they all stopped? With everyone frozen in place, Lin Yi decided to descend from the red tree, shouldering his weapon, and headed toward the battlefield. Jitian, far from resembling a weapon that had just unleashed an unparalleled strike, appeared unchanged, as though it had not even warmed up. However, Lin Yi felt a deepening connection with Jitian, clearly sensing the spirit within expressing joy and eagerness, seemingly urging him for more shots, aware that he had less than half of his combat energy remaining. Lin Yi resolutely declined. Logically, he could fire again, but after that shot, he anticipated feeling depleted. Moreover, given the current situation, whether he fired or not seemed inconsequential. Li Xianing, with her prowess, could have eliminated those three adversaries in an instant had she wished to. His thoughts shifted to the spoils of war. He hurried toward the center of the battlefield. What is going on? Has the fight concluded? Why haven't they dealt with that one? Lin Yi approached the girl. Gesturing toward the immobile muscle-bound and Li Xianing had yet to respond when the muscle-bound man shot him a furious glare. Lin Yi, unyielding, returned the glare with equal intensity. The muscle-bound man, wary of the enigmatic girl beside him, suppressed the urge to retaliate verbally, diverting his gaze elsewhere, yet remaining rooted in place. Not interested. If you wish to eliminate him, why not take your shot? Lin Yi suggested casually. Li Xianing turned to him with an air of seriousness, a hint of rare admiration lacing her tone. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi exhibited no particular reaction, appearing somewhat disinterested. Though he was not one to shy away from violence, having taken lives since his arrival in this world, he felt no compulsion to shoot a man who bore him no deep-seated grudge. He turned to observe the muscle-bound man, who, to his surprise, was still glaring at him defiantly. The man seemed unafraid of any action Lin Yi might take. Lin Yi chuckled softly. It appeared the muscle-bound man was not entirely beyond redemption. Had he reacted with the same cowardice after hearing Li Xianing's earlier words, it would have spelled his doom. However, he now seemed to possess some semblance of courage. Lin Yi had no intention of aiding the muscle-bound man. Instead, his gaze shifted to the white-haired youth. Since arriving on the battlefield, he had not dared to look at the youth, for the sight was too gruesome, a result of his own actions, and the thought alone made him feel nauseous. Gritting his teeth against the wave of revulsion, Lin Yi approached the white-haired youth, still employing his spirit-seeking abilities. It became evident that something was amiss. The energy within the youth did not resemble that of a dying man. Though the youth's breathing had grown faint, the energy within him seemed to be strengthening. This was troubling. It defied the expectations for someone so grievously wounded. Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he spoke. Li Xianying, there is something peculiar about this white-haired youth. His energy is not diminishing as one would expect from a dying individual. The girl, intrigued, quickly moved closer to inspect the youth's battered form. Seemingly unfazed by the blood and carnage surrounding them, on the ground lay a youth with white hair, his eyes tightly shut and a pained expression etched upon his face. The entirety of his left side had vanished, exposing bare bones, while blood dripped steadily to the earth below. Were it not for the faint rhythm of his heart still beating, one might presume him to be deceased. Yet, in Lin Yi's gaze, this shattered form was a vessel for energy that continually converged, its hues of black, white, and silver shifting in a mesmerizing dance, as if undergoing a profound chemical transformation, the energy intensifying with each passing moment. Li Xianying seemed to sense the fluctuations of energy within the ruined body, her eyes widening in surprise. Nevertheless, neither made a move to intervene, harboring no intent to stifle the burgeoning power. Both were intrigued to witness the peculiar reactions that might emerge from this energetic metamorphosis. However, as the three energies expanded to a certain extent, they ceased to change, and the black, white, and silver energies began to clash. Though the confrontation was not violent, after a while, the silver dissipated, replaced by two even more formidable energies of black and white. Under their astonished gazes, the energies within the white-haired youth's remains began to swell from his heart, gradually enveloping his entire form in a swirling cascade of black and white. Lin Yi made no move, nor did Li Xianying. One was bewildered, the other audacious. Yet both were eager to witness the culmination of this transformation. Their curiosity piqued, they continued to observe. Even the muscular giant standing nearby was captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The swirling black and white energies coalesced, forming a giant orb with black and white stripes. Hovering in midair, standing over a meter tall and roughly a meter in diameter. The white-haired youth was ensconced within this ebony sphere, and Lin Yi could distinctly feel that the heartbeat of the youth had grown stronger. The surging energies had formed a shell that obscured Lin Yi's view, preventing him from discerning what transpired within. However, it was evident that the white-haired youth appeared to be recovering, and at a remarkably swift pace. What shall we do now? He seems to be regaining his strength. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate him? Lin Yi gestured toward the floating black and white orb, inquiring of Li Xianying. Since his arrival in this realm, aside from mere survival, he had adhered to the principle of eliminating threats without hesitation, leaving no room for future trouble. Enemies were to be eradicated at the root. Much like when Hua Tianjiao and her companions had besieged Jiang Qingning, Lin Yi had shown no mercy, swiftly dispatching one of Hua Tianjiao's allies and severing the arm of another. Even when Hua Tianjiao later joined their team, Lin Yi remained vigilant against her as for the fate of the armless ally, or whether she had other companions. Neither had broached the subject. Their tacit understanding rendered it unnecessary. However, it was not hard to deduce that a one-armed individual would struggle to survive in the primitive wilderness. Thus, Lin Yi pondered whether he should eliminate the occupant of the colossal orb before him. While they bore no personal enmity, their stances were fundamentally opposed. Let us not kill him just yet. I find this egg to be of great interest. It seems to embody a rather extraordinary resurrection technique, likely derived from the power of bloodlines. I am curious as to the extent of its capabilities. Li Xianying replied. Lin Yi, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Li Xianying then turned her attention back to the black and white orb, while Lin Yi began to scour the battlefield, also taking the opportunity to search the corpses. The muscular giant merely stood frozen in place, unsure whether to flee or remain, a sight that appeared rather desolate. At this moment, the battlefield at the heart of the Crimson Woods lay in utter ruin, strewn with mud, water, and blood, along with various gashes and a massive crater left by a powerful strike. While Li Xianying examined the black and white orb, Lin Yi refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to focus on the task at hand, which undoubtedly included the prized wooden demon embryo. However, it appeared somewhat sinister, pulsating incessantly. Lin Yi observed the swirling red and green energies surrounding it. Feeling reluctant to approach, it certainly did not seem like a benign artifact. He decided to ignore it for the time being. Next on his agenda was to search the bodies. The thought excited him. As it was his first genuine endeavor at corpse inspection, and he could take his time without the urgency to escape. However, exercising caution, he activated his spirit-seeking ability to carefully examine the corpse of the individual named Lu Yuan. Upon inspection, he confirmed that Lu Yuan was indeed deceased, his heart no longer beating, and his blood stagnant. Oddly enough, he still retained a considerable amount of energy within him. Lin Yi paid it no mind, assuming it to be a normal occurrence, and proceeded with his search. Now came the crucial phase, searching the body. Without hesitation, Lin Yi recalled the method Jiang Qingning had demonstrated, executing the technique with precision. He began by inspecting the fingers, followed by the hair, then the clothing, moving on to the neck, and finally the limbs and torso. Although he had not learned the art of corpse inspection from Jiang Qingning, he had observed it once and grasped the essence of the technique quite well. Sure enough, he first discovered a finely crafted ring on Lu Yuan's finger, followed by a jade fingerstall. Soon after, he spotted a jade bracelet on his wrist. Well, to be precise, it was more of a semi-transparent green bangle, intricately lined with mechanical circuitry, appearing at first glance to be an ordinary bracelet. It seemed valuable. He carefully removed it. He then found a hairband atop Lu Yuan's head. Indeed, a hairband, a man towering at 6 feet tall wearing a hairband. This hairband was rather exquisite, adorned with 3 unknown aquamarine gemstones. It appeared quite appealing. He set it aside for the moment. Next, he examined the limbs and neck, unceremoniously flipping Lu Yuan over, showing no regard for the deceased. After inspecting the limbs, he found nothing of interest. Lin Yi then grasped Lu Yuan's hair, lifting his head for a thorough examination, but found nothing noteworthy. The muscular giant, witnessing Lin Yi's ruthless demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Overwhelmed by an impulse to flee from this macabre scene, dismayed, Lin Yi pondered why there was nothing to be found. Frustrated by the lack of discoveries, he began to unfasten Lu Yuan's clothing. Halfway through, he sensed something amiss. It felt inappropriate for a grown man to undress another man. Forget it, I'll just tear it off. With swift motions, he shredded Lu Yuan's garments. The upper clothing was completely torn away, revealing a somewhat slender torso. Lin Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to rip off the trousers as well. Were Lu Yuan to know the thoughts coursing through Lin Yi's mind, he would surely be enraged to the point of rising from the dead to exact vengeance. It was one thing to die, but to be stripped bare and left to decay in the wild was another entirely. Ultimately, Lin Yi decided against tearing off Lu Yuan's trousers. He scrutinized Lu Yuan thoroughly, even employing his spirit-seeking ability multiple times, yet failed to discover anything of value. This left him quite vexed. For a first-time corpse inspection, the results were disappointingly meager. How unfortunate it was that a figure of such stature, above the common heaven realm, yielded only a ring, a shabby fingerstall, a broken bracelet, and a hairband. After expressing his frustration, Lin Yi kicked Lu Yuan's corpse. The muscular giant, witnessing this brutality, felt an even greater sense of dread. What kind of monster was this? After rifling through the corpse, he proceeded to desecrate it further, stripping the deceased of his clothing. Truly barbaric, utterly barbaric. After his anger subsided, Lin Yi regained his composure, realizing there was no sense in quarreling with the corpse. Yet, he also noticed something peculiar. This corpse bore no wounds. Upon re-examining Lu Yuan's body, he discovered that it was entirely unblemished, smooth and pristine, devoid of even a single injury. How, then, had he met his end? How curious it was. Li Xianing, how did you manage to dispatch this Lu Yuan without leaving a trace of harm? Just as Lin Yi was lost in contemplation, Li Xianing, who was engrossed in her study of the black and white orb, was suddenly interrupted by his voice. However, she bore no irritation. It's quite simple. I utilized the intent of the blade to directly sever his mental will. His consciousness and spirit were annihilated, resulting in his demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was struck with astonishment. To directly sever one's mental will meant there was no defense, only an unwavering confrontation. No wonder the man bore not a single scar. He had perished without a trace. The blade's intent, was such an ethereal concept truly existent? Lin Yi pondered in disbelief. After all, the scientific advancements of this world were quite remarkable. As the saying goes, the end of science is theology. The emergence of such fantastical elements seemed scarcely out of place. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Yi addressed Li Xianing once more. Here, take a look at these 4 items I retrieved from him. It appears he was rather impoverished, possessing merely a few trinkets. Which would you like to claim? He laid out the items he had scavenged from Lu Yuan before her, inviting her to choose. The young woman glanced at the 4 objects on the ground, then lifted her gaze to Lin Yi, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. The acquisition can be deemed satisfactory, consisting of 2 storage artifacts, 1 protective talisman, and what appears to be an item produced by the Academy of Sciences. As she spoke, Li Xianing picked up the jade-colored bracelet for inspection, discovering an emblem unique to the Academy on its inner side. Upon hearing Li Xianing's words, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart twisting in disbelief. 2 storage artifacts among these 4 items. Wasn't that akin to the storage ring owned by Yun Feifei? Though Lin Yi's inner self bled with longing, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, betraying no hint of desire. Li Xianing, observing Lin Yi's demeanor, felt a surge of amusement within, though she kept her amusement concealed. Truth be told, she held little regard for these items. They were merely storage artifacts, of which she possessed several. Her interest was piqued only by the bracelet from the Academy. Nevertheless, the principle of one man's gain is another man's loss was not lost on her. Although she could easily bestow these items upon Lin Yi without a second thought, she refrained from doing so. The ring and the jade finger guard are storage artifacts, while the headband serves as a protective talisman. Given your success in vanquishing that white-haired lad, you may select any one of these 3 items, Li Xianing declared with indifference. Lin Yi, upon hearing her words, was filled with overwhelming joy, unable to contain his excitement. I want the jade finger guard, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Li Xianing casually tossed the jade finger guard to him. A drop of Lu Yuan's blood will unlock the storage artifact, or you can simply erase the mark with your mental energy, she added before dismissing Lin Yi, turning her focus back to the research of the black and white giant egg. Following her instructions, Lin Yi proceeded to cut open the body of the still-warm corpse lying on the ground, extracting a few drops of blood which he then dripped onto the jade finger guard. Concentrating his attention, he directed his mental energy towards the jade finger guard. As he approached, Lin Yi noticed the jade finger guard absorbing some of his mental power. And soon he found himself witnessing the scenes within the jade finger guard. It was an inky black space, yet Lin Yi could discern the items contained within it with clarity. The space was not expansive and possessed an irregular shape. Measuring roughly 50 cubic units, 50 cubic units, equivalent to a small living room, could accommodate a considerable number of items. Merely contemplating this filled Lin Yi with excitement. However, the space was not devoid of contents. It housed numerous odd and peculiar items, with books being the most abundant. Indeed, they were paper books, some appearing quite ancient, their age unmistakable. These books were meticulously arranged on a bookshelf, and at first glance, there seemed to be hundreds of them. Lin Yi observed that many of these books included travelogues, various publications, medical texts, and numerous academic classics. Who would think to store a bookshelf in their storage ring? Lin Yi pondered, bemused. Furthermore, the storage space contained an array of bizarre items, some of which were so obscure that he could not even name them, rendering their purposes utterly unknown. It appeared these items were part of Lu Yuan's private collection. The valuable contents within were likely numerous. Aside from anything else, the bookshelf alone would be worth a considerable sum. From previous conversations with Chan Ji, Lin Yi understood that paper books were considered quite valuable in this era. Among them, antique books held even greater worth. However, the value of such books often depended on their content and the era they represented. To knowledgeable collectors or enthusiasts of such items, these books might be priceless treasures. While to the uninitiated, they could be likened to mere sheets of blank paper. Nonetheless, Lin Yi had no intention of selling the books within. Merely the knowledge contained on that bookshelf would suffice to enlighten him about this world. Allowing him at least a glimpse into its depths, it had been quite some time since he last read, and he found himself feeling somewhat nostalgic, though he acknowledged that this was not the right moment for reading. Regaining his focus, Lin Yi withdrew from the storage space. Gazing at the disfigured corpse he had so carelessly treated, a wave of regret washed over him. Fear not. I shall ensure your possessions are buried properly. You will not be left to rot in the wilderness. At the very least, I will dig a grave for you and erect a marker, Lin vowed, bowing to the corpse as if this gesture would justify his taking of its belongings. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of Li Xianying and the burly man, Lin Yi began to dig a grave on the spot. He excavated a rectangular pit measuring 1 meter deep, 2 meters long, and half a meter wide. "What are you doing?" The girl could no longer contain her curiosity, finally inquiring. "Digging a grave?" Lin replied matter-of-factly. "Why on earth would you dig a grave?" she asked, perplexed that of course to bury someone. "One cannot simply leave a body exposed to the elements, right? It's only proper to return them to the earth," he explained, seeking to find good fortune in the act. The girl's lips twitched at the absurdity of returning to the earth. Yet, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Lin proceeded to tidy Lu Yuan's clothing and cast it into the pit, his rough handling eliciting discomfort in onlookers. He then began to refill the grave. Piling up the surrounding earth, before long, a sizable mound emerged. "What are you doing now?" she inquired again. "Building a mound," Lin replied. "Do you understand burial customs? The higher the mound, the greater the respect shown to the deceased. Were it not for the lack of stones nearby, I would have constructed a stone cairn as well. It wouldn't take much effort." The girl was at a loss for words. Lin continued his labor, felling a tall red tree to carve a gravestone from its trunk. Using a dagger, he inscribed upon it, "Here lies the great benefactor Lu Yuan." After completing the task, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even a tinge of pride. This display left both the girl and the muscular man momentarily speechless. "Great benefactor. What a grand benefactor you are, delivering a head for 1,000 miles. Do you know what a gravestone is? This is a part of the burial culture from my homeland, by the way. How are the deceased treated in your society?" Lin suddenly asked casually, feeling uplifted. Li Xianying responded, "I have encountered gravestones in ancient texts, but they were all made of stone. Why is yours made of wood? Are the people from your homeland so wasteful of land resources?" She continued, "As for the treatment of the deceased, they are typically crystallized upon death." "Crystallized?" Lin echoed, intrigued by this new term. "What does that entail?" Since the girl had little else to do, and the black and white giant egg yielded no immediate insights, she proceeded to explain this fundamental knowledge to Lin. Crystallization is a technique for the perfect preservation of corpses. Some scholars believe that death in contemporary society is not true death, but rather a form of suspended animation. In the future, when technology reaches a certain level, revival may be possible. Thus, this crystallization technology was developed. This technique does not merely preserve the body. It also encapsulates the residual essence in various states within the body in a specific form to achieve a state of temporal stasis. Is it truly so miraculous? Where are these preserved bodies kept? Is this technology widespread? Lin inquired further, his curiosity piqued. "Naturally, one would ponder such questions," Li Xianying replied, rolling her eyes. "After all, with hundreds of thousands of habitable planets and countless space stations, the number of individuals is an unfathomable figure. If everyone were to undergo crystallization upon death, where would all those crystallized bodies be stored?" Li Xianying continued, "This technology is not universally implemented. It primarily benefits citizens residing on planets and those in privileged positions within the Federation. Of course, if you possess wealth, the situation may differ. However, the majority opposes this technology, as no one wishes to be confined within a crystal shell." Awaiting the faint hope of revival, after a brief pause, she added, "Excluding those who die unexpectedly, those who pass away naturally or by their own hand have lived long enough. With an average lifespan of 600 years, that is several times greater than what was common thousands of years ago, allowing individuals ample time to accomplish much." Lin found it difficult to comprehend how someone could grow weary of life. In his previous life, many would have longed to borrow an additional 500 years from the heavens. As for where crystallized bodies were stored, he mused, "How would I know? Who takes the time to investigate where the deceased end up?" It's usually one of two scenarios. Either the crystallized remains are returned home to the family, or they are stored in a central facility by the Federation, which has plenty of abandoned mining planets. Not to mention habitable ones. Lin nodded, ceasing his inquiries, and shifted the conversation. "Have you discovered anything about that black and white giant egg?" "Not yet, however. It appears to be some form of bloodline secret technique. We should take it back for further examination," she replied. "Oh, and what about that wooden demon embryo? Do you want it?" Lin casually asked once more. The girl did not respond immediately, instead beckoning Lin Yi to approach the wooden demon embryo. Come, let us see what quality this wooden demon embryo possesses. The two made their way towards the pulsating spherical embryo, which resembled a heart. The closer Lin Yi drew, the more he felt his heart race with anticipation. The muscular man beside them, upon witnessing the scene, attempted to follow suit. However, after taking just a few steps, he was swiftly incapacitated by a wave of the young girl's hand, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Yi glanced at Li Xianying in surprise. Rest assured, he merely fainted. He shall not awaken for a while, she assured him. Lin Yi nodded in silence, observing the muscular figure with a hint of frustration. Had he not been so cowardly, and if he had been given a legitimate reason to act, he might have acquired a few more trophies. Yet, now, gazing at the unconscious man on the ground, Lin Yi felt an irresistible urge to search his body. The allure of swift fortune was simply too tempting. After some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from acting. It was not that he lacked the resolve. He felt no moral qualms about robbing the man. However, with Li Xianying nearby, it seemed inappropriate to search him directly. After all, maintaining a semblance of dignity was sometimes necessary. The two approached the wooden demon embryo. Standing less than a meter away from the peculiar entity at that moment, the energy flow and various conditions of the wooden demon embryo were vividly displayed before Lin Yi's eyes. The surface of the embryo was smooth, adorned with tree-like patterns, and it presented a deep green hue, with a subtle red glow emanating from within. The wooden demon embryo floated between two towering, barren trees, with numerous root-like tendrils cascading from its top and bottom. These tendrils were semi-transparent and extremely fine, transmitting energy drawn from the entire mangrove forest. The tremendous shockwaves from the recent battle had left no impact on the embryo or its tendrils, which continued to supply energy to it. However, Lin Yi found it strange that, given the vast energy absorption capabilities of the mangrove forest, the amount of energy within the wooden demon embryo seemed rather limited, at most. Equivalent to a few hundred ordinary energy crystals, this should not be the case. The mangrove forest had presumably existed for an incredibly long time, judging by the age of the red trees, many of which were at least 100, if not 1,000 years old. How could it have accumulated such a meager amount of energy? Why was the energy within the embryo so scarce? Indeed, scarce was the appropriate term. While the energy stored within the wooden demon embryo was substantial, in relation to the overall energy of the mangrove forest, it was indeed sparse. Clearly, this energy had been transformed into physical form. The preciousness of the wooden demon embryo lay precisely in this aspect. The ability to convert energy into matter was a technique that the entire human federation had yet to master. This was a matter of power that transcended the very fabric of rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an ability is extraordinary. Does that mean one could disregard physical attacks? Yet, Li Xianying appeared disinterested, lamenting, "Unfortunately, this is of no use to me, and I cannot take it off this planet." Lin Yi, puzzled, inquired, "How could it be of no use? Even if you are strong, having an additional incarnation is akin to having another life. Is it not?" Sensing his bewilderment, Li Xianying began to explain. Creating an external incarnation requires a division of one's soul, which is tantamount to forging another personality within oneself. It necessitates at least the 9th realm of cultivation. By the time I reach the 9th realm, I would be capable of single-handedly defeating those in the 10th realm. Thus, to me, this external incarnation is a tasteless delicacy, an existence that is more trouble than it is worth. Furthermore, it cannot be taken off this planet. It would undoubtedly be confiscated by those in the space station. "You may take it if you wish," she added, seemingly perceiving Lin Yi's intentions. Though he possessed a thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being so easily read. Rubbing his nose, he pressed on. "Then why are they risking their lives to seize this?" He gestured towards the nearby mound of corpses, the floating giant egg, and the unconscious muscular man. Li Xianying scoffed dismissively. The fact that they can recognize this as the wooden demon embryo is impressive in itself. Though you think such an extraordinary entity is commonplace? They have no idea of its uses or effects, and I, too, am seeing it for the first time. The last time I heard of it was when my master spoke of it in his sleep. Logically, this should not exist in this star domain, she mused, lowering her head in contemplation. Lin Yi chose not to interrupt her thoughts, instead continuing to observe the wooden demon embryo. If all went according to plan, this entity would soon be his, although he remained uncertain about how to handle it. This mangrove forest, devoid of its usual fauna, was likely the result of this embryo's sinister influence. While it appeared somewhat malevolent, it did not seem particularly extraordinary. However, how could he possibly extract this entity? He reached out to touch the embryo's surface, which felt like ordinary wood, lacking the smoothness he had anticipated. It also seemed somewhat soft. Pressing down revealed that it could be easily depressed, indicating that its interior was likely filled with liquid. Due to the accumulation of energy, Lin-E could not clearly see the interior of the embryo. After tugging at the floating semi-transparent tendrils below, he discovered their remarkable resilience. They could not be torn away. How was this embryo able to float without any apparent anchoring? Curiosity piqued, Lin-E shook the embryo, finding it to drift like a balloon, yet it remained tethered within the vicinity of the two bare trees. These tendrils were indeed tenacious. How could he possibly retrieve it? With determination, Lin-E embraced the embryo with both arms and pulled with all his might. Contrary to his expectations, he encountered no resistance, easily yanking the embryo and its tendrils from the ground. Staring in astonishment at the spherical, tree-patterned embryo in his hands, he marveled at how effortlessly it had come loose. Just then, a wondrous event unfolded. The two bare trees suddenly disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The energy that had been flowing through the red trees erupted chaotically, seeping from their trunks and vanishing into the air. While some was absorbed back into the trees themselves, the red trees that absorbed the energy surged in size, soaring to heights of dozens of meters, while others became immensely thick. The abrupt transformation of their surroundings left Lin-E and Li Xianying in stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, the environment had metamorphosed into a thriving landscape, with ancient trees towering majestically, casting shadows that obscured the sun, and the battlefield from earlier now sprouting patches of red grass. What have you done?" Li Xianying exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the sudden and dramatic change in their surroundings. I merely removed the wooden demon embryo," Lin-E stammered, regaining his composure. The drastic alteration of their environment filled him with a sense of unease. "Forget about that for now. Take the wooden demon embryo and carry the muscular man. We must leave this place immediately." With a swift wave of her hand, Li Xianying summoned a gust of wind that lifted the black and white giant egg into the air, propelling herself back in the direction they had come from. Lin-E, recognizing the urgency of the situation, tightened his grip on the wooden demon embryo while pulling the unconscious muscular man along, channeling his energy to keep pace with Li Xianying as they raced back to their camp. Not long after their departure, beside a prominent mound marked with a gravestone inscribed with the name Lu Yuan, a pale, slender hand emerged from the top of the grave. The eerie scene, set against the backdrop of the towering red trees and bathed in the faint red glow of sunlight, conjured an unsettling image of a corpse rising from an ancient tomb, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Regrettably, the area was eerily quiet, with no one present to witness this macabre spectacle. Otherwise, they would have been terrified beyond measure. After the first hand emerged, another followed, and soon the entire mound split apart, revealing a disheveled figure covered in dirt and tangled hair. Lu Yuan, long thought deceased, was now crawling out from the grave. Gasping for breath, Lu Yuan struggled to regain his composure. "What a calamity! How did I end up buried alive? I nearly suffocated." Indeed, this was Lu Yuan, who had somehow returned to life, or rather, had never truly died. Had Lin-E been present at that moment, he would have realized that he had overlooked a crucial detail. Someone like Lu Yuan, who was clearly not an ordinary individual, could not simply be classified as a convict or a vagabond. He must have been a volunteer. The remains of volunteers were typically extracted from the planet upon their deaths. Yet Lu Yuan had not been taken away. Both Lin-E and Li Xianying had missed this vital point. Fortunately, the technique of feigned death he had learned previously was proving useful at this moment. However, how had he ended up buried alive? He had come perilously close to true death, and all because he had been suffocated. Lu Yuan felt a wave of frustration. He had awakened shortly after being buried but found himself unable to move. The technique of feigned death had its limitations. It could not be maintained indefinitely. After 1 hour, he would awaken, and if his body were to be damaged before then, he would truly perish. Had it not been for the circumstances in the mangrove forest, Lu Yuan would never have resorted to using the feigned death technique. Yet the woman who had attacked him was simply too formidable. With a single strike, she had shattered his domain and obliterated all the water clones he had dispatched in an instant. If it were not for that headband blocking a fatal strike for himself, he would not have had time to perform the art of feigned death. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan ran his fingers through his hair, and then let out a bitter smile. Indeed, everything on his person had been thoroughly stripped away. However, he consoled himself with the thought that he had at least salvaged his life. Surveying his tattered attire, Lu Yuan could no longer maintain his demeanor of a modest gentleman. If I ever find out who stripped me of my clothes, Lu Yuan's voice sank, and his anger surged. His heart ached even more. For those had been his treasured possessions accumulated over 2 decades, now taken from him. Nevertheless, he was grateful to have survived. As Lu Yuan descended from the mound, he spotted a gravestone, along with the inscription upon it. Ah! Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself, his roar reverberating through the forest. Yet, his voice was muffled by the towering red trees with their lush foliage, leaving Lin Yi and Li Xianing oblivious to his outburst. In his fury, Lu Yuan failed to notice a peculiar formation emerging from the earth just a short distance behind him, beneath the site where the wood demon embryo had once rested. At that moment, the array was riddled with cracks, red energy swirling within, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just then, a feminine voice echoed. "Is the seal about to break?" The voice carried an endless lament, exquisite temptation, and supreme authority. However, as the seal was about to shatter, 9 patches of ground, unshrouded by the red trees, began to tremble ever so slightly. The imminent rupture of the seal abruptly halted. The crimson energy wafting through the air converged towards the seal. "Damn, Mi Huang, you will regret this." Subsequently, the seal completely sealed shut. Yet, before it closed, an invisible red light drifted out from the fissure, entering the body of the enraged Lu Yuan, who remained entirely unaware of this intrusion. Chapter 64. Sisters, competitive spirit in the Red Forest. At the stone platform campsite, Yuan Feifei reclined sideways on a branch of a great red tree, her black hood obscuring her face, leaving her expression unreadable. Sparse sunlight filtered through the crimson leaves, casting a glow upon the young girl, accentuating her alluring figure. Lost in a feigned slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a tremor coursing through the red tree, its leaves rustling ominously. The tree inexplicably surged in growth at an alarming pace, causing Yuan Feifei to lose her balance and tumble down. What in the world is happening? This is absurd. How could this be? The young girl was utterly astonished, her words tumbling over each other in her shock. Meanwhile, in the campsite, Jiang Qingning, who had been amusing herself with a cat, quickly sensed the unusual occurrence and drew her sword. Qian Ji stood there, stunned into silence, clutching a skewer of half-cooked crayfish tightly, his trembling hands betraying his inner turmoil. On the other side, Hua Tianjiao had already concluded her meditation, gripping her spear and preparing for battle. However, aside from the rapid growth of the surrounding vegetation and the noticeable intensification of the peculiar energy in the air, no other changes occurred. The group huddled together, on guard. After a considerable time, the trees ceased their growth. The surroundings had transformed dramatically. The original path was entirely obscured by trees. Other than the sunlight filtering from above, the area resembled an impenetrable wooden wall. The red trees, thick and slender, tall and short, thrived vibrantly, as if nourished by some potent elixir. When the atmosphere fell quiet for a while, the group, believing the danger had passed, began to relax. Suddenly, they all felt a faint tremor beneath their feet. Although subtle, it was distinctly felt by each of them. Instantly, they regained their vigilance, and even Qianji's skewer of half-cooked crayfish fell from his grasp. Yet, it turned out to be a false alarm. And after a long wait, nothing further transpired. "This place is off. We need to be ready to flee at a moment's notice," Jiang Qingning spoke coldly. The others nodded in agreement. Here, aside from Qianji, the rest were all decisive individuals with strong opinions, having survived to this point for good reason, and of course, Qianji was no slouch either. He was quite adept at navigating perilous situations. At this moment, he could not afford to utter any superfluous words or offer any impractical suggestions. Chunji understood that if any significant crisis were to arise now, the group would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. If he were to become a liability, he would be the first to be dealt with. He was acutely aware of this fact. After all, they were not his kin. No one had a direct stake in his well-being, rendering him expendable. Thus, he maintained a facade of calm, at least outwardly. First, he needed to prove his worth. Therefore, while Yun Feifei, Jiang Qingning, and Hua Tianjiao remained vigilant of their surroundings, he took the opportunity to cradle the little kitten. The kitten offered no resistance. Although it had been brought by Jiang Qingning, it had grown familiar with Qianji long before this moment, and it did not struggle as he held it. After casting a glance at Qianji, Jiang Qingning remained silent, allowing him to hold the little kitten. Hua Tianjiao spoke up, "Yun Feifei, please gather all the edible insects and crayfish that Qianji collected. Lin Yi and the others should be returning soon. I have a feeling this commotion is linked to them." Hearing this, Yun Feifei agreed, intending to use her storage ring to collect the food. However, Jiang Qingning intervened. "Use the beast hide instead. The storage ring will be inconvenient to access. Once that woman returns, we won't be able to use the storage ring." Jiang Qingning then picked up a piece of beast hide, and together with Yun Feifei, they began to gather the roasted insects. Observing this, Chunji set the kitten down to assist, collecting the remaining uncooked insects as well. "You all stay here and tidy up the campsite. I will ascend to the sky to observe the changes in the surrounding forest and see if there are any escape routes," Hua Tianjiao declared, taking flight without waiting for the others' consent. The remaining three began to organize their campsite. Sister, wake up quickly, don't sleep any longer. We don't know where we've drifted to. A delicate and charming little girl shook the other girl. Still lost in slumber, the slumbering girl stirred, her body trembling, a towel of unknown material resting on her forehead, emanating warmth. It was evident that she had a fever, and not a mild one at that. "Where are we, sister? Let us assess our surroundings." The ailing girl summoned her strength and glanced around. Her right stretched an endless ocean. Witnessing this scene evoked a sense of despair within the sick girl. From above, two young girls clad in unfamiliar beast hides floated upon a melting ice floe, which had nearly disintegrated, leaving them with less than 20 square meters of space. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of ocean. The moment the two girls received the notification, they had prepared to journey southward toward the island chain of the South Sea. However, originating from the northern snow-capped mountains, the distance to reach the southern archipelago was incredibly vast. A month's time would not suffice for mere walking. Hence, they planned to risk traversing a portion of the sea, as they did not dare to hope for a continuous drift to the South Sea. Setting aside the uncertainty of their route, their provisions were insufficient for a 2-week stay at sea. Nevertheless, they were not devoid of advantages. Both were born with innate talents. The elder sister's talent was beast mastery, simple yet powerful and highly practical. Regrettably, their disadvantage lay in landing in the desolate northern snow mountains, where wildlife was scarce. Thus, this talent proved of little utility at that time. Had their drop point been in the primitive wilderness, the outcome would have been different. The younger sister's talent was equally formidable: luck, an exceedingly capricious gift. This was one of the reasons they had survived the harsh conditions of the northern snow mountains. The younger sister always seemed to have her wishes fulfilled, transforming misfortune into fortune. For instance, when the two went fishing, the first catch would invariably be hers. There were times when the elder sister fished for hours without success. Yet the younger sister would return in mere minutes with several fish, despite the presence of fish all around. In short, it was an utterly unreasonable gift. Initially, their journey on the ice floe had been smooth sailing. The elder sister even attracted a few large fish to aid in propelling the floe forward. Unfortunately, the rapid transition from the cold north to the warm south caused her to be suddenly unwell, succumbing to a high fever and falling into unconsciousness, leaving them adrift at sea for an unknown duration. "Sister, can you sense which direction we should paddle toward?" Let me think, perhaps to the left. I feel something over there beckoning me." "All right. You keep watch for any food, while I see if I can summon a few fish to pull us over." The ailing girl then closed her eyes, raised her hand, and emitted a peculiar wave of energy that rippled through the sea. Soon, a large school of fish was drawn in, including a few fierce sharks. However, the fish schools appeared to be in a daze, seemingly manipulated by some unseen force, exhibiting a remarkable docility. The once ferocious deep-sea sharks now resembled gentle kittens, being caressed by the small girl, their tails splashing against the water's surface, creating rippling waves. Many fish that were once mortal enemies now swam peacefully together. At that moment, the little girl resembled a sovereign among the fish, exuding an air of authority that seemed unassailable. This was the essence of beast taming. A forceful and domineering talent. Oh, look, there are fish to catch. You're amazing, sister. Another little girl clapped her hands joyfully, skipping about with an innocent and exuberant smile. At this, the elder sister also smiled happily, as if her younger sibling were her entire world. All right, enough jumping. The ice is about to break. Quickly grab some branches to spear a few fish. Tonight, we feast on grilled fish, haha. Yay! The little girl cheered, bouncing over to the floating ice to catch fish. Once she had managed to catch 3 or 4, the elder sister released a significant portion of the fish school, leaving behind a dozen large sharks and various other sizable fish to propel the ice. Drifting towards the left, the girl was compelled to let go of a considerable number of fish, for managing so many lives simultaneously drained her greatly. A few dozen large fish were more than sufficient to move the ice. Ensuring she expended less energy, the elder sister gazed at the vast ocean, its waters churning endlessly, then looked at her younger sister, who was grinning foolishly at the fish. She was uncertain whether their journey to this trial planet was right or wrong. Nonetheless, she reassured her sister, "Fear not, dear sister. I shall always protect you, ensuring you suffer not a single harm or grievance, nor shall you go hungry." The elder sister regarded her sibling with a tender smile. The ice slowly drifted towards the shore. Hey, Li Xianying, slow down. I'm running out of strength and can't keep up. Linny flew through the air at great speed. Ahead of him was the even swifter Li Xianying. Although Lin Yi was also moving rapidly, he was panting heavily, appearing as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his energy somewhat unstable. Ever since he fired that shot on the battlefield, the sharpness within him had dwindled significantly. After an extended period of flight, he struggled to maintain pace. To make matters worse, he was dragging another person and cradling a half-human-sized wooden demon embryo, leaving him feeling rather overwhelmed. Upon hearing his words, the girl slowed her pace. After a while, noticing that Linny had yet to catch up, she decided to halt and wait. "Are you all right? Do you need to rest?" Li Xianying inquired. Upon hearing this, a rush of anger surged within Lin Yi. "Am I all right? Can I endure this?" "Absolutely not." With this thought, Lin Yi summoned his strength, sharpening the energy around him, which began to emanate from his body. Enveloping him, he then sped past Li Xianying, who had paused to wait for him. The girl was taken aback, her mind filled with questions. "Weren't you out of strength? Why are you flying so fast now?" Confused, she pursued Lin Yi, who was now soaring at incredible speed. Realizing that Li Xianying was closing in on him, Lin Yi drew in another breath, accelerating further. Li Xianying, bewildered by Lin Yi's sudden burst of speed, hastened to catch up. That as she chased him down, Lin Yi's thoughts echoed in his mind. "Are you all right?" Gritting his teeth, he increased his speed once more. Thus, they engaged in a relentless chase, each vying to outpace the other. Sometimes, Lin Yi's competitiveness bordered on the irrational. Unbeknownst to him, throughout this exhilarating pursuit, his energy became increasingly refined and sharp. Eventually, fatigue set in, but driven by youthful bravado, he continued to accelerate, by the end. Even Li Xianying was astonished, as Lin Yi's speed was nearly matching her own full-throttle flight. Yet, she realized that he had lost control. Such velocity was beyond what he could manage at his current level. Approaching their original campsite, Lin Yi's speed continued to escalate. Now, he had completely lost control, his consciousness beginning to blur. Li Xianying recognized the urgency of the situation. She had to stop him. Otherwise, if he continued to fly at this pace, he would likely exhaust himself completely. With a firm step into the air, she appeared before Lin Yi. As she faced him, the girl instinctively reached for her weapon, but she managed to restrain herself. To her astonishment, she realized that Lin Yi, in his current state, posed a genuine threat, nearly prompting her to draw her blade. Channeling her vast and formidable will, she executed a technique. Slash through emptiness. Seal. In an instant, the space surrounding Lin Yi, along with the air, energy, and all matter, became instantaneously frozen in place. He was suspended mid-air. as if immobilized by her overwhelming intent. One must understand that halting an object moving at such velocity results in immense force. However, this did not harm Lin Yi, as both he and the surrounding space were simultaneously restrained by her sword intent, nullifying the impact. Otherwise, it could very well be Lin Yi, deceased at 20, the end. But, at that moment, the immobilized Lin Yi had completely lost consciousness. When the girl released her blade intent, Lin Yi, along with the wooden demon embryo he held and the muscular man he had been dragging, plummeted from the sky. She caught Lin Yi, but the muscular man fell unceremoniously. What madness is this? It doesn't seem like he's gone berserk, Li Xianying pondered, perplexed. Nevertheless, she carried Lin Yi back towards the campsite, unconcerned for the muscular man left behind, who had no inkling of his abandonment, nor whether he remained unconscious. Chapter 65. Infinite hills. Despite the mangroves undergoing substantial transformation, with the terrain and trees now utterly different from before, Li Xianying still remembered the general direction of the campsite. Lin Yi remained unconscious, showing no signs of awakening, his body displaying the appearance of deep slumber after excessive fatigue, as Li Xianying used her psychic energy to carry him through the air. Initially, she had worried that there was something wrong with Lin Yi's body, but after a thorough examination, she discovered it was merely an overexertion leading to a protective state of unconsciousness. Although Lin Yi was still asleep, his hands remained tightly clasped around the wooden demon embryo. While she could comprehend that he had collapsed from exhaustion, she was baffled as to why, despite being entirely unconscious, he still held onto the embryo so firmly. After flying for several minutes, Li Xianying finally reached the campsite's location. Gradually descending, she was dismayed to find that the makeshift shelter, campfire, and wood had all vanished. The only remnants were charred marks on the ground, indicating that someone had once camped there. The entire campsite was now devoid of any presence. What is going on? Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Though puzzled, Li Xianying gently set Lin Yi down. She planned to stay there for the night, waiting for him to awaken before searching for his companions. Subsequently, she found a relatively clean stone platform to sit upon and resumed her examination of the black and white giant egg. Unconcerned about the potential dangers to the others, as the sky darkened, the night quietly enveloped the surroundings. Li Xianying eventually ceased her study of the black and white egg, allowing it to float in the air, emitting a soft, radiant glow of black and white. The moon hung high, stars sparse, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Lin Yi, who had been sound asleep, gradually began to awaken, loosening his grip on the wooden demon embryo and stretching. Letting out a contented sigh, awake. Now we can set off, he thought, but his stretching abruptly halted, frozen in mid-motion. A cold voice caught him off guard. Upon realizing that the voice belonged to Li Xianying, Lin Yi's initially tense expression relaxed, and he rose from the ground, stretching once more, his joints cracking pleasantly. With her presence, there was no need for anxiety. Such feelings were futile, as he could never hope to match her strength. Ever since witnessing Li Xianying's formidable prowess on the battlefield, he had completely surrendered to the reality that fighting her was futile. He might never stand a chance. There are times when one must accept defeat, as life itself is paramount. Where are we headed? Is this the campsite? What happened to the others? Lin Yi inquired. I don't know. When I arrived here, there wasn't a soul in sight. It's likely that the earlier commotion frightened them away. Li Xianying replied, That's impossible. Lin Yi immediately dismissed the notion. He was well aware of the nature of Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yun Feifei. Describing them as cold-blooded killers would be an understatement. In summary, those who are able to undertake trials on this planet possess extraordinary courage. Could the mere sight of trees growing strangely frighten them away? He was utterly disbelieving. Subsequently, Lin Yi soared into the sky, activating his spirit-seeking ability to track their whereabouts. He was unaware of the full extent of his vision, but he could distinctly see the space station in the cosmos. Coupled with his spirit-seeking power, locating a few individuals was a trivial task. After scanning the surroundings a few times, Lin Yi finally detected traces of several people to the south. He headed in that direction, which was not far from their location. Then, Lin Yi lifted the wood demon egg, while Li Xianying used her spiritual energy to support the black and white giant egg, and the two ascended, flying southward. Not only that, but they also discovered a newly established path during their flight, a trail that had recently been opened. The original route had long been overtaken by the rapidly growing red trees. This new path wound from their original camp for several kilometers ahead. There were clear signs of swords and staffs, indicating it was likely created by Jiang Qingning and her companions. But why were they so eager to leave that rocky campsite, with the trees growing so abnormally? Shouldn't the red forest be more perilous? After a few minutes of flying, Lin Yi spotted the group ahead. Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, Yun Feifei, Chun Ji, and a little kitten, all gathered around a campfire. They noticed Lin Yi and Li Xianying's arrival and looked up at the sky. Jiang Qingning was the first to spot Lin Yi, and her previously tense expression relaxed instantly, the worry etched on her brow dissipating the moment Lin Yi landed. Hua Tianjiao, who had been on guard, also eased but did not release her long spear. Chun Ji, overjoyed, hurriedly approached them. The others followed suit. Yun Feifei merely narrowed her eyes, fixated on the wood demon egg in Lin Yi's arms. "I'm back. Are you all right? Why did you suddenly come here?" Lin Yi inquired, perplexed. Jiang Qingning smiled and nodded, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. "We're fine. How about you? You're not hurt, are you?" Faced with the girl's sudden concern, Lin Yi scratched his head. "I'm all right. Really, I didn't engage in the battle. I was just lurking at the back, taking a shot from a distance," he replied with a smile. Li Xianying didn't greet anyone, instead finding a spot to sit cross-legged and feign sleep. "Meow." The little kitten stealthily approached Lin Yi's feet, raising its tiny paw to scratch at his pant leg. Lin Yi crouched down to pet the kitten's head and picked it up. From his storage ring, he retrieved a piece of dried fish to feed the kitten. The fish had been placed there by Lu Yuan. After sniffing it, the kitten suddenly showed great interest and took a bite. Lin Yi cheerfully offered the entire piece of dried fish, and the kitten scampered off to nibble on it. "Seems you had quite a harvest this time," Yun Feifei remarked, her eyes glancing at the little kitten, which was clutching the golden piece of fish. "Lucky you found a storage ring. Its space is probably not as vast as yours." "What do you mean, probably not as vast?" "It is certainly not as vast," Lin Yi retorted, feeling a sense of pride. "I've got a pile of those small storage rings at home." Yun Feifei rolled her eyes, exuding an air of confidence. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the girl's audacity, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. Wasn't this a wealthy young lady? He felt compelled to cling to her. Just then, Yun Feifei spoke again. "However, this piece of dried fish is no ordinary item. It is made from a 7th-level spirit fish, the golden dragon fish, processed with rare herbs and then dried. It boasts health benefits, prolongs life, and enhances vitality. Its value is considerable. It once fetched over 1,000 spirit crystals at a small auction." The girl glanced at the little kitten and then back at Lin Yi. "You really are generous." She shot Lin Yi an approving look, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Chun Ji gazed at him with admiration, realizing this was the way of the affluent. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, upon hearing her words, felt a pang in his heart. After all, it was over 1,000 spirit crystals. How many buildings could that buy? To think he had given it to a cat. He felt an urge to snatch the fish back from the kitten, but with so many eyes upon him, he suppressed the thought. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. "I told you, who would keep a piece of dried fish in a storage ring?" Lin Yi forced himself to ignore the kitten. "Why did you all suddenly come here? Why didn't you stay at the camp?" He quickly shifted the topic. After nodding at Lin Yi's return, Hua Tianjiao walked away, continuing to clean her spear by the campfire. Jiang Qingning took over the conversation. The trees in the red forest suddenly began to grow uncontrollably. "We thought there was danger, but after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Then the ground shook beneath the stone platform. We sensed something was amiss with it and chose to leave early. The path was already blocked by the rapidly growing red trees. So we knew we had to exit eventually. We decided to clear a path and head south." Jiang Qingning pondered for a moment before asking, "This sudden growth of the red trees can't be related to you, can it? What exactly did you do?" Lin Yi shook his head. "It should be related to me, but we're not sure what transpired. After the battle concluded, I went to collect the spoils and obtained this wood demon egg. And then the red trees began to surge." He then held the wood demon egg up for everyone to see. The cause of the red tree's explosive growth was likely due to the energy leak, which he believed was connected to this wood demon egg. Looking at the half-human tall egg in Lin Yi's hands, a shiver ran down Yun Feifei's spine. "So this is the legendary wood demon egg? I finally see it in person," she exclaimed. her eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing Yun Feifei's keen interest in the wood demon egg, Lin offered, "Would you like it? I can sell it to you for a mere 100,000 spirit crystals." The girl looked at him with disdain, her expression reflecting disbelief, as if she were viewing a fool. Embarrassed under her gaze, Lin quickly added, "How about 80,000? That's also reasonable. Do I look like a fool to you?" She retorted, "No, you don't. Then why would you sell me this? It's merely a useless trinket, tasteless to consume, yet too wasteful to discard. Though it could be sold to those solitary strong ones. 80,000 is far too steep." Lin sensed Yun Feifei's intention to continue negotiating, but at that moment, Jiang Qingning intervened, signaling him to stop. Lin instantly understood her meaning. He then abandoned the idea of selling the wood demon egg, opting instead to share a portion of the story about the great battle, deliberately omitting the parts about looting corpses and burying the deceased. Sister, wake up, don't sleep. I see land. I see land." A charming girl cheerfully exclaimed, bouncing with joy, causing the floating ice beneath them to tremble. The ice had shrunk considerably, barely supporting the weight of 2 people. After a series of enthusiastic jumps from the girl, the ice began to crack and showed signs of sinking. The girl, with a towel draped over her head, woke up to this scene, her face darkening with concern. She had only dozed off briefly, and now there was hardly any space left for her to stand. "Stop jumping. If you keep this up, we'll sink," her sister called out, glancing toward the direction her sibling was pointing. Indeed, a vast expanse of land appeared within sight, with no end in sight. Sensing her earlier exuberance might have been misplaced, the girl, feeling wronged, shook her sister's shoulder. "Sorry, sister. We might die here," she cried, glancing at the rapidly sinking ice. "Stop shaking. It's all right if you keep it up. I'll probably faint, and then you'll have to swim carrying me," the sister replied. "Oh, what should we do now?" The younger sister ceased her shaking, looking helpless. "You really are something," the elder sister said fondly, ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, we'll ride the dolphins over." With a wave of her hand, 2 enormous dolphins surfaced from the water. "Yay, yay, we're riding dolphins," the girl cheered excitedly. The ice began to sink even faster. The elder sister sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. "How are you 18 and still act like a child?" In truth, they were not yet 18. They were merely superficially so. For reasons unknown, they had stopped growing at 13, remaining at around 140 centimeters tall. Coupled with their naturally adorable and charming appearance, their family had always been concerned about their safety, never allowing them to wander without dozens of bodyguards. Tired of this constant surveillance, the sisters decided to take matters into their own hands and participate in the planetary trials, never expecting it to be so arduous. The elder sister chuckled wryly as she beckoned her sister to mount the 2 massive dolphins. The younger sister cheered as she grasped the dorsal fins. Moments later, the dolphins surged onto the sandy shore. After drifting at sea for half a month, the 2 sisters finally set foot on solid ground. A long-lost sense of groundedness enveloped the hearts of the 2, while the younger sister joyfully cheered and leaped about, scattering sand and laughing heartily. The elder sister merely watched in silence, her eyes brimming with affection. "Where are we, sister? Have we arrived at the South Sea?" After a moment of exuberance, the girl finally settled down. The elder sister pondered, recalling a map she had discovered in a study. This place should not be the South Sea, though it is not far from it. This locale is known as the Infinite Hills, and once we traverse this expanse, we shall reach the South Sea. "What is Chilean, fool? It is the hills, oh. The 2 set forth towards the Infinite Hills. Chapter 66. Exiting the mangroves, moving forward in the early morning, as sunlight bathed the forest, Lin quietly awakened. He now appeared radiant and full of vigor. After all, the aftereffects of his previous overexertion had not completely faded. But a night's rest had finally restored him. This marked one of the few instances of restful slumber since his arrival in this realm. The others had long since risen, choosing not to disturb Lin. Chun-Ji was busy grilling crayfish, alongside 4 lamb legs. Yes, lamb legs. Ever since Lin revealed his storage ring, Yun Feifei had promptly showcased her own as well. Li Xianing, however, exhibited no reaction, not even a glance. The others, feeling relieved, began to openly utilize their storage rings, bringing forth the animals they had previously captured for a feast. and no longer did they have to endure the blandness of tasteless fish and insects. Yet, Yun Feifei noticed that Li Xianing had shown no interest in her storage ring, which dampened her spirits. She felt rather disheartened. Initially, she had feared that others would covet her treasures, but now she realized that they were simply overlooked. This disparity left her feeling somewhat unbalanced in her heart. After all, her storage ring was no ordinary item, and she longed to explain its value to Li Xianing, but ultimately restrained herself. Thus, she devoured an entire lamb leg, as if to vent her frustrations. Lin Yi watched in astonishment. The remaining lamb legs were shared among the others, and Lin Yi even made a point to offer half of one to Li Xianing. Following Lin Yi's earlier meticulous demonstration, Chun Ji had managed to infuse some flavor into his cooking. While it still paled in comparison to Lin Yi's culinary skills, it was certainly far superior to the others' attempts. At least palatable enough to eat, at least when Lin Yi was absent, the others would not go hungry. Since we've had our fill, let us proceed. Otherwise, we may not reach the South Sea within the allotted time. Spoke Hua Tianjiao, evidently feeling a sense of urgency. The mangrove had expanded, completely sealing off the previous gaps and pathways. Now, to escape this thicket of mangroves, they would need to carve out a new route, akin to drilling a tunnel through an immensely thick wooden wall. The thought alone was disheartening. Although they were armed with knives and guns, establishing a thoroughfare or even a path for a single person would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This won't do. Our pace is too slow, and it will severely hinder our journey. Moreover, we have no idea how far we must travel next if we fail to arrive in time. It will spell trouble. Do you have any good ideas? Hua Tianjiao glanced at Lin Yi and inquired. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, as if recalling something, his gaze shifting towards Li Xianing, who was still savoring her grilled lamb leg. Indeed, Li Xianing was taking her time, seemingly relishing the flavors of the food. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, she paused her eating and looked back. After all, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. Li Xianing understood Lin Yi's intention. Reluctantly, she agreed, fine, I will help you carry 2 people. Although her expression remained obscured by a cloud of discontent, she obliged. All right, let us fly out of the mangroves, then it would be impossible to determine how long it would take to chop our way through, Lin Yi suggested. The others grasped Lin Yi's reasoning. Why did he want Li Xianing to carry someone? Because Lin Yi's energy was severely depleted and not yet fully restored. He could barely manage to carry 1 person. If he attempted to carry 2, he likely wouldn't be able to lift off at all. Hua Tianjiao had just recently entered the Wind Mastery realm, her foundation not yet solidified, and her internal energy insufficient for carrying another. Thus, the only ones capable of flight were 3, himself, Hua Tianjiao, and Li Xianing. Since Hua Tianjiao could not carry anyone, and he could only manage 1, the remaining 2 would have to be entrusted to Li Xianing. Just as Lin Yi was about to call Chen Ji over, Jiang Qingning approached him first. Carry me, the girl stated abruptly, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. Yet, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that a refusal might lead to dire consequences. An inexplicable force compelled him to utter a single word. All right, Jiang Qingning rarely smiled, but this time she nodded in approval. Li Xianing quickly polished off the remaining meat and called out to the 2. You 2? Yes, you 2, come here. She pointed at Qinji and Yun Feifei. Chunji dashed over in delight, while Yun Feifei appeared as if she had just consumed a fly. Nevertheless, she did not refuse and walked over step by step. Knowing her own limitations, without reaching the Wind Mastery realm, one cannot fly. After all, it's not like anyone is as abnormal as that one, she thought, casting a glance at Lin Yi, who wouldn't envy the ability to soar. Unfortunately, she had only just broken through to the initial stage of the Great Perfection realm and had yet to awaken her energy. Her spirits plummeted, and she felt dejected. Very well, let us not delay any longer. We shall set off now. With that, Lin Yi scooped Jiang Qingning up in a princess carry. Jiang Qingning was taken aback by the sudden action, letting out a surprised exclamation. Her cheeks flushed crimson, the blush rapidly spreading from her entire face to her ears, rendering her visage alluringly radiant. Regrettably, someone at that moment failed to witness this enchanting scene. Enveloped in his energy, Lin Yi also wrapped Jiang Qingning in a protective cocoon, and they began to ascend. Just as the energy fully enveloped Jiang Qingning, Lin Yi sensed something unusual about her. Whether it was due to his enhanced strength or some other reason, He felt that the girl in his arms had become remarkably light and increasingly warm. Jiang Qingning buried her face in Lin Yi's chest. Li Xianying watched the pair floating above with keen interest, a smile tugging at her lips. "Let us proceed," she said, raising her hand. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping Chen Ji and Yun Feifei, lifting them into the air. Hua Tianjiao was the last to ascend. Her foundation was solid, so while her internal energy may not have been exceptionally profound, it was sufficient to sustain her flight for a while. Lin Yi took the lead, soaring southward, followed by Li Xianying carrying Yun Feifei and Chen Ji in the middle, while Hua Tianjiao trailed silently behind. To accommodate Hua Tianjiao, Lin Yi did not accelerate to his utmost speed, opting instead for a relatively gentle pace in the air. This time, Li Xianying refrained from surpassing Lin Yi. Having learned from the previous experience, she was cautious not to provoke his inexplicable competitive spirit, which could lead to another exhausting bout. After more than an hour of flight, with 2 brief rests along the way, they finally emerged from the confines of the mangroves. Gazing at the rolling hills before them, a sense of relief washed over them. They had finally escaped the monotonous red and were greeted by the sight of verdant trees. Behind them lay the abnormal, crimson-hued forest. Once they had cleared the area of the mangroves, they did not immediately stop but continued flying for some distance until they were obstructed by the looming mountains, at which point they descended. Upon landing, Lin Yi sighed in relief. Having left the mangroves behind, he was now free from their disturbances. The gaze that had followed him seemed to vanish the moment they exited the mangroves range. Li Xianying and Hua Tianjiao landed in succession. "Put me down," came a slightly trembling voice from Lin Yi's arms. The voice carried an air of shyness. Lin Yi quickly regained his composure. Realizing he was still holding someone, he looked down to see the girl's face flushed with embarrassment, her ears tinged with a delicate pink from the tension. Lin Yi found himself swallowing hard at the sight and gently set the girl down on the ground. Jiang Qingning touched the ground, and seizing the moment before anyone could notice her, she swiftly turned away and walked off. As she took her second step, she stumbled slightly, apparently hindered by the prolonged embrace. Observing the young girl, Lin Yi inexplicably scratched his head and suddenly called out, "Hey, where have you been?" Upon hearing his voice, the girl shivered slightly. "I didn't go anywhere, I just went to the restroom," Jiang Qingning replied, covering her face as she hurried away. Lin Yi, realizing her embarrassment, shook his head and found a place to sit down. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by Li Xianying, who, along with Yun Feifei and Hua Tianjiao, witnessed the scene. By the end, Li Xianying's lips twitched slightly. Yun Feifei sighed, covering her forehead, while Hua Tianjiao merely scoffed. "You see, some people remain single for a reason." Lin Yi remained seated, seemingly waiting for the girl to return from the restroom. "This must be the Infinite Hills, right? Once we cross the Infinite Hills, we should reach the South China Sea, correct?" Lin Yi suddenly inquired. Addressing Li Xianying. Although puzzled, the girl responded, "Yes, after traversing this expanse of infinite hills, we will arrive at the shores of the South China Sea. However, we have not yet reached our final destination, the South China Sea Islands. We will need to cross the sea to get there." Li Xianying then asked, "How did you know that I knew?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Initially, I had no idea, but through our interactions, I detected the scent of the sea on you." "The scent of the sea?" "Indeed, the scent of the sea, or more precisely, the aroma of the sea breeze. If I am not mistaken, you must have visited the South China Sea Islands, right?" Before Li Xianying could respond, Lin Yi continued, "Or perhaps you came here directly from the South China Sea Islands." At this moment, Li Xianying appeared astonished. "How did you know?" To be honest, she was genuinely shocked, for in her eyes, the boy before her had never struck her as particularly clever. How could he have deduced her origins from the South China Sea Islands? Lin Yi flashed a mysterious smile and explained, "First of all, I truly sense the scent of the sea breeze on you. It carries a faint briny tang. You must have left that place quite a while ago. Moreover, there are traces of salt on you." He then pointed to the girl's long boots, where faint, almost imperceptible streaks of salt residue were visible, likely remnants of seawater that had dried. "You may not see them, but they are crystal clear to me. Furthermore, there are no saline or marshy terrains nearby. Hence, eliminating all impossibilities, what remains is the singular truth." The boy wore an expression of certainty, embodying a Sherlock Holmes-like demeanor. "Indeed, you are correct. I have been to the South China Sea and even set foot on the islands." This distance is merely a matter of a few days round trip for me. Li Xian and glanced down at the barely visible white marks on her boots in acknowledgement. Then, with a disdainful look directed at Lin Yi, she remarked, "You don't seem so dull after all. Your observational skills are quite sharp, so why is it that you fail to notice the obvious things that everyone else can see?" Lin Yi's expression darkened at her unexpected insult. Just as he prepared to retort, Jiang Qingning returned from her restroom break. The girl, now devoid of her earlier bashfulness, looked entirely composed, her previously flushed cheeks now returning to their usual hue. Yet, her gaze towards Lin Yi bore a hint of awkwardness. "I'm ready. Let's set off," Jiang Qingning said coolly. "Wait a moment." Before Lin Yi could inquire further, Li Xianing let out a huff and strode ahead, utterly ignoring him. As she walked away, her expression reflected a mix of indignation. Mumbling under her breath, "Slow-witted fool, serves you right for still being a virgin at this age." Yun Fei and Chen Ji, who followed behind, were equally exasperated, covering their foreheads with sighs. Lin Yi was left bewildered. What was going on with these people? Why did they all suddenly adopt such peculiar expressions? Before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, the group had moved ahead, leaving him alone behind. Observing this, Jiang Qingning gradually slowed her pace. However, Lin Yi remained lost in thought, showing no inclination to catch up. The girl shook her head in resignation, uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong. She then jogged back to Lin Yi and playfully kicked his calf. "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Her tone, though tinged with mild annoyance, was undeniably gentle. Upon hearing her voice, a warm sensation inexplicably surged through Lin Yi's heart, prompting him to respond absent-mindedly, Oh, so foolish, don't ask. Just accept that you're silly, oh. The two strolled side by side, facing the rising sun, gradually moving forward in the rear of the group. Chapter 67. Struggles and Indifference. Noon arrived, with the sun blazing high in the sky. The group had traversed a considerable distance, yet still had not exited the plains. Indeed, between the infinite hills and the mangroves lay a vast expanse of flat land. The plain was so level that it seemed endless. From the mangroves, the hills on this side appeared deceptively close. However, as they walked, they were reminded of the adage that one cannot judge distance by sight alone. They had been walking since early morning, and by noon, they had barely covered half the distance, hardly even a quarter of the plain. Though the peaks loomed nearby, the feeling of never reaching them was palpable. The distribution of hills on land is typically extensive, usually found in transitional zones between mountains or plateaus and plains. However, here it was quite the opposite. Towering mountains loomed to the north of the primitive forest, followed by vast stretches of forest at their feet, where Lin Yi and the others had previously been. Yet beneath the forest lay not hills or plains, but a sprawling marshland, continuously encircling the entire forest. Within the marsh grew a vast expanse of mangroves. The very ones they had crossed earlier lay directly to the south, occupying nearly half of the swamp. Curiously, the area connecting the marshes was an expansive plain, lush and verdant, complete with rivers and various herds of animals, along with towering wild beasts. Beyond the plain lay a series of hills that were even larger than all the previous areas combined. In fact, when Lin Yi soared into the sky, he could not even see the boundaries, only endless low mountains stretching beyond the horizon. Clearly, the area was far more extensive than the plain before them. Such natural geographical transitions are generally considered impossible, yet they were undeniably present before the eyes of the group. One could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Typically, hilltops range between 200 to 500 meters in elevation, with relative heights generally not exceeding 200 meters, characterized by gentle slopes and undulating terrain. Lin Yi was unsure of the current altitude, but upon gazing at the towering mountain before him, at least 4,000 meters high, his lips twitched. "You call this a hill? You refer to this as a low mountain?" Indeed, Lin Yi and his companions had crossed the plain. In truth, it was Li Xianing who, growing impatient after walking for so long without substantial progress, decided to intervene. Unable to bear it any longer, she waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that lifted Lin Yi and the others off the ground. Then, with an unexpected burst of speed, Li Xianing transported them to the other side of the plain in less than an hour. This speed surpassed even that of their earlier competition with Lin Yi. As the group landed, Lin Yi experienced a wave of dizziness akin to motion sickness, feeling as if he might vomit. Jiang Qingning's complexion was similarly pale, while Yun Fei and Chen Ji could not help but retch, their reactions a chaotic display of nausea. Surprisingly, Lin Yi noticed that Hua Tianjiao exhibited little reaction, save for slightly dry and pale lips. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, Lin Yi spoke up, "I say, Li Xianying, was it really necessary to go so fast?" However, before he could finish, the girl interrupted him. "If we had continued at your pace, we would likely take half a year to traverse this infinite hills. Do you think the term infinite hills is merely a name?" Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before responding. "If you could kindly enlighten us about the situation in this infinite hills, we would be most grateful." Li Xianying rolled her eyes, initially inclined to decline, but then seemingly recalled something and reluctantly began to explain. "As the name suggests, this hill area is exceedingly vast. While it is possible to cover some distance, the area is fraught with countless natural dangers, teeming with venomous creatures and various hazardous phenomena, including erratic geomagnetic fields and more." She paused, glancing at Chen Ji and Yun Fei, who were still retching. "I truly do not understand why you would bring such burdens along. Over the years of trials, there have been very few who dared to form teams like yours. Though you see that mountain ahead? There are countless similar mountains beyond it. Yes, for the distance to traverse this infinite hills, it is equivalent to the distance you previously covered from that primitive forest to here, multiplied by 10." Li Xianying's words doused Lin Yi's fervent spirit with a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to reality. The earlier distance had taken them nearly half a month to traverse, and now there lay 10 times the distance ahead, fraught with even greater peril and treacherous terrain, along with myriad venomous creatures and dangers. The deadline for the task approaches. Merely half a month remains. Such a considerable span of time, even if Lin Yi were to summon his own resolve and soar endlessly, it is unlikely he would catch up. Presently, he still has teammates, and the thought of abandoning them has never crossed his mind. Thus, it is highly probable, no, it should be deemed absolutely certain, that he will not be able to make it. The mere contemplation of this instantaneously extinguished Lin Yi's motivation, and his expression reverted to the lackadaisical demeanor reminiscent of his time in the primeval wilderness. Just as Lin Yi arrived at this mental conclusion, a surge of vitality coursed through him, and a healthier hue returned to his complexion. Indeed, a moment of apathy brings fleeting pleasure, and continuous lethargy yields enduring satisfaction. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Li Xianying observed the boy before her, his expression shifting continuously until it settled into an inscrutable countenance. How to articulate it? That expression inexplicably incited a desire within her to strike him. Yet she found herself devoid of justification to act. The girl fell into a state of vexation, caught in a limbo of indecision, and thus chose to ignore Lin Yi entirely, opting instead to sit cross-legged in meditation nearby. Meanwhile, Chen Ji and Yun Fei, who were retching at the side, along with Jiang Qingning and Hua Tianjiao, had overheard the exchange between Lin Yi and Li Xianying. Truth be told, Chen Ji and Yun Fei were in a state of considerable anxiety, fearing that Lin Yi might abandon them. Yet, they struggled to suppress their nausea and were at a loss for words. Jiang Qingning and Hua Tianjiao were equally curious about the decision Lin Yi would make. Evidently, all eyes were on him, as he had become the de facto leader of this team. In this group, Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning held the nominal titles of captains, while Hua Tianjiao and Yun Fei were subordinate members, with Chen Ji being the Li senior. However, it was common knowledge that Jiang Qingning deferred to Lin Yi, especially when it came to making decisions on many matters. Generally, when faced with significant choices, the others merely expressed their opinions. And even Jiang Qingning occasionally weighed in, yet the ultimate decisions always rested with Lin Yi. This had led to the current situation, where one could only acknowledge the coexistence of pros and cons. The concerns of the others, however, were entirely unwarranted. Lin Yi was singularly focused on his own apathy. The reality was that unless Li Xianying personally guided them through the infinite hills, there was no way they would make it in time. Would Li Xianying indeed lead them across the undulating terrain? The answer had been made clear from the outset. Her actions had consistently demonstrated her role as a mere spectator, with the rare occasions of assistance stemming solely from Lin Yi's persuasion or her own impatience. As for why Lin Yi did not explicitly request Li Xianying's help in traversing the endless hills, he had already surmised the outcome without needing to voice it. She would not acquiesce. The fundamental reason for this scenario lay in the glaring disparity of strength between the parties involved. Make a blind request for assistance could potentially irritate Li Xianing, yielding more harm than good. In the eyes of Lin Yi and the others, Li Xianing's persona remained shrouded in mystery. Not only was she extraordinarily powerful, but she had also been marked by Lin Yi as someone not to be trifled with. To solicit her aid necessitated a respectful approach. Otherwise, they would face elimination. Yet, it was imperative to refrain from making an impulsive request, at least for now, opting instead for a more gradual strategy. Lin even harbored suspicions that this month's assessment task was designed specifically to eliminate a significant number of participants. After all, why was it fixed in the South Sea? If the drop point had initially been in the South Sea, they wouldn't have needed to move at all. Conversely, if it had been placed in the Arctic or another distant location, they would have inevitably failed to make it. Such blatant unfairness should not exist in a trial of such gravity, and Lin Yi felt certain there were aspects he had yet to uncover. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi and his companions, the focal point of this mission was determined by a certain reclusive girl carelessly tossing out potato chips. Thus, it must be said that luck is indeed a facet of strength. If fortune favored them, they could simply await their turn in the South Sea. If misfortune befell them, they would have to make haste. Ultimately, there is no true concept of fairness in this world, only a relative semblance of it. After all, some individuals are born at the pinnacle of what others toil a lifetime to achieve. They are born in Rome, and what can one do about it? As the group awaited Lin Yi's decision, he found himself lost in thought. The others exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed by his daydreaming, for this was a common occurrence. After a considerable interval, Lin Yi finally returned to the present. Have you all had a chance to rest? Are you feeling better? He specifically inquired about Chun Ji and Yun Fei, as they had been the most affected. Upon hearing Lin Yi's query, both Chun Ji and Yun Fei felt a weight press down on their hearts, their faces betraying their discomfort. However, their complexions had already been quite pallid, so any further deterioration was hardly noticeable. Hua Tianjiao smiled faintly upon hearing this, while Jiang Qingning maintained a stoic expression. Lin Yi wore his characteristic apathetic demeanor. After all, he had little interest in this trial. Initially, he had merely intended to bide his time in the primeval wilderness until he could depart. Who could have foreseen the ensuing beast tide? Compounded by the drop point's placement in the very wilderness he had sought to escape. The subsequent developments need not be elaborated upon. The most exasperating of all was the announcement of a merciless month-long assembly at the South Sea Islands. Lin Yi had always harbored a lethargic mindset, previously contemplating leisurely exploration. Yet now, stringent time constraints loomed overhead. Everyone understands that when a passion transforms into a daily obligation, the allure fades. Lin Yi's mood was not merely unpleasant, it was thoroughly dismal. Though he chose not to display it, he was tempted to simply toss the table and abandon the endeavor, resigning himself to elimination when the time came. However, he was no longer alone. A team awaited him, along with other members. Despite his indifference towards the trial, whether he passed or failed was of little consequence to him. Lin Yi longed to extricate himself from this savage planet and return to a civilized world, yearning to witness firsthand the advancements of a technologically sophisticated society. Yet, ideals often clash with reality, and plans invariably fall prey to unforeseen changes. The very structure of this contractual team system remained a mystery to him. As he pondered why a captain's elimination of a teammate necessitated their own expulsion, Lin Yi now grasped the inherent absurdity of this system. He had no desire to partake in this so-called trial, and Jiang Qingning's initial objective likely revolved around mending her meridians. Now that she had obtained the necessary herb, she too seemed to lack interest in the trial. Conversely, the trio of Hua Tianjiao, Yun Fei, and Chen Ji, especially Chen Ji, exhibited a fervent desire to succeed in this trial. While Lin Yi was reluctant, he felt compelled to guide them through, for it was unthinkable to impose a dictatorship upon them. They could not simply be allowed to continue the trial without his involvement. Moreover, this wretched contract was utterly inescapable. Indeed, it was irrevocable. Lin Yi had previously inquired of Jiang Qingning, learning that such a pact could only be dissolved upon completing the trial. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, grappling with conflicting thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to set aside his concerns. Everyone, let us rest in place. The day is far spent. Gather some firewood, hunt for provisions, and perhaps forage for wild vegetables. We shall dine here and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, We will venture into the mountains, proceeding as far as we can. Is the day far spent? The group looked up at the blazing sun and a clear sky. It was barely noon, and such a claim seemed rather dismissive. Even Li Xianing, meditating nearby, twitched at the corners of her mouth. This was undeniably a display of apathy, an audacious one at that. Speaking falsehoods with utter nonchalance, Jiang Qingning felt a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Yi's knack for such blatant fabrications had evidently not waned. However, Chun Ji and Yun Fei discerned the underlying intent in Lin Yi's words. Instantly, their spirits lifted. Yun Fei retrieved various meats from her storage ring, while Chen Ji eagerly set off into the mountains to collect firewood. Each member busied themselves with their respective tasks. And soon the atmosphere grew lively. Chapter 68. The Azure Python and Chen Ji's decision. Ever since Lin Yi resolved to embrace his indifference, it seemed the others in the team had caught on to his sentiment. It was hard not to notice, as Lin Yi lay sprawled on the lush grass, eyes closed and snoring softly, a clear sign of apathy. This led the group into a strangely relaxed state, as they collectively acknowledged the improbability of reaching their destination and the likelihood of being eliminated by the prevailing system. Though a hint of reluctance lingered in their hearts, believing they should not concede so early. They could not conceive a better strategy and thus allowed themselves to unwind. Consequently, the atmosphere among the team members transformed into an inexplicably cheerful and carefree one. Each person engaged in their own tasks, sharing laughter and camaraderie. What would you like to eat? I have beef, lamb, venison, and a variety of rabbits and insects. Shall we sample a little of everything? Yun Fei inquired, rifling through her storage ring to produce an array of meats, spices, and seasonings. Chen Ji emerged from the mountains, his back laden with several bundles of dry twigs bound with vines, and his hands dragging along hefty logs. Jiang Qingning stood by, igniting a fire, while Lin Yi's lighter mysteriously appeared in her hand. I only need beef and a bit of rabbit meat, spoke Hua Tianjiao, who was busy cleaning her firearm. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qingning replied, let us have a bit of everything. We can have Lin Yi prepare it all for us later. After all, we can't leave him idle, can we? Upon finishing her words, the girl tossed a still unlit twig towards Lin Yi, rousing him from his feigned slumber. What? Oh, sure, we can have more. I'll do it all. Lin Yi lazily responded, yet remained sprawled on the grass, not bothering to rise. Nearby, Li Xianing couldn't help but facepalm. Jiang Qingning felt a tinge of helplessness, but there was little she could do. Hua Tianjiao wore an expression of exasperation, struggling to fathom how such a person could ever awaken their latent vigor, and her frustration began to bubble over. Meanwhile, Yun Fei was lost in her own world, continuously extracting meat from her storage ring. It wasn't until the pile of meat formed a small mountain over a meter high that she finally ceased her efforts. Chen Ji set down the firewood he had gathered and dragged out a massive python from the pile. The creature, having been shot through the head with a laser, was quite lifeless. Measuring approximately 4 meters in length, its girth was comparable to that of a football, making it an impressive specimen. The sight of such a colossal serpent drew astonished gazes from the group, who found it hard to believe that an ordinary person like Chen Ji could have dispatched such a behemoth and even brought it back. Although he wielded a laser gun, it was still no small feat. Lin Yi, noticing the python, sprang up with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the azure-scaled serpent lying before him. The python's body shimmered with a bluish-green hue, its scales reflecting a lustrous sheen. Strangely, just above its eyes, it bore 2 diminutive horns, scarcely noticeable against the size of its head. Yet, Lin Yi took note of those peculiar protrusions. The sight of an unfamiliar creature invigorated him, and he approached to grasp the azure-scaled giant, only to find it exceedingly heavy, indeed, far heavier than typical meats. As he lifted the serpent's body, he discovered 2 pairs of prominent, claw-like protrusions at its tail end, resembling forks. Goodness, this must belong to the dragon family, he exclaimed. What a shame. Its size is rather diminutive, he lamented, considering that ordinary pythons on Earth could grow to lengths of 6 to 10 meters, while this one was a mere 4 meters long. Even more regrettably, the python's blood had nearly drained away, which otherwise could have made for an exquisite snake blood soup. Wondering if the snake's gallbladder was still intact, Lin Yi recalled that it was typically harvested from a live snake, as the bile transforms into energy and accelerates the healing of wounds upon blood loss. Under the scrutiny of his companions, Lin Yi drew a dagger and circled the python's head, skillfully peeling back the skin from its neck. Chun Ji stepped in to assist, gripping the serpent's head. "Let me help you fully remove the skin." With that, Lin Yi seized the skin, pulling back with a swift motion and in a clean sweep. He removed the entire skin intact, along with the internal organs, leaving behind the edible flesh and bones. In truth, snakes are relatively easy to process. One merely needs to make a cut around the head and neck, grasp the head and skin, and one person can efficiently strip the internal organs and skin away, as they are connected. However, due to the python's massive size, Lin Yi needed Chun Ji's help to accomplish the task. Before his journey across realms, Lin Yi had frequently handled snake meat, as it is considered a delicacy among meats, rich in nutrients. When prepared correctly, the flavor is exceptionally exquisite, and many connoisseurs would seek his assistance in crafting snake dishes. The most renowned being chrysanthemum water snake soup and dragon phoenix soup. Of course, these were made from farmed snakes, as harvesting wild snakes is illegal and poses risks of parasites and bacteria. Pythons are regarded as a prime example among snakes. They are loaded with protein, fat, carbohydrates, calcium, phosphorus, iron, various vitamins, and amino acids. Additionally, snake skin can be processed into various musical instruments and is a preferred leather in the tanning industry. The gallbladder of a snake is also a prized possession. It is known to have cooling properties, relieve dampness, improve vision, and detoxify. Furthermore, it can bolster the nervous, endocrine, and immune systems while also delaying aging. However, it is worth noting that the gallbladder from venomous snakes is quite different from that of the python, which is non-venomous. As the largest of the snake species, pythons primarily rely on their muscular strength for hunting, making them a quintessential example of a non-venomous snake. The python's gallbladder, known as the anaconda gallbladder, possesses properties for cooling, detoxification, and rejuvenation, albeit it does contain mild toxins. Remarkably, Lin Yi discovered a dark green gallbladder among the pile of skin and entrails, enveloped in fat and emitting a luminous emerald glow. Peering through his spiritual sense, he noticed a peculiar energy flowing within the gallbladder, reminiscent of something he had encountered before, prompting him to ponder deeply. Suddenly, he retrieved a red energy crystal and a green energy crystal from his pocket. The red crystal had been acquired from a blood-red-eyed leopard, while the green one was pilfered. He had previously experimented with the green crystal, which enhanced his speed, while the red crystal, once absorbed, granted him the innate talent of blood control. However, at that time, no one could absorb it, and his absorption efficiency was rather slow. It had been quite some time since Lin Yi had engaged in serious cultivation, yet his strength continued to grow steadily, and his abilities multiplied. He had even obtained the formidable weapon, Sky Strike, transforming from a melee warrior into a sniper assassin. There was little choice. Wink with a frown. Sky Strike was simply too effective. Through his spiritual sense, Lin Yi discerned that the energy flow within the gallbladder bore a striking similarity to that found in the beast crystals. The only apparent difference was the energy properties and circulation methods. Moreover, while the beast crystals were encased in a solid crystalline shell, the gallbladder lacked such an exterior. Could this imply that the gallbladder could be directly absorbed, potentially granting an innate ability or a postnatal supernatural power? If that were the case, the value of this gallbladder would be immense, capable of transforming an ordinary person into an extraordinary being. Contemplating this, Lin Yi carefully removed the gallbladder and held it in his hand. It resembled a shelled egg, albeit this one was dark green and radiated a verdant glow, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. "Hey, Chun Ji, come here for a moment. I have some good news to share." Though puzzled, Chun Ji approached without question, setting aside the snake skin. "I have a good news and a bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the others halted their activities and turned their attention towards him, their thoughts echoing with curiosity about what he was up to. Even Jiang Qingning shared this sentiment. "Let's hear the good news first," Chun Ji replied. "The good news is that you have a significant chance of transforming from an ordinary person into an extraordinary being like us. And there's a great likelihood that you will possess an innate talent." A collective wave of skepticism, astonishment, and exchanged glances rippled through Jiang Qingning, Yun Feifei, Hua Tianjiao, Chen Ji, and Li Xianing. Yet, while Chen Ji was initially doubtful, he soon felt a surge of excitement upon realizing Lin Yi had no reason to deceive him, as their circumstances were no longer comparable. This realization, while a bit disheartening, was nevertheless a fact. Chunji's greatest strength lay in his self-awareness. He understood his own limitations. Thus, he was swept up in exhilaration. Don't get too excited yet. You haven't heard the bad news. Chunji quickly regained his composure, though he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. What is the bad news? The group, now intrigued, gathered around Lin Yi, eager to hear what he had to say. Lin Yi cleared his throat and began. The bad news is that there is a significant possibility of failure, and I am uncertain of the consequences of such failure. It could result in an explosion, or perhaps even lead to a disability. At the same time, Lin Yi waved his hand in resignation. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, awaiting Chunji's decision. Life is singular, and the question remains. Should one wager this life for the hope of a brighter future? The few present had previously assessed Chunji's potential, deeming it exceedingly poor, with little to no aptitude for cultivation and a slim chance of awakening. After all, why had no one imparted any knowledge to Chunji during their time together? It was not due to unwillingness, but rather because any teachings would be futile, as he simply could not grasp them. Now, however, the opportunity to defy fate lay before them. What choice would be made? This was merely Lin Yi's contemplation, yet it held a substantial likelihood of realization. Even if it failed, with Lin Yi's current abilities, he could easily dissipate the energy, allowing it to disperse harmlessly within Chunji's body, which would still yield a fortifying effect. The peculiar energies and their unique operational methods would vanish, leaving only a wasted snake gallbladder behind. Lin Yi's gravity in presenting these dire consequences was merely a test for Chunji, as he found himself aimlessly idle, with no pressing objectives at hand. Cooking was still too early, and in his boredom, he sought to tease the others. However, even a casual strike from Chunji could yield a python, suggesting that such creatures were plentiful in these hills. Furthermore, this particular python was taken advantage of in its juvenile state. The energy contained within the gallbladder was minimal, making it suitable for Chunji at this moment. The crux now lay in Chunji's decision. To everyone's surprise, Chunji did not hesitate. I accept. Whatever the consequences, I shall bear them alone. Bring it on. The crowd remained silent, not inclined to offer counsel. They understood Chunji's current state all too well, having also emerged from their own weaknesses and struggles. Yet Lin Yi felt differently. After all, he had only ascended to strength within the past month. Or perhaps even less so decisive. Very well, consume the snake gallbladder. Lin Yi handed the gallbladder to Chunji, who swiftly grasped the egg-sized object and tossed it into his mouth, beginning to chew. Don't chew. Lin Yi's warning was cut short by Chunji's rapid actions. Indeed, Chunji clenched his jaw tightly, swallowing the gallbladder's contents, while his face contorted into a grotesque mask of agony. The onlookers swallowed hard. Was it truly this brutal? Just the thought was painful. Chunji had momentarily lost consciousness, yet in his mind, he was fixated on keeping his mouth shut, preventing any bile from escaping. Lin Yi, attentive and vigilant, activated his spirit sensing, closely monitoring Chunji's condition. After all, it was his suggestion, and should Chunji perish, the guilt would weigh heavily upon him. Energy coursed within Chunji, his expression twisted in torment. Gradually, greenish-blue scales crept across his neck, extending until they adorned half of his face. Chapter 69. Brother will surely return. Scales of a bluish hue spread from Chunji's neck, continuing to extend until they covered half of his visage. Through Lin Yi's spirit vision, he observed the transformation of Chunji's body, beginning at the neck and stomach, gradually radiating outward, as his muscles adopted a spiral spring-like structure. Chunji emitted pained groans, akin to the cries of a beast. Lin Yi's gaze fixed upon Chunji's metamorphosis, his expression growing increasingly peculiar, laced with profound curiosity. He could not help but wonder how the muscle structure could undergo such a radical change. Shifting from fibrous to spiral, this was a direct denaturation of protein muscle. How could this be achieved? Was it truly the gallbladder's influence? If so, the gallbladder could be likened to a low-tier genetic serum. Moreover, Lin Yi noted that Chunji's teeth had sharpened, and his tongue appeared forked. His eyes had transformed into green ovals, particularly with pupils resembling those of a serpent. What could account for this phenomenon? Serpents are typically myopic, while snake gallbladders are known for their vision-enhancing properties. Thus, had Chunji's sight improved or deteriorated? Though Lin Yi brimmed with curiosity, this was not the time for inquiries, as Chunji's transformation was far from complete. His raspy sounds faded, and he curled into a ball. The greenish-blue scales continued to spread across his body, his muscular structure undergoing a profound alteration. The agony he experienced was palpable. Qianji's groans gradually subsided. Yet his visage remained contorted in pain, his mouth agape as if to scream but unable to produce a sound. The onlookers observed with solemn expressions, yet none dared to intervene. This was their first encounter with such a spectacle, and they were at a loss as to how to assist. Even if they could, they likely would not offer their aid. Pain was an inevitable part of this journey. To defy fate and ascend to power was no simple task. Every endeavor comes with a price. If Qianji were to endure this trial, he would gain strength. If not, he might become a mere monstrosity, perhaps even perish. Lin Yi remained vigilant, closely monitoring the peculiar energy that flowed within Qianji, reshaping his form. This transformation brought with it excruciating torment, both physical and mental. Should Qianji falter, he risked losing consciousness and becoming a beast. Lin Yi stood ready to disperse the energy at a moment's notice. Should any signs of weakness arise, in Qianji's mental realm, a gray haze enveloped him. Where am I? How did I end up here? Shouldn't I be on the trial star, undergoing the transformation of the energy within me? Indeed, from the moment he swallowed the gallbladder, he felt an energy circulating within him, revitalizing his essence while continuously altering his body. The pain was so intense that he could discern every inch of his skin and cells. Yet, it was only a matter of seconds before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Yi, oblivious to Qianji's loss of awareness, continued to observe Qianji's silent screams. Qianji lay curled upon the ground, his body convulsing, mouth agape. However, he had already slipped into unconsciousness. Qianji gazed into the gray void before him, perplexed. What is this place? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? He shouted, yet only echoes answered, rendering the atmosphere chillingly cold. Suddenly, Qianji's soul ignited with warmth, radiating a faint azure glow. He felt his body slipping from his control, as wisps of blue light invaded his soul, gradually taking hold of half of it. Then, with a painful cry, his essence tore apart, echoing throughout the mental void. From a semi-transparent being, he split into two entities. One, colored azure and covered in scales. The other, pure white and translucent. The azure figure mirrored the changes occurring in Qianji's physical form, while the pure white entity represented his unaltered self. As the pain subsided, Qianji regained his composure, staring at the azure figure that was nearly identical to him, save for its color. The two locked eyes, one azure, one pure white, and in that moment, Qianji understood. His spiritual essence seemed to have given rise to another facet of himself. One represented his original consciousness, while the other signified the consciousness born from his transformation. The two were at odds. One would dominate the body, while the other faced obliteration. The battle of wills was poised to erupt. Yet, before Qianji could brace himself, the pure white soul was swiftly subdued by the azure counterpart. Unable to mount any resistance, overwhelmed and consumed as the azure soul, resembling his own form, pressed down upon him, Qianji felt an unexpected inclination. Perhaps allowing this stronger entity to assume his existence was not such a grievous fate after all. After all, it possessed extraordinary abilities and could undoubtedly thrive better than he, offering greater support to his family. The struggle of consciousness unfolded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the pure white essence was entirely suppressed. Its memories and energies devoured relentlessly. Yet, as the memories were consumed, Qianji found himself lost in recollection. On a street that could hardly be deemed prosperous, an elderly woman struggled under the weight of a large burden. Moving laboriously along the thoroughfare, passers-by, including robots, seemed indifferent, accustomed to the sight. A young boy, clad in ill-fitting school attire, sprinted toward her from across the street, calling out anxiously. Upon seeing the boy, the woman's face lit up with a warm smile. "Grandma, didn't I tell you? Leave the energy blocks to me. You shouldn't venture into places like the garbage dump. Those dangerous people, you didn't encounter them today, did you?" the boy inquired, concern etched upon his features. The elderly woman chuckled as she affectionately patted the young boy's head. Then she smiled and said, "Do not worry about your studies, dear. Your grandmother has her pension, and I am not yet so old that I cannot move. Gathering energy is still quite manageable. Look at the bountiful harvest I have today. As she spoke, the old woman proudly showcased her collection from the day, while the boy bent down to examine the burdens she carried. The load was substantial, each basket measuring over a meter in width and length, filled to the brim with discarded raw minerals. Despite the quantity of the raw minerals, once refined, the yield of energy blocks would likely be minimal. Nevertheless, it would suffice for a family's daily consumption. The boy rarely smiled, but he did so now, only to become serious once more. Grandmother, let me carry it for you. We've agreed that you won't go next time. All right. It's far too dangerous. Without waiting for the old woman's consent, he took the burden from her shoulders. Although he was significantly taller than her, his frail form bent slightly under the weight. The grandmother gazed at her slender grandson, filled with guilt, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, "All right, I won't go next time." The boy believed her words, but deep down, he knew she would still venture out. Together, the grandmother and grandson strolled along the street towards their warm home, in the gray, ethereal space. The once pure white soul, firmly pressed beneath the azure spirit, began to fade into transparency. The pure white spirit murmured softly, "Grandmother." As the soul's energy and memories continued to be consumed, Cheonji's consciousness slipped into another memory. "Brother, I'm hungry." A delicate, gentle voice echoed from a dimly lit room. The young boy, engrossed in his writing, suddenly turned around, the flickering light above him indicating that the energy was nearly depleted. A girl, curled up on the bed, peeked out, revealing a pale, frail face. She was a small girl, fitting the modern aesthetic of being thin. Yet her appearance betrayed her malnutrition. She seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old. Looking woeful and pitiful, it seemed unbearable hunger prompted her to disturb her brother, as she huddled timidly back under the covers. "Don't worry, little sister, I'll find you something to eat." In truth, the family had been out of food for several days, and the grandmother had been away for an extended period. The boy felt anxious but was powerless. Resorting to writing as a distraction, while his younger sister could no longer endure the pangs of hunger, he knew he had to devise a plan. After offering his sister a reassuring smile, he seemed to come to a decision. He opened the bookshelf, retrieved the only dagger in the house, tucked it into his pocket, and left the dim room. A mere scholar, powerless and ineffectual, the boy's grip tightened around the dagger in his pocket. Despite years of study, he found no assistance in his current plight. Rather, he had squandered the little money his family had. For the first time, he felt lost. Light rain fell as he walked down the street, where few pedestrians ventured. Only a couple of individuals wandered under umbrellas. The boy, however, donned a hat and braved the rain towards a singular destination, the abandoned mine dump. The dump was home to desperate souls who lived by robbery and extortion. The mine was vast, with treacherous terrain, and the authorities could do nothing to intervene that day. An uninvited guest entered the lair of several outlaws to steal. Ultimately discovered, he was chased from the mine to the slums by a horde of criminals, only to be intercepted by the police, narrowly escaping with a back injury. That uninvited guest was the boy. Despite his injury, he managed to steal a good number of energy pills and nutritional supplements. Since injuring his spine, he could no longer stand upright, and his frail appearance, coupled with a smile, made him appear even more pitiful. After that first experience, the boy frequently returned to the abandoned mine. Ensuring that he, his sister, and grandmother would not starve, he ceased his studies, attending classes only to contemplate how to steal or earn money, for only wealth could secure a better life for his family. The injuries he sustained increased, and he became increasingly shrewd and ruthless, learning more underhanded ways of survival, his scholarly demeanor fading into that of a common rogue. Until one day, "Brother, please don't go. It's too dangerous there." The girl's voice trembled with tears as she clung to her brother's leg. "Do not worry, little sister. I will return shortly. Listen to grandmother and do not wander outside. I promise I will bring you delicious food and send you to school in a year. All right?" The boy gently patted her head, soothing her while making a promise. Yet, she refused to let go, her large eyes brimming with tears, her pallor deepening, as though her brother's departure would mean his disappearance forever. The boy did not wish to leave, but he had no choice. Although this trial had a mortality rate of 90%, it was his family's only opportunity to escape their dire situation. He had invested considerable effort and even compromised his principles to bribe the examiner. He could not let that effort go to waste. At the very least, he needed to ensure his sister and grandmother would not face hardship in their later years. With unwavering resolve, he gazed into his sister's eyes, their gazes locked. He seemed to be transported back to that night when she had cried out in hunger. His tone firm and affirming. "Do not worry, sister, I will definitely return." The girl, tears streaming down her face, slowly released her grip, as if she understood something profound. The boy turned away, his hunched silhouette fading into the night. His demeanor once again transformed into that of a common rogue. In the dim, gray space, the nearly transparent pure white figure was on the verge of vanishing, while the azure figure grew increasingly robust. Its greenish hue intensifying, and its scales becoming denser, as the azure figure continued to absorb soul energy and devour memories. Its eyes grew more animated and ferocious. The chilling, bloodthirsty essence became increasingly apparent, revealing that it was no longer merely a human soul. The pure white, semi-transparent form, in its final moments, murmured, "Sister, do not worry. Brother will surely return." At that moment, the pure white figure sensed the azure figure's brutal, bloodthirsty aura. In a moment of clarity, it turned to confront the azure figure. Its eyes locked onto the azure spirits. "You, with your violent tendencies, how could you ever treat my family well? I would never entertain the notion of relinquishing control of my body to you. How could I regress in such a manner?" As the pure white form neared oblivion, it erupted with an unwavering, indomitable resolve. This determination grew stronger, gradually overpowering the azure figure. "You cold-blooded fiend, how could you ever treat my sister well? Sister, do not worry." The conviction surged, and with a resounding explosion, the azure figure was vanquished. The pure white spirit underwent a metamorphosis, absorbing the scattered azure soul fragments. "Brother will definitely return." Chapter 70. Transformation. A crowd had gathered around Changji. Observing him for over an hour, he remained in a curled position on the ground, trembling, his mouth agape, showing no other signs of response. Were it not for the tremors of his body and the ongoing changes within, Lin Yi might have thought he had perished. After a considerable time, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Yi, who continued to watch intently. However, even as others departed, their peripheral gazes remained fixed on Qianji, curious about whether he would succeed and what transformations might occur if he did. If Qianji succeeded without any adverse effects, this serpent's gallbladder could hold revolutionary significance. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary powers. Since the proliferation of cultivation practices, significant advancements had been elusive for over 10,000 years. Practitioners remained in scarce supply, constituting less than a fraction of humanity. If this serpent's gallbladder could bestow instant elevation, it would be invaluable, perhaps even lucrative enough to secure a lifetime of comfort for its sellers. With modern scientific capabilities, deciphering its underlying principles would pose no challenge. Now, all that remained was to patiently await Changji's awakening. After confirming that his condition had stabilized, Lin Yi picked up the food handbook and scanned the severed snake carcass on the ground. As expected, there was no reaction. This was not the first time such an occurrence had happened. Beyond the few instances in the mangrove forest, Lin Yi had captured numerous animals and plants for experimentation throughout the journey, and nearly 1 in every 100 failed to yield results. While Lin Yi was uncertain about the scanning mechanism of the food handbook, he was certain it did not rely solely on shape or appearance to identify biological species. It likely penetrated to the cellular genetic level. Thus, the absence of skin and entrails should not hinder the scanning process. However, similar to the situation in the mangrove forest, the scan failed once more. This could only mean one thing. The food handbook had no record of it. That was unexpected. The circumstances surrounding the trial star should have been thoroughly studied by the Research Institute long ago. How could there be such a multitude of unscannable items appearing in succession? As for biological mutations, they should remain inextricably linked to their original genetic chains. Previously, I had scanned numerous plants and animals, all exhibiting mutations, yet all were detectable. The emergence of a new species seems highly improbable. From what Lin Yi gathered from Jiang Qingning and the others, the food manual updates every 2 trials. Thus, any new species should not go unnoticed. The notion of new species arising within a few years is simply unfathomable. Ever since the onset of the red mangrove area, Lin Yi has sensed an underlying anomaly. as if some force is influencing the evolution and mutation of the local fauna at an astonishingly accelerated rate. Lin suspects that this emerald serpent has only recently manifested. Had it been present earlier, the Scientific Research Institute would undoubtedly have discovered it, especially since trials occur almost every few years, making it implausible that others have not noticed the effects of the serpent's gallbladder. Lin even harbors doubts regarding the recent emergence of the red mangrove itself. Otherwise, if there were indeed a wood demon embryo present, how could news of it not have spread? Given the rarity of a wood demon embryo, one would expect that prominent figures would personally descend to procure it. Alas, all of this remains mere speculation, devoid of any solid evidence. After all, the expansive area of the red mangrove appears to have formed over centuries, if not millennia, making it difficult to believe it could have appeared so recently. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. Lin suddenly recalled the moment he removed the wood demon embryo. The dissipating energy seemed capable of accelerating the growth of the red mangrove, even causing it to surge. Could it be? At this moment, Lin felt an overwhelming urge to conclude the trial and depart from this planet, for the peculiar changes were undeniably unsettling. Just as Lin was engulfed in worry, a transformation occurred with Qianji. The greenish-blue scales that adorned Qianji's body gradually receded beneath his skin, restoring his complexion to that of an ordinary human. The agony etched across his face began to ease, and his once gaping mouth gradually closed. His entire, previously hunched physique began to relax, transforming from a frail and stooped form to one of strength and uprightness. Observing this, the others gathered around, wondering if the transformation was coming to an end. Lin hurriedly approached, activating his sensing ability to closely observe the changes in Qianji's body. He noticed that the energy within Qianji continued to swirl, albeit at a diminishing pace. And the muscle fibers retained their spiral form. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of power that such muscular morphology could unleash. However, the greenish scales were merely concealed beneath the skin. Not entirely vanished, to the untrained eye. Qianji now appeared no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even more robust. Despite the fading transformation, there were no signs of awakening in Qianji. Lin. Could you ascertain his condition? At this rate, he ought to awaken. Yet he remains unresponsive, Unveil inquired, her interest in the serpent's gallbladder evident. Let's not be hasty. There was no denying that he possessed the demeanor of a businessman. And judging by Unveil's usual behavior, it seemed her family was quite affluent, likely engaged in commerce. It is well known that a merchant's most vital attributes are their perceptiveness and instinct for opportunity. This inherent talent led Unveil to conclude that the serpent's gallbladder held significant potential. The crucial point now was whether Qianji would awaken with any peculiar aftereffects, as anticipated. Qianji stirred and gradually regained consciousness. However, when he awoke, his eyes remained clouded, as if he had yet to fully return to reality, and he uttered a bewildering phrase that left Lin astonished. Years? In armor? The world? Gee. What? No, buddy. Are you plotting a rebellion? Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock, as if he had heard something utterly unfathomable. Among those present, only Lin Yi was taken aback. The others looked on, perplexed. Was this a case of random intrusion? Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi discerned that Qianji was still not fully awake, lost in a daze, likely muttering nonsensically. After a few minutes of waiting, Qianji finally regained full awareness, his eyes resembling those of a serpent, oval-shaped and gleaming with a greenish hue. How do you feel? Please, share your current sensations. 5 pairs of eyes fixated intently on Qianji, who now exuded an enigmatic aura, a chilling presence laced with an air of dominance. Yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of humanity. I feel unprecedentedly well. My strength seems to have increased significantly. Qianji spoke with a steady voice, shedding the repugnant demeanor he previously exhibited. He clenched his fists, cracking the knuckles as he did so, and then unleashed a punch that sent shockwaves through the air, producing an explosive sound. A nearby tree was shattered by the force of his strike. The onlookers stood agape, for the power behind that punch was beyond the capabilities of anyone present. Save for the unfathomable Li Xianning. Lin observed that as Qianji threw his punch, his hands appeared to elongate slightly. The spring-like muscles within Qianji's body were enveloped by a surge of emerald energy, generating immense force during the extension. Moreover, this power seemed to possess a cyclic nature. Qianji stared in amazement at his hands, his mind consumed by a singular thought. He had undergone a metamorphosis. He had acquired newfound strength. Chapter 71. Qianji's transformation and decision to enter the mountains. It seems the transformation was successful. Lin Yi noted that as Qianji delivered his punch, it appeared that nearly every muscle in his body had been engaged. The force coalesced naturally into a singular surge, yet Lin Yi could not fully discern the details. Hesitant to make assumptions, Qianji, hold on a moment, throw another punch, aiming at that tree ahead, Lin Yi urged eagerly. Qianji, upon hearing this, quickly regained his focus. Oh, right. Despite now possessing formidable power, he maintained a sense of reverence towards the source of this strength. Indeed, it was reverence. Qianji had transitioned from fear and disdain to a newfound respect. Human nature is indeed fascinating. Individuals rarely maintain perpetual awe towards the same entity. Nevertheless, outwardly, Qianji retained his previous demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, he concentrated intently, channeling his power towards a tree to the right front. The force and technique remained unchanged. This time, Lin Yi maximized his sensing ability, scrutinizing Qianji's muscles and the flow of energy. Finally, he was able to observe clearly as Qianji struck. A tremendous force erupted from his heart, transmitted through the blood vessels to every muscle in his body, propelling the spring-like muscles to generate power. This method of energy delivery was quite unique, akin to that of a fuel engine. Indeed, it felt reminiscent of an engine. The heart acted as a pressure pump, while the blood served as the energy supply. Coursing through every inch of muscle, the muscles functioned akin to actuators, with energy merging with certain substances within them, producing energy akin to that released during combustion. Indeed, it was combustion. Ultimately, this led to the muscles unleashing tremendous power. Even more intriguing was the observation that all of Qianji's muscles seemed to operate in unison. This alone was remarkable, considering that ordinary individuals typically engage only about 20 of their muscles during physical exertion. The human body comprises approximately 639 muscles, made up of around 6 billion muscle fibers, with the longest measuring 60 centimeters and the shortest approximately 1 millimeter. A normal adult can only harness the power of muscles totaling less than 20 during activity. This implies that, under normal circumstances, 80 of the body's muscles remain dormant or lack the capacity for activation. The brain serves as the body's controller, regulating energy output. Theoretically, if the skeletal structure possessed sufficient strength to allow muscles to exert their full power, one could achieve over 25 tons of force, although the current theoretical limit stands at 5 tons. However, this remains merely theoretical, as an ordinary person's body cannot withstand such force, resulting in fractured bones and damaging injuries to muscles and other tissues. Thus, the brain imposes restrictions to prevent muscles from exerting excessive force that could harm the individual. Consequently, the power an average person can exert is quite limited. Being able to lift a 100 kilograms dumbbell is already an impressive feat. Yet, it seems that following the transformation catalyzed by the serpent's gallbladder, Qianji underwent a remarkable change. If Lin Yi's observations were accurate, at the moment Qianji struck, he engaged nearly 100 of his muscles to generate force. It is vital to note that Qianji's muscular structure now differed fundamentally from that of an ordinary person. The spring-like musculature left Lin Yi uncertain about the magnitude of power it could produce. Furthermore, strike again. I wish to observe. All right. Qianji delivered another punch, this time not directed at the tree, but rather into the air. A resounding explosion reverberated, leaving the bystanders momentarily dazed. This time, Lin Yi refrained from examining the mechanics of Qianji's muscular movements and instead focused on where the power generated by those muscles was directed. It is understood that the inability of ordinary individuals to exert immense force stems partly from the brain's limitations, and also from the fact that much of that energy is dissipated or expended through various means. Indeed, that proved to be the case. Lin Yi clapped his hands and smiled. As Qianji delivered his punches, a significant portion of the force generated by his muscles was propelled and drawn forth by the spring-like muscles, converging into a singular force. Meanwhile, another aspect of the outward force, upon making contact with the layer of bluish-green scales beneath Qianji's skin, seemed to produce an effect akin to an echo. The power was once again gathered, transmitted, and concentrated by the spring-like muscles, ultimately coalescing in the arm's musculature. In that moment, the force behind his punch was entirely focused, unleashing an unimaginable power. It must be said that Lin held a deep admiration for this state of being. With a body as rounded and unified as a sphere, and strength as a holistic entity, he could unleash his full power with every move, at any time and place. It is worth noting that such a realm is a coveted aspiration for martial artists. Beyond this lies the pinnacle of martial arts, the state of being invincible. The term invincible refers not to mythical deities, but rather to the mastery of one's own body. To achieve invincibility means to perceive the most subtle aspects of one's body, maintaining a state of perfection that culminates in an unyielding and flawless existence. Regrettably, Qianji's abilities allowed for flawless control of power transmission, yet he could not achieve the same level of control over his own body. Were he to attain such mastery, he would veritably ascend to legendary status, an extraordinary feat indeed. Nearby, Hua Tianjiao observed as Qianji executed 3 punches, seemingly sensing something profound. Although she lacked Lin Yi's innate talent for perceiving the flow of energy, her honed martial instincts and keen perception enabled her to discern that Qianji possessed something she yearned for. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hua Tianjiao spoke up, "Could you please punch again? I wish to observe once more." Taken aback by the polite request from the valiant young woman before him, Qianji hesitated momentarily. I can't." Qianji prepared himself and delivered another punch, this time with slightly reduced speed. Hua Tianjiao's gaze remained fixated on his movements, keenly attuned to the manner in which he executed his strikes without any extraneous force leaking away. Suddenly, the young woman exclaimed, This is the essence of unified strength." The onlookers exchanged glances, puzzled. Only Li Xianing, standing to the side, seemed to glimmer with understanding. "What do you mean by unified strength?" asked Yun Feifei, whose presence was often overshadowed. Despite her rich lineage, she was unfamiliar with the term. Yet, Hua Tianjiao remained silent, deep in contemplation. Just as Yun Feifei prepared to inquire further, Hua Tianjiao spoke again. "No, this is not unified strength. It lacks the essence of embracing unity and the seamlessness of wholeness. Though I cannot fathom how you achieved a similar effect, this is undoubtedly not unified strength." "What exactly is unified strength? What are you talking about?" Yun Feifei retorted, visibly annoyed. Li Xianing interjected, "Unified strength is the ultimate pursuit of a pure martial artist. It is a state where one can perfectly integrate their own power into their strikes at any time and place. Such individuals are particularly troublesome. You cannot easily defeat them, and no matter how grievous their injuries, they can still unleash their maximum potential, which is exceedingly vexing." Hua Tianjiao nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding. "And such individuals are nearly impossible to vanquish," Yun Feifei murmured, her lips pouting. Lin Yi nodded, realizing that a similar state existed in this world, aptly named unified strength. However, he pondered just how formidable such individuals truly were. Could they withstand a strike from his weapon, the strike of heaven? He absent-mindedly touched the weapon he had carried on his back, feeling a surge of combativeness awaken within him. Since his last shot, his temperament had shifted, and although he had regained some of his sharpness, he was still capable of firing 1 or 2 more shots. Yet, he recognized that he had become somewhat lopsided, a high attack but low defense. If an opponent were to get close, he would surely be at risk. It was time to bolster his physical conditioning. Speaking of physical conditioning, Lin Yi realized he had forgotten something. He recalled having encountered someone with particularly exceptional physical prowess. However, he could not immediately recall who it was. Unable to remember, he decided to set it aside. "Chunji, what sensations did you experience after consuming that snake gall? Did your body undergo any changes, or are there any lingering side effects?" Lin Yi inquired. The others, intrigued, ceased their discussions, eager to learn if there were any after effects. If not, the value of the snake gall would be immense. Chunji took a moment to assess his body. Suddenly, he leapt, soaring to a height of 10 meters, startling everyone present. Yet, the most shocked of all was Chunji himself. He had not anticipated leaping so high. Upon landing, he miscalculated his force and created 2 craters in the ground. "As far as I can tell, my body feels fine, aside from an overwhelming hunger. I can jump higher, punch harder, and my speed is likely increased as well. However, my vision has been affected. I can no longer see as clearly as before." Upon hearing that his vision had been compromised, Lin Yi immediately lost interest in the snake gall. His talent lay in his eyesight, and if that were diminished, it would significantly weaken his abilities. An unworthy trade-off. However, I seem to see something different now, such as heat signatures. Seeing heat signatures, the group was perplexed. While they were aware that some snakes could perceive thermal imaging, they understood that this was not related to the snake's eyes. The ability to detect heat primarily stemmed from specialized organs. For instance, pit vipers possess a pit organ between their eyes that serves as a heat sensor. Not only that, but I can also sense the vast majority of scents, Chuanji added, extending his forked tongue and flicking it through the air. The onlookers recoiled in disgust, particularly Jiang Qingning and Yun Feifei. After that, I have not encountered any further issues with my body, Chuanji concluded hastily before departing in search of food. Chenji? Don't go looking for food, just roast and eat that snake, Lin Yi advised. All right, Chunji replied, somewhat surprised but pleased, as he was quite hungry. The group fell into contemplation, eyes transformed into those of a snake. With the added ability to perceive thermal imaging, a forked tongue capable of scent exploration. What did this signify? Was it truly an after effect? Furthermore, those bluish-green scales seemed reminiscent of snake scales. After consuming the snake gall, it was as if he had become a humanoid python, immensely powerful, with heat-sensing vision and a tongue that could detect odors. Was this not akin to a python achieving sentience? What do you think? Is Qin Ji now more human or more snake? Yun Feifei suddenly asked. Of course, he is human, Lin Yi replied without hesitation. The others nodded in agreement. Hua Tianjiao could not help but add, considering the power he has gained. Such changes are trivial. Remember, just an hour ago, he was an ordinary person. Indeed, the group suddenly realized. Had they been too demanding? Should they choose to remain ordinary or transform into a being of extraordinary power after consuming the snake gall? If they were to place themselves in Qian Ji's situation, any one of them would undoubtedly opt for the latter without a second thought. If they felt this way, how much greater would the allure be for countless ordinary individuals? Hua Tianjiao focused on the profound implications of the snake gall for martial arts, while Yun Feifei saw the commercial opportunities it presented. Lin Yi contemplated how to acquire more of these gallbladders. Even if he had no use for them himself, selling them could yield substantial profits. Jiang Qingning remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the revelations. Now that we have gained our abilities, shouldn't we head into the mountains and continue our journey? Jiang Qingning suggested. Right? Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Chunji's displayed speed and power were on par with anyone present. Although Lin Yi still felt uncertain about reaching the South Sea, it was now feasible to venture into the mountains for exploration. At the very least, they would not need to divert their attention to protect Chunji. Moreover, the python had been found in the mountains. Surely other creatures with similar transformations existed there as well. All present shared this thought, even Li Xianing appearing slightly stirred. Lin Yi glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was nearing the horizon. Entering the mountains at this hour would not be wise. Let us rest for the night. We will venture into the mountains tomorrow morning. All right, yes, Imicham. Seeing the agreement among the group, Lin Yi immediately set about preparing dinner. In this vast world, there was nothing more essential than a good meal. Chapter 72. Lu Zihan and Lu Zi under the bright sun, with seabirds chirping and the distant sea occasionally leaping with fish. Two almost identical little girls were fishing by the rocky shore. How are you feeling, sister? Can we go in now? Lu Zihan shook her homemade fishing rod. It's great. Still no bites. Watching her sister, who was consistently catching fish, Lu Zihan appeared somewhat exasperated. Haha, another one. The voice was playful and charming. Lu Zi, did you even hear what I said? Lu Zihan looked at her sister, who had just caught another fish, and then at the small mountain of fish beside her, while her own side remained barren. Ugh! The sound of the fishing rod crashing to the ground reverberated through the art. Lu Zihan, in a fit of anger, hurled her fishing rod onto the ground and rose abruptly. She then leaped into the water, causing the sea to emit waves of energetic ripples that spread across the entire coastline. Almost immediately, schools of fish surrounding the shore seemed to go mad, rapidly converging like a tide rushing towards the beach. Countless fish, both large and small, surged onto the shore, writhing about on the sand. Lu Zihan, still clutching a fish in her hand, beamed with joy, murmuring, I told you not to bite. I told you not to bite. The fish, in response, seemed to retort, Are you unable to play fair? Even her usually carefree younger sister, Lu Zi, couldn't help but roll her eyes at her sister's demeanor. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Lu Zi's adorable face instantly morphed into a pout. Her sister's antics had utterly dampened her enthusiasm for fishing. The two sisters had been here for 3 days, since they had landed 3 days prior. They longed to venture into the jungle ahead. However, as soon as they stepped away from the shore, Lu Zi felt a sudden pang of anxiety, as if something dreadful lurked ahead. Her instincts had always been remarkably accurate, especially considering her innate luck. Following her intuition had always proven reliable. Thus, the two settled on this beach, waiting for the unsettling feeling to dissipate before entering the jungle. However, 3 days had passed without any change. Fortunately, it had not rained, or they would have been drenched like drowned rats. After all, this beach was as barren as could be, devoid of even a single shelter from the rain. Thankfully, a tall rock formation nearby provided some respite from the relentless sun. No worries, Lu Zihan nonchalantly discarded the fish in her hand, refusing to admit her jealousy towards her sister's fishing talent. She then released her control over the fish. Once freed, the school of fish became lively again, hastily leaping back into the sea. A truly spectacular sight. A large wave crashed in, swallowing the fish back into the ocean. When on earth can we enter the jungle? We've been sunbathing on this beach for 3 days and are nearly burnt to a crisp. Lu Zihan complained. Sister, when did you become so restless? Upon hearing her sister's teasing, Lu Zihan felt her temples throb, thinking to herself, she's my sister. I can't retaliate. After all, they had spent 3 days on this beach, and the discomfort had finally subsided. Yet, the beach remained eerily desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Each day had been consumed by fishing, and the frustration of not catching anything only grew. Luz. Are you itching for a fight? Let me scratch that itch for you, she jested. Soon, the two sisters were entangled in a playful scuffle, their laughter ringing out, Sister, stop, stop, stop scratching. I was wronged, we can enter today. Hurry up, Lu Zi begged as her sister pinned her down. Luz Han, however, continued to tickle her sister's feet, teasing, just wait until I get you. After a while, they both lay on the beach, drenched in sweat. The perspiration glistened on their skin under the sun, giving them a radiant glow. They sprawled out in the sand, completely unconcerned about their appearances. As there was no one around, Luz Han felt a significant release of the emotions that had been pent up inside her. Becoming increasingly languid, Luz, still catching her breath, had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. After resting for a while, Lu Zi spoke up, Sister, that unsettling feeling in my heart is diminishing. I can hardly feel it now. We should be able to enter that infinite hills today. All right, let us proceed today then. I never want to set foot on this wretched beach again. Luz lamented. I still wanted to walk further south along the beach. Since you don't wish to linger here, let's head into the jungle, Lu Zihan urged with impatience. Time is of the essence. We must depart now. She grasped Lu Zi's hand, leading her towards the jungle ahead. Wait, sister. We haven't taken the fish. Oh, forget the fish. With your sister's abilities, you'll feast like royalty in the forest. Oh. The two girls set off, unburdened and light, straight into the woods. In truth, they possessed storage rings. Their previous leather coats were stowed away inside. Although the trial regulations permitted only 2 items, there was no explicit prohibition against carrying storage rings. Such items were exceedingly rare, almost unattainable for ordinary folk. The privileged nobility would never allow their children to partake in such lowly trials. Hence the lack of related restrictions. Regrettably, this year seemed to attract an unusual number of oddities. They walked for a considerable distance without encountering any danger. Despite the forest being Lu Zihan's domain, Lu Zi took the lead. After all, no matter how strong one couldn't outshine the luck of a lucky person. However, after walking for a while, Lu Zihan sensed something was amiss. Their direction seemed to lead northward. She lifted her gaze to observe the sun in the sky, recalling that this planet adhered to the principle of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. It was still morning, so the sun's rising direction was due east, and at present, the sun was on her right. Sister, wait a moment. Something seems off about the direction we're heading. What seems to be the problem? The direction we're heading appears to be directly north, while the South Sea Islands we wish to reach lie to the south. Are we not going the wrong way? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zi tilted her head and declared, I don't care. I want to go this way. Luz Han was taken aback, her face filled with confusion. Why this direction? We are clearly going the wrong way. Seeing her sister's lack of trust, Lu Zi confidently asserted, "So, do you want to follow me or not? Who has better luck, you or me?" Defeated and without a rebuttal, Lu Zihan chose silence, obediently following her sister. For over a decade, her experiences had taught her that in any decision, large or small, listening to her sister was invariably the right choice. Despite her disbelief, she had learned from her mistakes, the most recent of which had left a lasting impression. Not long ago, she had ignored her sister's advice and hastened the flow of ice, leading to a bout of discomfort that left her bedridden for several days. The memory was still vivid. Those days of lethargy, unable to muster the energy to do anything, were truly unbearable. Luck, at times, was inescapable, and when such fortune transformed into talent, it could be utterly unreasonable. Watching her sister, who seemed to achieve her desires effortlessly, Lu Zihan could not deny her envy, but she reminded herself that Lu Zi was her own sister, a twin at that. Thus, she continued to trail behind her sister, though she had intended to focus on safeguarding her sister ahead. The journey had been devoid of any animal encounters, let alone fierce beasts. Perhaps it was easy to forget that danger had always steered clear of her sister, if she followed her sister. Encountering an animal in this forest would likely be a rare stroke of luck. If that animal were to be knocked unconscious, even better. "Sister, wait. This pace is too slow. Watch me with that." Lu Zihan raised her hands, closed her eyes, and released a peculiar wave of energy from her palms, radiating throughout the forest. Before long, various large animals began to converge towards them, albeit with glazed eyes, clearly under some form of control. Among them were peculiar creatures: six-legged horses, winged deer, various wolves and leopards, glowing civets, and tailless cattle, all gathering in an extraordinary display. "Let's pick one as our mount. It will speed things up and lighten the load." All right. Long live sister," Lu Zi exclaimed, filled with excitement as she circled around the bizarre creatures, seriously considering her choice of steed. Ultimately, she selected a magnificent, multicolored deer, while Lu Zihan opted for the six-legged horse. The two of them effortlessly mounted their chosen steeds and, under Lu Zi's lead, galloped forward at an impressive speed. The direction they headed was precisely where Lin Yi was currently en route. "Is this the place where you caught that python last time?" Lin Yi inquired, gazing at an unremarkable cave before him. Using his spiritual senses, he discerned nothing unusual within it appeared to be an ordinary snake den, albeit significantly larger than typical snake nests. Surrounding it were commonplace shrubs, devoid of any spiritual treasures or herbs, everything seeming utterly mundane. Yet, within this seemingly commonplace setting, there lay an extraordinary python on the verge of transformation. The thought struck Lin Yi as strange. Yes, it was right here. That day, I was gathering firewood when the snake suddenly lunged at me, attempting to ensnare me. In a moment of panic, I shot it, and to my astonishment, it died with a single shot. Chunji recalled that day with a tinge of trepidation. Fortunately, my quick reflexes at that moment spared me. Otherwise, had I been ensnared, escape would have been nearly impossible. Leaving no chance for rescue, Lin Yi and his companions ventured into the mountains early this morning. Upon their arrival and after a thorough exploration, they discovered that the anticipated scene of rampant wild beasts was merely a figment of their imagination. Instead, they encountered only a few small snakes and a couple of rabbit nests. After a considerable search, they finally located Chunji at the site where he had encountered the python, yet nothing seemed amiss. It was evident that such a diminutive snake gallbladder could induce such a significant transformation in Chunji, indicating it was no ordinary item. Its rarity was to be expected, given the vastness of the infinite hills. There were bound to be more. They could only hope for favorable fortune in their future encounters. The group shared this sentiment. Perhaps the scarcity of ferocious beasts was due to their peripheral location. With a limited number of animals present, this appeared to be a positive omen. Lin Yi and his companions resolved to press onward. Following his metamorphosis, Chunji's physical prowess had notably enhanced, even surpassing Yun Feifei. The young girl felt utterly disheartened, realizing that years of cultivation had been eclipsed by another's sudden transformation. However, this spurred her to devote herself even more diligently to her training. This shift in focus also revitalized Lin Yi, who resumed absorbing beast crystals. There was no denying it. One could only indulge in idleness for so long before it became a true state of stagnation. With no one to slow them down and few large animals obstructing their path, Their pace quickened, and soon they were nearing the summit of the first high peak. A vividly colored venomous snake darted from a nearby branch, moving with the swiftness of the wind, akin to a flash of lightning. Yet, someone was swifter still. A hand adorned with greenish-blue scales seized the snake effortlessly, as though grasping a mere snack. It was none other than Qianji. With a gentle squeeze, he ended the snake's life, casually discarding it afterward. The number of creatures was indeed increasing, yet they all seemed to be poisonous. Lin Yi remarked, observing the lifeless snake in Qianji's grasp. This marked the sixth snake, besides the second. All had been discovered by Qianji. When it came to these energy-deficient and highly camouflaged poisonous snakes, Lin Yi's spirit sensing was far less effective than Qianji's keen sight, and even less so than Hua Tianjiao's martial intuition. Who had been the one to identify the second snake? The presence of these poisonous insects was becoming increasingly apparent. Indeed, the surroundings were teeming with them. Qianji's eyes glimmered with a greenish light as he spoke, then kicked aside a stone on the ground, causing several entirely red centipedes to scurry away in haste. Witnessing this, Jiang Qingning and Yun Feifei's expressions turned pale. Fear not, they are merely common poisonous insects. With our formidable bodies at the peak of the broken realm, they couldn't even pierce our skin if we stood still, Lin Yi reassured them. Well, he has a point, she conceded, though he had overlooked the fact that while the spirit sensing could penetrate non-energy entities, it was not akin to X-ray vision. Furthermore, those insects were ordinary, possessing a pitifully scant amount of energy, almost negligible, unlike the energy-rich creatures dwelling beneath the mangroves. Let us proceed. Older sister, shall we halt? Are we not moving any further? No, it appears rain is imminent. Lu Zihan gazed at the brilliantly sunny sky. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Lu Zihan remarked, though I believe this to be sheer nonsense, I lack evidence. Luz countered, sister, do you trust me or not? As fate would have it, once they discovered a cave to shelter from the rain, the sunny sky transformed abruptly, unleashing a torrential downpour. See, sister, I told you it would rain, Lu Zi proclaimed triumphantly, lifting her small head with pride. Lu Zihan sighed, I concede.